perception battle ahead of 2023. And I think what will be interesting, and maybe Rahul has, I was reading an excellent piece that he's written about the difference between, 2018, when the last no confidence motion was held, and now. And I think exploring those differences will suggest that this time at least, the opposition at least seems to have a voice in a manner that in 2023 it was clearly stilled, because there are a number of issues on which they will be able to raise questions of the government. And one of the main reasons why this no confidence motion is being held is because the government has not been responding to those questions. I mean, this no confidence motion is actually to get Prime Minister Modi to speak on Manipur. It could have been easily a full debate on Manipur and we could have, stuck with that. But since that didn't happen, we've got a no confidence motion purely to get Prime Minister Modi to speak on Manipur, which reveals both the limitations of the opposition in a way, their inability to force the agenda, but also suggests that the Prime Minister has by and large spoken far more outside Parliament than within.
Well, you're right there, and I would reckon other than the opposition finding a voice, or the India Alliance finding a voice which is bigger this time around or would echo more, is also another difference, because last time the no confidence motion rested on Rafale, which didn't quite have as much traction as possibly Manipur with the common man, especially and perception battle is concerned.
That I'm not so sure. I mean, think about it. I'm sitting in Trivandrum or I'm sitting in Goa. Is Manipur top of the mind for me? Not really. I think the larger question is, it's 5 more years of the government. So anti-incumbency is a factor that the BJP and Prime Minister Modi know they have to deal with. And, once anti-incumbency settles in, we don't know how sort of powerful it will be, how deep-rooted it is. The opposition is desperately trying to tap into that. The government, for its part, seems to believe that Prime Minister Modi can walk on water, that he is... by unquestionably at the moment, in their view, Neta number 1. And therefore, their attitude is, we're okay with a no confidence motion, bring it on. You saw Amit Shah yesterday. He tried to ensure that what was a speech on the Delhi Services Bill eventually became a speech on virtually like an election speech. The BJP is very good at that. That's always been the strength of the BJP, to be able to build a certain narrative that links major speeches in Parliament to elections. The opposition has a huge opportunity, though. This is Rahul Gandhi's big chance to try in some way at least to set some kind of a narrative. It's sort of, last time round, if you recall, 2018, the hug and the wink somehow diluted.
Reason, immature, it was a perception.
It was, of course, it was seen as an immature act. You don't do that in Parliament. 2023, 5 years later, has Rahul Gandhi changed? We'll have to wait and see. Is he better prepared?
He is a different man who's walked into Parliament yesterday. Body language-wise, the way in terms of what we've seen him say of the last few months. But we'll only know, if he's allowed to speak, that is.
Well, look, at the end of the day, there is still no evidence that Rahul Gandhi is a vote catcher. That is still to be proven. We haven't seen Rahul Gandhi win an election as yet for the Congress on his own steam. And eventually, if you want to be Prime Minister of the country, you have to be seen to be a vote catcher, particularly if you're a member of the Gandhi family. What he has done is post Bharat Jodo Yatra, he is now unquestionably the Congress's Neta number 1 and importantly the opposition's face against Prime Minister Modi. He has been able to make himself a magnet for all the anti-Modi opposition forces in a manner that he was not in 2018. 2018, Mamta Banerjee, Nitish Kumar would not have recognized Rahul Gandhi as a first among equals. Now I think post Bharat Jodo Yatra, post the way he's responded to COVID, to China, to the economy, the manner in which he's projected himself comes across as someone with a more humane touch, reaching out to various groups. And that could be to his advantage, certainly compared to 2018, where he appeared, a bit like Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, hurtling around, looking for an issue to target the government, but not being focused. I think there has been more focus this time, and that is to his advantage.
Well, it's interesting because the opposition this time also seems to understand that to defeat Modi, they need Congress as possibly the fulcrum. But Rahul, what we were speaking of earlier, because what Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs editor, has done is a deep dive into all the no confidence motions that have been tabled where India is concerned ever since. I'll go and pick up Rahul's notebook is what most political journalists would want, where he details everything, and I'm hoping to maybe make notes one day, right from 1963 to now. And okay, so and Rahul's going to take us through. Also, Rahul, what we were speaking of right before Rajdeep came in, and I want our producers to pull out that clip, which was endearing to many. It talks of age, it talks of a little bit of heartbreak, but also how dedicated Dr. Manmohan Singh was, where we saw that clip of him yesterday on a wheelchair. And we're going to play that out. And, with that saying as well, Rahul, which is spoken of, that possibly history would judge him better than what his times did. Having said that, you've got, how many times did Dr. Manmohan Singh speak in Parliament, which you were talking of earlier?
See, I'll take up from what Rajdeep said. Rajdeep talked about how there were no confidence motions and governments which are minority. See, I don't bat for minority governments just to make a prime minister speak. I don't bat for a majority government where a prime minister does not speak. I think these are both things on which the voters should judge the politicians. See, the point which I have now realized eventually is that Manmohan Singh was a politician who did not have the political authority, and he spoke more in parliament. He had an NAC, he had a Gandhi Parivar, he had allies. And every time there was a pressure from the opposition, he was left alone. And it started sometime in 2008 when the nuclear deal was in the offing 1-2-3 agreement. And when the left 62 odd MPs abandoned Manmohan Singh, his dependability on very unreliable allies increased. And after that, there is a series where we find that Manmohan Singh is beleaguered, opposition is on the rampage, and Manmohan Singh has to speak. Now, compared to that, Narendra Modi with a majority, if you see most of the issues, be it CAA, NRC, be it demonetization, anything, Prime Minister Narendra Modi does not speak when he is pushed to. Now, there is a triple chain of accountability in a government, in a system, where X is responsible for Parliament and Parliament responsible to people. Modi says that I'm speaking directly to the public, not through the Parliament. Fair enough, but Parliament has a certain value. You need to speak in Parliament. Now, if you compare Manmohan Singh and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken 30 odd times. Today will be the 31st odd time. Now, he has spoken on 9 motion of thanks to the President. Many of them have been introduction of ministers, then felicitation of the new speaker. And very rarely has Prime Minister Narendra Modi gotten up in the House and spoken on the issue, like he spoke on the Quit India anniversary on the 9th of August 2017. That's not something that the opposition was demanding, or that's not what was churning the nation. Then you have Prime Minister speaking on a statement on Ram Temple on the 5th of February 2020. Now that's not something, that's the announcement that the Prime Minister wanted to make. Then he spoke in April 2015 on farmer suicide and agricultural crisis. Again on 9th of March, he spoke on separate Jammu and Kashmir issues. Then there was India's response to bail 2 accused in Pakistan. So he has spoken on issues that he wanted to speak on. He has never been pushed by the opposition. Whereas in contrast, Manmohan Singh had a very, very tumultuous time since 2008. And if I trace Manmohan Singh's history, say, for example, on the coal scam, I remember Shri Prakash Jaiswal was the coal minister. He was speaking, but the opposition insisted that the Prime Minister should speak. Then there was this issue of 2611. Post 2611, there was a debate in Parliament on which Manmohan Singh was forced to speak by the opposition. On market depreciation, on the current state of economy, on Italy's refusal to send 2 Marines to India, faith and respect to the chair, multi-brand retail, audit report on the coal allocation. You see a slew of issues on which Manmohan Singh speaks on the floor of the House because the opposition is on the rampage. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi is shielded by a majority. Second issue is interesting is that also Manmohan Singh at times did not speak. Say, for example, the winter session of 2010, when the entire winter session in demand for a JPC was washed out. Manmohan Singh didn't speak. But the fact is speaking in parliament does have a merit. Prime Minister has used it. And if you see his historic speech on the NREGA, when he talked about on a motion of thanks, when he said कि बाजे गाजे के साथ मैं गड्ढे भराने की scheme को चलाऊंगा, he made an impact that how a scheme under Congress was a good scheme but didn't achieve much. Similarly, if you see the last time around when he spoke on a no confidence motion, remember that's the birth of the Chaukidar Chor Hai, that's the birth of the Bhagidar and other issues, which Narendra Modi was able to, because Rahul Gandhi, if you remember, had said कि ये मेरे से आंख में आंख डाल के बात नहीं कर रहे. Modi said that मैं इनसे आंख में आंख डाल के क्या बात करूंगा. He is an entitled person. That's the message he's trying to send across, and that virtually became perhaps one of the mainstay of the campaign against Rahul Gandhi. So I think that's where lies the pitfall even for the opposition. As Rajdeep said, Manipur is a one MP state, not much residents in the country. That's a shame. That's a shame that in this country, somebody in Tamil Nadu or UP is not bothered what is happening in Manipur.
No, but okay, I disagree. I think those images have captured the nation's imagination, very different than what Rafale, where most people didn't understand what Rafale meant. But having said that, what I'm going to do is, let's cut across right now. My colleague Pooja Shali in the studio taking us through, like I said, politics is quite a sport as well. It'll be interesting who's on the front foot, who's on the back foot, on what goes down in the arena where the parliament is concerned. My colleague Pooja taking us through that battle, and after that, we're going to slip into a quick break. We're going to be back shortly. Stay with us.
So both the NDA and the India Opposition Alliance have brought together their best of the best speakers for the no confidence motion. Let's bring you the latest. Team NDA has got you Smriti Irani, Home Minister Amit Shah, and of course Prime Minister Modi likely to make statements with the no confidence motion to defend the government. The first batch of Team India will be Rahul Gandhi. He returns defiant and will be leading the charge. Gaurav Gogoi, who's the deputy leader for the Congress party, will also be one of the first to speak. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary of the Congress party, but also other parties, Supriya Sole of the NCP, Saugat Roy and Kakoli Ghosh Dastidar of the All India Trinamool Congress. From the Team NDA, apart from the three I earlier mentioned, it will be Nishikant Dubey who will be leading the charge, Rajyavardhan Rathore, Jyotiraditya Scindia and Nirmala Sitharaman. So it's going to be full of fireworks, senior leaders of different parties on the no confidence motion.
Meet the men Monu Manesar and Bittu Bajrangi who inflamed Mewa, who triggered the fiery chain reaction.
आपके वीडियोस ने जो है वो उकसाने का काम करा है इस यात्रा में.
कोई उकसाने का कार्य नहीं किया, ना मैं उस यात्रा में गया.
The key faces of the new nightmare, live streamed provocations and poison.
आधे घंटे की प्लानिंग नहीं है. ये कह रहे हैं कि बिट्टू ने बोल दिया, मैंने बोल दिया. वो इसको लोग तैयार बैठे थे वो बंदूक लेके.
Cops hunt them, but we find them. Listen as they paint the full scary picture. Only on India Today Television.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
saw the clothes, you saw the celebrities, you saw the jewelry. Time now for you to see footwear fashion and how to keep it dramatic this season. Here's a look.
When it comes to footwear, a lot of drama is now making way. For instance, Freddie Mercury makes a comeback with Theatre XYZ heels.
Harrison, Dark Horse, and this is the Theatre XYZ one. My favorite pick from their drama collection. It's got the boss-like appeal to it as well.
Even the Harrison Cloud9 from the collection is now gender fluid and mainstream. Not just that, boots for all weather are here and they look chic.
I'm a sucker for color this monsoon, and the monsoon footwear these days are coming in different colors and different patterns. I'm just loving every bit of it.
Right from bubblegum smelling sandals to jelly shoes in all shapes and sizes and colors, monsoon shoes are sure having a moment. And if you have the courage to wear something different, try out these jelly ones from Melissa that are available in every color for different moods. And if you are the classy, safe type, your footwear can still have a lot of drama. These picks from OCD, especially the tap dancing Rebeccas or the dramatic Julies, come in with elegance in its own dramatic twist.
It's a beautiful artisanal work of craftsmanship made by artisans of India. And just look at the kind of drama it is adding to my foot.
While this season is all about adding drama, remember, wearing a story on your feet is all the 2023 footwear fashion is all about. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
are watching India Today.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. The big parliament debate is all set to begin. I'm getting you all aspects of that big political story right here. No confidence motion. against the BJP-led central government is our top focus. I'm Sneha Mordani. Here are the headlines. The big parliament fight has begun. It begins today. In fact, debate over no trust motion in parliament. Rahul Gandhi to lead India debate in parliament at noon. Raghav Chadda faces FIR after his motion comes under scanner. 6 MPs say their names added without consent. Day after graft heat on Karnataka Minister, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah says a fake complaint letter circulated, calls it a smear campaign against the Congress. After 33 years, probe on crimes against Pandits to begin. SIA to probe 1989 murder of Justice Ganju. Justice Ganju was killed by JKLF militants. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot's big claim, says will leave Chief Minister post if High Command wants, but says the CM post is not leaving him. We have some news just coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has hit out at India alliance over no trust motion. Says no trust is against the opposition and lack of faith in themselves. I'm going to hand it over now to my colleague Preeti Chaudhary, who's tracking all of those developments from right outside Parliament. Preeti.
Well, thank you, Sneha. Well, that's the latest coming in just about an hour before we hear the first speaker on the no trust vote. The latest coming in, the Prime Minister has said this is not a trust motion or a no confidence motion against the government. It is a no trust amongst the allies of India and blaming the opposition, saying that there is disunity and it is a no trust motion on them. He's also urged NDA and BJP MPs to look at this and as a last minute match where he needs, where they need to actually hit a sixer. That's the latest that is coming in. Let me take our viewers through the latest news break where Prime Minister Modi saying some people are indulging in appeasement politics as well. Let's quickly cut across to my colleague Polami Saha, taking us through the very latest. Polami, can you get us up to speed with what the Prime Minister said?
Right, Preeti, the Prime Minister, of course, addressed the BJP parliamentarians inside the parliamentary party meeting that took place a short while ago. It's over at the moment. And some of the things that the Prime Minister said, what we heard from the MPs who came out of that meeting, is that this is not a no trust, no confidence motion against the government. This is because there is no trust among the opposition alliance. He was, of course, referring to the India alliance of 26 parties. He said that the opposition kept talking about a semi-final ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Well, there was a semi-final yesterday and you saw what the results were. That, of course, was in reference to the passage of the Delhi Services Bill in Parliament. And, of course, he said that this is, of course, a very crucial match as far as the government is concerned and everyone has to hit a sixer. Treat this as the last ball before, of course, the results are declared and hit a sixer as far as your conduct and your speeches are concerned in Parliament. So clearly, the message from the Prime Minister is, as far as the Prime Minister is concerned, is very clear to the BJP MPs. He said also that there was a no confidence motion that was brought against this government in 2018 and we all know what fate it met with. So he's very confident, of course, going into this no trust motion which has been brought forward by the opposition alliance against the ruling party and the ruling government. But there was a message there for all MPs that they should, of course, take this very seriously and hit a sixer on every ball that is thrown their way from the opposition benches, Preeti.
Well, it's an opportunity for both where the opposition is concerned as well as the government, and the Prime Minister trying to bolster on that fact, saying that it is an opportunity to hit a sixer on the last ball, urging his own party men at that. The latest news break also coming in. Lok Sabha adjourned till 12 noon. We are expecting it to reconvene at 12 noon with Rahul Gandhi speaking. Of course, a question mark on that as well. Will he be allowed by the chair to replace Gaurav Gogoi? The explanation by the Congress is that when Gaurav Gogoi had mooted the no-confidence motion, at that point of time, Rahul Gandhi was still disqualified as an MP. Let's quickly get in Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs Editor, and Rajdeep Sardesai, our consulting editor, on what the Prime Minister has just said right at the beginning of facing his second trust vote. And Rahul, where the Prime Minister coming in, speaking of course, to his own MPs, to his own alliance, saying, look at this as an opportunity, hit a sixer on the last ball. We saw what happened yesterday. A similar situation is going to play out. It is opportunity, NDA is what the Prime Minister has told his own people. Understandably, an opportunity for both opposition and the government.
See, Pradeep, I wonder that if it is an opportunity, why doesn't the Prime Minister use it every week in Parliament? But nevertheless, the point is that this is what is likely to happen. This is what I'm told by BJP sources. While the opposition will try to corner the government on Manipur. Why on Manipur? When we were earlier talking that not resonance, but I want to complete that point that primarily the idea would be that this double engine theory, that the BJP at the center, BJP in the state doesn't work. The claim about national security, law and order and others under BJP rules is a myth. The idea is to show that governments of the BJP fail and fail miserably and there is no accountability. That's the template that's going to be created. What the BJP's attempt would be, like as I said earlier, unlike Karnataka where BJP wanted national and Congress made it local, the opposition will try to localize the debate on Manipur and some other failings of the Prime Minister, whereas the BJP has decided to go on a large canvas of achievements of the government and attacking the Congress and the opposition on pet issues like dynasty, corruption and others. Now in that there is a pitfall, that which narrative at the end of the day is going to be more sustaining over the next few months, because if you don't build a strong narrative here, and also I think there is an advantage that the government has, it has got larger numbers, so it will have larger number of speakers. And larger number of speakers, remember the opposition is also has a problem that it does not have that kind of speakers, barring a Rahul Gandhi. If you see, you don't have very strong leaders in the Lok Sabha. You are Chidambarams and Sharad Pawars and all have migrated to the Rajya Sabha. And if not having strong leaders in the Lok Sabha, will actually decide how strong your narrative eventually from the Lok Sabha after the no confidence motion debate is.
Rajdeep, what do you make of it? The Prime Minister trying to set the agenda. Of course, somewhere down the line, if the Prime Minister had spoken on Manipur, things wouldn't have come to a pass of a no confidence motion in any case.
Look, Mr. Modi has been very clear, both in the Gujarat Assembly when he was Chief Minister and as Prime Minister, that he derives his political authority from what he does outside Parliament or outside the Assembly. From his mass connect with the voters in Gujarat and now with the voters of India. So, the traditional joust that you would have in Parliament between the opposition and the government is not something that the Prime Minister is comfortable with. That sets him apart from Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Atal Bihari Vajpayee was a creature of Parliament. He built his reputation with his speeches inside Parliament. Narendra Modi built his reputation outside Parliament. So today when he enthuses his flock to come out in Parliament, the fact is it's unusual because it doesn't happen too often. Why are we focusing on this no confidence motion is because, frankly, it will be one of the rare opportunities where you will get to hear our Parliament in its diversity speaking out. Every party will get a chance to have his or her word. And it used to happen more often in routine debates, on routine issues. Any major national issue would eventually lead to a debate in Parliament. Mr. Vajpayee, for example, we mentioned Manipur. If you recall Gujarat, the Gujarat violence had also put the Vajpayee government on the defensive. But yet there was a very long debate that was held and Mr. Vajpayee responded to it. Now that has not happened in the case of Manipur.
But Amit Shah yesterday did say he's willing to hold a debate on the last day of Parliament.
Yes, he is. But that's on the last day of Parliament. He knows that it's not going to happen. what the government could say is that when the Congress was in power and when parts of the Northeast would burn, did you exclusively focus on that to the exclusion of all other issues? That didn't happen either. But the truth is, Parliament was taken more seriously when you don't have a big brute majority government. That's the reality. Rajiv Gandhi's government of 400 odd MPs and Narendra Modi's government of 300 MPs do not seem to take Parliament as seriously as governments which were minority coalition, because it was a chance for those governments to use Parliament to establish their political authority, which doesn't happen with Mr. Modi. He doesn't need Parliament. He doesn't need assemblies. So therefore, you've got a situation where this is the worst performing Lok Sabha in the history of India. 235 sittings before this particular session over 4 years, which means on an average you met for about 58 days. This of course includes the COVID period, but even so, it is the worst performing Lok Sabha. So it is when the Prime Minister says it's an opportunity also, I hope, to redeem the prestige of Parliament. I fear, though, it's an opportunity to score political points and make another election campaign speech by both sides.
Well, I wanted to make a point. Rajdeep talked about Northeast. On the 17th of August 2012, the question hour was suspended because the opposition wanted it. The discussion was on the scale of fleeing of Northeast people from the different parts of the country. Venkaiah Naidu of the BJP, as a member of the Rajya Sabha, had initiated a debate. 11 students from Pune had to run away from Pune and they were beaten up and other things. And there was a debate and the Prime Minister Manmohan Singh responded. Something as small as a few hundred students from various parts of the country moved by the BJP. So we have a tradition on addressing even small and micro issues when it comes to debate in Parliament. So the idea that you have a situation in which you have to bring a no confidence motion, one of the supreme tools. It's like the 155mm howitzer of Bofors to actually kill a fly.
Well, what we're going to do is we're going to keep a keen eye on all developments that take place. Let's quickly dip into the latest reactions that are coming in. You have Gaurav Gogoi, you have Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. One of the main reasons, possibly, what the opposition says is they had to push for a no-confidence motion is because they wanted the Prime Minister to speak on Manipur. They understand that they don't have the numbers, but this was their only way of getting the Prime Minister to speak in Parliament. On the other hand, where the government is concerned or the BJP is concerned, they've maintained that Prime Minister is not on call of the opposition to speak in Parliament. Ultimately, he will do so. He'll be closing where the no-confidence motion comes into question. But let's dip into the latest political reactions and we'll get you more. There's more coming in from the latest proceedings in Parliament.
अगर मणिपुर के मुद्दे पे दो लफ्ज कह देते, इतना लफाजी करते हैं हमारे मोदी जी सारे दुनिया में, सदन के अंदर अगर दो लफ्ज कह देते तो ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाने की नौबत ना पैदा होते। राहुल गांधी हमारे पार्टी के नेता है, पहले भी उन्होंने किए थे, राष्ट्रपति भाषण में कभी किए हैं। राहुल गांधी जी की भाषण पे, राहुल गांधी जी की वक्तव्य पे सारे देश नहीं बल्कि सारे दुनिया उनको निगाह रखते हैं। तो हमारी तरफ से तैनाती तो राहुल गांधी जी को होना चाहिए शुरुआती तौर पे। हमें पूरा भरोसा है कि राहुल गांधी जी की अगुवाई में आज विपक्ष की तरफ से चर्चा शुरू हो।
देखिए, ये बात कभी भी संख्या की नहीं थी। ये बात मणिपुर की इंसाफ की लड़ाई के लिए हमने ये मोशन मूव किया था और हमने आज भी देखा है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने किस प्रकार से एक जांच कमेटी बैठाई है, क्योंकि मणिपुर के महिलाओं के प्रति जो अत्याचार हुआ है पिछले 3 महीनों से, उसके लिए जिम्मेवार वहां की राज्य सरकार है और कहीं ना कहीं सुप्रीम कोर्ट ये भी कह रही है कि केंद्रीय शासित जो रक्षा के जो जवान है वो भी विफल हुए हैं। तो इससे साफ साफ साबित होता है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट केस में भी के संज्ञान में ये आया है और इसीलिए मुझे उम्मीद है कि
भ्रष्टाचार, क्विट इंडिया, परिवारवाद, क्विट इंडिया, तुष्टीकरण यानी वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स, क्विट इंडिया, ये अभियान हमें 9 अगस्त 2023 से चलाना है। उसमें सारे एमपी जुड़े, ये प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आह्वान किया है। एक 14 अगस्त 2023 को विभाजन विभीषिका दिवस, क्योंकि 14 अगस्त 1947 को मां भारती की बेड़ियां नहीं, बदन काटा गया, भुजाएं काट दी गई। कितना उथल पुथल मचा उस संबंध में जो अभी भी जो मां भारती को प्रणाम करने वाले लोग हैं, जो अपना घर बार छोड़ करके यहाँ आए, उनके बारे में भी उस 14 अगस्त की विभाजन की विभीषिका के बारे में सुनना और उस दिन क्या क्या घटा था उसकी जानकारी, उसके लिए सेमिनार आयोजित करना और एक मौन जुलूस निकालना, ये 14 अगस्त का एक कार्यक्रम हमें मिला है। तीसरा एक कार्यक्रम मिला है आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के 75 साल का कार्यक्रम पूर्ण होने पर हर घर तिरंगा अभियान 15 अगस्त और उसके बाद एक बड़ा कार्यक्रम अमृत कलश यात्रा, हर गांव से निकले और एक शपथ पत्र हो। उस शपथ पत्र में हर नागरिक एक शपथ ले कि मुझे 2047 तक 2047 तक भारत को विकसित भारत बनाना है और आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने में मेरी जो भी जिम्मेदारी है उसको मैं पूर्ण करूंगा। इसके लिए हर घर से संपर्क करना है। एक शपथ पत्र होगा, विकसित भारत बनाने में जो हमारा एक रोड प्लान होगा, रोड मैप होगा, वो उसको घर के मुखिया को दिया जाएगा। वहां से हम मिट्टी लेंगे, अगर मिट्टी उस घर में या घर के आसपास उपलब्ध नहीं है तो हम चावल लेंगे और वहीं पर ये संकल्प लेंगे। हर घर को कवर करेंगे, फिर हर गांव को कवर करेंगे और फिर गांव के मुखिया के साथ 75 पेड़ उस गांव में लगाएंगे। फिर ये अमृत कलश यात्रा तहसील पे आएगी। तहसील पे एक विराट कार्यक्रम होगा, प्रमुख लोग होंगे जो 2047 तक भारत को विकसित भारत बनाना है उसका संकल्प लेंगे ग्रुप में। उसके बाद ये कार्यक्रम जिला लेवल पर होगा और फिर ये राज्य लेवल पर होगा और फिर दिल्ली में करीब 8,500 कलश भी आएंगे, साथ में पेड़ भी आएंगे और एक अमृत वाटिका जिसका स्थान तय होगा उसमें उसको लगाना है। ये करीब सरदार पटेल जी की जो 31 अक्टूबर का दिन है वहां तक ये चलने का संभावना है। तो ये कुछ बड़े बड़े कार्यक्रम, मोटे मोटे कार्यक्रम दिए। नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन जैसे आपको पता है कि ये घमंडिया गठबंधन लेकर के आया है और इस
वहाँ चर्चा होगी। अब ये रणनीति हमारी कि कौन पहला वक्ता होगा, कौन दूसरा होगा, कौन तीसरा होगा, कौन चौथा होगा, पहले जरा आप अपनी तो बताओ। हाँ, हमारी रणनीति सफल रही। हमने सदन में उतार दिया जवाबदेही के लिए भारत के प्रधानमंत्री, जो सदन का ऐसा भागे फिर रहे थे जवाबदेही से, 75 में दिए हुए जो उनका दायित्व उसको नहीं निर्वाहित कर रहे थे। आओ बोलो, सुनो और सुनने के बाद आप तो नहीं सुधरोगे, मानोगे नहीं, पर देश सुनेगा।
अगर वो जिस पर कोई बोल नहीं रहा है या किसी को बोलने नहीं दिया जा रहा, अगर वो सवाल को राहुल गांधी
सरकार की जो संविधान में ही जो शक्तियां दी गई है कानून बनाने की, वो विषय कल स्पष्ट हुआ और इस कारण से जितने वोट हमें मिलने चाहिए थे उससे एक वोट अधिक मिला। ये सारे विषयों पे चर्चा आज की बैठक में हुई है। जी
सर, ये प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि घमंडिया गठबंधन अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लेकर आया है।
घमंडिया गठबंधन ही है। थैंक यू सर।
We continuously demand before Prime Minister to come Parliament and make a statement Manipur situation. But Prime Minister is not ready for coming to a Parliament and make a statement. He is not ready to accept the opposition demands. That's why we moved a adjournment motion in Lok Sabha. Of course, we don't have a majority in Lok Sabha. So, but we want to know what is the Prime Minister reaction.
मैं तो धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं विपक्ष का कि वो नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन लाए। कम से कम चर्चा तो होगी, कम से कम हमें अवसर मिलेगा कि हम बता सके देश को कि 9 वर्षों में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश कैसे आगे बढ़ा है, देश के गरीबों का कल्याण कैसे हुआ है।
Guys. That's the latest that is coming in right now. The Lok Sabha adjourned till 12 noon is what we are given to understand. It will reconvene at 12 noon, and that is the time where the Congress will ask permission from the chair, the speaker, that Rahul Gandhi begin the discussion on no confidence motion. He's going to be taking the place of Mr. Govt. Will the chair, the speaker, allow that? Well, it is up to the chair's discretion. Away from that, peers, a short while ago, Dr. Shashi Tharoor has tweeted on the visuals of Dr. Manmohan Singh, who was there in Parliament yesterday to vote. There was a whip that was issued by the Congress, and on that ground, Dr. Manmohan Singh there. You have Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who's tweeted out a short while ago saying, "कुछ तस्वीरों का क्या कहना है, कुछ तस्वीरें ही कविता होती हैं."
You want 267? Yes, sir. Sorry, I can't go against my ruling. I can't go against my ruling. There is another notice from Srimati Priyanka Chaturvedi. She wants discussion on Manipur and Haryana. Shri P. Wilson wants discussion, but his notice again is invalid. I consider Dr. John Britta's only those notices that are received in accordance with rules in the time frame. So, raising an issue to score a brownie point, to get space in public domain, and simultaneously not acting in accordance with rules is inappropriate. As the notices are not in conformity with the rules and my ruling dated 8 December 2022, I am unable to persuade myself to allow the notices received today. What is your point of order? 1 second.
Sir.
Point of order.
Yes, sir. We need to communicate. We are ready for a discussion on Manipur. But not the way they want it.
Mr. Derek O'Brien, are you determined? 1 second.
I'm looking at
Mr. Derek O'Brien. एक second.
Sir, I'm taking my seat.
Take your seat
My
first.
point of order is
Take your seat first. Take your seat. I'll take your seat first. Let me inform the House that I will take reluctantly, and I'm constrained, a very strong view. If a member seeks to raise a point of order and then does not raise point of order, but once again, listen to me, why are you upset? It is time, I think, we need to keep our composure. If you rise to raise a point of order, and I'm saying so because your past is proof of it, raise a point of order. Don't make a speech on that. You will rise, you will not raise a point of order, you will not wait for my ruling, and you will occupy space. That can't be done. If you are sure there is a point of order, then go the rule book approach, textbook approach. Tell me under which rule are you raising point of order? Rule book. First the rule. Under which rule?
The rule is on page 92.
Yes, which rule?
The rule is 267. The leader of the opposition has been asking for a discussion on Manipur. You allow the discussion on Manipur. That's my point of order.
Honorable members, I name Mr. Derek O'Brien. He must leave the house. I name him. Move it over there. Yes.
I wish to move a motion for the suspension of Mr. Derek O'Brien for the remainder of this session for continuously and willfully disturbing the proceedings of the House, for disobeying the chair, and for continuously creating disturbance in the House. Respected sir, with your permission, I move the motion that Shri Derek O'Brien be suspended from the services of the House for the remaining part of the current session for his unruly behavior unbecoming of a member of Rajya Sabha today, the 8th of August 2023, shouting slogans from the well of the House, thereby disregarding the authority of the chair, and from his chair disregarding every instruction of the chair, and bringing disrepute and shame to this august House.
Now, in Rajya Sabha, Piyush Goyal has demanded the suspension of Derek O'Brien at the back of what happened yesterday, and massive pandemonium is taking place in Rajya Sabha at the back of Piyush Goyal asking for the suspension of Derek O'Brien. Let's try and get in a word from my colleague Paulomi Saha, who's getting us the latest, but uproar by the opposition is where Rajya Sabha is concerned, coming at the back of the demand of the suspension of by Piyush Goyal of Derek O'Brien. Piyush Goyal from the BJP asking for the suspension of Derek O'Brien. All right, you also had a very angry speaker, Jagdeep Dhankar, pulling up TMC, Derek O'Brien, and he's been suspended. In midst of the uproar, TMC MP Rajya Sabha Derek O'Brien has been suspended from Rajya Sabha. The reason which we're going to get you the latest of how he behaved yesterday in Rajya Sabha. We're going to play that out as well. But the latest that we are getting in is that Derek O'Brien has been suspended from Rajya Sabha. And what one can witness are uproarious scenes in the Rajya Sabha at the back of that suspension, and he has been suspended. An angry Jagdeep Dhankar pulling up TMC's Derek O'Brien. Dhankar offers that the TMC MP leave the House immediately after uproarious scenes being witnessed on the floor of the Rajya Sabha. Derek O'Brien has been suspended for the remainder of the session. Latest coming in, however, not many days left. You have 3 days starting today of the vote on no confidence, and after that you have possibly a discussion on Manipur on Friday, and now the government issues a recommendation to suspend Derek O'Brien for the remainder of the session. He's been suspended. The Speaker has also asked Derek O'Brien to immediately leave the House. I'm going to bring in Rahul Srivastava, our National Affairs Editor, for more on this. Rahul, Derek O'Brien suspended that in this particular session already 4 members have been suspended.
Derek O'Brien gets suspended for the second time in this term.
Right.
On December 21st, 2021, I think. He was charged with throwing the rule book at the chair, and the motion was moved by V. Muralidharan in the Rajya Sabha, and Derek O'Brien was shunted out of the House. Now this is things, it seems, have come to a pass, both in terms of the ruckus, as Rajdeep was earlier talking about how one of the shortest number of sittings as far as any Lok Sabha is concerned, because even the last one, which was pretty bad, the 16th Lok Sabha, had 331 sittings. And now you have an average of 50, eventually it might be 52 sittings in a year, which is terrible despite having a COVID problem. On the other hand, there is definitely one thing, that there is a breakdown not only between the government and the opposition benches, but also vis-a-vis the relationship between the chair and the members of parliament. And I think this whole politics of outside spilling into parliament is becoming a big issue, because now you have another issue which is likely to create a ruckus, is the issue of some names being added to motions by members of parliament in Rajya Sabha yesterday when the debate on the Delhi ordinance bill was on, Delhi services bill was on, and there are charges by several MPs that they had not consented. Now usually what happens in such motions, that one picks names and tries to name people, but now the charge is that members of parliament are objecting that they never gave the consent.
Well, it's interesting. I want to cut across to Polomi Saha. Derek O'Brien suspended for the second time around Polomi suspended for the remainder of the session. Why so interesting? Because even Sanjay Singh was suspended in the previous session, like Derek O'Brien, suspended again this session. 4 members this time around suspended where the Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha are concerned.
Unruly behavior and becoming of a member of...
Are you raising point of order? Rule book. First the rule. Under which rule?
The rule is on page 92.
Yes, which rule?
The rule is 267. The leader of the opposition has been asking for a discussion on Manipur. You allow the discussion on Manipur. That's my point of order.
Honorable members, I name Mr. Derek O'Brien. He must leave the house. I name him. Move it over. Yes.
I also move a motion for the suspension of Mr. Derek O'Brien for the remainder of this session for continuously and willfully disturbing the proceedings of the House, for disobeying the chair, and for continuously creating disturbance in the House. Respected sir, with your permission, I move the motion that Shri Derek O'Brien be suspended from the services of the House for the remaining part of the current session for his unruly behavior unbecoming of a member of Rajya Sabha today, the 8th of August 2023, shouting slogans from the well of the House, thereby disregarding the authority of the chair, and from his chair disregarding every instruction of the chair, and bringing disrepute and shame to this august House.
All right, the latest coming in. Derek O'Brien has been suspended for the remainder of the session. That would primarily mean that he will not be there where the no trust vote discussion is on. The session ends this Friday on the 11th of August, and Derek O'Brien suspended. He was suspended in the last session as well. I want to quickly bring in Polomi Saha, my colleague. Polomi, word coming in that Derek O'Brien suspended because of unruly behavior. What was the reasoning?
Well, this happened yesterday when Derek O'Brien, in fact, Preeti, was speaking in the Rajya Sabha on the Delhi Services Bill. He did mention certain things about the central government, referring to it, of course, as a washing machine as well. Some of those remarks were, in fact, expunged as well from his speech. The chair also gave him a warning as well to maintain certain decorum. He got into a bit of an argument as well with the chair. Jagdeep Dhankar, Vice President, was in the chair at that moment, and Jagdeep Dhankar had to warn him a couple of times. For one, he objected to the language that he was using against a constitutionally elected government and calling them names, which of course, Derek O'Brien objected to very vociferously and said that, if they can make this all about politics and they can make political speeches, why can't we? He, of course, was saying that, all of this was about attacking the federal structure.
I'm just interrupting you. Reactions coming in thick and fast at the back of that suspension. Listen into Adhiranjan Chaudhary.
सदन हमारे लिए, हमारी बात रखने के लिए, मान लीजिए एक मंदिर होते हैं, एक मस्जिद होते हैं और गिरजा होते हैं, अगर हुआ हमें विचार ना मिले, हुआ भी हमारे साथ इस तरीके की बर्ताव होते रहते, हुआ अगर हमें न्याय नहीं मिलते, न्याय की गुहार लगाते हुए भी अगर न्याय नहीं मिलता तो हम कहां जाए? आपको खुद हम दिखाना चाहते हैं, फर्क आप देख के आप भी चौंक जाओगे। ये पहले एक्सपांड किए गए, हटाए गए थे, मानिक दूसरा तो और रातों रात फिर दोबारा इनको लगाए गए हैं। तो मतलब हटाने की मतलब क्या है? फिर दोबारा इनकी वापसी की मतलब क्या है? आप खुद देख लीजिए। हमारी आपत्ति के चलते जिस शब्दों को हटाए गए थे पहले दिन में, वो रात में फिर आ गए। कौन सा तिलस्म है, कौन सा जादू है, किसकी निर्देश पे, आदेश पे सदन कौन चलाते हैं? सदन कौन चलाते हैं? सदन की बाहर से कोई ताकत ये सदन चलाते हैं। बड़ी दावे के साथ ये कहना चाहते हैं, ये हमारे मजबूरी से, मजबूरन हम कहते हैं, हमारे भी दुख होते हैं। क्योंकि अगर ये पंचायत, महापंचायत हिंदुस्तान की लोकतंत्र की, अगर इसको अगर धजिया उड़ाया जाए तो आम जनता, हम कहां जाए? हम आम जनता के नुमाइंदे होते हैं। हमारे खिलाफ बेबुनियाद तथ्यों सामने रखते हुए फिजूले बयान पेश करते रहे, फिजूले शिकायत दर्ज करते रहे, हमारे छवि को धूमिल करने की षड्यंत्र होते रहे। राहुल गांधी जी हमारे नेता, उनके छवि को धूमिल करने की कोई अगर साजिश हो तो इसको विरोध करना हमारा फर्ज बनता है। और सदन में हम पीठासीन जो रहते हैं उनके पास ही गुहार लगाते हैं, यही हमारे नियम है। फिर भी नियमों की पालन तो नहीं होते, दिन दहाड़े नियमों की उल्लंघन करते हुए इस तरीके की एक नजीर पेश किया जाते हैं, जिसमें ये जगजाहिर होते हैं सदन के अंदर भी बाहर वाले ताकतों ने बार बार बेजा इस्तेमाल करने की कोशिश करते हैं। ये देख लो, आप रख देते हैं आप लोगों के सामने, आप लोगों के विचार के लिए। हाँ प्लीज।
Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. We were very concerned yesterday that when the House reassembled, we saw the extraordinary phenomenon of the acting Speaker, the Sabhapati, the acting Chairman, giving the floor to ministers to lay papers on the House, but mysteriously the mic of a particular BJP member, Mr. Dubey, was switched on and he proceeded to speak. And his sound was the only one coming through the translation headsets and through the record of the House, in which he levelled defamatory and libelous accusations against our party and by name two of its leaders. Now, in these circumstances, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary wrote promptly to the Speaker demanding that since this was a flagrant violation of Rule 353 of the Rules and Procedures of Parliament, which are unambiguous, that no one can attack anyone in the House without giving notice. All the more so if it is a sitting member of the House, as both the individuals named were from our party. He cannot do so without giving notice in advance and getting the consent of the Speaker, which he had not done. Therefore, we demanded the full expunction under Rule 380 of every single thing that he had said. Now, as Adhir is pointing out to you this morning, what has happened is that there was a brief period when it was indeed expunged, and then suddenly and mysteriously all the expunged portions have returned to the Parliament website, so that the defamatory and libelous accusations remain on the record and can and indeed have been reported by all of you in the media. So our question is, what is the worth of the rules of the Parliament? If there are rules that can be violated with such impunity by a member of the ruling party, and we cannot even exercise the right given to us under the rules to demand expunction in a timely manner, our request for expunction was submitted to the Speaker before 1 o'clock. The incident happened at 12. Before 1 o'clock the request was made. How is it that it's in all the media the next day, and that now, even if we succeed in getting the Speaker to change his mind and to expunge it, the damage has already been done and the defamation stands? I am pleased that a couple of my colleagues in the party have actually filed notices of breach of privilege against the...
Are you raising point of order? Rule book. First the rule. Under which rule?
The rule is on page 92.
Yes, which rule?
The rule is 267. The leader of the opposition has been asking for a discussion on Manipur. You allowed the discussion on Manipur. That's my point of order.
Honorable members, I name Mr. Derek O'Brien. He must leave the house. I name him. Move it over. Yes.
I wish to move a motion for the suspension of Mr. Derek O'Brien for the remainder of this session for continuously and willfully disturbing the proceedings of the House, for disobeying the chair, and for continuously creating disturbance in the House. Respected sir, with your permission, I move for a motion that Shri Derek O'Brien be suspended from the services of the House for the remaining part of the current session for his unruly behavior unbecoming of a member of Rajya Sabha today, the 8th of August 2023, shouting slogans from the well of the House, thereby disregarding the authority of the chair, and from his chair disregarding every instruction of the chair, and bringing disrepute and shame to this august House.
All right, let's quickly cut across to my colleague Paulomi Saha getting us the latest coming in. Derek O'Brien suspended for the remainder of the monsoon session. Paulomi, that takes it up to 4 members from Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha suspended this session. A complete breakdown of communication where the government and the opposition, the treasury benches and the opposition is concerned.
Well, this, of course, played out the reasons for which Derek O'Brien has been suspended after, of course, the leader of the House, Piyush Goyal, moved that motion for suspension and the chairman, of course, granted it. This all played out last evening, of course, when Derek O'Brien was speaking on the Delhi Services Bill in the Rajya Sabha, when, of course, he called the government certain names which were then expunged from the government records, to which he objected. And there was a heated exchange between the chair, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, and Derek O'Brien, Trinamool member of Parliament. Derek O'Brien kept yelling at the chair, saying that you can't stop me from speaking. He, of course, was also pointing towards the fact that his allotted time to speak was running out because of this exchange that was taking place. The chairman, of course, in fact, then hit out at Derek O'Brien and said, please do not indulge in theatrics, to which Derek O'Brien, of course, yelled out again and said theatrics. So this was the heated exchange that took place yesterday, for which, of course, Derek O'Brien today has been suspended for the remainder of the monsoon session of Parliament. Definitely a blow, because Derek O'Brien would have been one of the more vocal participants as far as the Manipur discussion is concerned, because the government has already proposed that they're ready to go ahead with that discussion on August 11 in Rajya Sabha. The Trinamool Congress has been at the forefront in terms of course, strategizing with the Congress as far as the India alliance is concerned, and on how to corner the government during this monsoon session, especially on the issue of Manipur. Trinamool's own delegation had visited Manipur previously, and then, of course, second time round, some of its members of parliament joined the India Alliance delegation that visited Manipur as well. Derek O'Brien would have been definitely one of the speakers in that conversation that would have taken place, that is likely to take place on August 11, because he's also visited Manipur as part of the TMC delegation earlier. So this is definitely a blow as far as the India Alliance is concerned. Preeti.
Well, a big blow where the India Alliance is concerned. And also, I'll quickly bring in Rahul Srivastav, Rajdeep Sardesai back into this conversation. Rajdeep, a complete breakdown of communication where the opposition and the government is concerned. Every parliament, every session we've seen, this time again, we've seen Derek O'Brien being suspended for apparently being unruly late last night, and the allegations are that he was screaming at Amit Shah and disrespected the chair. Not just him, Sanjay Singh repeatedly being suspended session after session.
History repeats itself, Preeti, because this used to happen in Gujarat routinely. You know, if you look at Gujarat, there have been opposition MPs routinely suspended for an entire session for alleged disruption. Now you're seeing it, suspension were the exception, not the norm. Now in the 17th Lok Sabha, every session, of this Lok Sabha has some MP or the other being suspended. Look, there's a breakdown in trust at one level. There's also one-upmanship. You see, the Trinamool Congress wants to prove we are the party that is taking on the government. So Derek O'Brien gets over-exuberant. Tomorrow you'll have another, Sanjay Singh wants to prove that the Aam Aadmi Party, hum bhi picture mein hai. So there's one-upmanship at one level, but there's also a complete breakdown in trust. You know, in the previous Lok Sabha, you had Arun Jaitley in the Rajya Sabha and Sushma Swaraj in the Lok Sabha. Arun Jaitley was the kind of person who was able to reach out to politicians across the spectrum, and that made a huge difference. Piyush Goyal is much more a battle axe himself. So inevitably confrontation brews, and the chair, I'm sorry to say, is also not being seen as perfectly, the chair's role is also under question. So you've got the chair's role under question, you've got a breakdown of trust between the two sides, you've got one-upmanship within the opposition, and within the government you've got a leader of the opposition in the Rajya Sabha who's not willing to give an inch. I mean, has there been any discussion between an all-party discussion in the Rajya Sabha between the two sides? I know there was a BSc where the opposition members walked out. They did not even wait to discuss issues in the Business Advisory Council. So you've got this complete breakdown of trust, and it's going to get worse rather than get better, which is very, very sad.
When you speak about the trust deficit, it runs deeper because Jagdeep Dhankar used to be the governor of West Bengal, and today you have Derek O'Brien, who's accused of disrespecting the chair, because yesterday where the speaker, who was Mr. Dhankar, Rahul, turned around and said, use the word theatrics for what Mr. O'Brien was stating or suggesting of a discussion on Manipur and speaking with the Home Minister. To which Mr. O'Brien turned around at the chair and says, you are telling me theatrics? It's interesting of what really went down. All of that now would stand expunged primarily because Derek O'Brien has been suspended. But, the dynamics, the politics of it all, playing at very, very different quarters and levels.
I followed Parliament for now 27 years. I saw the decline come in when regional parties started getting more men. And at that time, in the initial days in 96, 97, there was a term called the destruct button. The destruct button was that irrespective of what issue was there in Parliament, somebody sitting in some state, remote state, some regional leader with just 2-3 MPs will press the destruct button, go demolish the house. And it will happen. I think slowly and slowly the politics of outside has started playing out inside Parliament. The television, the live telecast has become an issue that everybody wants to show that we are doing XYZ for our constituency. Now in that, I think eventually one should remember the task of running a house summoned by the President of India lies with the government. The government has to set the ground and agenda as far as a session is concerned. Rajdeep talked about BSc. See, the BSc is merely there to fix what bill will be taken when, what discussion will. It does not set the relationship between the opposition and the government. When do you recall in the last 10 years that you had a discussion between the government and the opposition on big issues? I remember one when Prime Minister Modi, and actually at the insistence of Arun Jaitley, invited Manmohan Singh and Sonia Gandhi to talk on GST, to explain GST. That was one. Then in 2020, post Galwan, you had a discussion called by the Prime Minister on the issue of China, on the border dispute with China. And you had, in fact, barring a sore note by Sonia Gandhi, you had even somebody as bitter a critic of the government like Mamata Banerjee coming out and saying that we back the government on the issue. So it is a possibility which is being left unexplored, and what the Parliament now is exploring are agreements to disagree. And that's what it is, that Parliament has become a akhada, extension of the political akhada outside. Like Rajdeep said, I have seen this competitive politics not just between government and the opposition, but also within the opposition ranks. Now, in which I remember Trinamool Congress in the last Lok Sabha was virtually working as the principal opposition party. It would organize daily protests at the Gandhi statue every morning. It tried to position itself in a way that it is a principal rival of the BJP because it was plotting something similar as far as Bengal is concerned. So when you're doing things, looking at elections, doing things inside parliament on what you're doing outside, I think the idea of a parliament is at peril.
All right, what we're doing right now is I'm going to quickly cut across to Polomi because she has the list of the speakers where the BJP is concerned. Polomi, interesting mix there that we have in terms of the speakers today that would be speaking. Just taking our viewers through that, you have Jyotiraditya Scindia, you have Amit Shah, you have Smriti Irani, you have Nirmala Sitharaman, and also a mix there of sorts. You have Colonel Rajavardhan Rathore, who would be speaking because he comes in from Rajasthan. There's an election in order. You have Mr. Ramesh Biduri, especially of what has gone down yesterday where the Delhi Services Bill is concerned. You have Lok Chatterjee, who would, of course, touch on what has gone down in Bihar in terms of the violence.
That's right. That is the list, in fact, Preeti, that we've just accessed. The full list of BJP speakers as far as this no confidence motion is concerned. There are 15 total speakers and they come from various regions. So it's divided region-wise, the list that we're looking at. 2 from the west, 2 from the south, 4 from the north, 2 from the northeast, 3 from the east and 2 from central. So that includes Amit Shah, who will also speak, Nirmala Sitharaman, Kiran Rijiju, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Smriti Irani, Lok Chatterjee, Bandi Sanjay, Rajdeep Roy, Ram Kirpal Yadav, Vijay Baghel, Ramesh Biduri, Sunita Duggal, Nishikant Dubey, Hina Govt and Colonel Rajavardhan Rathore. That is in fact the list which has been accessed exclusively by India Today, which basically tells you that these are the leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party, including union ministers who will in fact be cornering the opposition as far as this motion is concerned. They will be speaking on this, and like I said, we've been reporting about this, that there is a likelihood that Amit Shah will also in fact speak in this debate, because it's very likely that on the question of Manipur, all the questions that will be raised on Manipur by the opposition members of parliament, Amit Shah will include responses to the same in his speech. So that is going to be the government's strategy. Also, of course, ministers Nirmala Sitharaman, Kiran Rijiju, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Smriti Irani will of course speak on this no confidence motion debate as well, which is to in fact begin in about 10 minutes from now.
Well, it's interesting. It's a right. I want to quickly bring in Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, before he... a lot of people very trigger happy to get a picture with Rajdeep. He's on air. So I want to quickly bring in Rajdeep Sardesai into this conversation before he goes into the parliament. Rajdeep, interesting mix that they have. You have senior leaders, cabinet ministers. You also have Smriti Irani, WCD minister. A lot was said about her role or her silence where Manipur came into question. You have leaders who come in from states which are up for elections by the end of the year. You also have local leadership from Delhi, like Mr. Ramesh Biduri, who'd be talking about the Delhi Services Bill. Who do you think would be a plausible counter? Because the Congress at one time had quite a might where Lok Sabha was concerned, but dwindling. Other than the likes of a Manish Tiwari, Shashi Tharoor or a Rahul Gandhi, not much arsenal in the opposition's bounty there.
Absolutely. Look at how things have changed in a decade. A decade ago, the treasury benches of the Congress had stalwarts of parliament, Pranab Mukherjee, Chidambaram, strong leaders who could respond to the opposition. None of them are around. Lalu Prasad from within the opposition ranks. But look at what the government has. A, the government has more than 300 MPs. B, they will have much more time. And C, as the list shows, they have a wide variety. They've gone to all the battleground states, not just for Lok Sabha, but also for Vidhan Sabha. They've gone into states which they will see as potential growth areas. And to be fair, today the BJP has a wider variety of speakers in the Lok Sabha compared to the opposition. The opposition suffers from a huge talent deficit when it comes to strong parliamentary speakers at the moment in the Lok Sabha. And I think that will show in this debate. Having said that, there are some outside the Congress who are very good parliamentary speakers, and they won't get much time, which is part of the problem. But in general, I would say it's a heavily weighted debate in favor of the government. You can see from this list that the government has thought it through. Let's take in speakers who come. Jyotiraditya Scindia, Madhya Pradesh, Rajavardhan Rathore, Rajasthan. Both the states go to the polls now. Lok Chatterjee, Bengal, a state that the BJP is in a tug of war with Mamata Banerjee. Smriti Irani, who has been positioned as a face to counter Rahul Gandhi. So I think the BJP has put a lot of effort, as it often does, in just choosing the kind of speakers who could make an impact. Plus they have the entire bevy of their ministers who will be there. Nirmala Sitharaman.
Nirmala Sitharaman also speaking.
Yeah, because...
And possibly Amit Shah as well.
Because economy is one of the issues that they're going to look at closely. Amit Shah in terms of internal security, and then the Prime Minister will give the final speech. So if this was a starting point race, you'd say that the BJP is ahead of the opposition in terms of just the sheer size of the artillery that they have ready.
Yeah, and not much arsenal in the armory of the opposition. Rahul, a quick question, then we go into a break.
What I will like to point out here, Rajdeep has listed most of the pluses. The presence of Nishikant Dubey, Smriti Irani, and then Jyotiraditya Scindia. Two of them are key Rahul Gandhi betas. Right from the time I remember when the UPA was in power, Nishikant Dubey emerged as somebody who had done a lot of research in the Gandhi family. And the Robert Vadra papers and all, he was one of the people instrumental in trying to raise them in the house. Since then, he has become a Rahul beta.
Right.
Then there is Smriti Irani who defeated him. So if Rahul Gandhi is going to speak first, then there are going to be two strong Rahul Gandhi betas. Then third, Jyotiraditya Scindia, who was at one time very close. He was the, closest at one time.
Interesting, Rahul. The same man who Rahul Gandhi winked at in 2018.
Last time around, the man who winked.
Yes.
Rahul Gandhi winked at is going to be speaking against Rahul Gandhi. That fact should also. That's why I say this list is a very interesting blend created by the.
With that, I'm going to go into a quick break. Very, very interesting. Play those visuals out and one would see the deep irony and how deep that runs. Rahul Gandhi winks at Jyotiraditya Scindia. They shared a moment in 2018 where the no confidence motion was there. This time around, you have Jyotiraditya Scindia pitched in the Treasury benches speaking against Rahul Gandhi. All of that playing out in the next few days, viewers. A quick break. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
India Today is at ground zero in Torbang, and the situation is so vulnerable. Simultaneously, there is accusation of using sophisticated weapons, but these young boys risking their lives and using these single barrel gun and double barrel gun.
We love our land and our village, that's why we sacrifice our life.
No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield. And I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today, our rolling coverage on the Parliament showdown. In just a little while, Rahul Gandhi is due to speak right after his membership has been revoked. Let me cut across to the headlines first. Stand by to the biggest Parliament fight. Rahul to lead India debate in the no confidence motion in the Parliament anytime now. TMC MP Derek suspended from the Rajya Sabha for unruly behaviour. The Rajya Sabha chairman Jagdeep Dhankar orders him to leave the house. Raghav Chadha faces FIR after his motion comes under scanner. 6 MPs say that their names were added without their consent. A day after graph heat on Karnataka agriculture, in fact, the agricultural minister, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah now says the complaint is fake. It's a fake letter being circulated, calls it a smear campaign against the Congress. After 33 years, probe on crimes against Kashmiri Pandits to begin. The SIA to probe 1989 murder of Justice Gangu. Justice Ganju was killed by KJLF terrorists and investigation has now been initiated. All right, here's the big update coming in as the no trust war in the Lok Sabha is going to happen shortly from now. Rahul Gandhi not to initiate the debate as scheduled. Congress Govt Gogoi to initiate the debate. This is the update that we've gotten. In fact, it was Govt Gogoi himself who had moved the speaker for a no confidence motion, and he is the one who's listed as well. Now, if at all Rahul Gandhi has to speak, then the speaker will have to give a go-ahead to Rahul Gandhi. But it appears now that the decision has been made. Rahul Gandhi will not be initiating debate.
प्राप्त हुई है। मैंने स्थगन प्रस्ताव की सूचना की अनुमति प्रदान नहीं की गई है। सभा पटल पर रखे जाने वाले पत्र आइटम नंबर 2 श्री कृष्णपाल जी।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपके अनुमति से आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 2 पर मेरे नाम के सामने सूचीबद्ध दस्तावेजों को सदन के पटल पर रखता हूँ।
आइटम नंबर 3 श्री नित्यानंद राय जी।
महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की पुनरीक्षित कार्यसूची में क्रमांक संख्या 3 पर मेरे नाम के सम्मुख उल्लेखित दस्तावेज सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ।
आइटम नंबर 4 श्री भगवत कराड़ जी।
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your permission, on behalf of my colleague Sri Pankaj Chaudhary, I rise to lay the papers mentioned against his name at serial number 4 in revised list of business for today.
आइटम नंबर 5 श्री शोभा जी।
Paper shown as serial number 5 of the revised list of business in the Lok Sabha for today on the table of the House.
आइटम नंबर 6 श्री कैलाश चौधरी जी।
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, आपकी अनुमति से मैं आज की लोकसभा की संशोधित कार्यसूची में मेरे नाम के सम्मुख क्रम संख्या 6 पर उल्लेखित पत्र सभा पटल पर प्रस्तुत करता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 7 श्री अजय कुमार जी।
अध्यक्ष जी, मैं आज की पुनरीक्षित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 7 पर मेरे नाम के सम्मुख उल्लेखित दस्तावेज सभा पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 8 श्री निशित प्रमाणिक जी।
महोदय, आज की कार्य संचालन की संशोधित सूची क्रमांक नंबर 8 पर मेरे नाम के आगे दर्शाए गए दस्तावेज को सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ।
आइटम नंबर 9 डॉक्टर हिना गावित।
Sir, I rise to present the 7th report Hindi and English version of the Committee on Empowerment of Women 2020-23 on the subject health facilities for tribal women as listed against my name at serial number 9 in today's order paper.
आइटम नंबर 10 श्री रमेश विधुड़ जी।
अध्यक्ष जी, आज की कार्यसूची में मेरे नाम के सामने सूचीबद्ध पेट्रोलियम नेचुरल गैस संबंधित प्रतिवेदन 21-22वां आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 11 श्री राधा मोहन सिंह जी।
संख्या 11 में मेरे नाम के सामने यथा सूचीबद्ध रेल संबंधी अस्थायी समिति के 15वें एवं 16वें प्रतिवेदनों को सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ।
आइटम नंबर 12 श्री धर्मवीर सिंह जी।
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आज की कार्यसूची से क्रम संख्या 12 पर मेरे नाम के समक्ष तथा यथा सूचीबद्ध शिक्षा, महिला, बाल, युवा एवं खेल संबंधी स्थायी समिति के निम्नलिखित प्रतिवेदन अंग्रेजी और हिंदी में सभा पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 14 श्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी।
परमिशन आई राइट टू मूव।
एक मिनट। आइटम नंबर 13 श्री कृष्णपाल जी।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 13 पर मेरे नाम के सामने उल्लेखित भारी उद्योग मंत्रालय से संबंधित संसदीय स्थायी समिति के 311वीं, 316वीं, 319वीं, 321वीं प्रतिवेदन में अंतर्विध सिफारिशों के कार्यान्वयन से संबंधित व्यक्तिगत सदन के पटल पर रखता हूँ।
आइटम नंबर 14 श्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी।
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move the following. That this House do agree with the 44th report of the Business Advisory Committee presented to the House on 7th August 2023.
प्रश्न ये कि ये सभा कार्य मंत्रणा समिति द्वारा दिनांक 7/8/2023 को सभा के 44वें प्रतिवेदन से सहमत है। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहे हैं, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहे हैं। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में प्रतिवेदन स्वीकृत हुआ। महासचिव जी।
Sir, I have to report that Rajya Sabha at its sitting held on the 7th August 2023 agreed without any amendment to the Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi Amendment Bill 2023 and the Registration of Births and Deaths Amendment Bill 2023 as passed by Lok Sabha.
जिन मान्य सदस्यों को नियम 37 के अधीन मामलों को उठाने की अनुमति प्रदान की गई है, वे अपने मामले अनुमोदित पाठ को व्यक्तिगत रूप से सभा पटल पर रखने का कष्ट करें। आइटम नंबर 16 मंत्रिपरिषद में अविश्वास का प्रस्ताव श्री गौरव गोगोई जी।
एक पॉइंट सर, सुबह जहां तक मैं जानता हूं, सुबह आपके ऑफिस में एक चिट्ठी आया था सेक्रेटरी जनरल के ऑफिस में, श्री राहुल गांधी जी गौरव गोगोई स्थान पर बोल रहे हैं। क्या हुआ सर? हम तो राहुल गांधी जी के भाषण सुनने के लिए हम उत्सुक है सर, हम उत्सुक है राहुल गांधी का। राहुल क्या हो गया ऐसे? क्या एकदम सुबह सर 11:55 इनका चिट्ठी आया है सर, अभी 12 बजे चेंज हो गया। क्या हो गया? थोड़ा हमको भी समझ में आए सर, यही हमारा रिक्वेस्ट। लेट मी अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट हैज हैपेंड सर। So he just at 11:55 he has given a letter that Mr. Rahul Gandhi is going to speak. What happened in 5 minutes? What is the problem, sir? We are very much enthusiastic to listen Mr. Rahul Gandhi, sir. Rahul Gandhi के बारे में प्रधानमंत्री को बोलो तो
तो हाउस को ऑर्डर में ले। सर
श्री गौरव गोगोई जी।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपके दफ्तर में अगर क्या हो रहा है, क्या दरखास्त दी गई है, आप खुद ही आप इस सदन के रक्षक हैं। आपके दफ्तर के अंदर क्या बातचीत हुई है? क्या हम बताएं कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने आपके दफ्तर के अंदर क्या क्या बातें की हैं? हम नहीं कहते। कोविड के समय
चाहिए माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, बताना चाहिए। बताइए, एक गंभीर आरोप है माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, बताइए। प्रधानमंत्री जी का देंगे आप, प्रधानमंत्री जी का नाम लेते हुए और चेयर का नाम लेते हुए ऐसा अनाप शनाप आरोप नहीं लगा सकते, वो उनको बताना चाहिए।
दफ्तर में जो बात हम आपके विश्वास में रखते हैं और आप जो बात हमें कहते हैं उसकी भी विश्वसनीयता हम बचा के रखते हैं।
एक मिनट आप सब एक मिनट बैठिए। एक मिनट मैं बैठा हूं ना। माननीय सदस्य, कभी भी कोई भी विषय, ये मेरा चेंबर भी सदन है, आप जानते हैं, वरिष्ठ नेता हैं, कभी भी ऐसी टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहिए जिसका कोई तथ्य और सत्य ना हो। मेरा है कहना।
पब्लिक डोमेन में है सर, जो पब्लिक सर जो पब्लिक डोमेन में है, इन्होंने जो लेटर दिया है और प्रेस को भी कहा है, और प्रेस को भी कहा है सर, प्रेस के पास
अनुभव होता है,
प्रेस के पास भी सर इनका लेटर है सर, प्रेस पे चल रहा है, उसके बारे में मैंने पूछा, मैंने कुछ सीक्रेट नहीं पूछा, सीक्रेट इनका जो सीक्रेट है मैंने नहीं पूछा, लेकिन इन्होंने क्या बता रहा है, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का नाम लेके शेयर कर
गरिमा और एक संसद की,
उनको पता है, वो बोलने तो हम भी चर्चा के लिए तैयार है, लेकिन ऐसा अनाप शनाप आरोप नहीं लगा सकते हैं।
अगर मंत्री महोदय अगर ये ऐसा नियम शुरू करना चाहते हैं कि सदन आपके दफ्तर में जो बात होती है उसको बाहर उजागर करना चाहेंगे, तो बात हम भी रख सकते हैं सर, हम भी उल्टा बात रख सकते हैं अंदर के। तो इस प्रकार के आप संसदीय मंत्री हैं, आप संसदीय मंत्री हैं, आप इस
पब्लिक डोमेन में प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, इट इज इन द पब्लिक डोमेन, इट इज इन द मीडिया, इट इज इन द सोशल मीडिया, व्हाट आर यू टॉकिंग?
हमारे अध्यक्ष महोदय के दफ्तर में जो बातें करते हैं उसको इस प्रकार से आप उसका उल्लंघन मत करिए, आप संसदीय मंत्री हैं, आप तो अपना कर्तव्य याद रखिए,
आपका लेटर पब्लिक डोमेन में है,
याद रखिए, आप तो अपना कर्तव्य याद रखिए। अध्यक्ष महोदय
अब एक मिनट, महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर चर्चा कर रहे हैं, कोई भी ऐसा हम इस सदन की गरिमा के अनुसार बोलें, सदन की परंपराओं के अनुसार बोलें, अविश्वास प्रस्ताव एक गंभीर प्रस्ताव है, तो मेरा सभी सदस्यों से आग्रह है कि वह चर्चा को गंभीरता से करें तो उचित रहेगा। गौरव गोगोई जी।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं इस प्रस्ताव को आपके समक्ष रखता हूं और आपकी अनुमति की अपेक्षा करता हूं कि मैं अपना वक्तव्य रखूं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं सबसे पहले आपका आभार प्रकट करता हूं कि आपने इंडिया अलायंस के इस अविश्वास प्रस्ताव को आपने स्वीकार किया। जब आपने पूछा कि इस अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के समर्थन में कौन कौन खड़ा है, तो मैं इस मन से हमारे सारे इंडिया अलायंस दलों के सांसदों को मैं धन्यवाद और आभार प्रकट करता हूं। सर, ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव हमारी मजबूरी है, ये हमारी मजबूरी है कि हम अविश्वास प्रस्ताव हमें लाना पड़ा, क्योंकि ये बात कभी भी संख्या की नहीं थी, ये बात हमेशा इंसाफ की थी, मणिपुर के इंसाफ के लिए।
आप पहले प्रस्ताव रख दो आप पहले।
सर, प्रस्ताव मैंने आपसे अनुमति मांगा, मैं प्रस्ताव आगे करता हूँ। मैं शुरुआत में उनकी अनुमति मांगी मैं। ये इंसाफ मणिपुर की है, मणिपुर के लिए है, इंसाफ है। मैं पढ़ूँ महोदय, मैं निम्नलिखित प्रस्ताव पेश करता हूं कि ये सभा मंत्री परिषद में विश्वास का भाव व्यक्त करती है। सर, अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव मणिपुर के लिए हम लाए हैं, इंडिया अलायंस, क्योंकि मणिपुर आज इंसाफ मांगता है, मणिपुर का युवा इंसाफ मांगता है, मणिपुर की बेटी इंसाफ मांगती है, मणिपुर के किसान इंसाफ मांगते हैं, मणिपुर के छात्र इंसाफ मांगते हैं। और मार्टिन लूथर किंग ने कहा है, मार्टिन लूथर किंग ने कहा है कि अगर कहीं भी नाइंसाफी हो तो वो हर जगह के लिए इंसाफ का खतरा बन सकता है। इनजस्टिस एनीवेयर इज अ थ्रेट टू जस्टिस एवरीवेयर। तो ये जो घटनाएं मणिपुर में हो रही है, इसको ये हम ना समझे कि उत्तर पूर्वांचल के किसी कोने में हो रहा है, ये भारत में हो रहा है सर। अगर मणिपुर जल रहा है तो भारत जल रहा है, अगर मणिपुर में आग लगी है तो भारत में आग लगी है, अगर मणिपुर विभाजित हुआ है तो भारत विभाजित हुआ है। तो आज हम सिर्फ मणिपुर की बात नहीं कर रहे, हम भारत की बात कर रहे हैं। सर, हमारी मांग स्पष्ट थी कि देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आए, अपनी बात रखे, अपनी संवेदना प्रकट करे और उस पर सारे पार्टी समर्थन दे और मणिपुर को एक संदेश जाए कि इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा सदन मणिपुर के साथ है, हम मणिपुर में शांति चाहते हैं। ये हमारी अपेक्षा थी, ये हमारी अपेक्षा थी। लेकिन अफसोस की बात है कि ऐसा नहीं हुआ। प्रधानमंत्री महोदय ने एक मौन व्रत लिया कि सदन में ना लोकसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे ना राज्यसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे, और इसीलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय ये नौबत आनी पड़ी कि हम अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के द्वारा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का मौन व्रत हम तोड़ना चाहते हैं। सर, साफ साफ 3 सवाल है प्रधानमंत्री महोदय से। सवाल पहला कि आज तक वो मणिपुर क्यों नहीं गए? राहुल जी गए, इंडिया अलायंस के विभिन्न पार्टीज गए, गृह मंत्री जी गए, MOS होम गए, पर देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी क्यों नहीं गए? ये है सवाल पहला। सवाल दूसरा कि लगभग 80 दिन क्यों लगे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को मणिपुर पे कुछ बोलने के लिए, और जब बोले तो सिर्फ 30 सेकंड के लिए बोले, और उसके पश्चात आज तक भी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की तरफ से ना कोई संवेदना का शब्द, ना कोई शांति की याचना। मंत्री मंडल बोल रहे हैं कि हम बोलेंगे, हम बोलेंगे। आप बोलें, आपको किसी ने नहीं रोका, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी एक प्रधानमंत्री होने के नाते उनके शब्दों में जो महत्व है वो किसी मंत्री के शब्दों में नहीं है। माफ कीजिएगा। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी अगर प्रधानमंत्री होने के नाते एक शांति की पहल करें, उस कदम में जो ताकत है वो किसी मंत्री या किसी सांसद में वो ताकत नहीं है, एक प्रधानमंत्री होने के नाते। सवाल हमारा तीसरा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आज तक मणिपुर के मुख्यमंत्री को बर्खास्त क्यों नहीं किया? आपने गुजरात में जब निर्वाचन आए, गुजरात में जब आपको अपनी राजनीति करनी थी तो गुजरात में मुख्यमंत्री बदल दिए, एक बार नहीं 2 बार। उत्तराखंड में निर्वाचन आ रहे थे तो उत्तराखंड में 1 बार, 2 बार, 3 बार, 4 बार शायद आपने मुख्यमंत्री बदल किए। त्रिपुरा में निर्वाचन आए तो त्रिपुरा में भी आपने निर्वाचन आपने से पहले आप मुख्यमंत्री को बदला। मणिपुर के मुख्यमंत्री में ऐसा क्या आपने विशेष आपका आशीर्वाद आप दे रहे हैं जिन्होंने खुद कबूल किया है कि आज मेरे कारण एक इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर हुआ है? ये 3 सवाल हैं सर, और शायद इन 3 सवालों का 3 उत्तर भी है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मणिपुर पर क्यों मौन हैं? शायद उस प्रश्न का उत्तर भी 3 है। पहला उत्तर कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को कबूल करना पड़ेगा कि उनकी डबल इंजन की सरकार, उनकी सरकार मणिपुर में व्यर्थ हो गई है, विफल हो चुकी है। इसीलिए आज मणिपुर में 150 लोग मरे, लगभग 5000 घर जलाए गए, लगभग 60,000 लोगों आज शिविर में हैं, लगभग 6500 FIR है, और मुख्यमंत्री, प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री होने के नाते जो एक संवाद का वातावरण बनाना चाहिए था, जो एक शांति, अमन और सद्भावना का एक वातावरण जो बनाना चाहिए था, आज उन्होंने सिर्फ मई महीने से नहीं, पिछले 2-3 सालों से ऐसे कुछ भड़काऊ उन्होंने कदम लिए हैं जो आज समाज के बीच में तनाव पैदा हो गया है। आज हम मणिपुर गए हैं, क्या मणिपुर में यह सबसे पहला हिंसा हुआ है? नहीं। क्या उत्तर पूर्वांचल में यह सबसे पहला हिंसा हुआ है? नहीं। इससे पहले भी हुए हैं, मणिपुर में भी हुए हैं। मैं खुद उत्तर पूर्वांचल का हूं, मैं खुद जिम्मेवारी से कहता हूं कि हुए हैं, लेकिन पहली बार, अरे आप में से तो कोई गया भी नहीं, आप क्या जानेंगे? पहले जाओ और फिर हमें परामर्श दो, पहले आप लोग जाओ। सर, हम गए और बहुत दुख हुआ कि हमने समाज में 2 वर्गों के बीच ऐसा बंटवारा, समाज के 2 वर्गों के बीच हृदय में इतना आक्रोश, इतना गुस्सा हमने पहले कभी नहीं देखा। हमने पहले कभी भी नहीं देखा कि आज समाज का एक वर्ग दूसरे के प्रति बदले की भाषा का प्रयोग कर रहा है। हमने कभी भी नहीं देखा कि एक प्रदेश में एक ऐसी लकीर खींच दी गई है कि पहाड़ पे एक वर्ग के लोग रहते हैं और वैली में एक वर्ग के लोग रहते हैं। अफसोस की बात है सर कि जो सरकार एक इंडिया की बात करती है, आज उन्होंने 2 मणिपुर आपने बना दिए हैं। आपके राजनीति से 2 मणिपुर आज बन गए। मैं मणिपुर के मुख्यमंत्री को इस सदन से पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री वाजपेयी जी की राजधर्मों को याद करने के लिए सलाह दूंगा, जिन्होंने कहा कि राजा के लिए, शासक के लिए प्रजा में भेद नहीं हो सकता, ना जन्म के आधार पर, ना जाति के आधार पर, ना समुदाय के आधार पर। सर, आज इस माहौल में अगर सबसे ज्यादा पीड़ा किसी को झेलना पड़ा है तो महिलाओं और बच्चों को। हमने देखे हैं वो वायरल वीडियो में, उनका मैं उल्लेख नहीं करना चाहूंगा, उससे सबको पीड़ा हुआ। पर ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री जी ने स्वयं कहे कि ऐसे 100 FIRs हैं। हम भी गए हैं सर, इंडिया डेलीगेशन, हमारे संसदीय दल, उस परिवार से हम मिल के आए हैं जिसमें 2 महिलाओं के साथ इतना बुरा व्यवहार हुआ, अत्याचार हुआ। हमने ऐसे भी एक परिवार से मिले जिसमें एक 80 साल की महिला, जो एक स्वतंत्रता संग्रामी की पत्नी थी, उसको घर के अंदर बंद करके जिंदा जला दिया। जो 2 महिला जिसको लेकर आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक ये बात गई है, उसमें से एक महिला का पत्नी कारगिल में हमारे देश के लिए हमारी सीमा को सुरक्षा कर रहा था। वो कारगिल का जवान बोल रहा है, मैंने देश को बचाया पर मैं अपने घर और अपने परिवार को नहीं बचा पाया। जब हम उनसे मिलते हैं तो हमको क्या कहें? आप लोग कहते हैं हम फोटो ऑप करने गए थे। सर, दुख के समय में संवेदना उनको देने गए थे। आज महिलाओं, बच्चों के साथ आऊंगा, अब सारे बातों पे आऊंगा, सब पे आऊंगा। धर्मीय जगह को भी बख्शा नहीं गया। धर्मीय अनुष्ठान पर भी आज भीड़ घुसी और उसका असम्मान किया। आज इंटरनेट नहीं है। आप कहते हैं कि सब नॉर्मल है, स्थिर है, आज भी इंटरनेट नहीं है, बच्चे स्कूल नहीं जा पा रहे, लोग अपनी बातें नहीं रख पा रहे। आज भी कितनी महिलाओं पर अत्याचार हुआ है, वो अपनी बात ही नहीं रख पा रहे। वो तो वीडियो वायरल हो गया, नहीं तो मुझे लगता था कि आज तक प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन रहते अगर वीडियो वायरल नहीं होता। पर ऐसे हजार से ऐसे अत्याचार हुए। लेकिन वहां के मुख्यमंत्री क्या कहते हैं? अभी ड्रग्स के ऊपर वो बोलते हैं कि ये सब ड्रग्स के लिए हुआ है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, बहुत गंभीर पूर्वक मैं ये बात आपके समक्ष सदन में रख रहा हूं कि मणिपुर के मुख्यमंत्री के कार्यालय से जब एक ड्रग माफिया के बड़े नेता को वहां की पुलिस ने पकड़ा तो मुख्यमंत्री के दफ्तर से फोन गया कि उस ड्रग के माफिया को बचाओ, रिहा करो। और वो ड्रग का माफिया कौन था? वो ड्रग का माफिया आप ही की दल के ऑटोनोमस डिस्ट्रिक्ट काउंसिल के चेयरमैन थे, जो वहां पे जब इटोचा सिंह को पकड़ा गया, लोयांग नांगबंग इटोचा, जब इस व्यक्ति को पकड़ा गया तो मुख्यमंत्री के दफ्तर से फोन गया कि इसको रिहा करो। और ये इटोचा कौन है? वहीं के राज्य सरकार के पीएचई मिनिस्टर सुशील द्रो के भाई हैं। आज ये इन सरकार राज्य में ड्रग्स की बात करते हैं, ड्रग्स के साथ मुख्यमंत्री महोदय के दफ्तर का ताल्लुकात है। ये बात मैं नहीं कर रहा, वो पुलिस अफसर जिनको इनकी राज्य सरकार ने मेडल दिया, वो आज वो बात कर रही है कि ये सरकार ने मुझे मेडल दिया और यही सरकार मुझे ड्रग्स से जुड़े हुए इनके दल के नेताओं को छोड़ने के लिए कह रही है। उन्होंने अपना मेडल वापस कर दिया राज्य सरकार। पॉपी फार्मिंग की बात करते हैं। आज आपका ही नारकोटिक्स एंड अफेयर्स ऑफ बॉर्डर NAB ये कहता है द स्केल ऑफ पॉपी प्लांटेशन इन मणिपुर हैज स्प्रेड अक्रॉस 15,400 acres of land in the hills between 2017 and 2023। 2017 में आपकी सरकार आई थी। आज इंडियन फॉरेस्ट सर्वे रिपोर्ट 2021 में कहता है that within 2 years time the forest area of Manipur has decreased by 248.63 square kilometers। ये आपके सरकार के नजर के सामने वहां के जंगलों को काटा जा रहा है और पॉपी फार्मिंग को बढ़ावा दिया जा रहा है। गृह मंत्री ड्रग्स को लेकर बार बार वक्तव्य देते हैं, लेकिन गृह मंत्री महोदय आपको भी पता है कि पिछले 5-6 सालों में ड्रग्स की ये समस्या कमी नहीं थमी नहीं, बढ़ती जा रही है। लगभग 2017 में NCRB का डेटा है 1113 केसेस, 2021 में 3611। तो ड्रग्स की समस्या आज बढ़ती जा रही है। तो कहीं ना कहीं प्रधानमंत्री जी चाहते हैं कि वो मौन रहे ताकि उनकी राज्य सरकार की छवि धूमिल ना हो, क्योंकि उनको छवि से लगाव है। चाहे लोगों पे अत्याचार हो, ड्रग्स की समस्या बड़ी हो, ये उनके लिए महत्व नहीं रखता। पर जैसे कि मैंने कहा कि उनके मौन रहने का कारण 3 है, अभी तो मैंने सिर्फ एक कारण का उजागर किया। और दूसरा कारण यह है, और बहुत मैं सम्मानपूर्वक ये बात कहना चाहता हूं, दूसरा कारण प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का मौन रहने का यह है कि आज भारत केंद्र सरकार का गृह विभाग और राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सलाहकार आज विफल हुए हैं। क्या हो रहा है मणिपुर में? 5000 से ज्यादा हथियार आज लोगों के हाथों में हैं। लगभग 35 पुलिस स्टेशंस में भीड़ वहां जाकर वहां से हथियार अपने साथ ले जाते हैं। कभी आप जितने भी राज्यों का आपने जो उजागर किया है, कभी ऐसी स्थिति देखी है कि 2 महीनों में एक भीड़ पुलिस थाने में जाकर, पुलिस ट्रेनिंग कॉलेज में जाकर वहां पे जो हथियार है वो लेके जाती है? क्या क्या हथियार ले गए हैं? क्या क्या हथियार लूट के ले गए हैं? इंसास राइफल, AK-47, लाइट LMG लाइट मशीन गन, सेल्फ लोडिंग राइफल, SMC, मोटर, ग्रेनेड, बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट, 6 लाख एम्यूनेशन, 6 लाख गोलियां आज लोगों के बीच में है। कि ये राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा का मामला नहीं है? कहां है राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सलाहकार? ये जो बंदूक है, ये जो गोलियां हैं, किस पर चलाएंगे? ये गोलियां हमारे भारतीय सेना के नौजवानों पे चलाएंगे। ये गोलियां मणिपुर के पुलिस पर चलाए जाएंगे। ये गोलियां मणिपुर के निहत्थे लोगों पर बरसाए जाएंगे। क्या क्या आपने आज ये जो हथियार है सिर्फ मणिपुर तक सीमित नहीं रहेंगे सर। लगभग ये जो 6 लाख एम्यूनेशन है, गोला बारूद है, AK-47, ये तो युद्ध के हथियार है, ये युद्ध के अस्त्र है। ये सिर्फ मणिपुर तक नहीं सीमित रहेंगे, ये आज उत्तर पूर्वांचल में भारत के अलग अलग जगह में ये हथियार जाएंगे और भारत के समाज को आज अशांति का वातावरण बनाएंगे। तो क्या कर रहे हैं आप? आज दुख की बात है कि अभी मुख्यमंत्री पहले तो समाज पर दोष ठहरा रहे थे, अब मुख्यमंत्री, मणिपुर के मुख्यमंत्री केंद्र सरकार और असम राइफल्स पे आज निशाना साध रहे। आज ही हमें सुनने में मिला कि असम राइफल्स, जिसको जिम्मेवारी दी गई है देश को, लोगों को बचाने के लिए, उनको हटाया जा रहा है। मुख्यमंत्री के घर के जो विधायक हैं, मैं उनका नाम नहीं लूंगा, वो पूछते हैं कि इतने हथियार कहां से आए? क्या कर रही है केंद्रीय शासित सुरक्षा दल? यह असम राइफल्स किसके अनुसार काम करता है? यह असम राइफल्स गृह विभाग के मंत्रालय से इनको निर्देश दिया जाता है। तो एक ऐसी व्यवस्था बन गई है मणिपुर में कि मणिपुर के पुलिस आज असम राइफल्स के जवान पर उंगली उठा रहे हैं, असम राइफल्स के जवान आज मणिपुर के पुलिस पर उंगली उठा रही है। ये बना है 21वीं सदी के भारत में। ऐसे हम समाधान कर रहे हैं पिछले 3 महीनों से। आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो जांच कमेटी बैठाई, उससे साफ साफ साबित होता है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी आज केंद्र सरकार और राज्य सरकार के जो काम है उसको स्वीकार नहीं किया है। आज इसीलिए कमेटी बैठाई गई है। मैं पूछना चाहूंगा कि गृह मंत्री, आपने एक 51 मेंबर्स का कमेटी बैठाया, कितने बार वो कमेटी बैठी? आप 3 दिन थे, आप वहां पे गए, 51 आपने एक पीस कमेटी बैठाई, अच्छी बात है, लेकिन वो कमेटी आज तक असफल रही। गृह मंत्री ने कहा कि मैं 15 दिन बाद में आऊंगा, पर गृह मंत्री 15 दिन हो गए हैं पर मणिपुर में दिखाई नहीं दिए। जब एक सस्पेंडेड इंसर्जेंसी ग्रुप UKLF यूनाइटेड कुकी लिबरेशन फ्रंट का चेयरमैन SS हाउके लीगल बयान में, एफिडेविट में यह बात कहता है कि भाजपा ने 2017 और 2019 के निर्वाचन में एक उग्रपंथी संगठन का उन्होंने सहयोग लिया। एक लीगल एफिडेविट में यह बात लिखा है। यह है इनका राष्ट्रवाद, यह है इनका राष्ट्रवाद, जो राष्ट्रवाद देश की अखंडता को आज सत्य के दांव पे आज भूल चुका है। यह राष्ट्रवाद है कि जो आज देश की अखंडता के साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहा है। आज उत्तर पूर्वांचल में आपके बड़े बड़े जो भी बातें हैं सारे अभी तक नाकाम रहे हैं। NRC की बात करते हैं, आज तक NRC असम में लागू नहीं हुआ। CAA की बात करते हैं, ऐसा एक माहौल वहां पे हुआ कि पूर्व जापान के प्रधानमंत्री असम नहीं जा पाए। नागा पीस फ्रेमवर्क 8 साल हो गए, अभी तक हमने नहीं देखा कि ये नागा पीस फ्रेमवर्क में हुआ क्या है। गृह मंत्री आज नागा विधायक से अलग से मिलते हैं, मणिपुर के से आए हुए कुकी विधायक से अलग से मिलते हैं। क्यों नहीं आप सबको एक साथ मिलकर बुलाएं और शांति की अपेक्षा करें? ये अलग अलग मीटिंग क्यों? ऐसे उत्तर पूर्वांचल की समस्या नहीं सुलझेगी कि अगर आप समाज, जाति, धर्म के आधार पर बंटवारा करें। आपको साथ में लेना पड़ेगा। पहली बार हम ये देख रहे हैं कि 2 उत्तर पूर्वांचल के राज्य असम और मिजोरम के पुलिस अफसर एक दूसरे पे गोली चला रहे। ये आपकी राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा की नीति है। इसी बात का उजागर राहुल गांधी जी ने इस सदन में किया था जब उन्होंने आपको चेतावनी दी थी कि आप उत्तर पूर्वांचल के साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहे हो। उत्तर पूर्वांचल हमारे देश का हिस्सा है, इन्होंने कहा था। आज जो तीसरा कारण मैं आना चाहता हूं जिसके कारण प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन है। पहला, उनकी राज्य सरकार विफल थी। दूसरा, उनका गृह विभाग और राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सलाहकार विफल रहे। और तीसरा, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मौन रहने का कि वो अपनी भूल कबूल करना नहीं चाहते। अगर वो बोले तो कि उनकी चूक हुई है राज्य सरकार से, तो ये भूल वो कभी जनता के सामने कबूल नहीं करना चाहते, मौन रहना पसंद करते हैं। और ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ है, ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ है जब भारत के स्वर्ण पदक लाने वाले कुश्ती के महिला खिलाड़ी जब सड़क पे जब विरोध कर रहे थे तो प्रधानमंत्री मौन थे। जब 750 किसान आंदोलन पे उनकी जीवन गई, बलिदान दिया, शहीद हुए तो प्रधानमंत्री मौन थे। जब 2020 में दिल्ली में रायट्स हुए, दंगे हुए, पर विदेश के एक सरकार के नेता आए थे, उस समय भी प्रधानमंत्री मौन थे। जब अडानी पर इसी सदन में राहुल गांधी जी ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से सवाल किया कि कितने बार अडानी जी एक विशेष कंपनी को प्रधानमंत्री के साथ जाने पर उनको सुविधा हुआ तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन थे। जब हम बार बार पूछते हैं सर बड़ी आश्चर्य की बात है कि सर कि अभी तक मैंने प्रधानमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने मुख्यमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने गृह मंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक इनकी तरफ से विरोध नहीं आया, लेकिन जब एक विशेष कंपनी के मालिक का नाम लिया तो ये सारे मंत्री और सांसद खड़े हो गए। किसकी सरकार है सर? ये किसकी सरकार है? जब चीन पर हमने सवाल किया, चीन पर आप पूछे, मैं चीन पर आता हूं, जब चीन पर हमने सवाल किया कि चीन हमारे सीमा के अंदर कितना आए, कितने किलोमीटर पर है, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन रहे। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने G20 के बाली समिट में प्रेसिडेंट शी जिनपिंग के साथ क्या बातचीत की, उनके विदेश मंत्रालय ने इसको छुपाने की कोशिश की, लेकिन जब चीन के विदेश मंत्रालय से बात आई तो भारत सरकार के विदेश मंत्रालय ने खुद कबूल किया कि हाँ, हमने ये बात छुपाई थी कि बहुत संवेदनशील बातें प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने शी जिनपिंग के साथ बाली में किया। हम पूछना चाहते कि क्या बातें की आपने, क्या समझौता हुआ, क्या बताएंगे? विदेश मंत्री ने कुछ दिन पहले हम सबके समक्ष एक स्टेटमेंट रखा, पर उस स्टेटमेंट पर भी बाली में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी और प्रेसिडेंट राष्ट्रपति शी जिनपिंग के बीच में क्या बात हुई, इन्होंने उजागर नहीं किया। आप चीन की बात करते हैं, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी जब जम्मू कश्मीर के पूर्व राज्यपाल ने कहा कि उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री को फोन किया था, तो पूर्व ये राज्यपाल ने क्या कहा कि उनको चुप रहने का सलाह उनको मिला। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन रहे। जब पूर्व एक राज्यपाल ने कहा कि हमने सुरक्षा मांगी थी हमारे पुलवामा के जवानों के लिए, लेकिन हमको कोई सुरक्षा नहीं मिली, जब ऐसा गंभीर बात एक पूर्व राज्यपाल, आपकी ही चुनी हुई राज्यपाल ने रखा, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन रहे। जब कोविड में सेकेंड वेव में लोग के सांसों में, फाफड़ों में ऑक्सीजन नहीं था, तब प्रधानमंत्री पश्चिम बंगाल में वोट मांग रहे थे। जब मणिपुर में महिलाओं पर अत्याचार हो रहा था, तो प्रधानमंत्री जी कर्नाटक में वोट मांग रहे थे। ये कैसा राष्ट्रवाद है? ये एक कैसा राष्ट्रवाद है जो देश से ऊपर अपने सत्ता को ज्यादा महत्व देता है? इस देश के इतिहास में हमने दूसरे प्रधानमंत्री भी देखे हैं। हमने ऐसे भी प्रधानमंत्री देखे हैं जिन्होंने उत्तर पूर्वांचल और भारत की संवेदना को समझा। मैं उदाहरण देना चाहता हूं, जब असम में हमारा असम अकॉर्ड हुआ 1985 में, तो असम में हमारी कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, लेकिन शांति के पहल के लिए उस समय के पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री राजीव गांधी जी ने कहा कि कांग्रेस की सरकार बर्खास्त होनी चाहिए, हम एक निर्वाचन लाना चाहते हैं ताकि शांति आगे बढ़े। ये हमारा राष्ट्रवाद है कि दल से ऊपर हमारा देश, ये हमारा राष्ट्रवाद है। जब मीजो अकॉर्ड हुआ, सुन लीजिए, सुनने का धैर्य रखिए। जब मीजो अकॉर्ड हुआ 1986 में, तो मिजोरम में हमारी सरकार थी, लेकिन राजीव गांधी जी ने लालडेंगा जी के साथ समझौता करके मीजो अकॉर्ड उन्होंने स्थापना किया 1986 में, और वहां के पूर्व लालडेंगा जी मिजोरम के इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट के मुख्यमंत्री बने। और निर्वाचन ये है कि हमें सत्ता नहीं, हमें शांति चाहिए उत्तर पूर्वांचल में। अगर सत्ता खोनी पड़ी, दल का बलिदान देना पड़ा, तो उत्तर पूर्वांचल और देश की अखंडता के लिए हम वो बलिदान देने के लिए तैयार हैं। सोनिया जी को याद होगा, जब मीजो अकॉर्ड हुआ उसके अगले ही दिन राजीव गांधी जी और सोनिया जी मिजोरम गए थे, आइजवाल गए थे, और जगह जगह पर लोगों ने इन दोनों का स्वागत किया और उन्होंने कहा, स्वागत राजीव गांधी जी, वेलकम राजीव गांधी जी, आप शांति के प्रतीक हो। ऐसा पहल प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मणिपुर में क्यों नहीं करते? हम उनका समर्थन करेंगे। इस सदन में जब 2012 में असम में कोकराझार में जब हिंसा हुआ तो इस सदन में, लोकसभा में, राज्यसभा में प्रधानमंत्री, हमारे पहले प्रधानमंत्री डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी ने इस सदन में उन्होंने बात रखी। जब कोकराझार में जब हिंसा हुआ तो उसके 7 दिन बाद प्रधानमंत्री मनमोहन सिंह जी वहां पर गए और उन्होंने कहा, क्या कहा? उन्होंने कहा असम में जाकर, वी आर वन पीपल, वी आर वन नेशन, वी मस्ट लिव टुगेदर एज सच, वी मस्ट रिस्टोर पीस एंड काम थ्रू आउट द एरिया। ऐसी बातें प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी क्यों नहीं कर? चलिए मेरे दल का नहीं, चलिए मेरे दल का नहीं, मैं आपके दल का उदाहरण देता हूं। जब 2002 में गुजरात में जब दंगे हुए तो उस समय के प्रधानमंत्री वाजपेयी जी गुजरात गए थे, शाह आलम के वो रेफ्यूजी कैंप में गए थे। तो सीधा सीधा सर, मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी से 3 में हमारी याचना है, 3 हमारे याचना है। याचना 1 कि वो सदन में आकर अपनी बात रखे, लोकसभा में आए और राज्यसभा में भी जाएं, लोकसभा में भी आए और राज्यसभा में भी जाए। हमारी याचना दूसरा कि वो मणिपुर जाए और पूरे पार्टी को लेके जाए। ये बात हमने सदन के प्रारंभ होने से भी पहले कहा था कि अगर प्रधानमंत्री पूरा मणिपुर को में एक ऑल पार्टी डेलीगेशन लेके जाएंगे तो हम सब उसमें शामिल होंगे। और हमारा तीसरा ये याचना है कि मणिपुर के विभिन्न समाज सेवक संगठनों को बुलाकर एक मीटिंग करिए, शांति का एक पहल रखिए। लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री क्या कर रहे हैं? प्रधानमंत्री आज इंडिया अलायंस को बदनाम करने में तुले हैं, देश के नाम को आज बदनाम करने में तुले हैं। अफसोस की बात है, अफसोस की बात है, जब आप पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया की बात करते हैं, इंडिया मुजाहिदीन की बात करते हैं, ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी की बात करते हैं, तो हम इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करते हैं, हम इंडियन स्पेस रिसर्च ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की बात करते हैं, हम इंडियन पुलिस फोर्स की बात करते हैं, हम इंडियन एयरफोर्स की बात करते हैं। आप जब इंडिया को बदनाम करते हैं तो हमें तो भारत का तिरंगा दिखता है, जहां पे गेरुआ है, सफेद है, हरा है और बीच में अशोक का चक्र है। आज नफरत एक हथियार बन चुका है, नफरत एक हथियार बन चुका है वोट जीतने के लिए। वो चाहे मणिपुर में हो, वो चाहे हरियाणा में हो, वो चाहे कर्नाटक में हो, वो चाहे मध्य प्रदेश में हो। आप जितना भी नफरत फैलाएं, आप जितना भी नफरत फैलाएं, हमने राहुल जी के नेतृत्व में भारत जोड़ो यात्रा किया है। आपके नफरत के बाजार में हम जगह जगह पे मोहब्बत का दुकान खोलेंगे। हम संविधान की सुरक्षा करेंगे। Our constitution that talks about equality, liberty, justice, fraternity, हम इस संविधान के आदर्शों की हम सुरक्षा करेंगे। आप पूंजीपतियों का विकास चाहते हैं, सबका विकास कहते हैं, लेकिन करते हैं पूंजीपतियों का विकास, और वो भी सिर्फ 6 पूंजीपतियों का। आज भारत में एक ऐसा हमने व्यवस्था देखा है कि 6 कंपनियों के पास आज 25% पोर्ट है, 45% सीमेंट प्रोडक्शन है, 33% स्टील प्रोडक्शन है, 60% टेलीकॉम प्रोडक्शन है, 45% कोल प्रोडक्शन है। ये है आपका विकास का मॉडल, ये है आपका विकास का मॉडल। मैं उस कंपनी का नाम नहीं लूंगा जिससे आप उत्तेजित हो जाते हैं एक बार, लेकिन दूसरे कंपनी को तो नाम ले सकता हूं। ये कैसा प्रक्रिया है सर? ये कैसा कॉम्पिटिटिव इकोनॉमी बना रहे हैं? जब अप्रैल 2030 में श्री सीमेंट संघी इंडस्ट्रीज को खरीदना चाहता है तो जून में ही श्री सीमेंट पर आईटी का डिपार्टमेंट का रेड होता है, और जुलाई 2023 में श्री सीमेंट एक्विजिशन से बाहर निकलता है, और अगस्त में अडानी का अंबुजा सीमेंट संघी इंडस्ट्री को ये इकोनॉमी बना रहे हैं। ऐसा इकोनॉमी आप बनाएंगे? हम चाहते हैं पूंजीपतियों का विकास नहीं, हम चाहते हैं कि किसान का विकास हो जिससे राहुल जी मिले हैं। हम चाहते हैं वो मैकेनिक का विकास हो जिससे राहुल जी मिले हैं। हम चाहते हैं वो फैक्ट्री वर्कर का विकास हो जिससे हमारे पास आते हैं वो स्मॉल बिजनेस, वो ट्रेडर्स जो हमारे पास आते हैं, हम उनका विकास चाहते हैं। आप गरीबों की बात करते हैं, आपने गरीबों के साथ विश्वासघात किया है। आज टमाटर 2050 केजी में, पेट्रोल 102 लीटर का, एलपीजी 1200 रुपए सिलेंडर का, मिल्क आज दूध के दाम पे। आपको इकोनॉमी की बात करते हैं, लार्जेस्ट फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी की बात करते हैं, जाइए ये भाषा उस आजाद मंडी के उस आदमी के सामने वो रखिए जिसके आंसू आज पूरे देश ने देखा है, जो कहता है रो रो के कि मेरे पास पैसा नहीं है। ये जीडीपी और फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी की बातें उनको समझाइएगा। आजादपुर मंडी में राहुल जी गए, आप किसान की बात करते हैं, आपके डेटा में आज हमको मिला है कि लगभग 10,000 किसानों ने आत्महत्या कर दी है, जिसमें से किसान है, श्रमिक है, कल्टीवेटर्स है। ये है पार्लियामेंट में आज उत्तर आता है कि एमजीएनरेगा में 5 करोड़ लोगों को आज एमजीएनरेगा से बाहर कर दिया है। ये आपका विकास है। तो सर ये आप गरीबों पे विश्वासघात करिए, हम राजस्थान की तरह देश में महंगाई में हम राहत लाएंगे। आप आदिवासियों में अत्याचार करें, हम आदिवासी छात्र, महिलाओं और एनजीओस के साथ हम भारत को हम जोड़ेंगे और इंडिया को जिताएंगे। इंडिया दैट इज अ यूनियन ऑफ स्टेट्स, वी विल प्रोटेक्ट एंड वी विल विन। जो 2024 में भारत जीतेगा, इंडिया जीतेगा, इतना अहंकार मत करिए। इन्हीं बातों के साथ मैं अपना प्रस्ताव यहीं पे रखता हूं। धन्यवाद।
निशिकांत दुबे।
सर आपकी इजाजत हो तो मैं यहां से बोलना चाहता हूं सर। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मुझे लगता था कि अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पर राहुल जी बोलेंगे, कांग्रेस के मित्र बोलेंगे और कोई बहुत बड़ा विषय होगा जिसके आधार पर कि रूल्स का फायदा उठाते हुए।
माननीय सदस्य ने पूरी बात कही है, ऐसे नहीं चलेगा। प्लीज बैठिए।
इसके बाद राहुल जी भी नहीं बोल पाएंगे और कोई अपोजिशन का आदमी नहीं बोल पाएगा। मैंने धैर्यपूर्वक सुना है, आप मुझे धैर्यपूर्वक सुनिए।
निशिकांत जी।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, अध्यक्ष महोदय, फिर ये नहीं चलेगा हाउस। यदि वो हल्ला करेंगे ये हाउस नहीं चलेगा, ये हाउस नहीं चलेगा, ये हाउस नहीं चलेगा।
प्लीज आपको मैंने अलाउ नहीं किया है। प्लीज माननीय सदस्यगण, ये महत्वपूर्ण डिबेट है और महत्वपूर्ण डिबेट में आपके माननीय सदस्य ने पूरी बात कही है, सबने पूरी ध्यानपूर्वक सुनी है। अब निशिकांत जी बोल रहे हैं, आप इस तरीके से डिस्टर्बेंस करना ठीक नहीं है सदन की तरफ। बाली निशिकांत जी।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, अध्यक्ष महोदय, अभी मणिपुर की बड़ी चर्चा हुई। सबसे पहले तो मैं इस अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के विरोध के लिए खड़ा हुआ। मैं अपने पार्टी के नेतृत्वकर्ता आदरणीय मोदी जी और पूरे पार्टी का शुक्रगुजार हूं कि इतने महत्वपूर्ण बिल पर पार्टी ने मुझे बोलने के लिए खड़ा किया। अभी मैंने गौरव गोगोई को सुना सर।
माननीय सदस्य प्लीज बैठिए, प्लीज बैठिए, बैठिए। नो कॉन्फिडेंस में चर्चा नहीं करना चाहते आप? बैठिए, मैं बताता हूं आपको। माननीय सदस्यगण, अब प्लीज माननीय सदस्यगण, आपको पता है कि लोकसभा और राज्यसभा टीवी को मिलाकर संसद टीवी कर दिया है, ठीक है ना? एक मिनट, पहले संसद टीवी नहीं था तो लोकसभा लाइव होता था और राज्यसभा अलग से लाइव होता था। आपने कोई विशेष ध्यान में डाला है, मैं उसको संज्ञान में लूंगा।
That's the Lok Sabha proceedings that we're playing out live to you. We heard Gaurav Gogoi speaking. It's now the turn of the BJP MP to speak. Chaos erupts. All right, there you have sloganeering that already erupts, even as Gaurav Gogoi of the Congress has initiated the debate on the no-confidence motion. It's now time for the BJP Neta to speak, but we hear chants and sloganeering playing out inside the Lok Sabha on day one of the no-trust vote.
एक मिनट प्लीज मैंने व्यवस्था दे दी है। बंद हो गया।
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी,
आप मैंने बताया व्यवस्था दे दी है, अभी हो जाएगा। क्या
attempting to calm nerves as right after Gaurav Gogoi from the Congress party has spoken. It's now time for the BJP to speak, but we're seeing all the chants and slogans playing out in the Lok Sabha. And one should know the Rajya Sabha has now been adjourned until noon. It will resume at 2 p.m. For now, we see chaos in the Lok Sabha. The Lok Sabha has started off with the no confidence motion debate on Manipur issue. It was Gaurav Gogoi who initiated the talk there. He initiated the debate, even though there was a lot of speculation that Rahul Gandhi would, after Gaurav Gogoi speaks, here's sloganeering that now erupts.
ऐसा स्क्रॉलिंग तो चलता है सर, इनका भाषण तो लाइव हो रहा है, गौरव गोगोई जी का भाषण लाइव हो गया है, इनका प्रॉब्लम क्या है यही मैं समझ में नहीं आ रहा, इतना डर क्यों है, इतना असुरक्षितता भावना क्यों है, why they are so much of afraid?
सर ये सोचा था कि राहुल गांधी जी की भाषण होगी और राहुल गांधी का भाषण का छोटा करने के लिए, गुमराह करने के लिए, राहुल गांधी जी टक्कर देने के लिए राहुल गांधी की भाषण नहीं हुई, ये बस गुगली खा गए।
बटन मेरे पास नहीं है, इसका बटन मेरे पास थोड़ी है।
Here it appears that the opposition has complaints about not being given sufficient time, while the BJP arguing. Of course, we're seeing the centre versus the India bloc. There's arguments happening right with the speaker at this point, almost looking helpless. This is the day one of the no confidence motion. It was expected to play out in such a manner, and that's exactly what's happening. That's the speaker really trying hard to calm
इसी सदन से पारित
the MPs.
योजना का एक स्क्रॉल चला रहे छोटे से छोर, और इनका जो लाइव भाषण हो ही गया है, गौरव गोगोई का पूरा लाइव दिखाया है, इसमें प्रॉब्लम क्या है, इतना असुरक्षित भावना नहीं रहना चाहिए, इतना असुरक्षित, this type of insecurity feeling should not be there. You should not have so much of insecurity feeling, and whenever there is a discussion, such type of scrollings are always there.
All right. You had Pralad Joshi who says that speeches are going live. Gaurav Gogoi was live entirely. He shouldn't be insecure. There's a huge debate that's happening right now, where just after the no confidence motion debate started off with Gaurav Gogoi, after the speech was complete, you heard MPs now indulging in blame game about their speech not being relayed. Opposition raises objection over Sansad TV broadcast, claims that Sansad TV is blacking out the trust debate. Nonetheless, we're of course on India Today relaying the entire speech that was given by Gaurav Gogoi, who opened up the debate for the no confidence motion on the Manipur issue itself. But clearly, it seems like the opposition has shown some reservations, raised concerns about their debate being blacked out, that their voice is not being heard. There's a deliberate attempt to shut them off. And of course, you heard a reaction from BJP's Pralad Joshi, who clearly says do not have such insecurities. Gaurav Gogoi's entire talk was relayed live.
स्पीकर के पास नहीं रहता। ये टीवी का कंट्रोल एक सिस्टम है जो आपने बनाया है। आप इस छोटी बातों पर इस तरीके से गंभीर टिप्पणी करना उचित नहीं है। निशिकांत जी।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं इस अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के विरोध में खड़ा हुआ। मैं अपने दल के नेता माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी और पूरी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लीडरशिप का शुक्रगुजार हूं।
एक मिनट माननीय सदस्य, आप सीनियर व्यवस्था हो, शब्द बोलते समय ढंग से बोला करो, ये तरीका ठीक नहीं है। आप क्या शब्द बोलते हो, क्या नहीं बोलते, अच्छा लगता है क्या?
पार्टी का शुक्रगुजार हूं कि उन्होंने मुझे अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पर जो है पहले वक्ता के तौर पर बोलने के लिए खड़ा किया। मैं ये सोच रहा था कि राहुल जी बोलेंगे, क्योंकि मीडिया में तरह तरह की खबरें आ रही थी, लेकिन लगता है कि शायद राहुल जी आज तैयार नहीं थे, देर से उठे होंगे तो नहीं बोल पाए। कोई बात नहीं है, गौरव गोगोई जी ने बोला, बहुत अच्छा बोला। स्पीकर सर, गौरव गोगोई जब बोल रहे थे, इस कांग्रेस पार्टी को शहादत के बारे में, लोगों का क्या बलिदान है इसके बारे में कुछ पता नहीं है। इन्होंने मणिपुर की बात की और पूरे देश को नहीं, पूरे संसद को जो है इन्होंने चैलेंज किया कि आप लोग में से बहुत लोग मणिपुर नहीं गए होंगे, मणिपुर नहीं देखा है आपने। मैं मणिपुर के इतिहास का भुक्तभोगी हूं। मेरे मामा NK तिवारी 73 में अपनी पैर जो है वो गंवा चुके मणिपुर में, और 1989-90 में मणिपुर में उनके ऊपर अटैक हुआ। CRPF के वो DIG हुआ करते थे, और जो जगमोहन जी ने अपनी किताब लिखी है माई फ्रोजन टर्बुलेंस इन कश्मीर, उसमें उन्होंने 10 बार जिक्र किया है कि यदि NK तिवारी जैसे अफसर नहीं होते तो शायद कश्मीर नहीं बचा पाते। और वही NK तिवारी जब मणिपुर में IG बनकर गए तो आपकी सरकार ने उसी ओपीएम लॉबी के तहत उनको गिरफ्तार कर लिया, और कोर्ट ने कहा कि ये आप कर सकते हैं। आप राष्ट्रवाद की बात करते हो, आप मणिपुर की बात करते हो। आपने अभी कहा कि असम में समझौता हुआ, आप तो असम के हैं, सांसद हैं। क्या 83 के चुनाव में कितने % लोगों ने असम में वोट दिया था? कितने लोग मारे गए थे? और जब आपने ऑल इंडिया असम स्टूडेंट्स यूनियन के साथ समझौता किया तो उस समझौते का एक पार्ट था कि ये सरकार जो है हटाई जाएगी, आपकी सरकार खत्म की जाएगी। क्या वो समझौते का पार्ट नहीं था? मैं तो माननीय गृह मंत्री जी को कहूंगा कि वो समझौते का जो पूरा प्रारूप है इस सदन के अंदर जब अपना जवाब दें तो शायद वो जवाब देंगे। मिजोरम में आपने 7% वोट के आधार पर, केवल 7% वोट के आधार पर, केवल 7% पूरे देश को जानने के लिए है, लालथन हावला की सरकार बना दी थी। और इसीलिए जब लाल डेंगा के साथ सरकार बनाई आपने, जब उनके साथ समझौता किया तो 7% के साथ आप उसको डेमोक्रेसी चलाने देते। इतिहास में जाइए, इतिहास में झांकिए, अलग अलग तरह की बातें करते हैं। कल राहुल जी आए, ऐसा हंगामा हुआ, पूरी दुनिया आ गई। राहुल जी गए ही कब थे? हम लोग भी यहां सारे सांसद बैठे हैं और उनको जानकारी होनी चाहिए कि हम जो है बजट सेशन में यहां आए थे, मार्च अप्रैल में यहां आए थे ना। राहुल जी थे बजट सेशन में कि नहीं थे ना? इसके बाद हम लोग मानसून सेशन में आए, राहुल जी हैं कि नहीं मानसून सेशन में? राहुल जी गए कहां थे? कहां गए थे? किस तरह की चर्चा है? और दूसरी बात यह है कि जिस सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट के आधार पर आए हैं उसने अभी जजमेंट नहीं दिया है, अभी स्टे ऑर्डर दिया है। और तो भी उन्होंने कहा है, लोग कहते हैं प्रधानमंत्री मौन है, प्रधानमंत्री माफी नहीं मांगते, प्रधानमंत्री चीजें नहीं बोलते। मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि ये क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं, या अभी भी कह रहे हैं, दो चीजें कह रहे हैं। मैं माफी नहीं मांगूंगा। क्यों माफी मांगे भाई? मोदी तो बहुत छोटा जात है, नीच जात है, ओबीसी है, ओबीसी से क्यों माफी मांगेंगे? बड़े आदमी है। और दूसरी बात यह है कि सावरकर नहीं हूं मैं, सावरकर नहीं हूं मैं। आप सावरकर हो भी नहीं सकते, कभी जिंदगी में नहीं हो सकते। 28 साल उस आदमी ने जेल में गुजारा है, आप अपनी तुलना सावरकर से करते हैं, कभी सावरकर नहीं हो सकते। ये जो सवाल है सर, ये INDIA की बात करते हैं। मुझे तो, मैं सोनिया जी का बहुत सम्मान करता हूं, और ये जो INDIA बना है सर, ये INDIA यहां जितने लोग सांसद बैठे हैं ना, उनको रैंडम यदि आप पूछ लीजिए अपोजिशन वाले से कि INDIA का क्या फुल फॉर्म है, शायद कुछ ही लोग होंगे जो बता पाएंगे। और ये इंडिया इंडिया बात कर रहे हैं सर। मैं तो इस मणिपुर का जो है शुक्रगुजार हूं, मणिपुर का शुक्रगुजार हूं, जिसको अभी आपने डांटा सर, दानिश अली को जिसको आपने डांटा, भारत माता की जय कहने पर भी उसको लगता है कि ये बीजेपी का नारा है। लेकिन मैं मणिपुर का शुक्रगुजार हूं कि जितना इंडिया इंडिया जो है आजादी के बाद से कांग्रेस ने नहीं किया होगा, 1947 के बाद से उतनी बार इंडिया इंडिया का यहां नारा लगा सर। मैं आपका शुक्रगुजार हूं।
तब नहीं विरोध किया, हमारे बोलने पे किया।
मेरे प्रधानमंत्री अध्यक्ष महोदय, मेरे प्रधानमंत्री एक बात कहते हैं कि ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव नहीं है। प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं कि ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव नहीं है, ये अपोजिशन में विश्वास प्रस्ताव है कि कौन अपोजिशन में कौन किसके साथ है। जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने यह कहा तो मैंने सोचना शुरू किया सर कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ये बात क्यों कर रहे हैं, हमारे खिलाफ अविश्वास प्रस्ताव है, लेकिन वो कह रहे हैं कि ये अपोजिशन वाले अपने विश्वास प्रस्ताव की बात कर रहे हैं और उसमें वो देखना चाहते हैं कि कौन दल सचमुच उनके साथ है। तो मैं तह पर गया सर कि अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पर कौन कौन पार्टी हमारे खिलाफ है। सबसे बड़ी पार्टी DMK है, बड़ा सम्मान करता हूं मैं, करुणानिधि जी का बड़ा योगदान रहा है इस देश को बनाने में। अब आप समझें सर कि 1976 में भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप के ऊपर इस कांग्रेस ने करुणानिधि जी की सरकार को बर्खास्त कर दिया और 80 में जब इंदिरा जी की सरकार बनी तो यही DMK उनके साथ हो गई। आप करें तो रासलीला, हम करें तो करेक्टर ढीला। राजीव गांधी का मर्डर हुआ सर, राजीव गांधी का मर्डर हुआ, 2 कमीशन बना, वर्मा कमीशन बना और जैन कमीशन बना, और जैन कमीशन ने कहा कि लिट्टे को सहयोग करुणानिधि जी की पार्टी DMK देती थी। क्या जैन कमीशन गलत था? क्योंकि उस कमीशन को आपने उसके बाद भी आपके साथ है। मैं तो बहुत सम्मान करता हूं। आप ये बताएं कि आप भ्रष्टाचार की बात करते हो, आप ED CBI इनकम टैक्स की बात करते हो, इसी सदन के बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट सदस्य हैं, मैं सम्मान करता हूं, मेरे दोस्त हैं, राजा साहब, कनी जी बैठी हुई हैं, दयानिधि मारन जिनका विभाग बदल गया। हमने आपके ऊपर 2G का केस लगाया, हमने बंद किया। उस गरीब महिला को सर, बेचारी महिला को इन लोगों ने जेल में डाला। आप हमारे खिलाफ हो। हमने क्या किया? हमने क्या किया? हमने आपका विभाग नहीं बदला, हमने आपका विभाग नहीं बदला। आप अपोजिशन का लेके आए हो, आप अपने पोजीशन पार्टी की बात कर रहे हो। दूसरी पार्टी है TMC, दूसरी बड़ी पार्टी है जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा, उसी को मैं एक्सप्लेन कर रहा हूं सर कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, क्योंकि वो हरि अनंत हरि कथा अनंता वाली बात करते हैं, एक शॉर्ट लाइन में बात करते हैं। दूसरी पार्टी है सर TMC। माननीय राजनाथ जी संजोग से बैठे हुए हैं। सिंगूर का बड़ा आंदोलन हुआ, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सहयोगी थी, हमने साथ दिया TMC का। माननीय राजनाथ सिंह जी पार्टी के अध्यक्ष होते हुए ममता बनर्जी के रैली में शामिल हुए, हमने आंदोलन को साथ दिया। यदि आज आप बंगाल में सरकार बनाए, उसमें हमारा भी कोई योगदान है, लेकिन आपको करप्ट किसने बनाया? नारदा का केस हमने आपके ऊपर नहीं किया, शारदा का केस हमने आपके ऊपर नहीं किया, इस कांग्रेस ने किया। आपका विरोध उस कांग्रेस से होना चाहिए कि हमसे होना चाहिए? तीसरी पार्टी है लालू प्रसाद जी की RJD, ललन सिंह जी यहां बैठे हुए, हमने उनको जेल नहीं भेजा सर। मैं केवल यह कह रहा हूं किस तरह की ये अपोजिशन की यूनिटी है। एक जो गाना है ना सर, ये कैसा सुर मंदिर है जिसमें संगीत नहीं, गीत लिख दी दीवारों पर, गाने की सुर नहीं, गाने की रीत नहीं। मतलब आप ये समझे सर कि ये आंख का अंधा नाम नयन सुख, सब एक दूसरे से लड़ रहे हैं, लेकिन नाम क्या रखा है? इंडिया। लालू प्रसाद जी हैं सर, लालू प्रसाद जी को ललन जी ज्यादा बताएंगे बोलते हुए। यदि इस हाउस में सही बोलेंगे तो, यदि सच बोलें तो आज जो लालू प्रसाद जी के बेटे को जो है उन्होंने जिसने उप मुख्यमंत्री बनाया है, वही उसके जो है विरोध में खड़े थे सर। और यहां की कांग्रेस सरकार थी 95 में जिसने कि लालू जी को अंदर कर दिया। हमसे किस बात का विरोध? विरोध तो आपको कांग्रेस से होना चाहिए ना। ये ललन जी पिटिशनर थे, यही तो मैं कह रहा हूं सर। तीसरी पार्टी है सर मुलायम सिंह यादव जी। चौथी पार्टी है मुलायम सिंह यादव जी की पार्टी सर। अच्छा, मुलायम सिंह जी जो यहाँ थे तो हम लोगों के लिए बड़े सम्मानित थे, और जब भी है देश प्रेम की जो भावना थी उसके ऊपर कोई चैलेंज नहीं कर सकता है सर। लेकिन मुलायम सिंह जी यादव की इमेज को किसने चौपट किया? ये मेरे पास यदि बोलेंगे सर, सारे पेपर में लेके आया हूं कि विश्वनाथ चतुर्वेदी जो है कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता है, PIL करते, और CBI का केस जो है 2007 में डिसप्रोपोर्शनेट एसेट का मुलायम सिंह यादव जी के ऊपर हो जाता है। 2008 में इसी सदन में मुलायम सिंह यादव जी ने आपको CBI के डर से न्यूक्लियर में सपोर्ट किया कि उन्होंने अपनी आइडियोलॉजी के तहत किया, ये आप बता दीजिए जनता को। और उसके बाद आपने इनकम टैक्स का केस कर दिया। और हमने क्या किया मुलायम सिंह यादव जी के साथ? हमको पता था कि वो ईमानदार आदमी है, हमको पता है कि देश के प्रति उनकी भावना जो है, और ये पिछड़े दलित शोषित वर्ग से आते हैं, इसीलिए कांग्रेस ने उसको ये किया। हम लोगों ने CBI के सारे केस को खत्म किया, और आज मुलायम सिंह यादव जी के ऊपर केस ने, फिर भी मुलायम सिंह यादव जी हमारे विरोध में, और उसके बाद पद्म भूषण भी दिया हमने। उस दिन सुप्रिया जी बहुत बोल रही थी, NCP है नेचुरली करप्ट पार्टी। कहा है सर? माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है, BJP कहती है, हम लोग कहते रहते। मैं गया उनके तह पर गया कि 80 में मैं केवल अपोजिशन यूनिटी की बात कर रहा हूं सर। 80 में शरद पवार साहब की चुनी हुई सरकार को किसने बर्खास्त किया? हमने नहीं किया, इस कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया। किस आधार पर शरद पवार साहब ने एक अलग NCP बनाई थी? हमने नहीं कहा शरद पवार साहब को बनाने के लिए। किस आधार पर जब हम पहली बार यहां जीत कर आए तो रोज जो है इसी तरह की महंगाई की बात होती थी, एक एक्सचेंज की बात, कमोडिटी एक्सचेंज की बात होती थी, रोज पवार साहब के ऊपर आरोप लगते थे, हमने नहीं लगाया। और फाइनली पवार साहब जैसे सीनियर आदमी को कंज्यूमर अफेयर्स मिनिस्ट्री छोड़ना पड़ा। और उसके बाद मैं कागज देख रहा था सर, 2012 और 13 में जिसके लिए कहा कि 70,000 करोड़, जिसके लिए कि काफ़ी पहले तो अब धीरे से बोलती थी, हंस के बोलती थी तो अच्छा बोलती थी, अभी थोड़ा जोर जोर से बोलती है। अब आप समझिए कि व्हाइट पेपर इसी कांग्रेस के चीफ मिनिस्टर पृथ्वीराज चौहान ने किया। छगन भुजबल जी के ऊपर महाराष्ट्र सदन का केस इसी पृथ्वीराज चौहान ने किया, उन्हीं के ACB ने किया। 70,000 करोड़ के इरिगेशन स्कैम का भी केस इसी कांग्रेस ने किया। हमने क्या किया आपके साथ? हमसे क्यों, किस बात की लड़ाई है? हमने आपके साथ क्या किया? आपको तो इस कांग्रेस को देखना चाहिए था। इसके बाद एक पार्टी है सर, फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहब, बड़े सीनियर हैं यहां। 1953 में, याद करिएगा सर, 1953 में शेख अब्दुल्ला साहब को जेल में इसी कांग्रेस पार्टी ने बंद किया। 1975 तक 22 साल वो आदमी जेल में रहा इस कांग्रेस पार्टी के कारण। और उसके बाद समझौता किया, शेख इंदिरा समझौता 1975 में। इनका विरोध उसके साथ होना चाहिए कि हमारे साथ होना चाहिए? यहां ओवैसी साहब बैठे हैं, उस दिन पूछ रहे थे कि मैं इधर रहूं कि उधर रहूं। आप तो मुसलमानों की बात करते हैं, सच्चर कमेटी की रिपोर्ट इसी मनमोहन सिंह जी की सरकार ने लाया। उसने कहा कि पूरे देश में मुसलमानों की हालत खराब है। आपको विरोध इस कांग्रेस से होना चाहिए, हमारे साथ प्यार होना चाहिए कि आप उसके साथ अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पे खड़े हो। और बचे JDU सर, JDU। और मैं बड़ी गंभीरता के साथ एक बात आपको कहना चाहता हूं कि 2005 में जब JDU की सरकार नहीं बनी और रामविलास पासवान जी की आवश्यकता पड़ गई, तो वो मीटिंग 2 जगह पर हुई सर। एक पत्रकार के घर पर हुई जिसका नाम मैं नहीं बोलना चाहता, और दूसरी मीटिंग रामविलास पासवान जी, नीतीश जी की मेरे घर पर हुई सर। और उस वक्त का मैं एक चीज और खुलासा कर देना चाहता हूं कि JDU को यदि सबसे ज्यादा किसी ने फंड करवाया होगा तो यदि 2, 4, 5 आदमी होंगे तो उसमें एक नाम निशिकांत दुबे का भी है। आप मेरा विरोध कर रहे हैं, मेरा है, मैं ऑन द फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस कर रहा हूं, बड़ी गंभीरता के साथ कर रहा हूं। आप उसकी बात कर रहे हैं, आप पूछ लीजिएगा अपने मुख्यमंत्री से। लेकिन यह अविश्वास प्रस्ताव आया सर, लेकिन यह अविश्वास प्रस्ताव आया। अविश्वास प्रस्ताव किस लिए आया? यहां सोनिया जी बैठी हुई हैं, सोनिया जी का मैं बड़ा सम्मान करता हूं सर। सोनिया जी, मुझे जो लगता है कि उनके पार्टी की उनकी दो मनस्थिति है। वो एक हिंदू सभ्यता संस्कृति में बिलीव कर रही हैं, इसीलिए अलौकिका पंडिता की तरह जो पूरा किताब में लिखा हुआ है कि क्या क्या करना चाहिए एक भारतीय नारी को, उसका पूरा का पूरा पिक्चर सोनिया जी देती है। उनको दो काम करना है, बेटे को सेट करना है और दामाद को भेंट करना है।
अरे जिसका नेम ले रहा है वो बोले ना, जिसका नेम ले रहा है वो बोले, ये लोग क्यों बोल रहे हैं? अध्यक्ष जी, जिसका नाम लिया जा रहा है वो सदन में मौजूद है, वो ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं कर रही है। दूसरे क्यों कर रहे हैं ऑब्जेक्शन? दूसरे क्यों ऑब्जेक्शन कर रहे हैं? वो खुद सदन में मौजूद है, उनको कोई ऐतराज नहीं है। दूसरे ऐतराज करने वाले कौन होते हैं? जब ऑलरेडी सदन में लोकसभा की माननीय सांसद मौजूद है और वो ऐतराज नहीं कर रही है, तो दूसरे ऐतराज करने वाले कौन होते हैं?
अब आप समझिए सर, मैंने दोनों बातें कही कि बेटे को सेट करना है और दामाद को भेंट करना है। मैं अपने बात पर कायम हूं सर। आप ये समझे सर, ये केस है सर, इनकम टैक्स का केस चल रहा है। नेशनल हेराल्ड का इनकम टैक्स का एक केस चल रहा है ट्रिब्यूनल में। मैं जो भी पेपर कहेगी कांग्रेस, मैं ऑन द फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस जो है इसको रखने को तैयार हूं। और यदि इसमें एक भी बात गलत होगी तो मुझे आप सदस्यता से उसी दिन निकाल दीजिएगा सर। लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी को सुनना चाहिए सर। इनकम टैक्स अथॉरिटी ने कहा कि ये फाउंडेशन के जितने इनके केस है, नेशनल हेराल्ड के जितने केस हैं, उसकी असेसमेंट करें। हाई कोर्ट का आदेश सर, हाई कोर्ट का आदेश आ गया, हाई कोर्ट का आदेश आ गया कि इसको जो है सेंट्रलाइज करना है। ये हाई कोर्ट का आदेश है सर। अभी ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट चले गए। अब आप समझिए कि इनकम टैक्स से बचने के लिए 1 लाख रुपया देके कोई 5,000 करोड़ की कंपनी ले सकता है। ये मैडम सोनिया जी और राहुल जी बता सकते हैं सर, कोई दूसरा नहीं बता सकता। और ये कह रहे हैं कि केवल हमारे ऊपर ये चीजें होती है। यहां जीएम सिद्धेश्वर बैठे हुए सर, हमारे पार्टी के सांसद हैं जीएम सिद्धेश्वर। अब भी 80 करोड़ रुपया उन्होंने इनकम टैक्स में भरा है सर। यदि मोदी जी आपको चोर कहने की बात करते हैं तो अपने पार्टी के भी लोग जो दोषी हैं उनको भी 80 करोड़ रुपया दिया। मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड कर रहा हूं सर, जीएम सिद्धेश्वर को 80 करोड़ देना पड़ा। बीजेपी के 4 बार के सांसद हैं और आप इनकम टैक्स के लिए बचाव करने के लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाने की बात करते हो। ईडी की रेड होती है सर। और मैं आपको बताऊं कि एक भाग गया है, भंडारी है, मैं उसका पूरा नाम नहीं लूंगा क्योंकि भंडारी कोई भी हो सकता है सर। किसी भी दिन वो यूके से लौट कर आ जाएगा। मैंने इसी हाउस में कहा था कि किसी आदमी का जो है, दामाद जी का जो है मकान है लंदन में, ये कोर्ट का ऑर्डर है सर। एक आदमी जो भागा उसका नाम है सीसी थम्पी। कोर्ट के आदेश के बाद उसका बेल हुआ। इस कोर्ट का ऑर्डर है सर। उस कोर्ट के ऑर्डर में सीसी थम्पी ने ये एक्सेप्ट किया कि उसने जो दामाद जी हैं, दामाद जी के नाम पर कौन दामाद, कोई भी दामाद हो सकता है। इनको दामाद जी से क्या प्रॉब्लम है सर? मेरा भी दामाद हो सकता है। 12 ब्रांसन स्क्वायर थम्पी ने, जिसको थम्पी ने, कोर्ट ने आदेश दिया कि जब जरूरत होगी तुम आ जाना। आप समझिए कि वो भाग गया। उसने कहा कि 12 ब्रांसन स्क्वायर जो है हमारा है। उसी तरह से संजय भंडारी का जो आने वाला है सर, यूके कोर्ट ने जो आदेश किया है उसमें यह बात कहा है कि दामाद जी का वो मकान है। आप क्यों भाग रहे हो? तो जो मैंने आपको कहा कि ये जो अविश्वास प्रस्ताव है सर, ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव का जो मूल मंत्र है कि बेटे को जो है सेट करना है और दामाद को भेंट करना है। कल जो है सर, कल मेरी बात पर जो है बड़ा हंगामा हुआ, न्यूज क्लिक के ऊपर बड़ा हंगामा हुआ। आज प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ सर। प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैं एक बताऊं कि यदि न्यूज क्लिक का नाम यदि डिलीट या रेस्टोर हो गया, कांग्रेस को क्या समस्या है सर? न्यूज क्लिक आपका कौन लगता है? पुरकास्ट का नाम यदि रेस्टोर हो गया, पुरकास्ट आपका क्या लगता है? रोहिणी सिंह, अभिसार शर्मा या कोई भी मान लीजिए ठाकुर रंजन प्रागता, यदि उसका डिलीट हो गया नाम या एक्सपंज से फिर बाहर आ गया, आपको क्या परेशानी है? आपका कोई मतलब नहीं है। और मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड एक और रिवीलेशन करना चाहता हूं सर कि सीपीएम के जो जनरल सेक्रेटरी, पूर्व जनरल सेक्रेटरी थे प्रकाश कारत साहब, उनका पूरा का पूरा मेल मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड आपको लाना चाहता हूं कि जो वो नेवेली राय सिंघम था उसके साथ उनके हजारों मेल हैं। और जब आप कहेंगे मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड उसको पेश कर दूंगा सर कि सीपीएम किस तरह से देशद्रोही पार्टी के साथ है। हम तो आइडियोलॉजी में मानने वाले हैं। यदि हमने सीपीएम के साथ लड़ाई की आइडियोलॉजिकल, तो आज तक हमने सीपीएम के साथ समझौता नहीं किया, आज तक हमने समझौता नहीं किया। यदि हमने कहा कि कोई मुस्लिम लीग जिसने कि भारत विभाजन किया, आज तक वोट बैंक की राजनीति के बाद हमने मुस्लिम लीग के साथ नहीं लिया। लेकिन आपको जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी ने रोज रोज जलील किया, उसके साथ आप किस आधार पर जो है शासन में हो? मैं आपको बताऊं, मैं आपको अध्यक्ष जी, समस्या क्या है कि हमने जो है एक क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट जो है स्टार्ट किया है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जो है गरीब के बेटे हैं, गरीबी को समझते हैं। एक विकास की पट्टी देखकर आपने अभी पूरे पार्लियामेंट को देखा कि किस तरह से परेशान हुआ। कारण क्या है सर? मैं जिस इलाके से आता हूं, मैं आपको बताता हूं कि रीजन क्या है और इतना बड़ा बखेड़ा क्यों। मैं जिस इलाके से आता हूं वहां संथालपुरना इलाका है सर। यदि रात हो जाए तो यदि कोई बीमार हो जाए तो उसको गंगा नदी टपने के लिए कोई पुल नहीं था सर। आज़ादी के 75 साल बाद आज वो पुल बन रहा है साहबगंज का सर। झारखंड इस देश में सबसे ज्यादा माइंस और मिनरल्स देता है सर। 40% से ज्यादा माइंस और मिनरल्स इस देश का झारखंड में। उसके बावजूद भी सबसे ज्यादा बेरोजगारी, सबसे ज्यादा भ्रष्टाचार, सबसे ज्यादा विस्थापन, सबसे ज्यादा पलायन उस झारखंड में। आज आप समझिए उसका कारण यह था कि हमारे पास कोई पोर्ट नहीं था सर। आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कारण मल्टी मॉडल हब पोर्ट जो है साहबगंज में गंगा नदी में बना है। मैं जहां से सांसद हूं सर, 75 साल में वहां के लोगों ने रेल नहीं देखा। आज जो है मैं गोड्डा की बात कर रहा हूं, गोड्डा जहां से मैं सांसद हूं, गोड्डा जो मेरा नाम है। मैं आपको बताऊं सर, 75 साल में गोड्डा के लोगों ने रेल नहीं देखा। आजादी के 75 साल बाद आज वहां रेल है। उस रेल को देखने के लिए 5 लाख की भीड़ आई थी। आज ये सिचुएशन है सर। ये लोग स्वास्थ्य की बात करते हैं सर, पोजीशन की बात करते हैं कि हमने बहुत विकास कर दिया। मैं एक ऐसा बदनसीब आदमी हूं सर कि जिसकी अपनी छोटी बहन इलाज के बिना मर गई। 93 में मेरे यहाँ कोई डॉक्टर नहीं था जो पेट दर्द का भी इलाज कर पाए। 93 में मैंने अपनी छोटी बहन को खोया है सर। आज उसके भाई होने के नाते मुझे गर्व है कि मेरे लोकसभा में एम्स जैसा इंस्टीट्यूट प्रधानमंत्री, देवघर है सर, 12 ज्योतिर्लिंग का देवघर है, वहां लोग पूजा नहीं कर पाते थे। आज बेंगलोर से, आज बंबई से, आज अमेरिका से, लंदन से सभी लोग वहां एयरपोर्ट पर चढ़कर आते हैं सर। यह विकास है। आज मेरे लोकसभा में 2 मेडिकल कॉलेज, 3 इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, 4 पॉलिटेक्निक कॉलेज, 16 ITI, 2 एग्रीकल्चर कॉलेज, 1 डेयरी कॉलेज, 4 केंद्रीय विद्यालय, ये सारी चीजें माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दी है सर। इनका विरोध यह है कि गरीब के घर में जो चूल्हा जल रहा है, जो घर घर में पानी जा रहा है, जो नल जल की पहल चल रही है, जो गंगा से पानी देवघर आने की बात चल रही है, उसका यह विरोध है सर। इनका विरोध यह है कि बाइडेन ऑटोग्राफ क्यों लेता है। इनका विरोध यह है कि पापुआ न्यू गिनी का जो है प्रधानमंत्री उनका पांव क्यों छूता है। इनका विरोध ये है कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया का जो प्रधानमंत्री है वो उनको बॉस क्यों कहता है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने चाहे पिछड़े इलाके हों, चाहे देश हो, चाहे दुनिया हो, जितना काम किया है उसके कारण इनको लगता है कि 2024 में नहीं आने वाले हैं। मैं अध्यक्ष जी अपनी बात महाभारत से खत्म करना चाहता हूं। महाभारत का एक बड़ा कहानी है सर कि द्रौपदी का चीरहरण हो रहा था और पूरे चाहे कौरव पक्ष के लोग हों चाहे पांडव पक्ष के लोग हों, वो सभी जो है चीरहरण को देख रहे थे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, ये लोग नहीं समझेंगे सर, ये लोग इसीलिए नहीं समझेंगे कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जब परिवारवाद की बात करते हैं ना तो इनको लगता है कि परिवार की बात करते हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी परिवार की बात नहीं करते हैं। वकील का बेटा वकील हो जाए क्या दिक्कत है? आईएएस का बेटा आईएएस होता है सर। यहाँ डीजी हैं आरपीएफ के, वो आईपीएस भी हैं, उनके दोनों बेटे आईएएस बने सर, जो अपनी योग्यता क्षमता के साथ आते हैं। परिवार को वो क्या कहते हैं, आज मेरे यहाँ का नेतृत्व क्या है? माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी गरीब परिवार से हैं। माननीय नड्डा जी ये हैं जिनके परिवार में कोई पॉलिटिक्स भी नहीं था। माननीय राजनाथ जी बैठे हुए हैं, एक कॉलेज में जो है पढ़ाते थे सर, और आज समझिए कि इनको भगवान ने जो है पार्टी का राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष भी बनाया, डिफेंस मिनिस्टर हैं, होम मिनिस्टर हैं सर, जिनके आगे पीछे जो है कोई पॉलिटिक्स में नहीं है। हमारे जैसे लोग हैं, क्या है कि यहाँ जितना परिवार है ना वो इनके पीछे हैं जो कि परिवार का आदमी नहीं है। और वहां समस्या ये है कि वो सभी परिवारवाद जो है वो उनका जो नेता है, इसीलिए उनका परिवार और परिवारवाद में फर्क है, उनको नहीं समझ में आएगा सर। तो मैं आपको ये कह रहा हूं सर कि आज जो ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव है सर, अविश्वास प्रस्ताव एक गरीब के बेटे के खिलाफ है। आज जो ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव है उस आदमी के खिलाफ है जिसने कि लोगों को मकान बना के दिया। आज अविश्वास प्रस्ताव उस आदमी के पीछे है जिसने कि लोगों को पीने का पानी दिया। आज अविश्वास प्रस्ताव उस व्यक्ति के खिलाफ है जिसने शौचालय दिया। आज अविश्वास प्रस्ताव उस आदमी के खिलाफ है जिसने सबों के घर में उजाला लाने की कोशिश की, गरीब के खिलाफ है। और जितने बहस होंगे सर वो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की नीतियों का, द्रौपदी का चीरहरण हुआ है। मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं इतिहास से कि चाहे राम मंदिर बना दिया हो, 370 जो हमारी थी धारा, वो सारा तो हमने बना ही दिया। मैं केवल इतना कहता हूं सर कि जब द्रौपदी का चीरहरण हो रहा था तो भीष्म पितामह, कृपाचार्य, द्रोणाचार्य, धृतराष्ट्र, जयद्रथ, चाहे वो युधिष्ठिर हो चाहे वो अर्जुन हो, सभी मौन धारण किए हुए थे। आज यदि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का, गांव गरीब किसान के हितैषी का आप चीरहरण करेंगे तो जिस तरह से न धृतराष्ट्र बचा, न दुर्योधन बचा, न भीष्म पितामह बचे, न अर्जुन बचा, न युधिष्ठिर बचा, आप में से कोई नहीं बचेगा। 2024 में आप लोग कोई वापस नहीं आइएगा, हम 400 सीट के साथ वापस आएंगे। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ जय हिंद, जय भारत।
सर रूल
टीआर बालूजी, सॉरी टीआर बालूजी। अरे बालूजी को बोलने दो, टीआर बालूजी, मैंने अलाउ नहीं किया बालूजी, आपको अलाउ
सर निशिकांत दुबे ने मेरा नाम लिया। मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहता हूँ, तू इधर उधर की बात न कर, ये बता के काफिला कैसे लुटा। भारत माता इनका पेटेंट नहीं है, भारत माता 140 करोड़ लोगों की भारत माता है। ये गलत नैरेटिव चलाते हैं, ये नारी विरोधी है, इन्होंने नारी का अपमान किया। निशिकांत दुबे ने अभी नारी का अपमान किया। ये वो व्यक्ति है जो
बालूजी,
ये वो व्यक्ति है जो अपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में आदिवासी लोगों से पैर धुलवा करके पानी पिलाते हैं। ये वो व्यक्ति है जिसने आदिवासियों से अपने पैर धुलवाए और उसको पानी पिलवाया। सर ये वो व्यक्ति है जो
आपका रिपोर्ट में नहीं जा रहा।
ये वो व्यक्ति है जो आदिवासियों से पैर धुलवा करके पानी पिलाता है। सर मणिपुर पर चर्चा नहीं की और ये जो है नफरत,
टीआर बालूजी,
यहाँ पर भी नफरत फैलाने का काम किया इस व्यक्ति ने।
ऑनरेबल स्पीकर सर, ऑनरेबल स्पीकर सर, I support the no confidence motion on behalf of DMK. First of all, I start with Mr. Nishikant Dubey, who has ended his speech with reciting Mahabharata. I am also reminded of...
After Gaurav Gogoi, Nishikant Dubey has spoken. And now you have T.R. Balu responding.
To throw their aims at his bow towards his grandfather, kith and kin, friends and everybody. That was a story in the epics. But what is the end result of the Mahabharata? Finally, they lost it, and King Arjun, Dharma and other people won the case. He has recited about Draupadi and other people. So what has happened? Finally, that is the end result. That is most important as far as that epic is concerned. I am also not willing to oppose my old friends. They are all very close friends, especially my friend, the leader of the house, Mr. Narendra Modi, and other friends also. They are the first friend everywhere. They are my friends prevailing over the ruling party. I am rather hesitating to oppose them because of the only reason it was led by the late lamented leader Vajpayee ji. That was the only reason. And at the same time, now I am opposing. Now I am supporting the no confidence motion means because we want to kill the evils. Krishna advised Arjun, you are not going to kill your kith and kin and friends. You are going to kill the evils only. The same thing I am doing, sir. There is no other way for me, sir. Sir, moving the motion, no confidence motion against the brutally majority government, it is not fair on our part. It is not at all fair. And moreover, it is at the fag end of the parliament, this parliament. It is not fair on the part of the opposition to bring the no confidence motion, sir.
India today is at ground zero in Torbang, and the situation is so vulnerable. Simultaneously, there is accusation of using sophisticated weapons, but these young boys risking their lives and using these single barrel gun and double barrel gun.
We love our land and our village, that's why we sacrifice our life.
No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield. And I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 149. In Mumbai, 65. In Kolkata, 72. In Bangalore, 30. In Chennai, 23. In Hyderabad, 104. Equality Today. In Delhi, 149. In Mumbai, 65. In Kolkata, 72. In Bangalore, 30. In Chennai, 23. In Hyderabad, 104.
India Today's rolling coverage on the Lok Sabha proceedings. T.R. Balu of the DMK speaking in the Lok Sabha. Let's listen in.
In the forefront, they said in the forefront, that's all. It was laid, the foundation stone was laid by Dr. Manmohan Singh, overwhelmed by the whole of the world. Just on the laying of the foundation stone, the whole world had appreciated 160 years old project, sir. That has not, in the middle of the project, they have stopped it because Sangh Parwar has stopped it by a court order. So, who has created the route? The route was created by Vajpayee ji only. Line, alignment, everything was laid by Vajpayee only. It is his own child. But it has been brought up by Dr. Manmohan Singh and Sonia Gandhi ji and Dr. Kalainar Karunanidhi. Because they have brought up, only 30 kilometers is pending, sir. Otherwise, it would have been completed by 3 or 4 months. So it's shameful on the part of this government. This government should go immediately because all the Tamils, in spite of his recital of Tirukural, the Tamil the stanzas, people won't forget him. Let him. He will face the sequence. Yes. Sir, the government has promised MSP. Only 700 people have been killed in Delhi. MSP has not come to the reality so far, sir. 15 lakhs, 2 crores, all are as history. And prices, the petrol and diesel. So what is the international price on crude oil? $88, $88. What is the price of petrol and 100 rupees and 103 rupees? So this is not fair. What has happened in those period, during UPA period, it was 60, 65, just like the only. At that time, the diesel price, what is that? Crude oil price was only 80 rupees. Now $80. What is happening now, sir? Sir, 155 lakhs government loan is there. Now, what was the UPS performance? Only 55 lakhs, sir. This is what, that is why we are opposing this government. Forthwith, we have to get this government, sir. Governance, sir. Coming back to treatment meted out by minorities. Minorities of Manipur have been killed ruthlessly, sir. Sir, what has happened? 143 people have been killed. 10,000 people have, 65,000 people have displaced. They have fled out of the particular state. And two women folk has been striped, gang raped, and paraded nude in the streets of Manipur, sir. Sir, it is worthwhile to say now, under 10,044 incidents took place. Women and children brutally killed. Where? It is not in Manipur, sir. It is in Ahmedabad, sir. The daylight they have been killed. When Honorable, our Prime Minister, the former Chief Minister of Gujarat was ruling the government. 2,500 people were missing. Majority are belonging to minority community. The whole civilized world was up in anger and condemned the Gujarat's drama in strong terms. Many fact-finding, impartial investigation revealed that merciless power politics, editorial and prescribed and targeted crimes, and CM of the day was accused of condemning violation. Not condemning the violence. But your own party, Prime Minister Vajpayee, condemned the bloodbath and said, don't cross sacred line of Raj Dharma. So I quote the PT story, sir. PT story on 4/4/2002. Speaking to reporters at the end of the day, visit of Gujarat, he told the Chief Minister of the day, Mr. Vajpayee, Modi ji, Chief Minister, to follow Raj Dharma and make no distinction between the people on the basis of caste, creed, and community. And further, he says, majority needs no protection. Majority is capable of safeguarding its interests. They have the number on their own. It is only the minority which needs protection, sir. This is what the same thing is happening here, sir. Nowadays, what has happened in Gujarat? Majority versus minority. The same thing is happening in Manipur. Majority versus minority. Majorities. It has been inflicted upon the minorities by the majorities. The Chief Minister is helpless. He is looking into lukewarm, and the Prime Minister is not coming to the Parliament and also on that. Whereas the responsible India parties have went to the Manipur and they have just understood what has happened, and that is why they are speaking loudly, sir. Late leader Vajpayee stood for the Raj Dharma, and we are standing behind a person who is doing the Raj Dharma nowadays, sir. But today, we cannot stand behind them. Because when women are gang raped, striped and nakedly paraded, 140 people were killed, 300 people were severely damaged, 65,000 people have already ran for shelter to the adjoining forest. And CM Manipur tell openly that hundreds such incidents of naked parading had happened. Shame! Sir, now the whole world is condemned the happenings in Manipur in no uncertainties. European Union Parliament, they say discussion in European Parliament and British Parliament have condemned PM Modi's and his party very strongly. In the EU Parliament, six parliamentary group has appealed the European Parliament. They say in their plea, whereas violence in India's Manipur state has erupted along ethnic and religious lines between the mainly Hindu Meitei community and Christian Kuki community, leading to a cycle of violence with over 100 people killed, over 40,000 displaced, and the destruction of the property and places, and so on, sir. Whereas in the latest round of violence, human rights groups have accused the BJP-led government in Manipur and nationally of implementing divisive ethno-nationalistic policies which opposes in particular religious minorities. Modi visit to VSA has castigated, US history has castigated 75 Democrats MPs for human rights violations in India. That is in US, sir. Sir, lastly, I want to quote Narendra Datta, sir. Narendra Datta's speech. I quote, sir. Datta addressed the gathering as brothers and sisters. He has mentioned brothers and sisters, not ladies and gentlemen. The brothers and sisters has got more homely than ladies and gentlemen. He says in the, I quote the speech, sectarianism, bigotry, and its horrible descendant, fanatism, have long possessed this beautiful earth. They have filled this earth with violence, drenched it often and often with human blood, destroyed civilization, and sent whole nation to despair. This is what the great man Narendra Datta said to the world. The man who introduced Hinduism to the world said these words, warning the world from disaster. He also quoted, I again quote, I am proud to belong to a religion which has taught me and world both tolerance and universal acceptance. We believe not only in universal toleration, but we accept all religions as true. I am proud to belong to a nation which has sheltered the persecuted and refugees of all religions and all nations of the earth. That is what he has told, sir. Finally, he says.
All right, even as DMK's T.R. Balu speaks, we have some news coming in. As Rahul Gandhi hasn't yet appeared in the parliament, we hear that Rahul Gandhi is all set to meet his constituents in Wayanad. But this is on the 11th of August, much after the no confidence motion. But an update surely on Rahul Gandhi's movements after he was suspended as MP for nearly 4 months. He now will be visiting his constituency. Rahul to visit Wayanad as he's reinstated as the Member of Parliament. He will meet his voters. We know celebrations erupted in Wayanad right after the Supreme Court gave a stay order on his criminal defamation case. On the 12th till the 13th of August, Rahul Gandhi will be in Wayanad. The people of Wayanad are related. These are words of Congress workers who've put out. In fact, K.C. Venugopal has put out this message. The people of Wayanad are related, that democracy has won. Their voice has returned to the parliament. Rahul ji is not just an MP, but a member of their family. Let me cut across to Maushmi, joining us for more on that. Maushmi, Rahul Gandhi is yet to speak in the parliament. It was believed that he is going to be opening up the debate on the no confidence motion on Manipur. But as planned and scheduled earlier, Gaurav Gogoi went ahead with it. As the BJP now mocking Rahul Gandhi, claiming that he got cold feet, whatnot, K.C. Venugopal puts out a message that Rahul Gandhi is all set to meet his constituents in Wayanad on the 12th of August.
That's right, and that will be the first time when Rahul Gandhi will be actually returning to Wayanad. Remember when he lost his membership, Rahul Gandhi had gone to Wayanad as an ex-MP and said that whether he's an MP or not, he'll continue working with the people of Wayanad because Wayanad was his family. And this time round, it will be a homecoming of sorts as far as the Congress is concerned for Rahul Gandhi. And that really actually clearly outlines the intention of Rahul Gandhi perhaps to recontest the Wayanad constituency in 2024 with Rahul's continued interest in Wayanad. And, so there you are, Rahul Gandhi would be going to Wayanad, Nabila, even as he just left the parliament. He was very much in the parliament, and just to give a perspective to our viewers, the Congress says that it was a part of the strategy to pick Gaurav Gogoi before Rahul Gandhi because Gaurav Gogoi hails from Northeast. He was part of the Manipur delegation, and that's the reason that he took the front role as far as, the turn in the House to speak on the Manipur issue is concerned.
Right. So Rahul Gandhi now to be meeting his constituents in Wayanad, and let me clarify for our viewers here. On the 12th of August, he's going to be leaving to Wayanad. He will be there for 2 days until 14th. But today, he is very much present in the parliament. As Maushmi tells us, since Gaurav Gogoi is from the Northeast himself, it was wiser to have him speak first. But what was all that media clamour within the Congress itself? A lot of the netas, including Mallikarjun Kharge, when asked whether Rahul Gandhi will speak, he said he'll absolutely speak. So are we going to be seeing Rahul Gandhi as one of the speakers at least? Right, we seem to have lost Mashmi's connection there. Rahul Gandhi is all set to be meeting with his constituents of Wayanad on the 12th of August. This is an update coming in. Clearly, Rahul, the face of the Congress party, a lot of curiosity that was generated along the while that he was dismissed and suspended as a member of parliament post the criminal defamation case against him on the Modi surname case. And now, as his membership has been reinstated, Rahul Gandhi is back in the parliament. And even as he was supposed to speak, there was a lot of buzz that he was supposed to be opening up the debate on the no confidence motion. It appeared that they went back to the original plan of Gaurav Gogoi opening the debate. Yet no clarity whether Rahul Gandhi is going to be speaking in the parliament today or not. But surely what we know is that he's going to be meeting with the constituents of Wayanad on the 12th of August. KC Venugopal puts out a message that on the 12th to the 14th of August, Rahul Gandhi will be in Wayanad. Clearly, this piece of news, since there's immense curiosity around Rahul Gandhi, his movements, and ever since now that he's back to the parliament, of course, the focus is on Rahul Gandhi's speech, and that's what the BJP also pointed at right at the start with Prahlad Joshi, who mentioned asking where is Rahul Gandhi. We were expecting him to open up the debate. So a lot of jibes were thrown at Rahul for not opening the debate as was speculated. But nonetheless, a big update on his schedule that he will be traveling to Wayanad on the 12th of August to meet with his people, his constituency people. Now, more updates on today at 1 p.m. The floor leaders of the India bloc in the Rajya Sabha submitted privilege motion against the leader of the House, Piyush Goyal, for addressing the opposition as traitors. In fact, the India bloc, the opposition alliance partners, have raised this issue against the Rajya Sabha leader of the House, Piyush Goyal. They've, in fact, the parties collectively have submitted a privilege motion against Piyush Goyal for addressing all the opposition parties, the India bloc, collectively as traitors. Nothing less than an apology should come from him is what the alliance members ask. And this was done on the floor of the House. Here is Piyush Goyal, who's responded to that. Let's have a listen.
चाइना का जो नैरेटिव है उसको भारत में सेट करने के लिए ये सेल्समैन, ये बिचौलिए, ये दलाल मीडिया के स्वरूप लेके मीडिया के आड़ में देश की सुरक्षा के ऊपर प्रहार करते थे और इन्होंने एक ऐसा प्रोपेगेंडा का इकोसिस्टम खड़ा कर दिया जो सामान्य मानवी के ऊपर उनके मन में गलत फहमियां और गुमराह करने के लिए गलत बातों को प्रचार प्रसार करके और फिर अलग अलग प्रेस और मीडिया के फ्रीडम के नाम पे वो अपने दुकान को चलाने का काम करते थे.
All right, that was in the Rajya Sabha that was spoken where Piyush Goyal, the leader of the House, had made a statement accusing the opposition party leaders, all of them, as traitors. Now you have a privilege motion moved against him. Paulami Saha joining us on the phone line, who's been tracking the parliament proceedings. Paulami, tell us more on the privilege motion that the opposition bloc, the India bloc, have moved against Piyush Goyal, demanding an apology for his statement.
Well, this is, of course, what Jairam Ramesh has just tweeted when he has, in fact, said that today at 1 p.m. the floor leaders of India parties in the Rajya Sabha submitted a privilege motion against leaders of the House, Piyush Goyal, for addressing the opposition, as all of them traitors, nothing less than an apology from him on the floor of the House when it is in order will do. Now, the soundbite, of course, that we just played out was, in fact, a statement that in the leader of the House in the Rajya Sabha, Piyush Goyal, was making when he was addressing the press outside the House within the Parliament complex. And this was in reference to the controversy that is erupted around NewsClick. He was, of course, saying that NewsClick has been, in fact, acting as an agent, as, in fact, as a tool in the hands of the Communist Party of China. He, of course, alleged there are several political parties, including the Congress, the TMC, and the CPM, that in fact have links with the Communist Party of India, and were in cahoots with NewsClick as well in order to malign the image of the country as well. So this is, of course, the charge that Piyush Goyal was making. He, of course, said that these parties had jumped to the defense of NewsClick when investigations into money laundering were launched earlier as well, saying that this was an attempt to stifle the press and attack on independent media. He said that they were doing all of this in order to save each other and at China's behest. So this is what the allegation was, and now, of course, the opposition has not taken very lightly this comment by the Leader of the House and has moved a privilege notice against him, a motion against him.
All right, so they're asking for Piyush Goyal's apology on that. We know the Rajya Sabha is now for the moment adjourned. It will resume at 2 p.m. India Today continues our rolling coverage on Parliament proceedings. Day one of the no confidence motion. Slipping into a short break, we'll be right back on that. Stay with us.
Employee addition has dropped a combined 135% at TCS, Wipro and HCL Tech. This means where the companies had added 31,000 employees this quarter last year, this year they've seen a fall of nearly 11,000 employees. This is in line with the muted financial numbers shared by these companies. Akanksha Chaturvedi gets us a deep dive into this trend. A closer look. Akanksha?
That is right, Abha. Hiring across major Indian IT companies has dampened in Q1 FY24 as compared to the year-ago quarter. If we take a close look at the numbers, we see that TCS only added around 500 people to the company in Q1 FY24, while this number was over 28 times bigger last year. TCS added over 14,000 employees in Q1 FY23. At Wipro, this trend seems to have worsened. In Q1 FY24, Wipro's headcount actually reduced by around 8,000 employees, while in Q1 FY23, they had added over 15,000 people to the organization. HCL Tech was also in line with this trend. The company's headcount went down by over 2,500 people in Q1 FY24, whereas they had added around 2,100 people in the year-ago quarter. This slowdown is in line with the broader slowdown.
Forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The no trust debate begins on day one with Congress's Govt opening up the debate. We're cutting across to Parliament proceedings. The headlines first. No trust debate in the parliament that's underway with Govt Gogoi taking up for Rahul Gandhi. In fact, speculation was Rahul Gandhi will begin, but as scheduled, Govt Gogoi opens up the debate and slams the Prime Minister on his silence on Manipur.
ये पहला उनकी राज्य सरकार विफल थी, दूसरा उनका गृह विभाग और राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सलाहकार विफल रहे, और तीसरा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मौन रहने का कि वो अपनी भूल कबूल करना नहीं चाहते.
Nishikant Dubey counters the Congress and taunts Rahul Gandhi as well as Sonia on the National Herald and Chinese links to News Click. The BJP MP all guns blazing. Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar pulls up TMC MP Derek O'Brien for unruly behaviour. BJP says that Derek not suspended yet in hope that he will express regret. Raghav Chadha faces FIR after his motion comes under scanner. 6 MPs say that their names were added without their consent. A day after draft heat on Karnataka Agricultural Minister, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah says a fake complaint letter has been circulated, calls this a mere smear campaign against the Congress neta. All right, a fiery no-trust debate in the Sansad. Team India and NDA are at war with one another. Congress's Govt Gogoi initiated the no-confidence debate, fired back-to-back salvos at the Prime Minister. He's questioned Modi's silence on Manipur, highlighting how a state in his country is burning for more than 3 months, and yet the Prime Minister hasn't said a word. Saugata Roy of West Bengal is speaking in the Lok Sabha. We're cutting across.
I talk about demonetization. One mad decision by the Prime Minister. It caused chaos. 150 people died standing in queues for changing notes. Many MSMEs were totally wiped out. Sir, on farm bills, the government tried to press farm bills down the throat of the farmers. They resisted boldly, and ultimately government had to withdraw the farmer bills. But the farmers are still committing suicide. They are still committing suicide, and the promise to double farmers' income by 2022 is not fulfilled. Sir, PSUs are being disinvested. Banks are writing off 14 lakh crores NPS in the last 9 years. PSUs are being privatized, including profitable ones like the LIC. Sir, I'm coming to the end of my tether. Sir, special advantages are given to some industrial houses, Tatas, Ambanis and Adanis. Adani got most of the airports, including Mumbai airport, by arm twisting, and then cement companies, and then land ports. Ambanis persuaded the government to stop import of laptops, since it is bringing out laptops themselves. Tatas are buying Air India, are now buying out Vistara. Government has not given a statement on the Hindenburg research report on the Adani share scam till today. The Prime Minister avoids all discussion on Adani in the House. Sir, today LPG cylinders, as you may know, cost 1,200 rupees. Government earned above rupees 27 lakh crores by increasing duties on petroleum product. Petrol now costs rupees 106 and diesel rupees 92 per litre in my city. Sir, the Prime Minister does not fulfill his promises. He promised 15 lakhs for every household, did not fulfill. He promised 2 crore jobs per year, he did not fulfill, and this lack of compassion was displayed when, during the pandemic, a sudden lockdown announcement, lakhs of migrant workers were seen walking to their homes, some dying on the roadside. Hundreds of dead bodies were found on the banks of the river Ganga. Today, unemployment is the biggest issue. Multinational corporations are sacking large number of technical people, both India and abroad. During the pandemic, 1 crore jobs were lost. Sir, they speak big on nationalism, but China is still camping on Indian territory in Galwan, Ladakh, and Doklam, Sikkim. Government cannot do anything. Now the government wants to rewrite history, is planning to exclude the Mughal period from history books. Will foreign dignitaries not be taken to see the Lal Killa and Taj Mahal, which were built by Mughals? They are promoting people who are not actually good freedom fighters. V.D. Savarkar, on whom there may be a controversy, he pleaded mercy from the British to get out of cellular jail in Andaman in 1922. Bengali freedom fighters, they spent their full period in the Andamans. Savarkar got out.
Kindly
conclude. Last question. Last matter. Agya. Sir, the worst railway accident again showed the lack of compassion of the...
Rahul Gandhi not to initiate the debate as scheduled. Congress
यह प्रोविजन करता है कि इंटर सर्विसेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में डिसिप्लिन बनाए रखने के लिए त्वरित कार्रवाई की जा सके। सभापति महोदय, यह बिल एक ऐसा एनवायरनमेंट क्रिएट करने में निश्चित रूप से मदद करेगा जो हमारे इंटर सर्विसेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में अनुशासन को स्वाभाविक रूप से मजबूत करेगा। महोदय, वर्तमान में जो व्यवस्था है उनके अनुसार चाहे भारतीय सेना हो, नौसेना हो, वायु सेना हो, सभी अपने रेस्पेक्टिव एक्ट के द्वारा ही गवर्न होते हैं। जैसे हमारा आर्मी एक्ट है 1950 का, एयरफोर्स एक्ट है 1950 का, और इंडियन नेवी एक्ट है ये 57 का। इसी के तहत बनाए गए जो रूल्स और रेगुलेशंस हैं उन्हीं के अनुसार सारी चीजें गवर्न होती हैं। इस एक्ट के तहत कमांडर इन चीफ या ऑफिसर इन कमांड अपनी डिसिप्लिनरी या एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव पावर्स का प्रयोग अपनी ही सर्विस के पर्सनल पर वह कर सकते हैं। अब तक का यह प्रोविजन है। उन्हें दूसरी सर्विसेज से संबंधित पर्सनल जो उनके संगठन में कार्य कर रहे हैं पर डिसिप्लिनरी या एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव पावर्स का प्रयोग करने का अभी तक अधिकार सभापति महोदय प्राप्त नहीं। ऐसे प्रोविजन से इंटर सर्विसेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में स्वाभाविक रूप से कई बार समस्याएं खड़ी होती हैं, खासकर तब जब किसी इंसिडेंट में विभिन्न सर्विसेज के पर्सनल इन्वॉल्व होते हैं और उन पर डिसिप्लिनरी या एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव एक्शन के लिए इंटर सर्विसेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में कार्यरत पर्सनल को उनके पेरेंट सर्विस यूनिट्स में वापस भेजने की आवश्यकता पड़ती है। यदि कार्रवाई करनी है तो फिर उनको अपने पेरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में भेजना पड़ता है। ऐसी स्थिति में पूरा प्रोसेस न केवल टाइम कंज्यूमिंग होता है बल्कि इसमें पर्सनल की आवाजाही के कारण अधिक धन का भी व्यय होता है। इसके अतिरिक्त यह भी समस्या आती है कि कई बार एक ही ऑफेंस के लिए अलग अलग जगहों की अथॉरिटीज जो होती हैं उनके द्वारा अलग अलग निर्णय लिए जाते हैं। क्वांटम ऑफ पनिशमेंट किसी को अधिक किसी को कम यह स्वाभाविक रूप से होता है, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप विसंगतियां पैदा होती हैं। सभापति महोदय, इसलिए सभी इंटर सर्विसेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के कमांडर इन चीफ या ऑफिसर्स इन कमांड के लिए उनके ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में डिसिप्लिन को बनाए रखने के लिए एक इनेबलिंग एक्ट बनाया जा रहा है। अतः आर्मी, नेवी और एयरफोर्स से इनपुट्स लेकर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ लॉ एंड जस्टिस के परामर्श से इंटर सर्विसेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस कमांड, कंट्रोल एंड डिसिप्लिन बिल 2023 को ड्राफ्ट किया गया है। यह बिल हमारी सेना के अंदर प्रॉपर इंटीग्रेशन एंड ज्वाइंटनेस को प्रमोट करेगा। इसके साथ ही सभापति महोदय, यह बिल इंटर सर्विसेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के चीफ्स को बेहतर डिसिप्लिनरी और एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव पावर्स भी प्रदान करता है, जिससे वे अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में प्रभावी कमांड, कंट्रोल और डिसिप्लिन ला सकेंगे और हमारे सुरक्षा ढांचे को और मजबूत व बना सकेंगे। मैं सदन को यह विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि यह बिल भारत के सैन्य सुधारों की दिशा में एक मील का पत्थर साबित होगा। माननीय सभापति महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से मैं इंटर सर्विसेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस कमांड, कंट्रोल एंड डिसिप्लिन बिल 2023 विधेयक पर विचार करने का प्रस्ताव करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
Motion moved. I now call upon the members whose names have been received for participation in the discussion. Dr. Sashmit Patra.
Sir, actually, Mr. Sujit Kumar would be speaking, sir. He's the number 2. He'll take all the time, sir. I've given a correction slip also.
Sujit Kumar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your indulgence. Sir, this is an extremely important bill as far as our security is concerned and our territorial integrity is concerned. And Biju Janata Dal has always been with the government when it comes to India's security, so we support this bill. Sir, Honorable Minister has already explained what is the rationale behind the bill. Sir, currently, personnel of the three services, namely Army, Navy and Air Force, are governed by their respective service acts. The Army personnel are governed by...
To the main point, which is Manipur. But there are few short points I'd like to make before. Whenever I think of this government, the first thought that comes to my mind, the word that comes to my mind is hubris. It is, I'd like to quote the Mahatma Gandhi, it is unwise to be too sure of one's wisdom. Every time this government talks, they're only not talking about the moment. It's the future. हम तो आने वाले, आप तो खत्म होने वाले. Every opposition तो है ही नहीं. This is a democracy. We should encourage each other. And while this is going on, the only word I can think of for the attitude and the approach, even the ministers, when we are sitting here say, अरे इनको तो हाउस चलाना ही नहीं है, ये नहीं करना चाहते. अभी तो जुम्मे आए हो राज्यसभा से. And then you're going to judge us. भूल गए, आप तो थे नहीं तब. पता नहीं कौन से गवर्नमेंट में काम करते थे तब. They are judging all members of parliament. We are not officers, we are public servants. प्रधान सेवक जैसे प्रधानमंत्री बोलते हैं, हम भी सेवक ही यहाँ बैठे, उसी के लिए तो खड़े हैं यहाँ. So it's the attitude of this government is hubris, there is no other word. And why are we feeling? जैसे 9 रत्न, इनको बड़ा शौक है ऐसा बोलने का. So 9 रत्न 9 साल, because they had this big campaign, all the ministers were sent all over the country to talk about the new 9 points. In 9 years, the achievements, in short I'll say, what is in 9 years the great achievements of this government? Is state governments toppled by the BJP? Is this fair democracy? Price rise, महंगाई बहुत हो गई, महंगाई की मार अब की बार शायद सबको याद होगा. LPG की प्राइस, कर्नाटक इलेक्शन ने दिखा दिया LPG का क्या होता है फिर. Institute broken. How many institutes have been broken? जुमले पे जुमला. I like अमित शाह जी, सच बोलते हैं आपकी बात साइड से बहुत कम. ये वो या गडकरी साहब बोले थे कि ये जुमला ये गले की हड्डी हो गया, ना नीचे जा रही है ना बाहर आ रही है. That is the problem. Indexes which have shown where globally India has fallen. Anti-federal, cooperative federalism का तो बोल के आप थक गए. Indicators of the economy, which I will be coming to in 2 minutes, and law and order, which is alarming in Manipur, Haryana, J&K, and 1 or 2 cases of Maharashtra. Sir, 9 years में, 9 साल में 9 सरकारें बीजेपी ने गिराई है. अरुणाचल, उत्तराखंड, मणिपुर, मेघालय, कर्नाटका, गोवा, मध्य प्रदेश, पुडुचेरी और महाराष्ट्र 2 बार. This is it. And what is it? 7 sins of Mahatma Gandhi. Politics. उस दिन मुझे अच्छा लगा जब अमित शाह जी बोल रहे थे सिद्धांत के बारे में. The 7 sins of Mahatma Gandhi, उसमें का एक है politics without principles. और मुझे याद है जब बीजेपी सरकार में नहीं थी तब कह रही थी पार्टी विद अ डिफरेंस. हाउ आर यू अ पार्टी विद अ डिफरेंस? 9 साल में 9 सरकारें गिनवाई है मैंने. फिर बहुत हो गई महंगाई की मार. आई थिंक प्रोफेसर रॉय जस्ट टच्ड ऑन सम ऑफ इट. ही ओनली स्पोक अबाउट टमाटो. प्याज का क्या है, दाल का क्या है, आटे का क्या है, नमक का क्या है, चावल का क्या है, तेल का क्या है, चाय और दूध. टोटल जब यूपीए की सरकार थी ये सारी थाली 500 रुपये के अंदर बचती थी. आज भाव आप देखेंगे तो 1000 के ऊपर इस सबका हो. दैट इज द फूड इन्फ्लेशन ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम. बहुत हो गई महंगाई की मार. प्याज के बारे में और दूध का मैं छोटा उदाहरण दूँ. प्याज के बारे में मैंने जब गलत महाराष्ट्र में इतना प्याज था, मैं विनती करके थक गई कॉमर्स मिनिस्ट्री को, पीयूष जी गोयल को मैंने ट्वीट भी किया था, उनका जवाब भी आया था कि आप ये प्याज जो महाराष्ट्र में पड़ा है कोई नहीं ले रहा है, उसको प्लीज़ आप एक बाहर भेज दीजिए, बिकॉज ग्लोबली there were less onions, there was no production, but India had a surplus. Why did you do this? This is why we have no confidence in this government. Milk, आज यहाँ से उपजा दिखा रहे थे आप प्रोडक्शन, उसमें दिखा रहे थे मिल्क का बहुत अच्छा प्रोडक्शन या why I don't have I don't have the confidence in this government because it's anti-farmer. Farm laws के बारे में आपने बोला, डबलिंग ऑफ इनकम के बारे में बोला, कौन सा इनकम डबल हुआ? दूध के बारे में इसी सरकार ने एक ऑर्डिनेंस, एक पेपर निकाला था कि वी विल अलाउ इंपोर्ट ऑफ मिल्क फ्रॉम अब्रॉड व्हेन देयर इज सरप्लस इन दिस कंट्री। यहाँ के किसान को भाव नहीं मिल रहा है तो आप बाहर से क्यों दूध ला रहे? प्याज तो नहीं भेज रहे, प्याज जाने के लिए मनाही है, यहाँ किसान मर रहा है, लेकिन बाहर से दूध आप लाएंगे वो अलाउड है। How can we have confidence in this government, sir? How can we have faith in this government? Indian Raki, Indian, I'm not yielding. Modi ji, I will happy to table. Mr. Pawar had written to the minister, I'll be happy to table it. I will 100%. I will table it. I will table it if he is. I will 100% table it. I have no problem because Mr. Pawar had only written to one of your ministers, and that ordinance, that letter had come to government of Maharashtra. I'd be happy to do it. Prashant Bhushan ji, there's a tweet I remember where there were issues raised. अच्छे दिन कहते थे आप, अच्छे दिन आएंगे. मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ, health and survey index, India has gone down. Hunger index down, human freedom index down, world happiness index down, environment protection index down, gender equality down, democracy down. So many, और कितने भी पढ़ा हुआ टेबल कर दूंगी सर. एंटी कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म, कितने आपको गिनवाऊँ जा, आप तो थके मेरा भाषण सुन सुन के. अभी मैं संक्षेप में बोलूँगी बिकॉज आई थिंक सौगता बाबू हैज़ ऑलरेडी स्पोकन दैट पॉइंट्स, आई वोंट रिपीट इट. सबका साथ, सबका विकास और सबका प्रयास. हॉरिफिक डेथ ऑफ 288 पीपल. वंदे भारत की बात करते, अच्छी बात है, मैं उसका स्वागत करती हूँ, लेकिन वंदे भारत के साथ अगर गरीब ट्रेन और रहते, गरीब रथ होते, तो मैं भी इनके साथ बोलती कि अच्छी बात है. और वंदे भारत में कौन सी ट्रेनें रुकती है? मेरे निर्वाचन क्षेत्र में 3 स्टेशन है, दौंड, नीरा, बिगवन. सब ट्रेन वहाँ की बंद कर दी है, नो स्टॉपेजेस. क्या करूँ उस वंदे भारत का? ऐसी जाती है जब से 1 सेकंड में. बस देखे जाए, बच्चों को दिखाए कि यूपीए की सरकार जब थी ना तो यहाँ 10-10 ट्रेनें रुका करती थी. ये जब एनडीए की सरकार आई ना बेटा, ये बहुत अच्छा है, अच्छा है, ये ट्रेन जाती थी, आज रुकती नहीं है. और वंदे भारत गरीब के लिए नहीं है, गरीब रथ गरीब के लिए है. जहाँ दौंड स्टेशन में रुकती थी ट्रेन, वहाँ का किसान पूना जाता था, वहाँ का मेहनत करने वाला बच्चा सीखने के लिए वहाँ जाता था, वहाँ के जो लोग हैं लेबर डिपार्टमेंट वो वहाँ से उस ट्रेन से जाते थे. आज एक दिन भी नहीं रहती, एक ट्रेन वहाँ नहीं रुकती. हम स्टॉपेज मांग मांग के थक गए. और परसों जो प्रधानमंत्री का प्रोग्राम हुआ था उसमें बड़ा कार्यक्रम, बड़ा मंडप लगा था, बड़ा चाय कॉफ़ी हुआ था, लेकिन दौड़ में ट्रेन नहीं रुक रही है, न वंदे भारत रुक रही है. बस प्रोग्राम तो हो गया और एक जुमला हो गया. मैं वंदे भारत के खिलाफ नहीं हूँ, डेवलपमेंट के खिलाफ नहीं हूँ, लेकिन ये है. मैं और बोलना चाहती हूँ सर, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट डेट, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का डेट क्या है आज, जिसके बारे में थोड़ा सा प्रोफेसर रॉय बोले. इंक्रीज इन सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट डेट, इकोनॉमी की बात बोलते हैं, 55.87 लाख करोड़ 2014 में था, विच हैज़ बिकम 155.6 लाख करोड़ इज द डेट of this government. 178.5 times central debt. How are we going to pay this? This is central government debt. There's external debt. External debt in India has gone from USD 6 to 4.7 billion at the end of March 23 from US 440. 41% interest. How are you going to pay this? By selling the family silver. फिर पैसा वापस कैसा करेंगे? इसीलिए आपको LIC बेचना पड़ रहा है, IDBI बेचना पड़ रहा है, पता नहीं ONGC भी कल बेच दे, पता नहीं क्या करेगी ये सरकार. दिस इज वाई वी आर नो कॉन्फिडेंस इन दिस मोशन. हाउ इज दिस इकोनॉमी गोइंग टू वर्क? कैश इन सर्कुलेशन, डिमोनेटाइजेशन कर दिया, कोई कैश नहीं करेगा. कैश इन सर्कुलेशन टुडे हैज़ इंक्रीज, इट वाज 12 पॉइंट. फिर ये कह देंगे इकोनॉमी का साइज बढ़ गया, बट परसेंटेज ऑफ द मनी इज द सेम. How are you saying cash in circulation was 12.83 lakh crores? It has become 33.48 lakh crores in 20. Nearly 1.6% increase in bank notes in circulation. तो demonetization करके क्या पाया आपने? Non-performing assets, 18.2 lakh crores. Non-performing assets. ये अगर write off कर रहे हो तो किसान का भी कर दो. ये किसका आपने 18.2 लाख क्रॉस, पता नहीं इसमें जीरो भी कितने, इतनी गिनती मुझे तो नहीं आती. Another thing, India renouncing Indian citizenship, high net worth individuals, 12 lakh have left this country. How will the economy grow of this country? Doubling of farmers. Now, if these are the questions, how can we trust this government? महंगाई है, बेरोजगारी है, किसान आप देख रहे हैं उसके हाल क्या है. How can we support this government? साहब आप बताइए. Now is the main 2 minutes only. Last point, sir, which is the most important. That's why ये सब हुआ. Is this shameful blunders in Manipur of the state government? And I demand that just today after this, the chief minister must resign. How can you allow this, sir? How this is? People dead 179. People displaced 60,000. Relief camps 350. Still in camps 40,000 people. Houses burnt 3,662. Religious places burnt 321. Companies by the companies of Central Force deployed 161. And cases of rioting, murder, rape 10,000, sir. 10,000 se zyada. Have we become so insensitive? This is the problem with this government, and I want to seek a clarification which Gaurav Gogoi touched in a very small way, because I'm very confused. So I would like to ask this question to this government, that there is a PIL filed in the NIA court. This Mr. Haukip, I may be pronouncing his name wrongly, of the United Kuki Liberation Front said that he had written to the Home Minister Amit Shah ji regarding a claim that UKLF, the United People's Front, had helped BJP candidates win in 2017 assembly as per arranged with some other chief minister. I don't want to name him. What is the, and a senior BJP leader. Now, these are organizations which are grey. So, is this government anti-national? Is my question. I'm asking a question. I'm not making an allegation. This is what is come in newspapers. I'm not commenting on anything that's gone wrong anywhere. I want to ask that Mizoram today are women. Doesn't matter who they are Indians first. Yes. किसी की तो बेटी है, किसी की तो बहू है, किसी की बहन है, किसी की बीवी है. Will you allow this to happen and shame the women of this country? And this is what this government stands for. How can you ask your conscience, अंतर आत्मा से एक बार पूछ लीजिए, how can you support a government like this? This is not about them versus us. This is about the dignity of the woman of this nation. उसकी इज्जत उछालोगे, and the government is going to keep quiet. How are you going to allow? I'll make one small solution to this government. What should this government really do? हर देश में किसी की भी, महाराष्ट्र में भी हो भी किसी, राजस्थान की हो, किसी की भी हो, वो किसी की भी बेटी है. Two wrongs don't make a right. And I would like to quote just one small point, sir. Please. I would like to make a suggestion to this government. Okay. I'm not only criticizing, I'm making a suggestion. I would like to quote the Mahatma in this. It is, I offer you, what should they do now? Is what I'm referring to them. What should they do? I offer you peace. I offer you love. I offer you friendship. I see your beauty. I hear your need. I feel your feelings. My wisdom flows from the highest source. I salute that your source in you. Let's work together for unity and peace. That's what Manipur needs. These guns are not going to solve all our problems, sir. And again, I want to remind this government that 2024 is their only goal. I'd like to quote Julius Caesar, just since Professor Roy talked about it. It's only hubris if I fail. In the epic poem Paradise Lost by John Milton, the character of the Satan displays hubris when he attempts to rebel against God's rule in heaven, and when he eventually declares that it's better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. So I think this government needs to rethink. I stand here by India for the larger good of this nation and the dignity of every citizen who deserves it, and this government is failing the poor and the honest people of this country. Thank you.
Very good. सभापति महोदय कि आपने मुझे
अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पर अपनी पार्टी की ओर से अपना मत प्रकट करने का यहाँ पर अवसर दिया। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र जी मोदी जी ने 2018 में ही कहा था कि विपक्ष जो है मेरे खिलाफ जो है 2023 में अविश्वास प्रस्ताव जो है लेकर आए, और आज वैसे ही हो रहा है। 2018 में विपक्ष ने अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाया था और 2019 में 2014 से भी ज़्यादा जो है सांसद सदस्य एनडीए के यहाँ पर चुनकर आए, और 2014 में एनडीए की सांसदों की संख्या थी 336 और 2019 में वो पहुंची 353, और फिर से आज अविश्वास प्रस्ताव जो है यहाँ पर लेकर आई है विपक्ष। फिर से 2024 में जो है ये संख्या जो है 400 पार हो जाएगी। आज यहाँ पर चर्चा जो है अविश्वास की नहीं।
We saw Supriya Sule of the NCP who spoke as part of the India bloc. As proceedings continue, India Today slips into a short break. We'll be right back.
साथ है, मोदी जी के साथ है।
Communal flashpoint at Delhi's doorstep. Amidst the flames and rioting, India Today reporters fearless on the ground.
Stone pelting was so aggressive from the both sides.
Entire market in the area has been shut right now. Attacked the cyber police station of Noor.
Facts, questions,
What resulted in the communal clashes?
and first-hand reports.
एकदम ही पत्थर आए हैं ऊपर से छतों पे से, गोली चल चली है, पीछे वाला शीशा टूट लिया।
100% accuracy amidst the blaze. We track the face of every story. India Today. India United.
It's always fun to see one of your favorite celebrities become a showstopper for these couturiers, and a lot of Bollywood made its way to the Couture Week this year in Delhi. Right from Ranbir Kapoor to Bhumi Pednekar, Ananya Pandey, Kiara Advani, Vani Kapoor, you name it, and they graced the runway. Here is all the celebrity action.
The 16th edition of India Couture Week, organized by FTCI, saw Bollywood celebrities turn showstoppers. Right from Ranbir Kapoor to Kiara Advani, one saw a plethora of celebrities spruce up the runway.
I feel like a golden girl. I feel very glamorous, but I also feel very comfortable, and I always have a great time working with Rimzim. And it's always there's lots of chaotic energy at Fashion Week, but somehow I managed to keep my calm, I think.
It's a beautiful, beautiful embroidered jacket, and they decided to go without the shirt with this really interesting tie. And they have a nice little emblem on it, and I think it's elegant and cool and suave and new all at once.
It feels like it's just growing on my body, the textile, the fabric. It's so sexy. I love the way it hugs my curves. It just makes me feel strong, like I can conquer anything.
It's about imagination coming to life. Literally about imagination coming to life. And for that, I mean, just look at this. We can literally sit here and stare at it.
While the focus is never on the celebrities, but the celebration of art and craft in India, it never really hurts to see celebrities glam up the runway. Indian influencers spruced up the front rows. Bahar Dhawan to Sukhneet Vadhva, there were plenty of them adding glamour.
So, I mean, I was like literally like, oh my God, what a moment for us. Such great designs, the intricate work, absolutely stunning collection.
In New Delhi with Riya Modi, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today.
Your dental health is indicative of your overall health. Do you know that your dentist could actually be the first person to spot any healthcare condition which is not diagnosed? This could actually range from osteoporosis to diabetes to even oral cancer. And that's the reason why we must not underestimate the importance of visiting a dentist regularly.
Your mouth, your teeth, your gums and your tongue not only just show you signs of good or bad oral health. In fact, your mouth is an encyclopedia which gives you a mirror image of how your overall health is doing. From malnutrition to systemic diseases, your mouth speaks it all. Well, quite literally.
It is not uncommon to see dentists examine your whole mouth, tongue, face, lips, roof and floor of the mouth. The reason is that these areas disclose a whole lot of secrets and may show signs of various diseases. Our mouth, like other parts of the body, serves as a gateway for bacteria to enter the digestive and respiratory tracts. Our mouth can display signs of malnourishment and various general infections, with lesions, ulcers being the first sign. Here's how the mouth is a window to your overall health. The plaque in the mouth can also be caused by an underlying health condition such as diabetes, arthritis, heart disease, or chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. During the visit, a dentist will look at any swelling, lumps, masses, or any abnormalities in the face, lips, jaws, and neck. Oral cancer is a type of cancer that affects the mouth and the back of the throat. It is most commonly found in older adults. Diabetes makes it difficult to keep the teeth and gums healthy, and a dentist may be the first to identify it. Gum disease makes it difficult to control blood sugar levels. X-rays every year can track bone loss in the jaw and around the teeth. A dentist can actually detect the first signs of osteoporosis, which is a condition of progressive bone loss that puts patients at risk for fractures. Here's how. Enlarged tongue, tonsils, red throat, dry mouth and worn down teeth from nighttime grinding or clenching are all indicators of sleep apnea, and a dentist is the best person to recognize it immediately. When people have obstructive sleep apnea, their breathing stops and begins as they sleep. Sleep apnea is linked to a number of health issues including strokes, heart disease and type 2 diabetes. For an early indication of a neglected health ailment, make sure to not miss any periodical visits to your dentist. With Lavanya Rotella in New Delhi, Sneha Murdani for India Today TV.
All right, big news on the Congress front. Rahul Gandhi is unlikely to be speaking in the parliament today as expected. In fact, he was supposed to open up the debate on the no confidence motion, but allowed for Govt Gogoi there to take on and open up the debate. But now Rahul Gandhi is unlikely to speak itself today. If at all there's anything that changes on this, and the Congress will notify and declare about 3 hours ahead of time. Congress says that this is part of your strategy. However, the party is now aware that the Prime Minister is not in the House, and that could be the real reason for the Congress pitching Govt Gogoi ahead of Rahul Gandhi. The AICC had issued a YouTube link also to their members for Rahul Gandhi's speech. That clearly meant that Rahul Gandhi was ready to speak, but it appears a last-minute change of strategy has happened and Rahul Gandhi has decided not to talk. Let's cut across. Reactions coming in. Of course, the BJP asking if Rahul Gandhi developed cold feet. The Congress claiming that Govt Gogoi is from the Northeast. It was fair for him to open the debate. But Rahul Gandhi not speaking at all today was not on the plan, surely.
एक पॉइंट सर सुबह जहां तक मैं जानता हूं, सुबह आपके ऑफिस में एक चिट्ठी आया था सेक्रेटरी जनरल के ऑफिस में, श्री राहुल गांधी जी गौरव गोगोई के स्थान पर बोल रहे हैं। क्या हुआ सर? हम तो राहुल गांधी जी के भाषण सुनने के लिए हम उत्सुक है सर, हम उत्सुक है। राहुल गांधी गांधी का राहुल क्या हो गया ऐसे क्या एकदम सुबह सर 11:55 इनका चिट्ठी आया है सर अभी 12 बजे चेंज हो गया क्या हो गया थोड़ा हमको भी समझ में आया सर यही हमारा रिक्वेस्ट लेट मी अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट हैज हैपेंड सर so he just at 11:55 he has given a letter that Mr. Rahul Gandhi is going to speak what happened in 5 minutes what is the problem sir we are very much enthusiastic to listen Mr. Rahul Gandhi sir
पार्टी का शुक्रगुजार हूं कि उन्होंने मुझे अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पर जो है पहले वक्ता के तौर पर बोलने के लिए खड़ा किया। मैं ये सोच रहा था कि राहुल जी बोलेंगे क्योंकि मीडिया में तरह तरह की खबरें आ रही थी, लेकिन लगता है कि शायद जी आज तैयार नहीं थे, देर से उठे होंगे तो नहीं बोल पाए। कोई बात नहीं है, गौरव गोगोई जी ने बोला, बहुत अच्छा बोला।
All right, there you have sharp attacks by the BJP right from the start of the no confidence motion debate that opened up today. There was a lot of speculation. In fact, the Congress netas themselves had admitted to the media that Rahul Gandhi is prepared to speak, that he is going to be opening up the debate in the parliament on no confidence motion related to Manipur. This was Rahul Gandhi's, today of course all eyes were set on Rahul Gandhi as he returns to the parliament 4 months after his MP membership itself was suspended. Now that it's revoked, he's back in the parliament but refuses to speak as of today. The reasons still unknown, but the Congress leaders, insiders as per Maushami, who's tracking the Congress for us, says that Gaurav Gogoi is from the northeast. This no confidence motion was moved on Manipur issue, and therefore it was only fair for Gaurav Gogoi to take on the debate and to open up the debate. But Rahul Gandhi not speaking at all today was certainly not expected. Palmi Saha joins us on the phone line. Palmi, you're tracking proceedings in the parliament. Was there any word on Rahul Gandhi not speaking at all? There was a lot of excitement, at least among the BJP leaders, to hear Rahul Gandhi speak. We heard those jibes that came in right in the start of the session itself. But now Rahul Gandhi, we believe, will not be speaking at all today. All right, we seem to have lost your connection, but Rahul Gandhi is unlikely to speak in the parliament today. So the information that we have from the inside is that Rahul Gandhi was likely to speak, and if at all this decision now changes, it's likely that now the last minute decision is that Rahul Gandhi will not speak, but if he decides to speak, then that will be a notice given to the Lok Sabha speaker 3 hours in advance. So far a request has not come in. So it's clear that Rahul Gandhi is unlikely to speak. In fact, a link of the proceedings also was shared with the AICC members. So clearly all plans of Rahul Gandhi speaking was set, but it seems like a last-minute strategy change. As Rahul Gandhi is back in the parliament as an MP. Now, there was a lot of expectation for him to start off the debate, but that didn't happen. But he's also not likely to speak at all today. Palmi Saha brings us more. Palmi, plans of Rahul Gandhi, a lot of excitement and focus was on Rahul Gandhi opening up the debate today. That didn't happen, but we believe that today is not his day. He's not going to speak at all.
That's right. That's what Congress sources are saying at the moment, that Rahul Gandhi is unlikely to speak today. There's a possibility, of course, that he could speak tomorrow. He was, of course, he did have some programs slated tomorrow, which included going to Rajasthan as well. But all of that could be rescheduled. Right now, the Congress is also reworking that list at the moment in terms of who will speak next from the Congress party in this debate. We just spoke to some of our sources within, of course, the Congress party in order to understand the speaker's list. But they said that there is a lot of last-minute rejig that seems to be happening. Remember that this was an information that came in from the Congress party itself earlier this morning, that Rahul Gandhi would be initiating the discussion on the no-confidence motion, which had been moved by Gaurav Gogoi. So, as per protocol, Gaurav Gogoi should have, in fact, initiated the discussion. But then, of course, news came in from the Congress side that Rahul Gandhi would, in fact, take his place. And subsequently, it was informed at about 10:45, I beg your pardon, at about 11:45, that Rahul Gandhi will not be initiating the discussion. It would still be Gaurav Gogoi who would go ahead as per paper and initiate the discussion, which is exactly what happened. This was something which was brought up by the government as well. Prahlad Joshi, of course, taking pot shots at the Congress party, saying we were quite excited to hear Rahul Gandhi. We believe that a letter was sent to the office of the Lok Sabha Speaker at about 11:55 a.m. this morning, saying that Rahul Gandhi will be speaking in place of Gaurav Gogoi. So what exactly changed? Now, of course, there are murmurs as to what exactly prompted this change, one of which, of course, that we're hearing from a lot of our sources, Nabila, is pointing in the direction of the PM's absence from the Lok Sabha at the time, of course, the motion and the discussion on the motion was initiated. Rahul Gandhi hopes to be able to address the Prime Minister directly as he sits in the Treasury benches, to speak directly to the Prime Minister and put the government on the mat. Because the Prime Minister was not in the House at the time that the motion was initiated, that the discussion on the motion was initiated, there was a last-minute plan which was made by the Congress to skip Rahul Gandhi and have Gaurav Gogoi initiate the discussion.
So, as of now, we know that Rahul Gandhi is not going to speak. AICC members will also share the link of the parliament proceedings. So, clearly it has been a last-minute strategy change. Is it true that, Paulami, Rahul Gandhi will not be speaking because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is not in the House? Is that information correct? That you hear from Congress insiders, that only and until Prime Minister Modi is inside the House will Rahul Gandhi speak?
Well, Nabila, yes, they are, of course, trying to strategize. They can't, of course, hinge on the fact that the Prime Minister's presence only will be the reason when Rahul Gandhi, in fact, speaks. Remember, there's a lot of permutation, combination happening as far as this, as far as the Speaker's list is concerned. It's happening on both sides. Obviously, the Congress's one has been the very stark one that everyone's picked up on today. And, of course, it's going to be the big talking point as it is already. But there's a lot which is happening because with each individual speaker, what both sides are hoping to do is counter one with the other. So they had prepared Nishikant Dubey to counter Rahul Gandhi, which is exactly what he referred to, that I was hoping Rahul Gandhi would have spoken as he rose to speak in defense of the government as their first speaker. Then, of course, they were hoping that, Smriti Irani would come later. But now, of course, they're going to prepare Smriti Irani, most likely is what we're hearing, to counter Rahul Gandhi as he speaks. So she'll go next after Rahul Gandhi. So there's a lot happening in terms of the back channels right now, in terms of when these leaders will speak. Both sides watching each other's moves very, very carefully. The government probably had heard about, of course, already had heard about Rahul Gandhi's the possibility of Rahul Gandhi speaking in the House first, and hence, they did realize that, he would possibly directly attack the Prime Minister, speak directly to him, and of course, probably make a very personal attacks. The Prime Minister stayed away from the House, which then compelled the Congress to change its strategy and have Gaurav Gogoi initiate that discussion. So it now remains to be seen when Rahul Gandhi, of course, speaks. It's likely to be tomorrow, and who stands up in order to counter Smriti Irani, because, like I said, Nishikant Dubey was well prepared to counter Rahul Gandhi as soon as the government had heard. He was likely to be the first speaker anyways, but as soon as the government had heard that Rahul Gandhi would go first, Nishikant Dubey had prepared his speech accordingly, but Rahul Gandhi didn't speak. So very likely Smriti Irani will take Rahul Gandhi on.
All right, it'll be very interesting to watch. Rahul Gandhi, for now, unlikely to speak today. Now, fiery no-trust debate in the Sansad plays out. Team India and the NDA are at war with one another. The Congress Gaurav Gogoi initiated the no-confidence debate and fired back-to-back salvos at Prime Minister Modi. He's questioned Modi's silence on Manipur, highlighting how a state in his country is burning for more than 3 months, and yet the Prime Minister hasn't said a word, let alone visit the state. Remember, it was Rahul Gandhi who had to kickstart the debate, but this got changed just minutes earlier. Just minutes before the no-trust debate commenced, there was a change in decision by the Congress to ask and allowed for Gaurav Gogoi to open up the debate, claiming that he is from the Northeast and it will be more fitting for him to speak. This gave the BJP enough ammunition to attack the newly reinstated MP Rahul Gandhi. BJP has questioned if he's woken up late, if he developed cold feet. Speaking for the government, BJP's MP Nishikant Dubey has hit out at the India bloc, saying no trust isn't against the centre but within themselves itself. Now, before the no trust debate,
सर हमारी मांग स्पष्ट थी कि देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आए, अपनी बात रखे, अपनी संवेदना प्रकट करे और उस पर सारे पार्टी समर्थन दे और मणिपुर को एक संदेश जाए कि इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा सदन मणिपुर के साथ है, हम मणिपुर में शांति चाहते हैं। ये हमारी अपेक्षा थी, ये हमारी अपेक्षा थी। लेकिन अफसोस की बात है कि ऐसा नहीं हुआ। प्रधानमंत्री महोदय ने एक मौन व्रत लिया कि सदन में ना लोकसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे ना राज्यसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे और इसीलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय ये नौबत आनी पड़ी कि हम अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के द्वारा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का मौन व्रत हम तोड़ना चाहते हैं।
लोग कहते हैं प्रधानमंत्री मौन है, प्रधानमंत्री माफी नहीं मांगते, प्रधानमंत्री चीजें नहीं बोलते। मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि ये क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं या अभी भी कह रहे हैं, दो चीजें कर रहे हैं। मैं माफी नहीं मांगूंगा। क्यों माफी मांगे भाई? मोदी तो बहुत छोटा जात है, नीच जात है, ओबीसी है, ओबीसी से क्यों माफी मांगेंगे? बड़े आदमी हैं।
ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव मणिपुर के लिए हम लाए हैं। इंडिया अलायंस, इंडिया दैट इज अ यूनियन ऑफ स्टेट्स वी विल प्रोटेक्ट एंड वी विल विन। जो 2024 में भारत जीतेगा, इंडिया जीतेगा।
इंडिया जो है आजादी के बाद से कांग्रेस ने नहीं किया होगा। 1947 के बाद से उतनी बार इंडिया का यहां नारा लगा।
पहला उनकी राज्य सरकार विफल थी, दूसरा उनका गृह विभाग और राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सलाहकार विफल रहे और तीसरा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मौन रहने का कि वो अपनी भूल कबूल करना नहीं चाहते। अगर वो बोले तो कि उनकी चूक हुई है राज्य सरकार से, तो ये भूल वो कभी जनता के सामने कबूल नहीं करना चाहते, मौन रहना पसंद करते हैं। और ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ है, ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ है जब भारत के स्वर्ण पदक लाने वाले कुश्ती के महिला खिलाड़ी जब सड़क पे जब विरोध कर रहे थे तो प्रधानमंत्री मौन थे। जब 750 किसान आंदोलन पे उनकी जीवन गई, बलिदान दिया, शहीद हुए तो प्रधानमंत्री मौन थे। जब 2020 में दिल्ली में रायट्स हुए, दंगे हुए, पर विदेश के एक सरकार के नेता आए थे, उस समय भी प्रधानमंत्री मौन थे। जब अडानी पर इसी सदन में राहुल गांधी जी ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से सवाल किया कि कितने बार अडानी जी एक विशेष कंपनी को प्रधानमंत्री के साथ जाने पर उनको सुविधा हुआ, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन थे। जब हम बार बार पूछते हैं सर, बड़ी आश्चर्य की बात है कि सर कि अभी तक मैंने प्रधानमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने मुख्यमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने गृह मंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक इनकी तरफ से विरोध नहीं आया, लेकिन जब एक विशेष कंपनी के मालिक का नाम लिया तो ये सारे मंत्री और सांसद खड़े हो गए। किसकी सरकार है सर? ये किसकी सरकार है? जब चीन पर हमने सवाल किया, चीन पर आप पूछे, मैं चीन पर आता हूं, जब चीन पर हमने सवाल किया कि चीन हमारे सीमा के अंदर कितने किलोमीटर पर है, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन रहे।
सोनिया जी का मैं बड़ा सम्मान करता हूं सर। सोनिया जी, मुझे जो लगता है कि उनके पार्टी की उनकी दो मनस्थिति है। वो एक हिंदू सभ्यता संस्कृति में बिलीव कर रही हैं इसीलिए अलौकिका पंडिता की तरह जो पूरा किताब में लिखा हुआ है कि क्या क्या करना चाहिए एक भारतीय नारी को, उसका पूरा का पूरा पिक्चर सोनिया जी देती है। उनको दो काम करना है, बेटे को सेट करना है और दामाद को भेंट करना है।
अरे जिसका नेम ले रहा है वो बोले ना।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मणिपुर पर क्यों मौन हैं? शायद उस प्रश्न का उत्तर भी 3 है। पहला उत्तर कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को कबूल करना पड़ेगा कि उनकी डबल इंजन की सरकार, उनकी सरकार मणिपुर में व्यर्थ हो गई है, विफल हो चुकी है। इसीलिए आज मणिपुर में 150 लोग मरे, लगभग 5000 घर जलाए गए, लगभग 60,000 लोगों आज शिविर में हैं, लगभग 6500 FIR है। और मुख्यमंत्री, प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री होने के नाते जो एक संवाद का वातावरण बनाना चाहिए था, जो एक शांति, अमन और सद्भावना का एक वातावरण जो बनाना चाहिए था, आज उन्होंने सिर्फ मई महीने से नहीं, पिछले 2-3 सालों से ऐसे कुछ भड़काऊ उन्होंने कदम लिए हैं जो आज समाज के बीच में तनाव पैदा हो गया है। आज हम मणिपुर गए हैं, क्या मणिपुर में यह सबसे पहला हिंसा हुआ है? नहीं। क्या उत्तर पूर्वांचल में यह सबसे पहला हिंसा हुआ है? नहीं। इससे पहले भी हुए हैं, मणिपुर में भी हुए हैं। मैं खुद उत्तर पूर्वांचल का हूं, मैं खुद जिम्मेवारी से कहता हूं कि हुए हैं, लेकिन पहली बार, अरे आप में से तो कोई गया भी नहीं, आप क्या जानेंगे? पहले जाओ और फिर हमें परामर्श दो, पहले आप लोग जाओ। सर हम गए और बहुत दुख हुआ कि हमने समाज में 2 वर्गों के बीच ऐसा बंटवारा, समाज के 2 वर्गों के बीच हृदय में इतना आक्रोश, इतना गुस्सा हमने पहले कभी नहीं देखा। हमने पहले कभी भी नहीं देखा कि आज समाज का एक वर्ग दूसरे के प्रति बदले की भाषा का प्रयोग कर रहा है। हमने कभी भी नहीं देखा कि एक प्रदेश में एक ऐसी लकीर खींच दी गई है कि पहाड़ पे एक वर्ग के लोग रहते हैं और वैली में एक वर्ग के लोग रहते हैं। अफसोस की बात है सर कि जो सरकार एक इंडिया की बात करती है, आज उन्होंने 2 मणिपुर आपने बना दिए हैं। आपके राजनीति से 2 मणिपुर आज बन गए।
All right, on that note, I'm slipping into a short break. Coming up next, BJP ramps up its attack on the Congress party over NewsClick. Rao has accused the Congress of defending the online news portal NewsClick, which is currently under investigation, that allegedly ran Chinese propaganda here in India. Stay with us.
पास हुआ, पर आप अगर बीजेपी के चट्टे बट्टे प्रवक्ताओं को सुनो तो क्या कहते थे? हमारा जो अलायंस है इंडिया टूट जाएगा, 3 डिजिट में भी इसके पास नहीं रहेगा। मुझे खुशी इस बात की है कि इंडिया इंटैक्ट रहा, सेंचुरी कर दी। इंडिया प्लस BRS आज वोट में हमारे साथ रहा।
हमारा भी काम है हमारी साइड को पेश करना, दोनों बाजू से अपनी अपनी साइड रख ली है। एंड इट वाजंट दैट हम जीतने वाले थे, लेकिन 102 इज़ अ डिसेंट नंबर। इंडिया की स्ट्रेंथ उसमें दिखाई।
Forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
You saw the clothes, you saw the celebrities, you saw the jewelry. Time now for you to see footwear fashion and how to keep it dramatic this season. Here's a look.
When it comes to footwear, a lot of drama is now making way. For instance, Freddie Mercury makes a comeback with Theatre XYZ heels.
Harrison, Dark Horse. And this is the Theatre XYZ one. My favorite pick from their drama collection. It's got the boss-like appeal to it as well.
Even the Harrison Cloud 9 from the collection is now gender fluid and mainstream. Not just that, boots for all weather are here and they look chic.
I'm a sucker for color this monsoon, and the monsoon footwear these days are coming in different colors and different patterns. I'm just loving every bit of it.
Right from bubblegum smelling sandals to jelly shoes in all shapes and sizes and colors, monsoon shoes are sure having a moment. And if you have the courage to wear something different, try out these jelly ones from Melissa that are available in every color for different moods. And if you are the classy, safe type, your footwear can still have a lot of drama. These picks from OCD, especially the tap dancing Rebeccas or the dramatic Julies, come in with elegance in its own dramatic twist.
It's a beautiful artisanal work of craftsmanship made by artisans of India. And just look at the kind of drama it is adding to my foot.
While this season is all about adding drama, remember, wearing a story on your feet is all the 2023 footwear fashion is all about. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
are watching India Today.
Hello there, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. The no confidence motion continues to be a big talking point. This afternoon, the debate is ongoing inside both houses of Parliament. A quick check also of what we are in fact tracking. These are the headlines in this edition.
Fiery face-off continues in Lok Sabha as the debate on the no-confidence motion continues. The Prime Minister's silence has been questioned by the Congress and the opposition. Rahul Gandhi does not make a speech as far as the no-confidence debate is questioned. The government goes after him, mocks the fact that Gandhi did not speak in House. The opposition submits a privilege motion on Minister Piyush Goyal, even as the minister in question had in fact moved a motion of suspension against Derek O'Brien. Rajya Sabha Chairman Dhankar pulls up TMC MP Derek O'Brien for unruly behaviour. BJP says Derek not suspended yet in hope that he will express regret. Raghav Chadda faces FIR after his motion comes into scanner. 6 MPs say their names added without consent. All right, we have some news just coming in at this hour. Let's go straight to these details. A red alert over NewsClick. China left Nexus. Email clincher of NewsClick funding has been accessed. China used NewsClick to meddle in India's affairs. The email trail by the Enforcement Directorate exposes the conspiracy. There's been a huge, in fact, controversy over the issue of NewsClick and the kind of support that it receives. An email clincher of NewsClick funding has been accessed, speaking volumes of how they receive funds, in fact, to run an agenda against the country. And China was, in fact, using NewsClick to meddle in India's internal affairs. This email trail by the ED exposes conspiracy. Munish Pandey has more details on that story, joining us at this hour. Munish, talk to us about this particular email trail by the Enforcement Directorate. What are the details in it?
Well, Sneha, these email exchanges are dated year 2020, and according to sources within the Enforcement Directorate, when NewsClick office was being raided, the people connected to NewsClick were searched by the Enforcement Directorate officials. Then they recovered some of the emails, and these emails, according to sources, indicating that China was meddling in India's internal affairs. Now, as far as these emails are concerned, there are 3 important points. First of all, the propaganda regarding China, and there are email conversations between Nivel Roy Singham, the person who is under investigation by the Enforcement Directorate for sending 38 crore rupees illegally to NewsClick, allegedly for promoting the agenda of China. And in those emails, what they are talking about, the first point is about the way China handled COVID, and there are email conversations to several other people working in NewsClick, and including those journalists who are working in China, saying that we have to promote how China has handled their COVID situation, the pandemic situation. In the other hand, the timing is extremely important, because at that point of time it was very clear that COVID emerged from China. China was in dock. China was being, lashed out by the Western media, by India and other countries. But here was a person who was trying to promote China in a good way and in a better way, in a better light. This is what the allegations are. Apart from that, there is also an email with Prakash Karat. Prakash Karat becomes extremely important because remember, today even Nishikant Dubey, the BJP leader, also raised this matter before the parliament, taking name of Prakash Karat, that there are several email exchanges between NewsClick, between Nivel Roy Singham and Prakash Karat, in which there is there is a conversation showing that there is an affinity between the communists of India and Chinese. So these are the allegations which have been leveled by the government sources. The last and important point is extremely crucial because remember in 2020 there was some border dispute between India and China, but in these emails there are several maps have been attached in which Arunachal Pradesh has been shown as a part of China. Also they are talking about the dotted line, that is the border line, and the indication is being given that we need to work on this. So this becomes extremely important because the border dispute is something where India is very sensitive. India is trying to fight out China on this, but here through NewsClick, through these money laundering tactics, an agenda was being pushed on behalf of China, according to sources within the government, what they are alleging at this point of time, Sneha.
What's really clear is that they were busy, in fact, peddling a China narrative in their journalism, so-called journalism that they were doing. In fact, they've been under the scanner, Munish, for a while now, isn't it?
Of course, Neha, and the allegations are very serious because remember, this was the investigation being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. And during the investigation, they found that almost 38 crore rupees from 2017 to 2020 were laundered from China through US to to India to NewsClick office in New Delhi. Now, why this becomes extremely important? The path which the money has taken right from China, the Communist Party of China, from there the money reached 4 NGOs owned by Nivelle Roy Singham. And who is Singham? This Singham is the person who is staying in China. So he was the one who was acting as a mediator to promote the agenda of China. Apart from Singham, the money was being traveled, from 4 NGOs of based in USA to NewsClick office in India, and from this NewsClick office, the money was also traveling to several journalists, several activists, and these are the journalists and activists who, according to government sources, were involved in peddling anti-India narrative, peddling the, promoting China basically. So these are some serious allegations, and that is why the Bharatiya Janata Party, the center, they have lashed out not only on NewsClick, certain people involved with NewsClick, certain journalists, but also the Congress party. Sneha.
Munish, thanking you for the moment. So we're talking about these emails, and this kind of shows the kind of link that NewsClick had and tried to, in fact, peddle the agenda of the Chinese and also of the manner in which these conversations happened over email. I'm thanking Munish for the moment, and we're staying with this. It's a huge political issue. The BJP ramping up its attack on the Congress party over NewsClick controversy, with the Saffron clan accusing the Congress of defending the online news portal NewsClick, which according to an investigation by the New York Times has links with China. Union Minister and BJP MP Anurag Thakur said Rahul Gandhi should apologize to the nation and should give out an official statement as to why the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation took money from China and where all it was used. The Congress, meanwhile, has strongly objected to the comment made by the BJP leaders. Congress called the remarks made in the House defamatory and sought removal of the speech of BJP MP Nishikant Dubey. Remember, the Indian news website NewsClick, the same company that was raided in 2021, has been named by the New York Times investigative report as having received 38 crore rupees to run Chinese propaganda and is now under the lens.
अब जो सामने आया न्यूज़ क्लिक का मामला, ये तो बड़े गंभीर प्रश्न उठाते हैं उन लोगों पे जो लोकतंत्र के बारे में बात किया करते थे, जो कहते थे फ्री प्रेस के ऊपर तकलीफ है भारत में। आज समझ में आ रहा है कि जिस प्रकार के प्रेस के लिए वो दुहाई देते थे, वो तो पेड मीडिया हाउसेस थे। कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ता रणदीप सिंह सुरजेवाला जी, जो राहुल गांधी जी से बहुत निकट माने जाते हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि न्यूज़ क्लिक के ऊपर रेड मोदी सरकार का मंत्र है प्रेस को दबाने के लिए, सप्रेस करने के लिए, सब्जुगेट करने के लिए, स्टिफल करने के लिए। तृणमूल कांग्रेस के राज्यसभा एमपी जवाहर सरकार ने कहा ये तो गुजरात के 2002 की तरह असॉल्ट है मीडिया के ऊपर। आरजेडी, आम आदमी पार्टी, ये सब ने मिलके एक षड्यंत्र रचाया है भारत के खिलाफ, भारत की सुरक्षा के खिलाफ, भारत की एकता और अखंडता के ऊपर प्रहार करने के लिए ये घमंडिया गठबंधन बनाया गया।
कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज़ क्लिक के साथ, कम्युनिस्ट बाकी दल ये भी उनका सहयोग करते रहे, लेकिन कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज़ क्लिक के साथ, न्यूज़ क्लिक के ऊपर चाइना का हाथ। तो किसका हाथ कहाँ कहाँ मिला है सबको समझ आता है। और राहुल गांधी जी को आज एक अवसर है देश से माफ़ी मांगने का। राहुल गांधी जी सदन में देश से माफ़ी मांगिए और बताइए कि राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन में कैसे चाइना वालों से पैसा लिया और कहाँ कहाँ इस्तेमाल किया।
कल जो है सर, कल मेरी बात पर जो है बड़ा हंगामा हुआ, न्यूज क्लिक के ऊपर बड़ा हंगामा हुआ। आज प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ सर, प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैं एक बताऊं, यदि न्यूज क्लिक का नाम यदि डिलीट या रेस्टोर हो गया, कांग्रेस को क्या समस्या है सर? न्यूज क्लिक आपका कौन लगता है? पुरकास्ट का नाम यदि रेस्टोर हो गया, पुरकास्ट आपका क्या लगता है? रोहिणी सिंह, अभिसार शर्मा या कोई भी मान लीजिए ठाकुर रंजन प्रागता, यदि उसका डिलीट हो गया नाम या एक्सपंज से फिर बाहर आ गया, आपको क्या परेशानी है? आपका कोई मतलब नहीं है। और मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड एक और रिवीलेशन करना चाहता हूं सर कि सीपीएम के जो जनरल सेक्रेटरी, पूर्व जनरल सेक्रेटरी थे प्रकाश कारात साहब, उनका पूरा का पूरा मेल मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड आपको लाना चाहता हूं कि जो वो नेवेली राय सिंघम था उसके साथ उनके हजारों मेल हैं। और जब आप कहेंगे मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड उसको पेश कर दूंगा सर कि सीपीएम किस तरह से देशद्रोही पार्टी के साथ है। हम तो आइडियोलॉजी में मानने वाले हैं।
The mic of a particular BJP member, Mr. Dubey, was switched on and he proceeded to speak. And his sound was the only one coming through the translation headsets and through the record of the House, in which he leveled defamatory and libelous accusations against our party and by name two of its leaders. He cannot do so without giving notice in advance and getting the consent of the Speaker, which he had not done. Therefore, we demanded the full expunction under Rule 380 of every single thing that he had said. There was a brief period when it was indeed expunged, and then suddenly and mysteriously all the expunged portions have returned to the Parliament website, so that the defamatory and libelous accusations remain on the record and can and indeed have been reported by all of you in the media. And that now, even if we succeed in getting the Speaker to change his mind and to expunge it, the damage has already been done and the defamation stands.
All right, we have some more news just coming in. Well, Rahul Gandhi, MP from Wayanad, has got his 12th Tughlaq Lane house back months after Rahul Gandhi had to vacate his bungalow. Gandhi to get the previous government residents back. Remember, Rahul Gandhi had to vacate his bungalow, given that he was, in fact, he ceased to be a member of parliament after his conviction by a Surat court. And he had to vacate his bungalow. These are pictures, in fact, from previous weeks. So when Rahul Gandhi had to leave his 12th Tughlaq Lane residence, in fact, a house in Lutyens, Delhi, which he had occupied ever since he first became a member of parliament in the year 2004 from Amethi. And he's going to go back to his house. Yesterday, Mosmi, when the Lok Sabha issued, the Lok Sabha Secretariat issued, in fact, the notification saying that he's back as a member of parliament. That mail, interestingly, I noticed, was also marked to the NDMC, speaking volumes of the fact that they knew that this has to be done. Eventually, he's a member of parliament from Lok Sabha and will be given a bungalow as per the rules, isn't it? And that's the reason why he's going back home.
That's right, Sneha. You know, in fact, this has been a bone of contention, a bone of argument between the opposition and the ruling party. With, you know, in fact, the Congress saying that Rahul Gandhi was single-handedly targeted as far as vacating the bungalow is concerned, even as Rahul Gandhi was very quick to answer to that notice that was given about evicting his house when he lost his membership. Rahul Gandhi had then vacated the house and that was covered very widely. On the other hand, Priyanka Gandhi had said that, you know, we will have to find another house for Rahul Gandhi in a rally in Karnataka and Wayanad. So that was an argument that was given by Congress that Rahul Gandhi is being targeted for, in fact, you know, attacking the Prime Minister and speaking the truth. And that's why I think that, you know, this time round, needless controversy perhaps being avoided here by the Lok Sabha Secretariat. The Housing Committee, in fact, who's reissued the same house that Rahul Gandhi lived in to Rahul Gandhi, allotted that house, 12 Tughlaq Lane, to Rahul Gandhi.
All right, Mosby getting us all of those details about Rahul Gandhi going back home. 12 Tughlaq Lane was where he stayed. All this while, Mosby, in fact, he was at Das Janpath with mother Sonia Gandhi. He couldn't find a house, Mosby. All right, Mosby is in fact going to be joining us in a moment again from now. But details that Mosby was giving us was of Rahul Gandhi getting his 12 Tughlaq Lane house back, in fact, after getting reinstated as a member of parliament from the Wayanad constituency. More news coming in this afternoon. India bloc MPs stage a walkout of the upper house, Lok Sabha. India bloc MPs walk out demanding an apology from Piyush Goyal. It's a massive uproar we've seen over Piyush Goyal's traitor remark, is what India MPs claim. The continual refusal of the leader of the House, Piyush Goyal, to apologize for the highly objectionable and completely unacceptable remarks he made against leaders of the India parties. And this is the reason why the opposition is trying to register a protest. Piyush Goyal called India MPs traitors, and that's the reason why the opposition collectively have staged a walkout of the upper house. These MPs are demanding an apology from Minister Piyush Goyal. A massive uproar really over Goyal's traitor remark is what India MPs claim. The refusal of the leader of the House, Piyush Goyal, to apologize for the highly objectionable and completely unacceptable remarks he made against leaders of the India parties. Mosby Singh is back with us, getting us more details. In fact, the acrimony and the bitterness really, Mosby, continues in spite of the fact that there have been discussions. But these personal comments and labeling the MPs as traitors is what has got them all riled up.
You know, we've seen a tug of war of sorts, Sneha, as far as the upper house is concerned. High pitches and higher political rhetoric is what has marked the debate so far in the upper house. And this time round, you know, there was a walkout by the opposition parties and the opposition parties say that they'll move a privilege motion against Piyush Goyal for calling them traitors. And there has been a tit for tat. On the other hand, the government accusing the opposition of disruption. There was, in fact, several accusations as far as, you know, the chair is concerned, that the opposition wasn't getting a space to speak. So clearly the battle lines have been more fierce in the House of Elders, where the strength of the India parties and the opposition is much higher. And that's one reason that we've seen a lot of uproars, a lot of adjournments. We'll have to wait and see how the chair actually reacts to that one.
Mosby, thanking you for the moment. Mosby Singh getting us all of those details as far as all that playing out in Parliament is concerned. We're tracking all of those developments very closely. There's much more coming up on the other side. It's time for a quick commercial break here.
You are watching India Today.
Meet the men Monu Manesar and Bittu Bajrangi who inflamed Mewa, who triggered the fiery chain reaction.
आपके वीडियोस ने जो है वो उकसाने का काम करा है इस यात्रा में। कोई उकसाने का कार्य नहीं किया, ना मैं उस यात्रा में गया।
The key faces of the new nightmare. Live streamed provocations and poison.
आधे घंटे की प्लानिंग नहीं है, ये कह रहे हैं कि बिट्टू ने बोल दिया, मैंने बोल दिया, वो इसको लोग तैयार बैठे थे वो बंदूक लेके।
Cops hunt them, but we find them. Listen as they paint the full scary picture. Only on India Today television. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
आज भारत कैसा देश बन गया है। हम पाकिस्तान को देखते थे कि वहाँ पे कोई लोकतंत्र नहीं है, वहाँ पे कोई संविधान नहीं है, किसी भी प्रकार के आदेश पास हो जाते हैं। आज भारत को पाकिस्तान जैसे देश से बदतर बना दिया है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने। लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में आज संविधान की धज्जियां उड़ रही हैं। लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में आज लोकतंत्र की धज्जियां उड़ रही हैं, संघीय ढांचे की धज्जियां उड़ रही हैं।
I think the Honorable Home Minister clarified that we had not done anything which had not been done earlier, number one, and this is not for us to usurp the power. This is something more serious. We have merely given shape to something, because between 1991, when that clause was inserted, and 2015, there was never a problem. The problem arose when the Aam Aadmi Party came in here, and they're indulging in such practice.
But the digits are 3 digits. They've crossed the 3-digit mark. They are
No,
saying
hold on. Hold on. No, they are
announced.
announced, as they said, somebody said it's what is called a limited marriage. और मुद्दा मैरिज क्या कहते हैं उसको, और किसी ने बोला अपॉर्चुनिस्टिक अलायंस है। उस आज शाम को ढेर सारी गालियां बड़ी शुरू हो जाएगी।
राज्यसभा में पहले ही दिन से तय था बिल पास होगा। असत्य अधर्म के साथ नहीं चलते हैं। मुगलों ने राज किया, अंग्रेजों ने राज किया, देश एक हो गया था। अधर्मी ताकत है जो पैदा हुई, भगवान कृष्ण जी आए और उन्होंने अधर्मी ताकतों को समाप्त किया है। तो मैंने पहले भी कहा था कि इसमें कहना अंतरात्मा पर भी वोट लोग डालेंगे, वो डालिए लोगों ने वोट। और जहां तक इस बिल को लाने की बात थी, तो ये बिल कहीं ना कहीं संवैधानिक ढांचे को मजबूत करने के लिए ला गया।
are watching India Today.
Welcome back, getting you all details from the drama that played out in Parliament. So there was a lot of suspense around Rahul Gandhi today. It was expected that he would be the first speaker from the Congress. But it was Govt who moved the no-confidence motion against the Prime Minister. In fact, the Congress had even set out a YouTube link for Rahul Gandhi's speech, suggesting that the Wayanad MP was ready to lead the charge. The documents accessed by India Today have shown that Rahul Gandhi's name was actually on top of the list of the opposition speakers. It was struck off. Sources say Rahul Gandhi is unlikely to speak today. As part of its strategy, the Congress will reveal when Gandhi is going to be speaking in Lok Sabha only 3 hours before. Congress wants the Prime Minister to be in the House. In fact, when Gandhi speaks, the Prime Minister will not be present in the House today.
सुबह आपके ऑफिस में एक चिट्ठी आया था सेक्रेटरी जनरल के ऑफिस में, श्री राहुल गांधी जी गौरव गोगोई के स्थान पर बोल रहे हैं। क्या हुआ सर? हम तो राहुल गांधी जी के भाषण सुनने के लिए हम उत्सुक है सर, हम उत्सुक है राहुल गांधी का। राहुल क्या हो गया ऐसे? क्या एकदम व्हाट हैपेंड इन 5 मिनट्स? व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम सर? वी आर वेरी मच एंथुसियास्टिक टू लिसन मिस्टर राहुल गांधी सर।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपके दफ्तर में
अगर क्या हो रहा है, क्या दरखास्त दी गई है, आप खुद ही, आप इस सदन के रक्षक हैं, आपके दफ्तर के अंदर क्या बातचीत हुई है? क्या हम बताएं कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने आपके दफ्तर के अंदर क्या क्या बातें की हैं? हम नहीं कहते।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, मुझे लगता था कि अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पर राहुल जी बोलेंगे, कांग्रेस के मित्र बोलेंगे और कोई बहुत बड़ा विषय होगा जिसके आधार पर कि रूल्स का फायदा उठाते हुए
माननीय सदस्य ने पूरी बात कही है, ऐसे नहीं चलेगा, प्लीज बैठिए।
इसके बाद राहुल जी भी नहीं बोल पाएंगे और कोई अपोजिशन का आदमी नहीं बोल पाएगा। मैंने धैर्यपूर्वक सुना है, आप मुझे धैर्यपूर्वक सुनिए। पार्टी का शुक्रगुजार हूं कि उन्होंने मुझे अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पर जो है पहले वक्ता के तौर पर बोलने के लिए खड़ा किया। मैं ये सोच रहा था कि राहुल जी बोलेंगे क्योंकि मीडिया में तरह तरह की खबरें आ रही थी, लेकिन लगता है कि शायद जी आज तैयार नहीं थे, देर से उठे होंगे तो नहीं बोल पाए। कोई बात नहीं है, गौरव गोगोई जी ने बोला, बहुत अच्छा बोला।
All right, so the government in fact was quick to ask these questions of the Congress as to why Rahul Gandhi is not speaking. In fact, there was a lot of build-up that Gandhi indeed would be in fact speaking is what we had also picked up. But Gaurav Gogoi, Congress MP from Koilabad in Assam, was the first to speak and lead the charge against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Fiery no-trust debate in the Sansa. Team India and NDA are at war with each other. Congress's Gaurav Gogoi initiated a no-confidence debate, fired back-to-back salvos at the Prime Minister, questioning Modi's silence on Manipur, highlighting how a state in his country is burning for more than 3 months, and yet the Prime Minister hasn't said a word, let alone visit the state. The Saffron parties countered the Congress's charges by launching scathing attack. The BJP questioned India alliance, terming it an alliance of corrupt, taking pot shots. BJP said most of the opposition leaders won't even know the full form of the India bloc. Before the no-trust debate, the Prime Minister, in a scathing attack at the India bloc, gave a new mantra, and I quote here, corruption must quit India, dynasty must quit India, appeasement must quit India. Modi is set to speak in Parliament on the trust motion this Thursday at 4.
जब अडानी पर इसी सदन में राहुल गांधी जी ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से सवाल किया कि कितने बार अडानी जी एक विशेष कंपनी को प्रधानमंत्री के साथ जाने पर उनको सुविधा हुआ, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन थे। जब हम बार-बार पूछते हैं, सर बड़ी आश्चर्य की बात है कि सर कि अभी तक मैंने प्रधानमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने मुख्यमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने गृह मंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक इनकी तरफ से विरोध नहीं आया, लेकिन जब एक विशेष कंपनी के मालिक का नाम लिया तो ये सारे मंत्री और सांसद खड़े हो गए। किसकी सरकार है सर? ये किसकी सरकार है? जब चीन पर हमने सवाल किया, चीन पर आप पूछे, मैं चीन पर आता हूं, जब चीन पर हमने सवाल किया कि चीन हमारे सीमा के अंदर कितने किलोमीटर पर है, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन रहे।
मैं ये सोच रहा था कि राहुल जी बोलेंगे क्योंकि मीडिया में तरह तरह की खबरें आ रही थी, लेकिन लगता है कि शायद जी आज तैयार नहीं थे, देर से उठे होंगे तो नहीं बोल पाए। कोई बात नहीं है, गौरव गोगोई जी ने बोला, बहुत अच्छा बोला। सोनिया जी का मैं बड़ा सम्मान करता हूं सर। सोनिया जी, मुझे जो लगता है कि उनके पार्टी की उनकी दो मनस्थिति है। वो एक हिंदू सभ्यता संस्कृति में बिलीव कर रही हैं, इसीलिए अलौकिका पंडिता की तरह जो पूरा किताब में लिखा हुआ है कि क्या क्या करना चाहिए एक भारतीय नारी को, उसका पूरा का पूरा पिक्चर सोनिया जी देती है। उनको दो काम करना है, बेटे को सेट करना है और दामाद को भेंट करना है।
अरे जिसका नाम ले रहा है वो बोले ना।
सर हमारी मांग स्पष्ट थी कि देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आए, अपनी बात रखे, अपनी संवेदना प्रकट करे और उस पर सारे पार्टी समर्थन दे और मणिपुर को एक संदेश जाए कि इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा सदन मणिपुर के साथ है, हम मणिपुर में शांति चाहते हैं। ये हमारी अपेक्षा थी, ये हमारी अपेक्षा थी। लेकिन अफसोस की बात है कि ऐसा नहीं हुआ। प्रधानमंत्री महोदय ने एक मौन व्रत लिया कि सदन में ना लोकसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे ना राज्यसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे, और इसीलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय ये नौबत आनी पड़ी कि हम अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के द्वारा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का मौन व्रत हम तोड़ना चाहते हैं।
लोग कहते हैं प्रधानमंत्री मौन है, प्रधानमंत्री माफी नहीं मांगते, प्रधानमंत्री चीजें नहीं बोलते। मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि ये क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं, या बीबी कह रहे हैं, दो चीजें कर रहे मैं माफी नहीं मांगूंगा। क्यों माफी मांगे भाई? मोदी तो बहुत छोटा जात है, नीच जात है, ओबीसी है, ओबीसी से क्यों माफी मांगेंगे? बड़े आदमी हैं।
ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव मणिपुर के लिए हम लाए हैं। इंडिया अलायंस, इंडिया दैट इज अ यूनियन ऑफ स्टेट्स, वी विल प्रोटेक्ट एंड वी विल विन। जो 2024 में भारत जीतेगा, इंडिया जीतेगा।
इंडिया जो है आजादी के बाद से कांग्रेस ने नहीं किया होगा, 1947 के बाद से उतनी बार इंडिया का यहाँ नारा लगा।
मैं खुद उत्तर पूर्वांचल का हूं, मैं खुद जिम्मेवारी से कहता हूं कि हुए हैं, लेकिन पहली बार, अरे आप में से तो कोई गया भी नहीं, आप क्या जानेंगे? पहले जाओ और फिर हमें परामर्श दो, पहले आप लोग जाओ। सर हम गए और बहुत दुख हुआ।
गौरव गोगोई जब बोल रहे थे इस कांग्रेस पार्टी को शहादत के बारे में, लोगों का क्या बलिदान है इसके बारे में कुछ पता नहीं है। इन्होंने मणिपुर की बात की और पूरे देश को नहीं, पूरे संसद को जो है इन्होंने चैलेंज किया कि आप लोग में से बहुत लोग मणिपुर नहीं गए होंगे, मणिपुर नहीं देखा है आपने। मैं मणिपुर के इतिहास का भुक्तभोगी हूं। मेरे मामा NK तिवारी 73 में अपनी पैर जो है वो गंवा चुके मणिपुर में। वही NK तिवारी जब मणिपुर में IG बनकर गए तो आपकी सरकार ने उसी ओपीएम लॉबी के तहत उनको गिरफ्तार कर लिया और कोर्ट ने कहा कि ये आप कर सकते हैं। आप राष्ट्रवाद की बात करते हो, आप मणिपुर की बात करते हो। आपने अभी कहा कि असम में समझौता हुआ, आप तो असम के हैं, सांसद हैं। क्या 83 के चुनाव में कितने % लोगों ने असम में वोट दिया था?
के साथ विश्वासघात किया है। आज टमाटर 2050 kg में, पेट्रोल 102 लीटर का, LPG 1200 रुपए सिलेंडर का, मिल्क आज दूध के दाम पे। आपको इकोनॉमी की बात करते हैं, लार्जेस्ट फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी की बात करते हैं, जाइए ये भाषा उस आजाद मंडी के उस आदमी के सामने वो रखिए जिसके आंसू आज पूरे देश ने देखा है, जो कहता है रो रो के कि मेरे पास पैसा नहीं है। ये GDP और फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी की बातें उनको समझाइएगा।
इनका विरोध ये है कि गरीब के घर में जो चूल्हा जल रहा है, जो घर घर में पानी जा रहा है, जो नल जल की पहल चल रही है, जो गंगा से पानी देवघर आने की बात चल रही है, उसका ये विरोध है। सर इनका विरोध ये है कि बाइडेन ऑटोग्राफ क्यों लेता है। इनका विरोध यह है कि पापुआ न्यू गिनी का जो है प्रधानमंत्री उनका पांव क्यों छूता है। इनका विरोध यह है कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया का जो प्रधानमंत्री है वो उनको बॉस क्यों कहता है।
What is in 9 years the great achievements of this government? Is state governments toppled by the BJP? Is this fair democracy? Price rise, महंगाई बहुत हो गई, महंगाई की मार अब की बार शायद सबको याद होगा। LPG की प्राइस, कर्नाटक इलेक्शन ने दिखा दिया LPG का क्या होता है। फिर इंस्टीट्यूट ब्रोकन, हाउ मेनी इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैव बीन ब्रोकन। जुमले पे जुमला, आई लाइक अमित शाह जी, सच बोलते हैं आपकी बात साइड से बहुत कम। ये वो या गडकरी साहब बोले थे कि ये जुमला ये गले की हड्डी हो गया, ना नीचे जा रही है ना बाहर आ रही है। दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम। इंडेक्सेस विच हैव शोन वेयर ग्लोबली इंडिया हैज फॉलन। एंटी फेडरल कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म का तो बोल बोल के हम थक गए। Indicators of the economy, which I will be coming to in 2 minutes, and law and order, which is alarming in Manipur, Haryana, JNK, and 1 or 2 cases of Maharashtra. Sir, 9 years में, 9 साल में 9 सरकारें बीजेपी ने गिराई है। अरुणाचल, उत्तराखंड, मणिपुर, मेघालय, कर्नाटका, गोवा, मध्य प्रदेश, पुडुचेरी और महाराष्ट्र 2 बार। This is it. And what is
the central agencies, ED and CBI, they are used to target opponents and bring down opposition state government as it happened in Maharashtra. BJP has a big washing machine. No, baitho. What? BJP has a big washing machine. When Ajit Pawar was in NCP, he was very bad. 70,000 crore irrigation scam. Now BJP's washing machine he has entered. Now he has become a good man. Amit Shah goes and praises him.
What he has done, just before the 2019 election, James was the foundation laid by the same Prime Minister. Even after 5 years, they have not done even single brick over the first brick. Shame. Sir, he has promised 2 crore job every year. By this time, 18 crore job would have been created. Nothing, he has not. Sir, he has promised 15 lakhs per head. But he has not given even single rupee. Sir, he has promised jobs, lakhs and lakhs of jobs to our young men. Even he has abolished 5 crore job in the Manrega. And moreover, over 46 years, the unemployment is still prevailing. He has not done it. He has failed to do that, sir.
Palmi Saha getting us all of those details, tracking that big story from Parliament right now. Palmi, lots of things have been said in the House today, discussed, but I just want to get a sense of what really happened in the last moment when it comes to Rahul Gandhi. There was a lot of anticipation about the fact that he would be leading the charge. Is it because the Congress wants to make it a direct fight between the Prime Minister and Rahul Gandhi? And that's the reason why they waited for the Prime Minister to come to the House, and Gandhi will speak only when he does so.
Well, of course, that's a sense we're getting also from, sources that we've been speaking to across the benches from the opposition to the Treasury side. It was definitely the Congress's plan to have Rahul Gandhi open the discussion today in place of Gaurav Gogoi, who had originally, of course, moved this motion of no confidence against the government. And they had also put this petition before the Speaker's office. But suddenly, of course, before going into the House prior to 12 noon, when, of course, the House was to reconvene after its first adjournment for the day, the decision was taken that Gaurav Gogoi would go ahead and initiate the discussion as planned earlier. Now, of course, the sense that we're getting is that it was because the Prime Minister was not in the House. It was, of course, expected that, as is customary usually in the case when a no-confidence motion against a Union Council of Ministers is being moved and the discussion is being initiated, the Prime Minister would have possibly been present in the House. That's the case, but it's not the rule. So the Prime Minister was not inside the House. He is inside the Parliament complex. He's in his office conducting meetings as we speak, but he was not in the House. And when, of course, the Congress realized that the Prime Minister is not present, they decided that Rahul Gandhi will not be initiating the discussion. They do want to make it a direct fight between Rahul Gandhi and the Prime Minister. They would want Rahul Gandhi to directly address the Prime Minister as he takes to the floor of the House, having been only recently reinstated as a member of Parliament. Now, it remains to be seen, of course, if the BJP is able to foil this plan, because, again, if he doesn't speak today, again, they've not ruled it out entirely, Sneha. What we're hearing is that if the Prime Minister comes into the House, Rahul Gandhi could still go ahead and, take the opportunity to speak. But then, the list of speakers is not decided as per, the whims and fancies of a particular party. You can decide who will speak when in terms of who's next after Gaurav Gogoi, but you can't decide the sequence because it has to go as per a particular sequence. So there's a possibility it could happen tomorrow as well. But then again, Rahul Gandhi has a scheduled program in Rajasthan tomorrow. How will he adjust around it? Or possibly it could just boil down to the final day ahead of the Prime Minister replying to this discussion at about 4 p.m. approximately.
In fact, the houses are functioning as we speak. The no confidence debate is still on. Palmi, I'm going to thank you for the moment. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you for more on that. Lok Sabha began today amid massive sloganeering and ruckus by the opposition MPs. What really happened was that TMC MP from Lok Sabha, Derek O'Brien, faced expulsion from the Lok Sabha after he disobeyed Chairman of the House, Jagdeep Dhankar, while trying to seek a discussion on the Manipur issue. Now, the leader of the House and the Union Minister, Piyush Goyal, thereafter moved a motion to suspend the TMC MP for the rest of the monsoon session. No sooner had Goyal got up than TMC MPs rushed to the well shouting slogans. The chair and O'Brien had a spat even during discussions on Delhi Services Bill on Monday evening, with the chair accusing Derek O'Brien of doing theatrics in the House to gain publicity during a heated debate on the Delhi Services Bill.
Are you raising point of order? Rule book. First the rule. Under which rule?
The rule is on page 92.
Yes, which rule?
The rule is 267. The leader of the opposition has been asking for a discussion on Manipur. You allow the discussion on Manipur. That's my point of order.
Honorable members, I name Mr. Derek O'Brien. He must leave the House. I name him. Move it over. Yes.
I wish to move a motion for the suspension of Mr. Derek O'Brien for the remainder of this session for continuously and willfully disturbing the proceedings of the House, for disobeying the chair, and for continuously creating disturbance in the House. Respected sir, with your permission, I move the motion that Shri Derek O'Brien be suspended from the services of the House for the remaining part of the current session for his unruly behavior unbecoming of a member of Rajya Sabha today, the 8th of August 2023, shouting slogans from the well of the House, thereby disregarding the authority of the chair, and from his chair disregarding every instruction of the chair, bringing disrepute and shame to this august House.
अच्छा, मुलायम सिंह जी यहाँ थे तो हम लोगों के लिए बड़े सम्मानित थे, और जब भी है देश प्रेम की जो भावना थी उसके ऊपर कोई चैलेंज नहीं कर सकता है सर। लेकिन मुलायम सिंह जी यादव की इमेज को किसने चौपट किया? ये मेरे पास यदि बोलेंगे सर, सारे पेपर में लेके आया हूं कि विश्वनाथ चतुर्वेदी जो है कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता है, पीआईएल करते, और सीबीआई का केस जो है 2007 में डिसप्रोपोर्शनेट एसेट का मुलायम सिंह यादव जी के ऊपर हो जाता है। 2008 में इसी सदन में मुलायम सिंह यादव जी ने आपको सीबीआई के डर से न्यूक्लियर में सपोर्ट किया कि उन्होंने अपनी आइडियोलॉजी के तहत किया, ये आप बता दीजिए जनता को, और उसके बाद आपने इनकम टैक्स का केस कर दिया। और हमने क्या किया मुलायम सिंह यादव जी के साथ? हमको पता था कि वो ईमानदार आदमी है, हमको पता है कि देश के प्रति उनकी भावना जो है, और ये पिछड़े दलित शोषित वर्ग से आते हैं, इसीलिए कांग्रेस ने उसको ये किया। हम लोगों ने सीबीआई के सारे केस को खत्म किया, और आज मुलायम सिंह यादव जी के ऊपर केस ने, फिर भी मुलायम सिंह यादव जी हमारे विरोध में।
All right, now face-off over Delhi Services Bill escalates with MP from the Aam Aadmi Party, Raghav Chadha, facing heat over forged signatures, claims by 4 Rajya Sabha members. Now MPs have given a notice of breach of privilege to our Rajya Sabha chairperson, mentioning their name without permission. Quoting sources, if the signatures of the 5 MPs in Raghav Chadda's proposal to send the NCTC Delhi amendment to the select committee are found to be fake, then on the complaint of these 5 MPs, the chairman may recommend registering an FIR. Defending the charges upset, they have given names of the MP from all parties in good faith, and there is no need of signature consent as per the House rules. The party further defended its MP Raghav Chadda and said that members are free to withdraw the names. Earlier terming it as a breach of privilege of the House, Amit Shah said the matter should be referred to the Privileges Committee. Shah also attacked the AAP, alleging that the party was committing fraud in parliamentary proceedings.
I will respond. My dear friend, no signature is needed. मुझे जब नोटिस आएगा मैं उसका खुल के जवाब दूंगा. 3rd round ऑफ जुडिशियल स्क्रूटनी बना है, इसकी संवैधानिक पीठ जो है, ये भी मेरा विश्वास है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के और लोकतंत्र के हक में फैसला देगी।
मान्यवर, ये 5 सदस्यों का नाम आसन की ओर से उद्घोषित किया जाए या उनको बोलने की मंजूरी दी जाए और इसका रिकॉर्ड बनाकर, ये प्रिविलेज का मामला है मान्यवर, इसको प्रिविलेज कमेटी में भेजा जाए। हम तो यहाँ चर्चा कर रहे थे, फर्जीवाड़ा दिल्ली सरकार में चल रहा है, ये सदन की कार्यवाही में फर्जीवाड़ा है।
Yeah, I have given the privilege notice to the chairman to inquire that whoever misused my name, this is against privilege, therefore to take necessary action for misuse that kind of activities.
राघव चड्डा ने सिलेक्ट कमेटी में मेरा नाम रखा, मेरी कोई उससे बात नहीं हुई है, मैंने कोई साइन नहीं की है, एक गलत किया है उसने, और मैंने स्पीकर को भी बता दिया कि मेरा नाम उसने गलत रखा है, मैंने कोई सिलेक्ट कमेटी में उसको मंजूरी नहीं दी है और उस पर जरूरी एक्शन भी लेना चाहिए, वो भी हमने बता दिया है।
There are a number of members of parliament who are there whose names have featured in this resolution, but we had no inkling, neither any clue that our names have been included. There was no discussion with us in this regard, especially when all of these MPs that we've been supporting the bill. So there was no point of concern about in terms of going for a resolution, especially when we and our parties are supporting the bill. So therefore, I believe this is a clear case of a very shocking incident that has happened. Generally hasn't happened in the House. And the matter was also taken cognizance by the Honorable Home Minister who was there at that point of time. He has also pointed it out. And I'm sure the Honorable Chairman will take appropriate cognizance of the matter and do the needful.
गृह मंत्री जी ने वहां पे झूठ बोला है, जानकारी के अभाव के अंदर बोला है, ना तो दिल्ली विधानसभा के अंदर कभी ऐसा काम हुआ और ना ही संसद के अंदर ऐसा काम हुआ। फिर यही कहता हूं कि राघव ने गुड फेथ के अंदर नाम दिए, ये ताकतवर लोग हैं, इन्होंने राघव की सदस्यता लेना चाहते हैं, जैसे राहुल गांधी की सदस्यता ले ली थी, ऐसे राघव की सदस्यता लेना चाहते हैं। ये ताकतवर लोग ले सकते हैं, फर्क नहीं पड़ता, राघव फिर चुन के आ जाएंगे, परंतु इनका झूठ बेनकाब होगा।
कोई भी सदस्य सेलेक्ट कमेटी के लिए किसी का भी नाम प्रस्तावित कर सकता है और सेलेक्ट कमेटी में नाम प्रस्तावित करने के लिए किसी के साइन की जरूरत नहीं होती, किसी के सिग्नेचर की जरूरत नहीं होती। झूठ और अफवाह मत फैलाइए। आपकी पार्टी का काम है झूठ फैलाना, लेकिन हर बात में झूठ फैलाते हैं आप लोग। सभी दलों के लोगों की सेलेक्ट कमेटी बनती है और राघव चड्ढा ने कुछ लोगों का नाम प्रस्तावित किया। अगर उन लोगों को अपना नाम मंजूर नहीं तो उनकी मर्जी है।
आज भारत कैसा देश बन गया है। हम पाकिस्तान को देखते थे कि वहां पे कोई लोकतंत्र नहीं है, वहां पे कोई संविधान नहीं है, किसी भी प्रकार के आदेश पास हो जाते हैं। आज भारत को पाकिस्तान जैसे देश से बदतर बना दिया है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने। लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में आज संविधान की धज्जियां उड़ रही हैं, लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में आज लोकतंत्र की धज्जियां उड़ रही हैं, संघीय ढांचे की धज्जियां उड़ रही हैं।
Getting in all details as far as that drama is concerned. Now, this is an allegation that has been doing the rounds, and the matter is for the chair to investigate. Motion, in fact, moved by Raghav Chadha clearly underlines, given that the allegation is that the signatures were forged. This is something that has led to a lot of back and forth between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Aam Aadmi Party herein, with the charge being led by the BJP and also the Home Minister, who in fact had tabled the bill. The face-off over Delhi Services Bill between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. This is AAP's MP Raghav Chadha facing heat over forged signatures, is what Lok Sabha MPs have claimed. 4 of them. MPs have given notice of breach of privilege to the chairperson, mentioning their name without permission. Quoting sources, if the signatures of the 5 MPs on Raghav Chadha's proposal to send the NCT bill, Delhi Amendment Bill, to the select committee are found to be fake, then on the complaint of these MPs, the chairman may recommend registering an FIR. AAP says they have given names of the MP from all parties in good faith, and there is no need of a signature consent as per the House rules. The party has defended MP Raghav Chadha and said that members are free to withdraw the names. Terming it as a breach of privilege of the House, Amit Shah said the matter should be referred to the Privileges Committee. Also attacked the AAP, alleging that the party was committing fraud in parliamentary proceedings. Moving on, Siddaramaiah government in Karnataka is under the lens yet again after sitting Karnataka's Agriculture Minister N. Cheluvaraswamy was slammed with corruption charges. In a letter to the Governor Department, officials claimed that the minister in question demanded 6 to 8 lakh rupees from the officials. As the Governor had written to the Secretary of Karnataka, Chief Secretary of Karnataka demanding probe in the matter. Siddaramaiah's Mantri has denied these allegations, calling the letter fake. Here's more.
Just days after the Congress High Command's zero tolerance to corruption diktat to Karnataka's minister, the Siddaramaiah government's agricultural minister Cheluvaraswamy finds himself in hot water. In a letter to the governor, 7 assistant directors of the Agriculture Department have claimed that Cheluvaraswamy demanded 6 to 8 lakh rupees from the officials. The officials added that if the charges are not looked into at the earliest, they shall consume poison. Governor Thawarchand Gehlot has now written to the Chief Secretary of Karnataka for an investigation. Minister Cheluvaraswamy has dismissed the letter submitted by Agriculture Department officials as fake.
ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಜೆಡಿ ಏನೋ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಈಗ ಜೆಡಿ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ ನಾನು ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರನೂ ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಯಾವುದೋ ಫೇಕ್ ಲೆಟರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಪಾಪ ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಇದನ್ನ ಹುಡುಕಿ ಏನೇನೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಆ ತರ ಇದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೇಳಿದೆ ಫೇಕ್ ಲೆಟರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಆ ಥರದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಜೆಡಿ ಅವರು ನಾನು ಯಾರು ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ
ಈ ರೀತಿ ಫೇಕ್ ಬರೆಯೋದು ತನಿಖೆಗೆ ಆಗ್ರಹಿಸ್ತೀರಾ
ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅದು ಸತ್ಯನ ಅಸತ್ಯನ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ತನಿಖೆ
Agriculture Department officials have also denied charges.
Sir, good morning. Joint Director Mandyana, sir, Agriculture. ನಾಗಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಟುಡೇ ಇಂದ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಬರ್ದಿರೋ ಪತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ ಪತ್ರ ನೀವು ಬರ್ದಿದ್ರ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಸರ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನೇ ವಿಚಾರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಯಾವ್ದು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಪತ್ರ ವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ
ನೀವ್ ಯಾವ್ದು ಬರ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್
ನಾವು ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ ಇಲಾಖೆಯವರಲ್ಲ ಇದು
ಸೊ ಫೇಕ್ ಅಂತೀರಾ ಸರ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಫೇಕ್ ಅಂತೀರಾ
ಅದನ್ನೇ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್ 10 ನಿಮಿಷ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ
ಓಕೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು
Meanwhile, opposition parties in the state are gunning for the Siddaramaiah government.
ಆ ಗುತ್ತಿಗೆದಾರ ಸಂಘದವನು ಈ ಥರ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತೊಂದು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳನ್ನೇ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 2-3 ಜನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡವ್ರು ಏಜೆಂಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಅವ್ರು ದುಡ್ಡು ತಂದಿದ್ರು ಒಳಗೆ ಬಂದು ದುಡ್ಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹಿಡಿ ಅಂತಾರಂತೆ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಚೇಲಗಳು ಇದು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಇದು ಇವರು ಹೋಗಿ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಕೂತು ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಪಾರದರ್ಶಕ ಆಡಳಿತ ತರ್ತಾರ
Taking a jibe at transparency in Siddaramaiah government, the BJP claimed this is not the first time corruption charges are being levelled against the Siddaramaiah government.
Congress party and entire government is indulged in corruption. So this kind of complaints has been repeatedly coming against all the ministers, including CM, his family and entire government.
Cheluvaraswamy is not new to controversies. A bus conductor recently consumed poison in a suicide bid. He accused the minister of targeting him over political rivalry and getting him transferred. The charges against Cheluvaraswamy have embarrassed the Congress, which had made corruption an agenda during state polls. Bureau Report, India Today.
With that, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, BJP ramps up its attack on the Congress over NewsClick controversy. Has accused the Congress of defending the online news portal NewsClick.
You are watching India Today.
employee addition has dropped a combined 135% at TCS, Wipro and HCL Tech. This means where the companies had added 31,000 employees this quarter last year, this year they've seen a fall of nearly 11,000 employees. This is in line with the muted financial numbers shared by these companies. Akanksha Chaturvedi gets us a deep dive into this trend. A closer look. Akanksha?
That is right, Abha. Hiring across major Indian IT companies has dampened in Q1 FY24 as compared to the year-ago quarter. If we take a close look at the numbers, we see that TCS only added around 500 people to the company in Q1 FY24, while this number was over 28 times bigger last year. TCS added over 14,000 employees in Q1 FY23. At Wipro, this trend seems to have worsened. In Q1 FY24, Wipro's headcount actually reduced by around 8,000 employees, while in Q1 FY23, they had added over 15,000 people to the organization. HCL Tech was also in line with this trend. The company's headcount went down by over 2,500 people in Q1 FY24, whereas they had added around 2,100 people in the year-ago quarter. This slowdown is in line with the broader slowdown in the industry, which is caused by the cutbacks in IT and discretionary spending across the world.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Breakthrough FDA-approved technology now enables you to do 11,200 pelvic contractions in a span of just 28 minutes. Something that a human body just cannot otherwise achieve. Enter Emcella, and the world of wellness and fitness offers hope to women with weak pelvic floor muscles, either due to aging, childbirth, menopause, or even men who face sexual issues.
I tried 6 sessions of Emcella, which is the only FDA-approved machine. It's popularly called as Kegel Throne. From 6 sessions before to today, I'm here to assess what my pelvic floor looks like and how well it is strengthened. Any men or women who are looking for pelvic floor strengthening at any age above the age of 18, this is an ideal device. Emcella strengthens the pelvic floor, treats urinary incontinence, and improves intimate wellness. How important it is for them to maintain their Kegel floor? What happens if they don't look after it? Often the gynecologist
it says that you should do Kegel's exercises. Basically, Kegel is nothing but a pelvic floor muscle exercise, and we need to do a lot of these exercises to get the strength of our pelvic floor back, because see, the pelvic floor is like a hammer, and the bladder as well as the urinary as well as the uterus is sitting on it. MCELA helps in sexual health in both men and women. Okay, it actually improves the pleasure during the sexual activity. It improves the erection. It improves the tightness of the vagina. It improves the orgasm. So all in all, it improves the enjoyment during the act.
This works on the breakthrough high-fem technology and treats urinary incontinence and intimate discomfort.
One session of MCELA can cost you anywhere between 10 to 20,000 rupees per session, depending on where you're getting it done.
You need 6 sessions in total, 2 sessions a week for 3 weeks. After that, you can get maintenance sessions done once in a few months.
Any contraindications for pregnant women, or is it better for pregnant women or pre-pregnancy? If I'm planning a pregnancy, is it better for me to strengthen the pelvic floor area artificially like this?
So I would not recommend it during pregnancy. And again, some people who have internal implants in their vaginal region or in their lower abdomen or the lower in and around the pelvic region, they cannot get it done. Otherwise, anybody can get it done.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, very good evening. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. A quick check of the headlines in this edition first. Fiery face-off in Lok Sabha's debate over no confidence motion against the Prime Minister rages on. Congress's Gaurav Gogoi leads the charge, questions the Prime Minister's silence on Manipur. BJP taunts Rahul and Sonia Gandhi on corruption. Suspense over Rahul Gandhi's Lok Sabha speech. India Today accesses Congress strategy that reveals that the MP will speak only when the Prime Minister is in the House. Newsclick showdown continues in Parliament. Piyush Goyal calls opposition netas traitors. India Today accesses email clincher of Newsclick's funding from China. Lok Sabha chairperson pulls up TMC MP Derek O'Brien for unruly behaviour. BJP says O'Brien not suspended yet in hope that he will express regret. Raghav Chadha faces FIR after his motion comes under Stanner. 6 MPs say the names were added without consent. The top story at this hour, red alert over Newsclick China left nexus. Email clincher of Newsclick funding accessed exclusively by India Today. China used Newsclick to meddle in India's affairs. Email trailed by the Enforcement Directorate has exposed an anti-India conspiracy. There are email exchanges between billionaire Neville Singham to CPM's Prakash Karat and Newsclick team. Shockingly, mails were timed with COVID fumbster and face-off at the LAC. The top focus was to defend China's position on COVID, support farmers' protests in India, collaborate with Indian communists and promote Chinese propaganda, and also to defend China's stand over the LAC face-off. Now, with the backdrop of it, there was a war of words also that has erupted over BJP and the Congress. The Saffron Party has accused the Congress of defending the online news portal Newsclick, which according to an investigation by the New York Times, has links with China. The Congress, meanwhile, has strongly objected to the comment made by the BJP leaders and sought removal of the speech of BJP MP Nishikant Dubey.
अब जो सामने आया न्यूज क्लिक का मामला, ये तो बड़े गंभीर प्रश्न उठाते हैं उन लोगों पे जो लोकतंत्र के बारे में बात किया करते थे, जो कहते थे फ्री प्रेस के ऊपर तकलीफ है भारत में। आज समझ में आ रहा है कि जिस प्रकार के प्रेस के लिए वो दुहाई देते थे, वो तो पेड मीडिया हाउसेस थे। कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ता रणदीप सिंह सुरजेवाला जी, जो राहुल गांधी जी से बहुत निकट माने जाते हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि न्यूज क्लिक के ऊपर रेट मोदी सरकार का मंत्र है प्रेस को दबाने के लिए, सप्रेस करने के लिए, सब्जुगेट करने के लिए, स्टिफल करने के लिए। तृणमूल कांग्रेस के राज्यसभा एमपी जवाहर सरकार ने कहा ये तो गुजरात के 2002 की तरह असॉल्ट है मीडिया के ऊपर। आरजेडी, आम आदमी पार्टी, ये सब ने मिलके एक षड्यंत्र रचाया है भारत के खिलाफ, भारत की सुरक्षा के खिलाफ, भारत की एकता और अखंडता के ऊपर प्रहार करने के लिए ये घमंडिया गठबंधन बनाया गया।
कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज़ क्लिक के साथ, कम्युनिस्ट बाकी दल ये भी उनका सहयोग करते रहे, लेकिन कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज़ क्लिक के साथ, न्यूज़ क्लिक के ऊपर चाइना का हाथ। तो किसका हाथ कहाँ कहाँ मिला है सबको समझ आता है। और राहुल गांधी जी को आज एक अवसर है देश से माफ़ी मांगने का। राहुल गांधी जी सदन में देश से माफ़ी मांगिए और बताइए कि राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन में कैसे चाइना वालों से पैसा लिया और कहाँ कहाँ इस्तेमाल किया।
कल जो है सर, कल मेरी बात पर जो है बड़ा हंगामा हुआ, न्यूज क्लिक के ऊपर बड़ा हंगामा हुआ। आज प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ सर, प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैं ये बताऊं, यदि न्यूज क्लिक का नाम यदि डिलीट ये रेस्टोर हो गया, कांग्रेस को क्या समस्या है सर? न्यूज क्लिक आपका कौन लगता है? पुरकास्ट का नाम यदि रेस्टोर हो गया, पुरकास्ट आपका क्या लगता है? रोहिणी सिंह, अभिसार शर्मा या कोई भी मान लीजिए ठाकुर रंजन प्रागता, यदि उसका डिलीट हो गया नाम या एक्सपंज से फिर बाहर आ गया, आपको क्या परेशानी है? आपका कोई मतलब नहीं है। और मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड एक और रिविलेशन करना चाहता हूं सर कि सीपीएम के जो जनरल सेक्रेटरी, पूर्व जनरल सेक्रेटरी थे प्रकाश कारत साहब, उनका पूरा का पूरा मेल मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड आपको लाना चाहता हूं कि जो वो नेवेली राय सिंघम था उसके साथ उनके हजारों मेल हैं। और जब आप कहेंगे मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड उसको पेश कर दूंगा सर कि सीपीएम किस तरह से देशद्रोही पार्टी के साथ है। हम तो आइडियोलॉजी में मानने वाले।
The mic of a particular BJP member, Mr. Dubey, was switched on and he proceeded to speak. And his sound was the only one coming through the translation headsets and through the record of the House, in which he leveled defamatory and libelous accusations against our party and by name two of its leaders. He cannot do so without giving notice in advance and getting the consent of the Speaker, which he had not done. Therefore, we demanded the full expunction under Rule 380 of every single thing that he had said. There was a brief period when it was indeed expunged, and then suddenly and mysteriously all the expunged portions have returned to the Parliament website, so that the defamatory and libelous accusations remain on the record and can and indeed have been reported by all of you in the media. And that now, even if we succeed in getting the Speaker to change his mind and to expunge it, the damage has already been done and the defamation stands.
Is over NewsClick and the allegations that are flying thick and fast. Clearly a red alert. This matter raised in Parliament as well. The nexus between left political parties China and left-leaning media organization NewsClick. Now, email clincher of News.
इस वक्त G20 का अध्यक्षता भी भारत कर रहे हैं और हर एक राज्य में G20 का बैठक भी चल रही है और पूरा देश, भारत के कोने-कोने में जितने लोग बसे हुए हैं और भारत के बाहर भी जितने भारतीय लोग हैं, ये मानते हैं कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व इस देश को 2047 में पूर्ण रूप से एक विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने का नेतृत्व दे रहे हैं। और ऐसा समय में मोदी जी का और इस सरकार का साथ देने की जगह ये उल्टा अविश्वास प्रस्ताव ला रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं कि कहीं ना कहीं कांग्रेस पार्टी और विपक्ष आगे जाकर के पछताएगा कि कितने गलत समय और गलत तरीके से अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाया है। सर, मैं 2004 से इस सदन का सदस्य होने के नाते मैंने कुछ दृश्य देखा है और हम जब वहाँ बैठते थे अपोजिशन के रूप में और कांग्रेस पार्टी 2004 में 145 सीट जीत के आई थे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास 138 हमारे पास थे, 145 कांग्रेस के पास थे और सिर्फ 7 सीट का फर्क था। 14वीं लोकसभा में कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी जो टोटल लेफ्ट फ्रंट है उनका संख्या 63 थे और लेफ्ट फ्रंट के सपोर्ट से कांग्रेस ने सरकार बनाई यूपीए 1। और उस समय हमने देखा है, आज हम लोगों को कहते हैं कि हम लोग अपना दल एनडीए दल को पूछते नहीं है, इज्जत नहीं देते हैं। हमने ये दृश्य देखा है, यहाँ जो वरिष्ठ बैठते थे कांग्रेस के, उनके पास 145 होने के बावजूद भी वो उनका व्यवहार ऐसा था कि जैसे उसके पास 450 सीट से भी ऊपर है। जब कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी यहाँ से ऑब्जेक्शन करते थे तब भी कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी को इंसल्ट करते थे, तुम जो बोलना है बोलते रहो, हम जो करना करेंगे। और आज टीएमसी के जितने मेंबर यहाँ बैठे हैं उनको मैं याद दिलाना चाहता हूँ, उस समय टीएमसी के नेतृत्व सुश्री ममता बनर्जी अकेली जीत के आई थी और वहाँ इस सीट में जहाँ मेहताब जी बैठे हैं वहाँ पे ममता जी बैठी थी और उन्होंने कुछ अपना बात रखने के लिए कागज़ स्पीकर तक भेजा, बोलने के लिए कोशिश भी की, मगर यहाँ जो उस समय लेफ्ट फ्रंट का जो हाईएस्ट नंबर सीट जीते थे उस समय 63, फिजिकली ममता जी को बोलने नहीं दिया। और यहाँ तक जब ममता जी बार बार बोलने का कोशिश किया, नोक-झोंक हुई और पूरे फिजिकली, मुझे आज भी वो दृश्य याद है, पूरे कम्युनिस्ट के पार्टी पूरा टूट पड़ा फिजिकली। ये तो लकीली मैं और हमारे पार्टी के कुछ सदस्य वहाँ सामने बैठे थे, हम लोग बिल्कुल आगे कूद गए और फिजिकली हम लोग ने जाके रुका कि इस तरह का लोकसभा में आपके संख्या बल पर एक महिला सांसद को इस तरह से आप लोग अटैक नहीं कर सकते हैं। आज ममता जी शायद याद नहीं करते होंगे या उनके टीएमसी वाले संख्या थोड़ा बढ़ गई तो शायद उनमें कुछ वो अलग सा उसका व्यवहार में बदल गए, तो वो उनका भाषा भी बदल चुके हैं, लेकिन हम लोग ऐसे चीज़ों को भूलते नहीं हैं। सर, आज हम लोग जब देश इतना तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, दुनिया का बड़ी जो आर्थिक शक्ति जितने भी हैं, जो बड़े इकोनॉमीज है, उसमें सबसे फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग बिग इकोनॉमी में इंडिया नंबर 1 है। तो ऐसा में कम से कम आप हमको पसंद ना करें, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आइडियोलॉजी को आप सपोर्ट ना करें, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को आप पसंद ना करते होंगे, लेकिन जब देश तरक्की कर रहे हैं, भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है, तो भारत के नाम से तो आप साथ देना चाहिए। आप इंडिया नाम रखने से कुछ नहीं होता है, भारत के विरोध काम करेंगे और नाम इंडिया रखेंगे। ये हमारे देश के लोग पूरा देख रहे हैं। आप लोगों का जो गुमराह करने का तरीका है, उस बहकावे में कोई आने वाला नहीं है। सर, मेरा कुछ जो तथ्य रखना चाहते हैं उसमें, क्योंकि आज गौरव जी बोलते बोलते उन्होंने मणिपुर और नॉर्थ ईस्ट से शुरू किया, इसलिए मैं कुछ बातें वहीं से शुरू करता हूं। सबसे पहले तो जब 2014 में मोदी जी इस देश का प्रधानमंत्री बने, उसके पहले का परिस्थिति का थोड़ा समझिए। मैं इस सदन में पीछे बैठ करके गला फाड़ फाड़ करके हम उस समय के यूपीए सरकार को हम हाथ जोड़ के हम उनको मांग करते थे, पुकारते थे कि कभी कभी आप नॉर्थ ईस्ट का तरफ भी ध्यान रखिए, कभी कभी आप समय निकल करके नॉर्थ ईस्ट की तरफ देखिए। उस समय का तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी तो खुद राज्यसभा, तो लोकसभा से नहीं आए थे, असम के सीट से, असम के कोटा से राज्यसभा के सदस्य बने, 2 बार प्रधानमंत्री बने, कभी भी विकास के नाम पर नॉर्थ ईस्ट का दौरा नहीं किया। 1-2 बार औपचारिक कार्यक्रम के लिए गए होंगे, लेकिन कभी भी हमारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट के सांसदों के साथ, नॉर्थ ईस्ट के मुख्यमंत्रियों के साथ बैठ करके कभी भी नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बारे में चर्चा नहीं किया। आज आप लोग मणिपुर का नाम लेकर के, नॉर्थ ईस्ट का नाम लेकर के बार बार जो आप लोग बोल रहे हैं, काश आप लोग 2014 के पहले के परिस्थिति को याद करते तो आपको आज नॉर्थ ईस्ट का नाम अपने जुबान पर लेने के लिए भी आपको सोचना पड़ना था। लेकिन आप लोग भूतकाल में जाना नहीं चाहते हैं और ऐसे ही राजनीतिक बयानबाजी में देश को गुमराह करना चाहते हैं। नॉर्थ ईस्ट के जो राज्य हैं पॉपुलेशन की दृष्टि से बहुत बड़ा नहीं होते हैं। पॉपुलेशन के हिसाब से हमारे वहाँ के जो मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट का संख्या भी कम है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का जब चीफ मिनिस्टर कॉन्फ्रेंस हुए और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के चीफ मिनिस्टर जब भाषण देते थे तो उस समय कांग्रेस के जो वरिष्ठ नेता थे वो कहते थे कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट के एमपी आपके पास और नॉर्थ ईस्ट का चीफ मिनिस्टर आपके पास एमपी कम है, इसलिए आपको कम बोलना चाहिए। मेरे प्रदेश का मुख्यमंत्री भाषण करके सिर्फ 2 ही मिनट हुए थे और कांग्रेस के सारे वरिष्ठ ने कहा कि नहीं नहीं आप अभी मत बोलिए, आप ख़त्म कीजिए, छोटा स्टेट है इसलिए कम बोलना चाहिए। मैं आज फख्र के साथ कहना चाहता हूँ, मैं अपना प्रदेश से अरुणाचल प्रदेश से पहली बार कैबिनेट मंत्री बना है। इतने सालों के बाद आज हम लोग नॉर्थ ईस्ट से 2 कैबिनेट मंत्री और 5 राज्य मंत्री हैं और इस देश का मैं पहला ट्राइबल लॉ मिनिस्टर भी बना। ये जो इसको कोई टोकन, इसको कोई डेकोरेटिव एक्शन मत सोचिए। माइनॉरिटी तो मैं हूँ, लेकिन मोदी जी ने माइनॉरिटी और कमज़ोर सोचने का मौका ही नहीं दिया, क्योंकि आज हम जहाँ खड़ा है, अगर मैं अरुणाचल में खड़ा हूँ, मणिपुर में खड़ा हूँ, जहाँ भी मैं खड़ा हूँ वही जगह इंडिया का मेन स्ट्रीम बन जाता है। पहले लोग कहते थे कि आप लोग मेन स्ट्रीम में जुड़िए, मेन स्ट्रीम में जुड़िए। आज हर एक भारत का हर एक हिस्सा देश का मेन स्ट्रीम बन चुका है। इसलिए आप लोग को सोचना पड़ेगा कुछ कहने से पहले। नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बारे में आप लोगों ने बहुत जिक्र किया, खास करके मणिपुर के बारे में। आप लोग को पता है आज जो मणिपुर के अंदर जो संघर्ष हो रहे हैं और वहाँ मैते कम्युनिटी और चीन, कुकी, जो मार कम्युनिटी का बीच में जो संघर्ष चल रहे हैं, वो ऐसा मत सोचिए कि आज उसका चिंगारी अचानक से उत्पन्न हुआ है, ऐसा मत सोचिए। बरसों से आपका नेग्लिजेंस, बरसों से जो आपने नॉर्थ ईस्ट को अपने पे मरने के लिए छोड़ दिया, हैंड होल्डिंग करने के लिए आप सोचा नहीं है, उसी का नतीजा है। मैं आज वायलेंस के लेकर के पूरा डिटेल में नहीं कहूँगा, क्योंकि गृह मंत्री जी जब इंटरवेंशन करेंगे तो स्पेसिफिकली वो इस बात को कहेंगे, इसलिए मैं सिर्फ ऊपर का जो परिस्थिति है उसको बताना चाहता हूँ। मणिपुर के अंदर में हमारा देश का सबसे ज़्यादा मिलिटेंसी का ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का उत्पन्न हुआ और आपको ये समझना पड़ेगा 2014 के बाद मोदी जी इस देश का जब प्रधानमंत्री के कुर्सी पर बैठे, उसके बाद एक भी पूरे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में नया कोई मिलिटेंसी गुट खड़ा नहीं हुआ। और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के अंदर में टोटल मैं आपको अगर संख्या बताऊंगा, पिछले 9 साल के अंदर में 8,000 से ज्यादा जो मिलिटेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में काम करने वाला बंदूक के साथ सरेंडर कर चुके हैं। 800%, 800% इंक्रीज हुआ है सरेंडरिंग ऑफ द मिलिटेंट्स। किडनैपिंग का जो घटनाएं होते थे 81% उसमेमें कमी आई है और सिविलियंस को जितने मारे जाते थे मिलिटेंट्स के एक्शन के द्वारा उसमें 97% गिरावट आई है और सिक्योरिटी पर्सन जो ऑपरेशन करते थे उसमें मारे जाते थे उसके संख्या में, मृत्यु के संख्या में 90% का कमी आई है। इंसर्जेंसी टोटल जो इंसिडेंट में 76% का कमी आई है और आर्म फोर्सेस स्पेशल पावर्स एक्ट 1958 में जब नॉर्थ ईस्ट में मिलिटेंसी का उत्पन्न हुआ, उसको नियंत्रण करने के लिए आर्म फोर्सेस स्पेशल पावर्स एक्ट का आप लोगों ने इस सदन में पारित करके लागू किया था। आज मैं बहुत ही संतोषजनक आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि आज आसपा के जो टोटल कवरेज एरिया में 75% का रिडक्शन हुआ है। मैं जिस प्रदेश से आता हूं, हमारे असम और अरुणाचल के पूरे बाउंड्री पूरे बाउंड्री का 20 किलोमीटर अरुणाचल साइड, 20 किलोमीटर आसाम साइड में आर्म फोर्सेस स्पेशल पावर एक्ट का लागू किया था। आज पूरा का पूरा अरुणाचल असम के जो सीमावर्ती इलाका है, आर्म फोर्सेस स्पेशल पावर्स एक्ट पूरा हटा दिया गया है। सिर्फ हमारे अरुणाचल के जो पूर्व के 3 जिले हैं जो नागालैंड से जुड़ा हुआ है और म्यांमार से जुड़ा हुआ है, वहाँ पे कुछ पुलिस स्टेशन बचे हुए हैं, बाकी सब हटा दिया गया है। असम में अब अफ्स्पा नहीं है, त्रिपुरा में अफ्स्पा नहीं है, मिजोरम में नहीं है, सिक्किम में पहले से नहीं था। अब नागालैंड के कुछ जिले और मणिपुर के कुछ जिले में सिर्फ बच के रह गए हैं। तो आप लोग जब इस तरह का मणिपुर नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बारे में बोलते हैं तो थोड़ा सा अध्ययन करना आवश्यकता होता है, वरना इस देश का महान संसद में बैठ करके गलत बयानबाजी करने से गलत मैसेज जाता है और देश को गुमराह करने से आपको क्या फायदा। आखिर तो हम लोग सब इस महान सदन का सदस्य है, जिम्मेदारी के साथ बोलना चाहिए। मैं आपको एक बात और बोलना चाहता हूँ। प्रधानमंत्री जी, जब मैं तो पहला जब हमारा NDA का सरकार फर्स्ट टर्म बनी, उसी समय से मोदी जी के साथ में मंत्रिमंडल में काम कर रहा हूँ। पहले ही बैठक में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक ग्रुप बनाया और कहा कि हर एक 15 दिन में 5 कैबिनेट मंत्री और 7 राज्य मंत्री हर एक 15 दिन में नॉर्थ ईस्ट का दौरा करना है, और अभी भी चल रहा है। अभी यहाँ जितना मंत्री बैठे हैं सब ने लगातार गए हैं, वो भी वहाँ प्रदेश का, वहाँ राजधानी सिर्फ सीमित नहीं, दूर दराज गांव तक दौरा होता है और लोगों के साथ वार्तालाप करते हैं। यही नहीं, अधिकारियों को भी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने डायरेक्शन दिया गया है, सीनियर से सीनियर सेक्रेटरी लेवल से लेकर के जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी हो या डायरेक्टर लेवल का ऑफिसर भारत सरकार में काम करने वाला नॉर्थ ईस्ट जाना चाहिए और लोगों से मिलना चाहिए। दिल्ली से हुकूमत करने का कोई मतलब नहीं होता है। जन जन सेवा, जन भावनाओं को समझते हुए काम करने से तब लोगों तक पहुंच पाते हैं। तो ऐसा आप लोग ने पिछली 66 साल में आपने सोचा ही नहीं, आप कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते हैं
का तो दूर है।
इसलिए नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने नॉर्थ ईस्ट के 8 राज्यों के साथ पूरा दिल से दिल जोड़ते हुए आज लोगों का विश्वास जीता है। यही प्रधानमंत्री जी का सबका साथ, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास और सबको लेकर के एक टीम होकर के कल ही प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सबको कहा कि अब नॉर्थ ईस्ट को हम नए फेस डेवलपमेंट में ले जाएंगे और नॉर्थ ईस्ट इंडिया का एक ग्रोथ इंजन बनेगा। इंडिया का जो सपना पूरा करने में नॉर्थ ईस्ट का भी बड़ा योगदान होगा। 2004 में तो मैं MP बना, लेकिन उसके पहले मैं स्टूडेंट थे दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय में, मैं यहाँ छात्र के रूप में पढ़ते थे। उस समय नॉर्थ ईस्ट को दिल्ली में लोग जानते नहीं थे। हमारा यहाँ पे कई लोग हैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट को जानते होंगे। अब तो उस समय परिस्थिति बहुत ख़राब था और मुझे भी पूछते थे कि आप कहाँ से हैं, तो मैं बताता था मैं अरुणाचल प्रदेश से हूँ, तो भी नहीं पता था कि अरुणाचल है कहाँ। मैं जब पहली बार यहाँ जीत के आए संसद में, तब भी हमारे मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट पूछते थे कि ये अरुणाचल किधर है। ये हालत था उस समय का। केंद्र में जो मंत्री थे उनको पूछेंगे कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट में कितना स्टेट है, वो 8 स्टेट का नाम भी नहीं बता पाते थे। जब मंत्री का, वरिष्ठ अधिकारी का ये हालत है, तो आम जनता जो सड़क पे बैठते हैं, मार्केट में, गांव में बैठते हैं, उसको कैसे पता होगा। जो संचालित करते हैं सरकार को, उनको ही नहीं पता था। और उस समय जब कुछ घटनाएं होते थे नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बच्चों के साथ, तो उसमें जो परिस्थिति बहुत गंभीर थे। अध्यक्ष जी, आपको, क्योंकि आप भी हम लोग साथ में थे, तो आपको अच्छी तरह से मालूम है, जब यहाँ देखिए पर्सनल झगड़ा किसी 2 व्यक्ति का बीच में हो सकता है, वो मैं मना नहीं करता हूँ। और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बच्चों से भी अगर गलती भी हो जाता है तो भी मैं मना नहीं कर सकता, गलती होता होगा, जिसका गलती है उसको सजा देंगे। लेकिन जो उसमें प्रोफाइलिंग या रेशियल डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का जो बात होते थे, उस समय दिल्ली और मेजर शहरों में, कॉलेजों में जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बच्चे पढ़ते थे, उसके साथ बड़ा जुल्म होता था। और कोई व्यवस्था नहीं था उसको ठीक करने के लिए। देश का राजधानी में नॉर्थ ईस्ट के कई बच्चे के साथ में जुल्म हुआ, कई लोगों को मार दिया गया है। मारने के बाद केस को भी रफा दफा कर देते थे, लेकिन कहानी बदल गई 2014 के बाद। 2014 के बाद आदरणीय राजनाथ सिंह जी गृह मंत्री थे, मैं उनके साथ में गृह राज्य मंत्री के रूप में, हम लोग को पूरा याद है प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने जो पहली बार डीजी कॉन्फ्रेंस हुए थे गुवाहाटी में, पहली बार आज़ादी के बाद देश का डीजीपी कॉन्फ्रेंस को दिल्ली से बाहर लेकर के गुवाहाटी में मीटिंग कराया 3 दिन। और उसी मीटिंग के दौरान प्रधानमंत्री जी ने निर्देश दिया कि जो मेट्रोपॉलिटन पुलिस हमारे जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बच्चों के साथ, नॉर्थ ईस्ट से जो लोग आते हैं उसके साथ अच्छा व्यवहार, उनके साथ किस तरह से अच्छा सुरक्षा प्रदान करे, इसके बारे में एक बात रखा। उसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस के अंदर में हम लोग ने एक स्पेशल व्यवस्था कराई और नॉर्थ ईस्ट से, सिर्फ नॉर्थ ईस्ट का 8 राज्यों से लगभग 1000 लोगों को दिल्ली पुलिस में भर्ती कराया। आज दिल्ली पुलिस के हर एक पुलिस स्टेशन में नॉर्थ ईस्ट के जो लड़के लड़कियां वहां तैनात हैं और स्पेशल पुलिस फॉर नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न रीजन के नाम से अलग से एक ऑफिस खड़ा किया। जॉइंट कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस के रैंक के ऑफिसर को दायित्व दिया। इसलिए आपने पिछले 9 सालों में नॉर्थ ईस्ट के साथ कोई बड़ा घटना हुआ है आपने सुना नहीं है। ये होता है प्यार, ये होता है चिंता नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोगों का। आप क्या बात करते हैं, नॉर्थ ईस्ट का एक एमपी अपना ही रीजन के बारे में इतना अच्छा काम प्रधानमंत्री करते, कम से कम उसका धन्यवाद तो एक सेंटेंस में बोल सकते थे। राजनीति में इतना भी नहीं डूब जाना चाहिए कि आप अंधे बन जाएंगे। कम से कम जो अच्छा काम किया है उसका तो जिक्र होना चाहिए। अभी कई, मैं तो बहुत शॉर्ट में बोल रहा हूं, जैसे युवा संगम, नॉर्थ ईस्ट के यूनिवर्सिटीज और कॉलेजेस और देश में जितने यूनिवर्सिटीज और कॉलेजेस के बीच में युवा संगम का कार्यक्रम चल रहा है। यहाँ से बच्चे नॉर्थ ईस्ट जाते हैं स्पेशल ट्रेन से और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बच्चे यहाँ अलग अलग यूनिवर्सिटी में जाते हैं और आदान प्रदान करते हैं, एक्सपोजर ट्रिप करते हैं, एक दूसरे के बारे में अच्छी भावना रख करके प्यार मोहब्बत से बहुत कुछ एक साथ कैसे हम जी सकते हैं, देश को कैसे हम मजबूत बना सकते हैं, अच्छा चर्चा हो रहा है। मैंने रिपोर्ट लिया है बहुत अच्छी तरह से। आज इसका युवा संगम का कार्यक्रम चल रहा है और इंटीग्रेशन, देश को एकजुट रखने के लिए, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का जो मोदी जी का सपना है उसको पूरा करने के लिए कितने कार्यक्रम चल रहे हैं। जैसे तमिल संगमम का प्रोग्राम हो, चाहे नॉर्थ ईस्ट को गुजरात से जोड़ने के लिए रुक्मिणी श्री कृष्णा का जो स्वयंवर को फिर रचना करके हर साल माधवपुर घेर में वहाँ बड़ा मेला होना, कितना कार्यक्रम हो रहे हैं। आज नॉर्थ ईस्ट के सारे लोग महसूस करते हैं और इस महान सदन में मैं बताना चाहता हूँ, आज आज़ादी के 75 वर्ष पूरा होने के बाद नॉर्थ ईस्ट का हर एक जन कहते हैं प्राउडली, फख्र के साथ कि मैं भारतवासी हूँ। उस समय लोग बाय टेक्निकल, बाय डेफिनेशन सब कुछ आप कहते हैं भारत, हम भारत के हैं, लेकिन कुछ ऐसा आपने जोड़ने के लिए काम किया ही नहीं है। 1962 में जब चीन का आक्रमण हुआ, चीन ने जो आक्रमण किया अरुणाचल और लद्दाख में, अरुणाचल का नाम उस समय नेफा थे और अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी हमारे नेता यहाँ सदन में जब विश्वास यहाँ पे रखा कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट को बचाने के लिए क्या क्या काम करना चाहिए, उसके बाद आपको मालूम है नेहरू जी ने क्या कहा था। हम तो आज भी मानते हैं, 1962 में मेरा तो जन्म नहीं हुआ, लेकिन जो हिस्ट्री है, जो रिकॉर्ड है और जो लोग बताते हैं, रिकॉर्ड तो सबके पास है। और ऑल इंडिया रेडियो में नेहरू जी ने क्या क्या बात कही थी वो मैं तो पूरा मालूम है। जब पूरा अरुणाचल, पश्चिम अरुणाचल को चाइना ने कैप्चर कर लिया, असम पहुंच गया, मिसामारी पहुंच गया, तब नेहरू जी ने ऑल इंडिया रेडियो में एक संदेश भेजा। संदेश में क्या कहा कि माय हार्ट गोज आउट टू द पीपल ऑफ असम, मतलब नेफा असम का ही हिस्सा था, कि मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता हूं, प्रधानमंत्री जरूर है, लेकिन आप लोगों के प्रति मेरा मन में दुख है, लेकिन मैं क्या कर सकता हूं। कहना ये चाहिए था प्रधानमंत्री उस समय कि आप चिंता मत करो, एक एक इंच हम वापस लाएंगे, आप चिंता मत करिए, हमारे इंडियन फोर्सेस आपको बचाएंगे। हाउस ने बाद में रेजुलेशन किया, आपको याद है। तो उसके बाद में यहाँ पिछली 2-3 साल में जो आप लोगों का बार बार बोलते हैं ना, अरुणाचल प्रदेश में चीन घुस गया, वहाँ गांव बसा लिया, ये तो मैं ऐसा शब्द मैं इस्तेमाल नहीं करना चाहता हूँ, मगर अफसोस की बात है 1959 में जिस जगह को चीन ने कब्जा कर लिया था, हमारा असम राइफल्स के वहाँ डिप्लॉयड थे, और जिस जगह को कैप्चर किया 1959 62 से पहले, वही जगह में आज चाइनीज वो पीएलए ने वहाँ गांव बसा के रखा हुआ है। वो 59 में कांग्रेस पार्टी ने दान दिया है, और आप हम लोगों को कहते हैं ये पाप है। इसलिए ये सारे जो बहुत ही सीरियस चीज है, हल्का फुल्का यहाँ कह देते हैं कि चाइनीज घुस गया और घर बसा लिया। मैं राहुल गांधी जी, कांग्रेस के जितने भी यहाँ मेरे बात से जो सहमत नहीं है, मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूँ, ये मानसून सेशन खत्म करने के तुरंत बाद आप सब मेरे साथ अरुणाचल जाना है, और आपको एक एक इंच मैं आपको लेके दिखाऊंगा। कोई बदमाश पत्रकार ने कुछ छपवा दिया और आप लोग उसको बजा रहे हैं बार बार, ये क्या शर्म आनी चाहिए आपको। सोचना चाहिए इस तरह का बातें करने से पहले कि देश हित में क्या है और क्या नहीं है। इतना तो गंभीरता सब में होना चाहिए, ये तो अपेक्षित है। इसलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आज आपको मैं एक बात बताना चाहता हूं, आपको भी अच्छा नहीं लगेगा। 2014 में एज ए मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट होम में गुंजी गए, राजनाथ जी का परमिशन से हम वहाँ गए। जब मैं गुंजी पहुँचा, ये उत्तराखंड, नेपाल और तिब्बत चाइना का वो ट्राई जंक्शन एरिया है। जब वहाँ गए, वहाँ में लोकल आदमी सिर्फ 2-4 बच गए, हमारे फोर्सेस के लोग हैं। तो मैंने कहा लोकल लोग कहाँ चले गए, मतलब लोकल लोग तो सब नीचे चले गए।
All right, Minister Kiren Rijiju speaking on behalf of the government in the no trust vote storm. A series of reactions that have been coming in.
जब अडानी पर इसी सदन में राहुल गांधी जी ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से सवाल किया कि कितने बार अडानी जी एक विशेष कंपनी को प्रधानमंत्री के साथ जाने पर उनको सुविधा हुआ, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन थे। जब हम बार बार पूछते हैं, सर बड़ी आश्चर्य की बात है कि सर कि अभी तक मैंने प्रधानमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने मुख्यमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने गृह मंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक इनकी तरफ से विरोध नहीं आया, लेकिन जब एक विशेष कंपनी के मालिक का नाम लिया तो ये सारे मंत्री और सांसद खड़े हो गए। किसकी सरकार है सर? ये किसकी सरकार है? जब चीन पर हमने सवाल किया, चीन पर आप पूछे, मैं चीन पर आता हूं, जब चीन पर हमने सवाल किया कि चीन हमारे सीमा के अंदर कितने किलोमीटर पर है, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन रहे।
मैं ये सोच रहा था कि राहुल जी बोलेंगे, क्योंकि मीडिया में तरह तरह की खबरें आ रही थी, लेकिन लगता है कि शायद जी आज तैयार नहीं थे, देर से उठे होंगे तो नहीं बोल पाए। कोई बात नहीं है, गौरव गोगोई जी ने बोला, बहुत अच्छा बोला। सोनिया जी का मैं बड़ा सम्मान करता हूं सर। सोनिया जी, मुझे जो लगता है कि उनके पार्टी की उनकी दो मनस्थिति है। वो एक हिंदू सभ्यता संस्कृति में बिलीव कर रही हैं, इसीलिए अलौकिका पंडिता की तरह जो पूरा किताब में लिखा हुआ है कि क्या क्या करना चाहिए एक भारतीय नारी को, उसका पूरा का पूरा पिक्चर सोनिया जी देती है। उनको दो काम करना है, बेटे को सेट करना है और दामाद को भेंट करना है।
जिसका नेम ले रहा है वो बोले ना।
सर, हमारी मांग स्पष्ट थी कि देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आए, अपनी बात रखे, अपनी संवेदना प्रकट करे और उस पर सारे पार्टी समर्थन दे और मणिपुर को एक संदेश जाए कि इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा सदन मणिपुर के साथ है, हम मणिपुर में शांति चाहते हैं। ये हमारी अपेक्षा थी, ये हमारी अपेक्षा थी। लेकिन अफसोस की बात है कि ऐसा नहीं हुआ। प्रधानमंत्री महोदय ने एक मौन व्रत लिया कि सदन में ना लोकसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे ना राज्यसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे, और इसीलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय ये नौबत आनी पड़ी कि हम अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के द्वारा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का मौन व्रत हम तोड़ना चाहते हैं।
लोग कहते हैं प्रधानमंत्री मौन है, प्रधानमंत्री माफी नहीं मांगते, प्रधानमंत्री चीजें नहीं बोलते। मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि ये क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं, अभी भी कह रहे हैं, दो चीजें कह रहे हैं। मैं माफी नहीं मांगूंगा। क्यों माफी मांगे भाई? मोदी तो बहुत छोटा जात है, नीच जात है, ओबीसी है, ओबीसी से क्यों माफी मांगेंगे? बड़े आदमी हैं।
ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव मणिपुर के लिए हम लाए हैं। इंडिया अलायंस, इंडिया दैट इज अ यूनियन ऑफ स्टेट्स, वी विल प्रोटेक्ट एंड वी विल विन। जो 2024 में भारत जीतेगा, इंडिया जीतेगा।
इंडिया जो है आजादी के बाद से कांग्रेस ने नहीं किया होगा। 1947 के बाद से उतनी बार इंडिया का यहाँ नारा लगा।
मैं खुद उत्तर पूर्वांचल का हूं, मैं खुद जिम्मेवारी से कहता हूं कि हुए हैं, लेकिन पहली बार, अरे आप में से तो कोई गया भी नहीं, आप क्या जानेंगे? पहले जाओ और फिर हमें परामर्श दो, पहले आप लोग जाओ। सर, हम गए और बहुत दुख हुआ।
गौरव गोगोई जब बोल रहे थे इस कांग्रेस पार्टी को शहादत के बारे में, लोगों का क्या बलिदान है इसके बारे में कुछ पता नहीं है। इन्होंने मणिपुर की बात की और पूरे देश को नहीं, पूरे संसद को जो है इन्होंने चैलेंज किया कि आप लोग में से बहुत लोग मणिपुर नहीं गए होंगे, मणिपुर नहीं देखा है आपने। मैं मणिपुर के इतिहास का भुक्तभोगी हूं। मेरे मामा NK तिवारी 73 में अपनी पैर जो है वो गंवा चुके मणिपुर में। वही NK तिवारी जब मणिपुर में IG बनकर गए तो आपकी सरकार ने उसी ओपीएम लॉबी के तहत उनको गिरफ्तार कर लिया और कोर्ट ने कहा कि ये आप कर सकते हैं। आप राष्ट्रवाद की बात करते हो, आप मणिपुर की बात करते हो। आपने अभी कहा कि असम में समझौता हुआ, आप तो असम के हैं, सांसद हैं। क्या 83 के चुनाव में कितने % लोगों ने असम में वोट दिया था?
के साथ विश्वासघात किया है। आज टमाटर 2050 kg में, पेट्रोल 102 लीटर का, LPG 1200 रुपए सिलेंडर का, मिल्क आज दूध के दाम पे। आपको इकोनॉमी की बात करते हैं, लार्जेस्ट फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी की बात करते हैं, जाइए ये भाषा उस आजाद मंडी के उस आदमी के सामने वो रखिए जिसके आंसू आज पूरे देश ने देखा है, जो कहता है रो रो के कि मेरे पास पैसा नहीं है। ये GDP और फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी की बातें उनको समझाइएगा।
इनका विरोध ये है कि गरीब के घर में जो चूल्हा जल रहा है, जो घर घर में पानी जा रहा है, जो नल जल की पहल चल रही है, जो गंगा से पानी देवघर आने की बात चल रही है, उसका ये विरोध है। सर, इनका विरोध ये है कि बाइडेन ऑटोग्राफ क्यों लेता है। इनका विरोध यह है कि पापुआ न्यू गिनी का जो है प्रधानमंत्री उनका पांव क्यों छूता है। इनका विरोध यह है कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया का जो प्रधानमंत्री है वो उनको बॉस क्यों कहता है।
What is in 9 years the great achievements of this government? Is state governments toppled by the BJP? Is this fair democracy? Price rise, महंगाई बहुत हो गई, महंगाई की मार अब की बार शायद सबको याद होगा। LPG की प्राइस, कर्नाटक इलेक्शन ने दिखा दिया LPG का क्या होता है। फिर इंस्टीट्यूट ब्रोकन, हाउ मेनी इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैव बीन ब्रोकन। जुमले पे जुमला, आई लाइक अमित शाह जी, सच बोलते हैं आपकी बात साइड से बहुत कम। ये वो या गडकरी साहब बोले थे कि ये जुमला ये गले की हड्डी हो गया, ना नीचे जा रही है ना बाहर आ रही है। दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम। इंडेक्सेस विच हैव शोन वेयर ग्लोबली इंडिया हैज फॉलन। एंटी फेडरल कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म का तो बोल बोल के हम थक गए। Indicators of the economy, which I will be coming to in 2 minutes, and law and order, which is alarming in Manipur, Haryana, J&K, and 1 or 2 cases of Maharashtra.
सर 9 इयर्स में 9 साल में 9 सरकारें बीजेपी ने गिराई है। अरुणाचल, उत्तराखंड, मणिपुर, मेघालय, कर्नाटका, गोवा, मध्य प्रदेश, पुडुचेरी और महाराष्ट्र 2 बार। This is it. And what is?
I have always believed that the Congress party is adept at snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. They are also very adept at cutting their nose to spite their face. And I say this advisedly. They know every time the Prime Minister has got up to speak on the floor of this House, and I think his worst political adversaries will recognize the fact that he's a peerless orator. There is no question. I don't think there is an orator today in India who matches him. There's no question. Everybody recognizes that fact. So every time he gets up on the floor of the House, he puts the Congress party through the shredder. I mean, they actually go through a shredding machine. So I cannot understand why they should cut their nose to spite their face, ask him to come to the House and put them through the shredder, as I have no doubt he will when he replies on Thursday. So this defies common sense, it defies logic, it defies political sense. I believe that there are other arguments that would have been more persuasive. The people of this country will decide if the Prime Minister has chosen not to speak, whether that was right or that was wrong. It's for the people to decide. And you have to take that case to the people.
The central agencies, ED and CBI, they are used to target opponents and bring down opposition state government, as it happened in Maharashtra. BJP has a big washing machine. No, what? BJP has a big washing machine. When Ajit Pawar was in NCP, he was very bad. 70,000 crore irrigation scam. Now BJP's washing machine he has entered. Now he has become a good man. Amit Shah goes and praises him.
What he has done, just before the 2019 election, Aginst was a foundation laid by the same Prime Minister. Even after 5 years, they have not done even single brick over the first brick. Sir, he has promised 2 crore job every year. By this time, 18 crore job would have been created. Nothing, he has not done. Sir, he has promised 15 lakhs per head. But he has not given even single rupee. Sir, he has promised jobs, lakhs and lakhs of jobs to our young men. Even he has abolished 5 crore jobs in the Manrega. And moreover, over 46 years, the unemployment is still prevailing. He has not done it. He has failed to do that, sir.
We have more news coming in. Rahul Gandhi is going to be getting his 12th Tughlaq Lane house back months after Gandhi vacated his bungalow. He is to get the previous government residence back. According to our sources, after the house limit of the Lok Sabha reinstated the membership of Rahul Gandhi, today he had been allotted the bungalow of 12th Tughlaq Lane, the old government residence. Rahul Gandhi has reacted. Entire India is my home is what Gandhi said.
मेरा घर पूरा हिंदुस्तान है। मेरा घर पूरा हिंदुस्तान है।
Alright, Mosmi Singh is joining us with the very latest. So when do we expect Mr. Rahul Gandhi to move back to his old house, Mosmi?
Sneha, well, it could take a couple of days or even a week, even as, after the parliament concludes for the monsoon session, Rahul Gandhi would be going to Wayanad, that he calls his home, new home, and the larger family. Rahul Gandhi could move to 12th Tughlaq Lane any time this coming week. Clearly, this has been a very long legal battle for Rahul Gandhi. It's also been a political battle. And there, when journalists asked Rahul Gandhi that question that you've got your
house back, where he lived ever since he became an MP. Rahul Gandhi, sending across a message to the people that it really didn't matter whether you were an MP or you had a Lutyens bungalow. The entire country is his house.
All right, Mosmi, I'm going to thank you for the moment for getting us up to speed with all of those details. It's time for a quick break here. On the other side, Lok Sabha chairman pulls up TMC MP Derek O'Brien for unruly behaviour. BJP says Derek not suspended, yet in hope that he is going to express regret.
You are watching India Today.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kanwal, only on India Today.
Quality today. In Delhi, 149. In Mumbai, 65. In Kolkata, 72. In Bangalore, 30. In Chennai, 23. In Hyderabad, 104.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political background.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Lok Sabha began today amid massive sloganeering and ruckus by the MPs of the opposition side. TMC leader and MP from Lok Sabha, Derek O'Brien, faced expulsion from the House after he disobeyed chairman while trying to seek a discussion on the Manipur issue. This angered the chairman. The leader of the House and Minister Piyush Goyal thereafter moved a motion to suspend the MP for the rest of the monsoon session. No sooner had Goyal got up than TMC MPs then ran to the well, shouting slogans. The chair and O'Brien had a spat even during discussions on the Delhi Services Bill on Monday evening. Dhankar has accused Derek O'Brien of doing theatrics in the House to gain publicity during a heated debate on the Delhi Services Bill.
This statement is listed after the question hour. Are you raising point of order? Rule book. First the rule. Under which rule?
The rule is on page 92.
Yes, which rule?
The rule is 267. The leader of the opposition has been asking for a discussion
Take
on
your seat.
Manipur.
Take your seat.
You allow the discussion
Take your
on
seat.
Manipur. That's my point.
Honorable members, I name Mr. Derek O'Brien. He must leave the House. I name him. Move it over. Yes.
I wish to move a motion for the suspension of Mr. Derek O'Brien for the remainder of this session for continuously and willfully disturbing the proceedings of the House, for disobeying the chair, and for continuously creating disturbance in the House. Respected sir, with your permission, I move for a motion that Shri Derek O'Brien be suspended from the services of the House for the remaining part of the current session for his unruly behavior unbecoming of a member of Lok Sabha today, the 8th of August 2023, shouting slogans from the well of the House, thereby disregarding the authority of the chair, and from his chair disregarding every instruction of the chair, and bringing disrepute and shame to this august House.
Well, that continues to be a top focus story right here, with the no confidence motion debate is going to be continuing in Parliament. That also brings us to the end of this edition. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
You saw the clothes, you saw the celebrities, you saw the jewelry. Time now for you to see footwear fashion and how to keep it dramatic this season. Here's a look.
When it comes to footwear, a lot of drama is now making way. For instance, Freddie Mercury makes a comeback with Theatre XYZ heels.
Harrison, Dark Horse, and this is the Theatre XYZ one. My favorite pick from their drama collection. It's got the boss-like appeal to it as well.
Even the Harrison Cloud9 from the collection is now gender fluid and mainstream. Not just that, boots for all weather are here and they look chic.
I'm a sucker for color this monsoon, and the monsoon footwear these days are coming in different colors and different patterns. I'm just loving every bit of it.
Right from bubblegum smelling sandals to jelly shoes in all shapes and sizes and colors, monsoon shoes are sure having a moment. And if you have the courage to wear something different, try out these jelly ones from Melissa that are available in every color for different moods. And if you are the classy, safe type, your footwear can still have a lot of drama. These picks from OCD, especially the tap dancing Rebeccas or the dramatic Julies, come in with elegance in its own dramatic twist.
It's a beautiful artisanal work of craftsmanship made by artisans of India. And just look at the kind of drama it is adding to my foot.
While this season is all about adding drama, remember, wearing a story on your feet is all the 2023 footwear fashion is all about. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Viewers, let's take a look at the weather report across the major cities this evening. Thiruvananthapuram is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 38. Mumbai is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 66. Panji is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 68. Ahmedabad is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 69. Bhopal is at 28 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 24. Jaipur is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 75. Delhi is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 84. Srinagar is at 29 degrees Celsius with AQI being 69. Lucknow is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 101. Patna is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 57. Kolkata is at 30 degrees with an AQI of 60. Hyderabad is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 57. Bangalore is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 33. Chennai is at 36 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 44. This is all we have for you in this segment. Hope wherever you are, you find favorable weather around you. Keep watching India Today for all the weather updates with me AI Sana all through the day.
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Airtel Extreme Fiber.
After Congress trumpets opener Rahul, why the last-minute pullback? No trust, day one damn squib. Congress saving Rahul for final shot. Congress sets up Rahul versus Modi showdown. That is our top focus on 5 Live.
Was it a damp squib? Was it afterthoughts? Was it a strategic retreat to save Rahul Gandhi for the big third day of the no confidence motion? Whatever it may be, the fact remains that hype had been whipped up to a fever pitch by the Congress party over Rahul Gandhi opening today's no confidence motion at 12, but Rahul Gandhi did not do so as it finally turned out. And at the final minute, Rahul Gandhi had to pull back and did not make that opening speech. The Congress party is calling this a googly that no one guessed would happen, but everybody else is saying it was an afterthought in order to save Rahul Gandhi for a little later. Whatever it may be, let's look at day one of the big no confidence motion, the Rahul factor, and what lies ahead, because the day isn't over yet. Some big guns from both sides will be speaking in Parliament in just a short while from now. I'm Shiv, this is 5 Live. All the juice from day one of the no confidence motion coming right up. First, the headlines. No trust vote debate against Modi government sets rolling. Fiery face-off in the Lok Sabha with the Congress's Govt Gogoi leading the charge. BJP taunts Rahul and Sonia on corruption. After Parliament, now Rahul Gandhi all set to get his old government bungalow back and will return to 12 Tughlaq Lane, where he has lived for all these years. Rahul reacts, says, entire India is my home.
मेरा घर पूरा हिंदुस्तान है.
The news click showdown escalates in Parliament. Piyush Goyal calls opposition netas traitors. India Today accesses emails of news clicks funding from China. Rajya Sabha chairman pulls up Trinamool MP Derek O'Brien for unruly behaviour. BJP says Derek not suspended, yet in hope that he will express regret. Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadda faces FIR after his motion comes under the scanner. 6 MPs say their names were added without consent. Will an FIR actually happen? Remains to be seen. A day after Congress MP Rahul Gandhi made a comeback, a dramatic comeback to the floor of the Lok Sabha, his name was struck off the list of party speakers almost like an afterthought. We have a copy of that document where Rahul Gandhi's name, let's put that on our screen, Rahul Gandhi's name was right at the top of the list but was then finally struck off. Take a look at that document. Right at the top is Rahul Gandhi, and with a pencil, his name is struck off as an afterthought. Congress instead pitched its MP Govt Gogoi, who had moved the no confidence motion, to lead the charge, which is why he finally did. The big question is, why this last minute change? Why did Rahul Gandhi not lead the charge? It has even bewildered the government benches. Why this last-minute pullback after all the hype and drama over Rahul Gandhi's big return and him leading the charge on the no-confidence motion? India Today's sources reveal that it's a part of the Congress's strategic game. At least that's what they want you to think. Here's what happened today.
Optics, perception and strategy.
महोदय, मैं निम्नलिखित प्रस्ताव पेश करता हूं कि ये सभा मंत्रिपरिषद में विश्वास का भाव व्यक्त करती है।
It's not Rahul Gandhi leading the no trust debate against the BJP government. A day after he made a comeback to the floor of the Lok Sabha, his name struck through the list of party speakers.
सर, हमारी मांग स्पष्ट थी कि देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आए, अपनी बात रखे, अपनी संवेदना प्रकट करे और उस पर सारे पार्टी समर्थन दे और मणिपुर को एक संदेश जाए कि इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा सदन मणिपुर के साथ है। हम मणिपुर में शांति चाहते हैं, मणिपुर के छात्र इंसाफ मांगते हैं।
Congress instead pitched its MP Govt to lead the charge on Tuesday. The last-minute change even bewildered the government benches.
क्या हुआ सर? हम तो राहुल गांधी जी के भाषण सुनने के लिए हम उत्सुक है सर, हम उत्सुक है राहुल गांधी का। राहुल क्या हो गया, ऐसा क्या?
The move is calculated. According to Congress sources, it's part of strategic game plan.
So many और कितने भी बड़ा और टेबल कर दूंगी सर।
The Gandhi science speech on the no trust motion reserved for the day when the Prime Minister would be physically present in the Lok Sabha. Prime Minister Modi is expected to reply to the motion on August 10. Rahul Gandhi held back from speaking till the Prime Minister is seen in the House on or before August 10. Congress appears to be meticulously crafting its narrative to showcase him as a formidable contender, ready to take on the Prime Minister head-on, and position him as the principal figure of the 26-party India alliance. Adding context to this political maneuvering, a Lok Niti CSDS survey in May showed Prime Minister Modi as the top choice for 43% of respondents if elections were held then. Nonetheless, Rahul Gandhi was seen narrowing the gap with 27% of votes in his favour, marking an increase of 4 percentage points since the 2019 survey and a significant 13-point rise since 2014. 15% of those respondents expressed their newfound appreciation for the Congress leader after his Bharat Jodo Yatra. Within the opposition ranks, Rahul Gandhi was seen garnering the maximum public support, far ahead of several other regional satraps from the non-BJP parties. As the political landscape continues to evolve with the convergence of over 24 opposition parties under one umbrella, the ongoing no-confidence debate is becoming a platform for making powerful political statements leading up to the 2024 electoral battle. Bureau Report, India Today.
So let's try and make sense of why Rahul Gandhi wasn't the one who opened today's no-confidence motion as the Congress had led many to believe. In fact, the anticipation was so high that across YouTube, you saw YouTubers, channels, etc., with their YouTube bands ready for Rahul's speech. That's how, that's how certain everyone was that Rahul Gandhi was going to speak. And then finally, at literally the last moment, it was decided that he wouldn't. And like I showed you in that written typed list of speakers, Rahul Gandhi's name was right at the top, and it was at the 11th hour that his name was struck out, and it was decided that Govt would lead. Was this a googly? Was this a last-minute change of heart? Was this a typical afterthought, that is a signature of the Congress, making decisions at the last moment? Or was it a clever googly bold to the BJP? Let's try and make sense of it. Joining me live, Rajdeep Sardesai, a consulting editor who's been in Parliament today watching what's been happening. Preeti Chaudhary, our executive editor, has also been in Parliament. And Mausami, who's been watching all the political movers and shakers right through what has been quite an exciting few hours so far in the no-confidence motion. Rajdeep, coming to you first. In your view, why this last-minute change? As far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned, everyone was expecting that he'd be the opening batsman.
Well, I think, Shiv, the decision to not field Rahul Gandhi to start off the debate was taken after consultation this morning, where one of the suggestions made, among others, by the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge was that Rahul Gandhi should be seen to be, in a way, challenging Prime Minister Modi. And it was felt that this could only happen if Rahul Gandhi waited a bit and perhaps spoke either just before Prime Minister Modi on the third day of the debate, that's on the 10th, or certainly after a substantial number of speakers had already delivered their comments so that Rahul Gandhi in a way could respond to them, thereby getting the chance to counter some of the criticism that may come the Congress leaders' way. So I think it's a tactical, strategic decision taken by the Congress. There was also the belief that if you speak just before the Prime Minister, then it positions you as the principal opposition to him, and you can almost share equal space in a way, is what one Congress leader told me. But yes, there were others within the Congress itself who were taken by surprise because they had gone into Parliament this morning expecting Rahul Gandhi to speak first. Even some of the BJP treasury benches were caught by surprise because the reason why Nishikant Dubey led the BJP debate was because he's seen as one of the leaders who takes on the Gandhi family at every opportunity. So the idea that the BJP had was to immediately target Rahul Gandhi the moment he had spoken, but that doesn't seem to have quite worked off. So purely, I think, tactical and strategic to position Rahul Gandhi in a way that he would be there in Parliament perhaps and speak just before the Prime Minister does, while the Prime Minister is in all likelihood sitting in the Lok Sabha.
Preeti, you were right outside Parliament. You know, everyone was expecting Rahul to speak. Last minute tactical strategic decision by the Congress party after consultations. How did you see this one play out?
Interesting, and I would think a smart strategic move by the Congress party, Shiv, because, let's go down and delve a little bit in parliamentary history where Rahul Gandhi has spoken. He always hasn't really had a very successful outing. I would think at one level the Congress might want to project it as pitching Rahul Gandhi against Narendra Modi and possibly have him speak right before Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, does. But I also think it's very clever thinking by the Congress party, and possibly for the first time in Parliament in terms of positioning Rahul Gandhi. Let's take a look at the opposition speaker list. It has the likes of Smriti Irani, it had the likes of Nishikant Dubey, who would have followed Rahul Gandhi. Now these are, traditional Rahul Gandhi betas. They go after him. Smriti Irani's defeated him in Amethi. You had Jyotiraditya Scindia, who just in 2018, in the monsoon session, if you remember, the person that Rahul Gandhi winked to was Jyotiraditya Scindia, and he would have gone, for the jugular as well. So at one level, really smart, clever thinking by the Congress to avoid the kind of attack by any of these leaders, for him to react to it. Also, what is interesting in all of this is possibly speak on the day of the Prime Minister, where you really don't give anyone, especially in the Prime Minister's speech, elbow room or maneuver to factor in a response to Rahul Gandhi. Because if he had begun, the debate on the no trust or the no confidence motion, you would have definitely seen, and it was interesting because if you looked at Nishikant Dubey, he had come prepared to go after Rahul Gandhi. The first 10 minutes of his speech only spoke of Rahul Gandhi, but Rahul Gandhi never spoke. So somewhere down the line, it was a strategic move by the Congress. Maybe in the public eye, they'd want to pitch it as a Rahul versus Modi battle, but ultimately, it's also to safeguard Rahul Gandhi, not have him be attacked by the lobby of leaders. And there are 15 speakers of the Bharatiya Janata Party that are going to be speaking, some of them very, very critical of the Gandhis and Rahul Gandhi, and also not to give any elbow room in the speech of the Prime Minister to prepare to take on Rahul Gandhi if he speaks right before him.
Very, very interesting perspective. And Preeti is right, because Nishikant Dubey's speech was almost entirely pointed at Rahul Gandhi and the Gandhis. Mosmi, it's been a good day overall for Rahul Gandhi and a good week. He's back as Lok Sabha MP. He's gotten back the allotment of his house, 12 Tughlaq Lane. He didn't speak in Parliament today, but one's going to look forward to that happening in the next couple of days. What are your sources within the Congress party telling you about how they plan to use Rahul Gandhi in this very important week in Parliament, Mosmi?
You know, Rahul Gandhi has been gearing up for this moment. Remember, Shiv, that Rahul Gandhi also went to Manipur. He was one of the first opposition members to go to Manipur for a 2-day visit, where he went to Imphal and Churachandpur. So Rahul Gandhi was all geared up. Apparently, all the Congress leaders were also all said that Rahul Gandhi would make that speech after his comeback. And while he was walking out of gate number 1, after Gaurav Gogoi had given that speech, we were asking him about that googly, you know, because was he supposed to speak later in the day? And KC Venugopal spoke instead of Rahul Gandhi, answered that, saying that you'll know 3 hours before Rahul is about to speak. So I think it's slotted for the last day. But Congress keeping its cards very, very close, even as, you know, very interestingly, the YouTube link in the morning for Rahul Gandhi's speech was also put out on WhatsApp groups. That means the entire party was all set that they will hear Rahul Gandhi. And Rahul Gandhi looks very much at ease. He's made plans to visit Wayanad. When everybody asked him that he's got back his house, is he happy? He said, India is my house. So a very upbeat mood in the Congress party with Rahul Gandhi's victory of sorts in the Supreme Court. They think it's a moral victory, and they want to hold that moral high ground in front of the government. And that's one reason that this entire speech has been planned according to strategy, even if you can say it was last minute, because the Prime Minister, Shiv, was never supposed to, it was never slotted that the Prime Minister would be there in the House. It's not like a necessary condition while the motion is being put for discussion that the PM should be in the House.
Very, very interesting. Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs Editor, who's also been in Parliament today, joins me now. Rahul, you know, one heard Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary mischievously, you know, taunt Nishikant Dubey when he said, you know, you've basically fallen for our googly. And you're speaking now, and Rahul Gandhi, we have not made him speak. He's going to speak later. You know, suggesting that this was a tactical move by the Congress party to lead everyone to believe that Rahul Gandhi was going to be the opening batsman, but they've actually saved him for, you know, perhaps the third day. How do you see this, Rahul? And also, something that occurs to me is positioning once again Rahul versus Modi on the third day. Does that also carry its own risks, like what we've been talking about?
See, Shivli, Shiv, what is a googly if it doesn't get a wicket?
Right.
So, if he has bowled a googly, then are they going to bowl the government out? Now, of information from the Speaker's office is that the Congress approached the Speaker and wanted that Rahul Gandhi should be allowed instead of Gaurav Gogoi. So, they were initially planning that they should be Rahul speaking first. What the BJP did? BJP lined up 15 odd speakers, but 3 very interesting elements. One is Nishikant Dubey, who is a known Gandhi family baiter. Smriti Irani, who has beaten Rahul Gandhi in Amit. Known Rahul Gandhi baiter. The third is Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia,
like whom was saying,
that wink was directed at in 2018, after Rahul Gandhi hug. So the elements are that most of these people, if Rahul Gandhi had spoken, the entire BJP focus would have been, they would have thrashed Rahul Gandhi's speech. Now what they have done is that Rahul Gandhi may be speaking at the end. So basically the traction that Rahul Gandhi's speech would have taken for the next 2 days will only be competing with the Prime Minister's speech on that very day. Now, pick between the Prime Minister and Rahul Gandhi's speech. So one is this, that has he lost this 2-day play for what his speech would have been? Because one expected that he would ask those pertinent questions.
And they would have resonated for 2 days.
And resonated for 2 days. The opposition has a problem, Shiv. See the speakers they have. They don't have a Chidambaram, he's in Rajya Sabha. They don't have a Sharad Pawar, he's in Rajya Sabha. Lalu Prasad Yadav is out of parliament. Mulayam Singh Yadav is no more. The opposition does not have speakers. So for 2 days, they will be giving runs on a pitch on which they are thinking they have bowled a googly.
Interesting.
The problem for the opposition is does not have strong speakers. Who did you have today? Gaurav Gogoi. Venugopal has not set parliament on fire. Supriya Sule. You had
Balu and others.
Balu and others. Now Balu is far drawn. He did not much focus on Manipur.
Correct.
Now in that scenario, the BJP will have staggered play by lots of CNA leaders. Nirmala Sitharaman is going to speak. Now, Congress in Karnataka made it a local play while the BJP wanted it national.
Yeah.
In Parliament, in this new confidence motion, Congress wants to make it local on Manipur. The BJP will play national. Completely national. They will try to play a much wider turf.
In fact, we have a collection of the chunks of the speeches today where Manipur was actually mentioned. Apart from Gaurav Gogoi's speech, Rahul, most people are talking about all other things.
All other things. So the debate in public space will not be really on Manipur. Then, very interestingly, if Rahul Gandhi, by doing that, is bowling a googly and setting up a Modi versus Rahul Gandhi battle, do you think India, that coalition, will be very happy about it? Because that's what they don't want, that Congress should be ahead of the pack and try to show that it is a big brother of the coalition. So there could well be, in this portrayal, a bit of a problem for India. Because
within the alliance.
The high-hanging fruit for India coalition is what? A prime ministerial phase, and second, a coalition in trouble-torn states. I think somewhere the opposition has limited choices. I think Rahul Gandhi, the idea in the morning was that why is Rahul Gandhi speaking first? But if he is not, perhaps I think they have lost 2 days of traction.
Okay, very, very interesting perspectives from, the Team India today, who's been at Parliament and watching all of this actually play out live, which carries its own benefits because you're actually seeing all that body language up close. Rahul was just speaking about, who the opposition has in Parliament. I think Manish Tiwari is speaking right now in the Lok Sabha. Let's just briefly dip in and listen to Manish Tiwari.
पेट के पीछे चीन की राजनीतिक मंशा क्या है? और मैं सरकार से सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं क्योंकि सितंबर 2020 से जब से ये सदन मिला था कोविड के बाद आज तक इस सदन में चीन के ऊपर चर्चा नहीं हुई। क्या ऐसा हो सकता है कि ऐसी थिएटर लेवल की इंकर्शन हो, घुसपैठ हो और हमारे खुफिया तंत्र को पता ना लगे? क्या हमारा खुफिया तंत्र कहीं पे विफल रहा है? और मैं एक कागज पढ़ना चाहता हूं जो एसएसपी है लेके उन्होंने डीजीपी आईजीपी की कॉन्फ्रेंस को एक पेपर प्रस्तुत किया था, उसके 2 अंश मैं पढ़ना चाहता हूं। प्रेजेंटली there are 65 patrolling points from Karakoram Pass to Chumar which are to be patrolled regularly by the ISFs. ISFs means Indian Security Forces. Out of 65 patrolling points, our presence is lost at 26 patrolling points. That is patrolling point number 5 to 17, 24 to 32, 37, 51, 52, 62, due to restrictive or no patrolling by the Indian Security Forces. Later on, China forces us to accept the fact that as such areas have not seen the presence of Indian security forces or civilians since long. The Chinese were present in these areas. This leads to a shift in the border under the control of the Indian security forces towards the Indian side, and a buffer zone is created in all such pockets, which ultimately leads to a loss of control over the areas held by India. This is a tactic of PLA to grab land inch by inch, which is known as salami slicing. ये मैं नहीं कर रहा, कह रहा सभापति महोदय, ये सरकार के एक उच्च अधिकारी एसएसपी ले पीडी नित्या उनका नाम है, उन्होंने लिखित में ये कागज डीजीपी आईजीपी की कॉन्फ्रेंस के में प्रस्तुत किया था। सरकार की तरफ से आज तक इसका खंडन नहीं हुआ है। और मैं इसलिए सरकार से पूछना चाहता हूं कि क्या ये बात सही है जो अधिकृत तौर के ऊपर एक सरकारी अधिकारी ने कही है, एक उच्च अधिकारी ने कही है कि 65 में से 26 ऐसे पेट्रोलिंग पॉइंट्स हैं जहां पे हमारी सुरक्षा फोर्सेस पहुंच नहीं सकती? क्या यह बात सही है कि आपके ये जो पेट्रोलिंग पॉइंट्स है हम को एक्सेस नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, वहां पे पेट्रोल नहीं कर पा रहे हैं? क्या यह बात सही है? इसके कारण 2000 किलोमीटर जो भारत की सरजमीन है वो भारत के कब्जे के बाहर चली गई है। ये बड़े गंभीर सवाल हैं, जिन गंभीर सवालों का इस सरकार को जवाब देना चाहिए। इसके साथ साथ अध्यक्ष सभापति महोदय, थैंक यू, थोड़ा सा मेरे को आप 2 मिनट का समय और दीजिए। सभापति महोदय, हम ये पूछना चाहते हैं कि 18 राउंड मिलिट्री टू मिलिट्री बातचीत हुई है चीन के साथ, और 18 राउंड में क्या निष्कर्ष निकला है? क्या ये बात सही है कि जितने बफर जोन बने हैं वो सारे बफर जोन भारत की सरजमीन में बने हैं? जितने बफर जोन बने हैं मिलिट्री टू मिलिट्री टॉक्स के बावजूद वो बनस्पत वो भारत की सरजमीन में बने हैं। हम ये पूछना चाहते हैं कि जो विदेश मंत्रालय के स्तर पे बातचीत चल रही है चीन के साथ, उसका क्या निष्कर्ष निकला? ये सारे गंभीर सवाल हैं जिनका जवाब आप सरकार को देना पड़ेगा। और मैं सभापति महोदय, मेरे को मालूम है समय कम है, मैं सिर्फ एक बात आपके समक्ष रखना चाहता हूं कि एक तरफ तो
देर तक बोलेंगे आपका पार्टी का टाइम खत्म।
सभापति महोदय, मेरे को यह कहा गया है कि हमारा पार्टी का टाइम सुरक्षित है। ये समय आपने, अध्यक्ष जी ने मेरे को दिया है अपने समय में से निकाल के, इसलिए मैं समय ले रहा हूं। मैं आखिरी बात सभापति महोदय, एक बात कहना चाहता हूं। तो एक तरफ तो हमारे जांबाज सिपाही चीन का मुकाबला कर रहे हैं, 50-60 हजार लोग वहां पे सरहद पे तैनात है। दूसरी तरफ चीन के साथ जो हमारा व्यापार है वो बढ़ता ही जा रहा है। 2022 में हमारा ट्रेड डेफिसिट चीन के साथ 101.2 बिलियन US डॉलर्स था। ये जो हमारे इंपोर्ट थे चाइना से वो 2021 में 97.5 बिलियन डॉलर थे, 2022 में 118.5 बिलियन डॉलर हो गए, और जो हमारे एक्सपोर्ट हैं वो 28 बिलियन डॉलर से घट के 17 बिलियन डॉलर रह गए। तो कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं है कि जो चीन हमारे खिलाफ आक्रमण कर रहा है उस आक्रमण करने के पैसे हम उनको दे रहे हैं ट्रेड डेफिसिट के थ्रू? तो इसलिए सभापति महोदय, ये जो सवाल हैं इनके ऊपर हम सरकार से जवाब मांगते हैं। और मैं आखिरी बात यही कहना चाहूंगा, सवाल बहुत हैं, संवाद की कमी है। अगर संवाद रहता तो इंडिया को ये जरूरत ना पड़ती कि इस सदन में ये हम अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लेके आते। और मैं ये उम्मीद करता हूं कि इन सारे सवालों का सरकार पूरी जिम्मेदारी से और पूरी सच्चाई से जवाब देगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
श्रीमती नवनीत राणा।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
एक सवाल का जवाब।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, अविश्वास प्रस्ताव ये सदन में विपक्ष ने लाया है। सुबह से सभी डिबेट सुन रहे हैं और इस अविश्वास प्रस्ताव का मैं एज ए निर्दलीय, इंडिपेंडेंट और जनता के हित में काम करने वाली, अपने क्षेत्र में, अपने महाराष्ट्र के हित में, मैं इस विपक्ष का नो कॉन्फिडेंट मोशन जो लाया इसका विरोध करती हूँ। और हमारे आज सुबह से जब से डिबेट शुरू हुई है 12 बजे से, जब से अगर हमने देखा तो विपक्ष अगर बात कर रही है, ये नो कॉन्फिडेंट मोशन लाया ही इसके लिए गया था कि महिलाओं पे होते हुए अत्याचार जो हुए हैं, मणिपुर में जो अत्याचार हुआ है उसके विरोध में, उसके ऊपर चर्चा होनी चाहिए करके ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव ये सदन में लाया गया है। हम महिलाएं ये पार्लियामेंट में बैठी हुई, हम महिला माँ फिर सांसद हैं। जब ये सदन में हम बैठकर देख रहे हैं, सुबह से देख रही हूँ, विपक्ष ने जितने ने भी इस पे कहा है सिर्फ मोदी जी इज दी ओनली टारगेट, और महिलाओं पे कहीं पर भी सहानुभूति और महिलाओं के फेवर में एक भी शब्द ये विपक्ष का मुझे सुनाई नहीं दिया ये सदन में, पार्लियामेंट में। जब भी बोल रहे हैं मणिपुर में जो अत्याचार हमारी महिलाओं पे हुआ है वो अतिशय सबसे खराब जो ये हुआ है मणिपुर में, उसका सभी ने निषेध करना चाहिए। हम महिलाएं, पुरुष, हमारे भाई, ये पार्लियामेंट में जितने लोग रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, सभी ने इसका निषेध किया है। पर विपक्ष को मेरा एक प्रश्न है, 4 तारीख को हुई घटना को जुलाई के पार्लियामेंट के एक दिन पहले वो पार्लियामेंट के पर्पसली वो वीडियो को वायरल करते हैं, और हमें जब पत्रकार आके वो वीडियो दिखाते हैं, मैडम यू नो अबाउट दिस वीडियो, व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इन मणिपुर, please give us some bite or some view of yours. I said, which video? What happened in Manipur? It happened only in 4th 4 मई को हुई घटना को जुलाई में जब पार्लियामेंट होता है, एक दिन पहले एक पत्रकार आके वो न्यूज़ वीडियो हम लोगों को दिखाता है। मैं मांग करती हूँ हमारी सरकार से कि जिसने भी ये पर्पसली ये वीडियोस वायरल किए और समाज में महिलाओं को इस सभागृह में लाकर उनकी बदनामी करने का जो काम विपक्ष ने किया है, इसके ऊपर चौकसी होकर इस पे जांच होनी चाहिए और उनको सजा मिलनी चाहिए सर। जितना जिसने किया हुआ कृत्य है, जो जितना जिम्मेदार वो है, समाज में इस तरीके से महिलाओं पर हुई अत्याचार को खुलेआम मीडिया में लाकर सोशल मीडिया में प्रचार प्रसार करने का जिन्होंने काम किया, उसका हम लोगों ने निषेध इस पार्लियामेंट से करना चाहिए। आज इस विपक्ष में इन लोगों ने लाई हुई नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन को, आज इनको एक प्रश्न है, इनके यहाँ पर एक भी विपक्ष में बैठी हुई महिला सुनने के लिए ये नहीं है कि जो सत्ता में बैठी है कि वो सरकार इनके बारे में, महिलाओं के बारे में कितनी सीरियस है। अगर ये सीरियस हैं सर, लास्ट वीक राजस्थान में हुई घटना के बारे में एक भी विपक्ष ने उसका उल्लेख नहीं किया सर। जब एक महिला के साथ, नाबालिग के साथ में अत्याचार होता है, उसका रेप किया जाता है इतनी बुरी तरीके से और कोयले में डालकर उसकी आखिरी सांस निकलने तक उसे जलाया जाता है और फिर जो बचता है उसे पानी में बहाया जाता है। सर, मेरा प्रश्न है इस विपक्ष को कि महिलाओं की इस्तेमाल आप राजनीति के लिए किया जा रहा है, महिलाओं को राजनीति का रोटियां बनाकर उस पर सेका जाने का इस्तेमाल हमारी महिलाओं के नाम पर किया जा रहा है। विपक्ष से यह प्रश्न मेरा है कि अगर मणिपुर की महिलाएं हमारे लिए, सभी के लिए सम्माननीय हैं, हमारे देश में रहने वाली हर महिला हमारे लिए हमारा मान सम्मान, हमारा गर्व है, क्योंकि हम भी वो महिलाएं हैं। मैं विपक्ष से पूछती हूं कि अगर मणिपुर की महिलाएं आपको इतनी महत्वपूर्ण रखती हैं तो 4 मई को आपका डेलीगेशन वहां क्यों नहीं जाता? 3 महीने के बाद पार्लियामेंट शुरू होने के बाद आपके विपक्ष का पार्लियामेंट का पूरी टीम बनाकर आप वहां जाकर चौकसी के लिए क्या दिखाना चाहते हैं? फोटो खींचने के लिए, वीडियो बनाने के लिए, उसकी मां के रोना दिखाने के लिए? मैं पूछती हूं कि राजस्थान में जहां पर विपक्ष की सरकार है, जब एक लड़की के साथ इतनी बुरी तरीके से व्यवहार होता है, अत्याचार होता है, तो विपक्ष का डेलीगेशन आज तक राजस्थान क्यों नहीं गया? पार्लियामेंट के विपक्ष के इन्होंने उत्तर देना चाहिए। ये मोदी जी को पूछते हैं वो मौन क्यों हैं। मैं विपक्ष को पूछती हूँ, राजस्थान की घटना पे विपक्ष मौन क्यों है? बंगला में हुई बांग्लादेश में, सोगत काका, वी कॉल यू गूगल अंकल। इफ टुडे वी गो ऑन गूगल and we search on Google कि सबसे ज्यादा अत्याचार महिलाओं पे कहाँ है, तो वो
हो गया
सर,
हो गया
सर। इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट सर। सर, महिलाओं पे चर्चा हो रही है, अगर पुरुषों को 1-1 घंटा दिया जा रहा है तो हम महिलाओं को एटलीस्ट 5-7 मिनट तो देना ही चाहिए। सर लास्ट सर, हमारे आज MP हमारे कलीग ने महाराष्ट्र से, श्रीकांत जी ने हनुमान चालीसा इधर पठन करके दिखाया। हमारे महाराष्ट्र में भी ST महामंडल में काम करने वाली महिलाएं, मैं सांसद नहीं, सांसद एक तरफ और महिला होने के नाते जब मैंने सिर्फ अनाउंस किया, मला भीती वाटत नव्हती श्रीकांत जी। आज जब आप यहाँ पे हनुमान चालीसा का पठन कर रहे थे, सिर्फ मैंने नाम लिया था कि हनुमान चालीसा पठन करूंगी, तो घर से घसीट के 14 दिन जेल में और 2 दिन लॉकअप में रखा था। पर आज मोदी जी की सरकार है, ये पार्लियामेंट में ऐसा अत्याचार कोई किसी पे करेगा नहीं। और ST महामंडल की महिलाएं जब अपने हक के लिए, डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब अंबेडकर ने हमें लड़ना सिखाया है, अपने हकों के लिए रोड पे आकर अपनी आवाज बनना सिखाया है, वही आवाज जब महिलाएं ST महामंडल की महाराष्ट्र में उठा रही थी, तो वो महिलाओं को उठाकर लॉकअप में करीबन 1 महीना उन्हें सड़ने के लिए फेंक दिया गया था। तब ये विपक्ष कहां गया था? तब ये विपक्ष ने मौन धारण क्यों किया था? ये चीजें भी इनको उत्तर देना चाहिए। सिर्फ मणिपुर, महिलाओं पे अत्याचार, महिलाओं पे होने वाली पीड़ा, ये इनका विषय नहीं। सिर्फ मोदी जी का नाम है तो इनको विरोध करना है, यही इनका एजेंडा बना है। ये क्या नारा दे रहे हैं सर? 1 सेकेंड, ये क्या नारा दे रहे हैं? इंडिया, ये क्या नारा दे रहे हैं सर? इंडिया। 1 सेकेंड सर, लास्ट 1 मिनट सर, लास्ट 1 मिनट।
यू हैव मेड योर पॉइंट
सर, 1 मिनट। ये विपक्ष क्या नारा दे रही है कि इंडिया इंडिया इंडिया? अरे इंडिया ही मोदी जी को बनाई है, इंडिया ने ही मोदी जी को ये पार्लियामेंट हाउस में एज ए प्राइम मिनिस्टर लाई है। आज भी इंडिया मोदी जी के साथ है। ये विपक्ष को मौन धारण किस विषय पे रखा है, इनको उत्तर देना ही पड़ेगा। ये मेरा प्रश्न विपक्ष को है। बस इतना ही कहती हूँ सर, महिलाओं का इस्तेमाल राजनीति रोटियां सेकने के लिए नहीं है। महिलाओं का सम्मान करना सीखे विपक्ष के लोग।
मिस्टर आरिफ
Sir, thank you, Speaker, sir.
So that was Manish Tiwari and Navneet Rana speaking. Smriti Irani who's going to be one of the other high-profile speakers today, is going to be speaking a little after 6 p.m. Obviously, all of that coverage is going to be live here on India Today. But I want to bring the focus back for a moment to the whole Rahul versus Modi idea. Because if Rahul Gandhi didn't speak today, is he being saved for the last day? You heard what Rahul Srivastav also said, that the Congress perhaps has squandered the possibility of Rahul Gandhi's speech resonating for at least the next 3 days before the Prime Minister speaks. But be that as it may, Rajdeep continues to be with us. Rajdeep, you know, we've been talking about this Rahul versus Modi, notion for the last 48 hours in the build-up to this entire no-confidence motion. What is the Congress's strategy in your view? Is the idea to say, forget about all the perceptions, this is about pitting Rahul Gandhi against Modi?
Well, is the idea to pit Rahul Gandhi versus Mr. Modi? I think I said that in the original answer, Shiv. Yes, a section of the Congress, particularly dare I call them Team Rahul, believes that this is Rahul Gandhi's opportunity to once again position himself as the principal adversary to Prime Minister Modi. Remember, all the other potential top leaders of the India alliance are not there in the Lok Sabha. The Nitish Kumar, the Mamata Banerjees, the MK Stalins, they're chief ministers in their own state, so they're not in parliament. The Congress is short, some would say, of talented, experienced speakers in parliament. Rahul Gandhi has not spoken in parliament since February when he raised the Adani issue during the motion of thanks. And this is an opportunity for Rahul Gandhi to set the narrative for the opposition ahead of the 2024 election. So yes, even though BJP leaders are saying, bring it on, we will expose Rahul Gandhi once he speaks in parliament. The fact is, from a Congress perspective, this is an opportunity to show Rahul Gandhi as a first among equals at the very least, and thereby pit him against Prime Minister Modi, since over the last 1 year, he's been the one raising the inconvenient questions, is what the Congress is claiming.
Now, as we've seen in the last couple of speakers as well, Navneet Rana as well as Manish Tiwari and many of them before them, Manipur has actually come up very little in all of the speeches made by leaders so far, barring the opening batsman, which was Gaurav Gogoi, who dedicated most of his speech to the issue of Manipur, which is what this no-confidence motion is really about. But all of the rest of the speeches have all proven that this platform of this no-confidence motion is as much about 2024 and campaigning for the upcoming election season than it is about anything else. I've pulled out some snippets just to prove my point. Take a look at this.
पहला, उनकी राज्य सरकार विफल थी। दूसरा, उनका गृह विभाग और राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सलाहकार विफल रहे। और तीसरा, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मौन रहने का कि वो अपनी भूल कबूल करना नहीं चाहते। जब हम बार-बार पूछते हैं, सर बड़ी आश्चर्य की बात है कि सर कि अभी तक मैंने प्रधानमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने मुख्यमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने गृह मंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक इनकी तरफ से विरोध नहीं आया, लेकिन जब एक विशेष कंपनी के मालिक का नाम लिया तो ये सारे मंत्री और सांसद खड़े हो गए। किसकी सरकार है सर? ये किसकी सरकार है?
सोनिया जी का मैं बड़ा सम्मान करता हूं सर। सोनिया जी, मुझे जो लगता है कि उनके पार्टी की उनकी दो मनस्थिति है। वो एक हिंदू सभ्यता संस्कृति में बिलीव कर रही हैं, इसीलिए अलौकिका पंडिता की तरह जो पूरा किताब में लिखा हुआ है कि क्या क्या करना चाहिए एक भारतीय नारी को, उसका पूरा का पूरा पिक्चर सोनिया जी देती है। उनको दो काम करना है, बेटे को सेट करना है और दामाद को भेंट करना है।
What is in 9 years the great achievements of this government? Is state governments toppled by the BJP? Is this fair democracy? Price rise, महंगाई बहुत हो गई, महंगाई की मार अब की बार शायद सबको याद होगा। LPG की प्राइस, कर्नाटक इलेक्शन ने दिखा दिया एलपीजी का क्या होता है फिर। अच्छे दिन कहते थे आप, अच्छे दिन आएंगे। मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ, हेल्थ एंड सर्वे इंडेक्स, इंडिया हैज गॉन डाउन, हंगर इंडेक्स डाउन।
I have always believed that the Congress party is adept at snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. They are also very adept at cutting their nose to spite their face. And I say this advisedly. They know every time the Prime Minister has got up to speak on the floor of this House, he puts the Congress party through the shredder. I mean, they actually go through a shredding machine. So I cannot understand why they should cut their nose to spite their face, ask him to come to the House and put them through the shredder, as I have no doubt he will when he replies on Thursday.
The central agencies, ED and CBI, they are used to target opponents and bring down opposition state government as it happened in Maharashtra. BJP has a big washing machine. When Ajit Pawar was in NCP, he was very bad, 70,000 crore irrigation scam. Now BJP's washing machine he has entered. Now he has become a good man. Amit Shah goes and praises him.
Rahul, one final comment from you. You know, I know there are still 3 days to go. Anything can happen. Pinaki Mishra saying that, the Congress has cut its nose to spite its face. The Prime Minister, every time he gets up to speak, he puts the Congress through the shredder. Just do a little bit of crystal gazing for us. Because the numbers we don't have to care about, because that's what, the BJP is, the NDA is comfortable as far as the number is concerned. Do you think that's what's going to happen on day 3? What is day 3 going to look like in your view?
See, Shiv, number game, I think a lot of people are dismissing the number game. A no confidence motion is one of the supreme tools in parliamentary procedures. You have brought in the 155mm howitzer in. It's the largest gun in the... It's the Bofors is in. And you are trying to kill a fly. To get a Prime Minister, see, it might look smart. The move is smart. They were desperate, I agree. But to the public, you have to justify why you brought in the Bofors. Now, at the end of the day, if you don't beat the government in terms of numbers, that's what no confidence motion is all about. Then you're not giving public enough to bite. That's a drawback. What the government is going to do, that with the support of 34 odd YSRCP and BJD MPs, the government number are going to be 360, 65. The government is going to go to the public talking about numbers. That yet again there was an attempt to waste time of the government to attack this government.
And look at these numbers.
And look at these numbers. This is what the parliament thinks of us. That's a template. Beyond that, it gives the government larger numbers, so larger number of speakers, larger number of BJP speakers, because it's the single largest party on its own 303 odd. So you'll have more speakers talking about that narrative of the government. That's there there in the cloud. Now on the last day you're going to build something on Manipur. It's a perception. In the perception battle, one will wait and see what questions does Rahul Gandhi pose. And they have to be better than what Gaurav Gogoi and Manish Tiwari and others have done to actually rise to a level that it actually controls eyeballs.
Absolutely.
It has to be that good. If it is not that good and the Prime Minister runs roughshod over it and takes on Rahul Gandhi on the same old templates of dynasty, corruption, and all others, the pet peeves, then where does the narrative go? So there is a risk the opposition is running. But yes, also, it is important that sometimes you have to take the Bofors out to kill a fly also, because the Prime Minister was not relenting. I think eventually the last day is going to be very critical, how the two sides try to build a narrative, and from there, how they carry it forward all across the country. Otherwise, I think the opposition would have missed a trick as far as this. I still believe Rahul Gandhi should have been the first to speak for 2 days. If the BJP didn't have answers to what Rahul Gandhi said, it would have been a much better narrative for the Congress party and the opposition.
The chance has been squandered, and now the Congress will have to make good on that decision on saving Rahul Gandhi for that final shot. Rahul, always appreciated. Thank you very much for your perspective on this very, very tantalizing, unfolding political story. The Bofors gun, as Rahul put it, couldn't have put it more appropriately given who we're talking about here. But we're going to have to see how this actually plays out. Very quick break here on 5 Live. Coming up on the other side, the big India Today news break that has everyone reporting the story. After a New York Times investigation, we've gotten our hands on emails that suggest how the Chinese government was directing journalism and coverage at NewsClick. That's next.
Communal flashpoint at Delhi's doorstep. Amidst the flames and rioting, India Today reporters fearless on the ground.
Stone pelting was so aggressive from the both sides.
Entire market in the area has been shut right now. Attacked the cyber police station of Noor.
Facts, questions,
What resulted in the communal clashes?
and first-hand reports.
एकदम ही पत्थर आए हैं ऊपर से छतों पे से गोली लग चली है पीछे वाला शीशा टूट लिया
100% accuracy amidst the blaze. We track the face of every story. India Today. India United.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 149. In Mumbai, 65. In Kolkata, 72. In Bangalore, 30. In Chennai, 23. In Hyderabad, 104.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Employee addition has dropped a combined 135% at TCS, Wipro and HCL Tech. This means where the companies had added 31,000 employees this quarter last year, this year they've seen a fall of nearly 11,000 employees. This is in line with the muted financial numbers shared by these companies. Akanksha Chaturvedi gets us a deep dive into this trend. A closer look. Akanksha?
That is right, Abha. Hiring across major Indian IT companies has dampened in Q1 FY24 as compared to the year-ago quarter. If we take a close look at the numbers, we see that TCS only added around 500 people to the company in Q1 FY24, while this number was over 28 times bigger last year. TCS added over 14,000 employees in Q1 FY23. At Wipro, this trend seems to have worsened. In Q1 FY24, Wipro's headcount actually reduced by around 8,000 employees, while in Q1 FY23, they had added over 15,000 people to the organization. HCL Tech was also in line with this trend. The company's headcount went down by over 2,500 people in Q1 FY24, whereas they had added around 2,100 people in the year-ago quarter. This slowdown is in line with the broader slowdown in the industry, which is caused by the cutbacks in IT and discretionary spending across the world.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees.
India Today set the news agenda on NewsClick, a website that was named by the New York Times as having been a recipient of Chinese government propaganda funding that has directed some of its journalism on issues pertaining to the India-China relationship, specifically on issues like the COVID pandemic, the handling of COVID, the farmers' stir, the border standoff between India and China and Ladakh, and many more. Now we've accessed emails that reveal how NewsClick was allegedly involved in not only taking these funds, but actively receiving instructions from Chinese entities on what kind of journalism to do. Along with this Congress connection, in a stunning revelation, the CPM's Prakash Karat's name has also emerged in these emails. Take a look at this report.
India Today unravels Congress-China link. A day after the government lashed out at the Congress and news website NewsClick, email exchanges have now emerged showing how Chinese propagandists were in direct touch with media in India. This is billionaire Neville Roy Singham, who's been accused of Chinese propaganda, emailing NewsClick director Prabir Purkhayas and CPM leaders like Prakash Karat with a Praise China toolkit. Sources tell India Today these email exchanges occurred during significant periods, including the early days of the COVID outbreak, during farmer protests in India, and the persisting border tensions between India and China. The way these emails were structured, it clearly reveals a clear inclination towards promoting Chinese propaganda.
The email conversations recorded by the Enforcement Directorate during the searches not only talk about how to keep China in a good light as far as its pandemic handling is concerned, but it also talks about some of the sensitive issues like India-China border. But the most important part is the email conversation with CPIM leader Prakash Karat, and the Bharatiya Janata Party has not only targeted opposition over this, but they have also raised this matter before the parliament.
Not just that, in stunning revelation, emails also talk about collaborations of the Indian communists with the Chinese. Sources say Prakash Karat expressed his satisfaction with the Chinese peace, despite knowing anti-China sentiments.
यदि न्यूज क्लिक का नाम यदि डिलीट या रेस्टोर हो गया, कांग्रेस को क्या समस्या है सर? न्यूज क्लिक आपका कौन लगता है? पुरकास्ट का नाम यदि रेस्टोर हो गया, पुरकास्ट आपका क्या लगता है? प्रकाश कारत साहब, उनका पूरा का पूरा मेल मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड आपको लाना चाहता हूं कि जो वो नेवेली राय सिंघम था, उसके साथ उनके हजारों मेल हैं, और जब आप कहेंगे मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड उसको पेश कर दूंगा सर.
The government has now sharpened its attack on the Congress.
कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज क्लिक के साथ,
कम्युनिस्ट, बाकी दल ये भी उनका सहयोग करते रहे, लेकिन कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज़ क्लिक के साथ, न्यूज़ क्लिक के ऊपर चाइना का हाथ। तो किसका हाथ कहाँ कहाँ मिला है सबको समझ आता है।
कल जो है सर न्यूज क्लिक के ऊपर बड़ा हंगामा हुआ।
The Congress meanwhile has strongly objected to the comment made by the BJP leaders, calling them defamatory and demanding that the allegations made by Nishikant Dubey in Parliament must be expunged.
The mic of a particular BJP member, Mr. Dubey, was switched on and he proceeded to speak. And his sound was the only one coming through the translation headsets and through the record of the House, in which he levelled defamatory and libelous accusations against our party and by name two of its leaders. He cannot do so without giving notice in advance and getting the consent of the Speaker, which he had not done.
With more and more evidence emerging of the China NewsClick nexus to peddle Xi propaganda, the political fight is also heating up. With Munish Pandey in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
That's it on 5 Live. I'll see you the same time tomorrow. Our coverage, remember, of day 2 of no confidence motion continues as well. 6 p.m. prime with Akshita comes up next. A day after Congress MP Rahul Gandhi made his big comeback, his name was struck off the list of party speakers. We'll get even more into that. We've got some breaking news on that coming up next.
It is never too late to chase your dream. Anil Kumar Mishra took to art late in his life, but what started as a hobby has become a passion over the years. The 70-year-old from Ramnagar in Jharkhand spends his time giving new life to waste wood.
मैं समझता हूँ कि ये कोई ईश्वरीय देन है, जो शक्ति है, जो मुझे प्रेरणा देता है और मैं इसको कार्य रूप में परिणत कर पाता हूँ।
Mishra's tryst with art started in 2007 when he was a school teacher.
गाछ है बहुत पुराना, हजारों साल पुराना गाछ है जिसमें बहुत सारे दीमक खाए हुए हैं, बहुत टिड्डा रहते हैं सर। और उसी गाछ का टुकड़ा से एक प्रेरणा जगी हमको और उसी गाछ के टुकड़ा से मैं एक बर्ड का भाव आया और मैं उसमें क्रिएशन का शुरुआत वहीं से हुई।
In the beginning, not everyone was his fan.
मुझे तो काफी बुरा लगता था, कभी कोई लड़ाई झगड़ा हो ही जाता था कि पुराना लकड़ी क्यों लेके आ रहे हैं। लकड़ी लाके जब इकट्ठा करना शुरू किए तो थोड़ा हो जाता था झगड़ा। जब बनाना शुरू किए तो जब पूरा बनने लगा तब बन के फिर बहुत अच्छा लगने लगा। अब तो खैर जान गए तो अब कोई बात नहीं।
Now his family and friends bring the raw materials for him.
सपोर्ट मुझे वो अगर गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से कुछ मिलता है तो मैं और इसको आगे बढ़ा सकता हूँ।
Mishra has won many prizes for his art. He has created more than 1,000 sculptures. With Rajesh Verma in Ramgarh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
मंडी में राहुल जी का
Spar over no confidence motion. Gaurav Gogoi leads opposition onslaught.
पहला उनकी राज्य सरकार विफल थी, दूसरा उनका गृह विभाग और राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सलाहकार विफल रहे, और तीसरा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मौन रहने का कि वो अपनी भूल कबूल करना नहीं चाहते।
But where is Rahul Gandhi? Last minute change in Congress's speaker list.
क्या हुआ सर? हम तो राहुल गांधी जी के भाषण सुनने के लिए हम उत्सुक है सर, हम उत्सुक है राहुल गांधी का। राहुल क्या हो गया ऐसे? क्या एकदम?
लेकिन लगता है कि शायद ये आज तैयार नहीं थे, देर से उठे होंगे।
Rahul to speak in Modi's presence. Get set for a Modi versus Rahul face-off. No trust vote storm. Our top focus at 6 p.m. prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. Over the next 1 hour, we're getting you all the highlights from Parliament from day one of the no trust debate that took place. Who were the big speakers? What were the big takeaways? And where's Rahul Gandhi? We're going to be getting you all that and much more. Well, look at the headlines first. No trust vote debate against Modi government gets rolling in Parliament. Fury face-off in Lok Sabha. Congress's Gaurav Gogoi leading the charge. BJP taunts Rahul and Sonia on corruption. After Parliament, now Rahul Gandhi is all set to get his old government residence back and will return to his 12th Tughlaq Lane bungalow. Rahul reacts, says, the entire country is my home.
मेरा घर पूरा हिंदुस्तान है।
Newsclick showdown continues in Parliament. Piyush Goyal calls opposition netas traitors. India Today accesses email clincher of Newsclick's funding from China and the email transactions of the same. Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar pulls up TMC MP Derek O'Brien for unruly behaviour. BJP says Derek not suspended yet in hope that he will express regret, but Derek and TMC make it clear he will not. Late night drama that took place in Parliament last night. AAP MP Raghav Chadha now faces an FIR after his privilege motion comes under scanner. 6 MPs say their names were added without consent. BJP cries fraud. An ED hit on Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. Enforcement Directorate summons Soren on 14th August in land scam probe. Claims Soren can also involved in money laundering. It's officially a wrap on day one of the no trust motion debate as Lok Sabha has been adjourned. Remember that the debate began at 12 p.m. So for 6 hours straight, we've had debates, discussions on the no confidence motion. It's adjourned till tomorrow. Tomorrow, again, it's expected that at 12 p.m. the debate will resume where it's been let off. We've seen both sides really come forward with their debates at this point. It's been extremely interesting discussions. But yes, what we were expecting of Rahul Gandhi speaking hasn't happened. In fact, it looks like clearly there's been a change in both the speaker lists of the BJP and the Congress. Maushami Singh is joining us with more details on this. Maushami, day one setting the stage for what's to come tomorrow as well as the day after, which is when it's expected that Prime Minister Modi and Rahul Gandhi will speak. But it looks like after the Congress changed their speaker list, so has the BJP, because there was a lot of speculation that Smriti Irani would wrap up proceedings for the BJP today.
You're right, Akshita, because the battle lines are drawn, and you know these bouts have several rings as far as the opposition's attack and the ruling party's counter-attack is concerned. And that's one reason speaker after speaker is being pitched according to the might of the one taking the floor. Clearly, with Rahul Gandhi, the Congress calling it a googly for the ruling party, and Rahul Gandhi not being the first speaker has also changed the strategy for the ruling party. And now we are told that Rahul Gandhi perhaps would speak on the third day, on the final day when the Prime Minister would be answering the no confidence motion, because discussion will start quick after 0 hour day after. So clearly, each side has pitched their best speakers, and this is more or not of a number game. The battle is about perception, and that's one reason that you see that none of these leaders who are taking to the floor are mincing any words while they are attacking the other side.
Very true. It set the stage perfectly for what we can expect tomorrow as well as the day after as this debate progresses. Maushami, stay on with me. We're going to keep coming across to you for your political inputs on this story as well. But a question everyone asked is, where's Rahul Gandhi? Because it was expected that the Congress's strategy would be clear, that they'd start off this entire no confidence motion with Rahul Gandhi kicking off the debate for Congress. But it looks like in the last minute there's a change of plan. And there's a reason we call it last minute, because even in print, Rahul Gandhi's name was mentioned before Gaurav Gogoi's. But it looks like they changed, because reportedly Rahul Gandhi now wants to speak in the presence of Prime Minister Modi. And what that essentially means is that there's going to be political fireworks in Parliament come the day after, on August 10th.
Optics, perception and strategy.
महोदय, मैं निम्नलिखित प्रस्ताव पेश करता हूं कि ये सभा मंत्री परिषद में विश्वास का भाव व्यक्त करती है.
It's not Rahul Gandhi leading the no trust debate against the BJP government. A day after he made a comeback to the floor of the Lok Sabha, his name struck through the list of party speakers.
सर, हमारी मांग स्पष्ट थी कि देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आए, अपनी बात रखे, अपनी संवेदना प्रकट करे और उस पर सारे पार्टी समर्थन दे और मणिपुर को एक संदेश जाए कि इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा सदन मणिपुर के साथ है. हम मणिपुर में शांति चाहते हैं. मणिपुर के छात्र इंसाफ मांगते हैं.
Congress instead pitched its MP Gaurav Gogoi to lead the charge on Tuesday. The last-minute change even bewildered the government benches.
क्या हुआ सर? हम तो राहुल गांधी जी के भाषण सुनने के लिए हम उत्सुक है सर. हम उत्सुक है राहुल गांधी का. राहुल क्या हो गया? ऐसे क्या?
That talks about
tabulated. According to Congress sources, it's part of strategic game plan. The Gandhi science speech on the no trust motion reserved for the day when the Prime Minister would be physically present in the Lok Sabha. Prime Minister Modi is expected to reply to the motion on August 10. Rahul Gandhi held back from speaking till the Prime Minister is seen in the House on or before August 10. Congress appears to be meticulously crafting its narrative to showcase him as a formidable contender, ready to take on the Prime Minister head-on, and position him as the principal figure of the 26-party India alliance. Adding context to this political maneuvering, a Lok Niti CSDS survey in May showed Prime Minister Modi as the top choice for 43% of respondents if elections were held then. Nonetheless, Rahul Gandhi was seen narrowing the gap with 27% of votes in his favour, marking an increase of 4 percentage points since the 2019 survey and a significant 13-point rise since 2014. 15% of those respondents expressed their newfound appreciation for the Congress leader after his Bharat Jodo Yatra. Within the opposition ranks, Rahul Gandhi was seen garnering the maximum public support, far ahead of several other regional satraps from the non-BJP parties. As the political landscape continues to evolve with the convergence of over 24 opposition parties under one umbrella, the ongoing no-confidence debate is becoming a platform for making powerful political statements leading up to the 2024 electoral battle. Bureau Report, India Today.
And we saw several highlights from day one of the no trust motion debate, and many interesting arguments were put forth by both sides. Let's round up some of the best reactions, some of the best statements that came in from both sides.
जब अडानी पर इसी सदन में राहुल गांधी जी ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से सवाल किया कि कितने बार अडानी जी एक विशेष कंपनी को प्रधानमंत्री के साथ जाने पर उनको सुविधा हुआ, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन थे। जब हम बार-बार पूछते हैं सर, बड़ी आश्चर्य की बात है कि सर कि अभी तक मैंने प्रधानमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने मुख्यमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने गृह मंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक इनकी तरफ से विरोध नहीं आया, लेकिन जब एक विशेष कंपनी के मालिक का नाम लिया तो ये सारे मंत्री और सांसद खड़े हो गए। किसकी सरकार है सर? ये किसकी सरकार है? जब चीन पर हमने सवाल किया, चीन पर आप पूछे, मैं चीन पर आता हूं, जब चीन पर हमने सवाल किया कि चीन हमारे सीमा के अंदर कितने किलोमीटर पर है, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन रहे।
मैं ये सोच रहा था कि राहुल जी बोलेंगे, क्योंकि मीडिया में तरह तरह की खबरें आ रही थी, लेकिन लगता है कि शायद आज तैयार नहीं थे, देर से उठे होंगे तो नहीं बोल पाए। कोई बात नहीं है, गौरव गोगोई जी ने बोला, बहुत अच्छा बोला। सोनिया जी का मैं बड़ा सम्मान करता हूं सर। सोनिया जी, मुझे जो लगता है कि उनके पार्टी की उनकी दो मनस्थिति है। वो एक हिंदू सभ्यता संस्कृति में बिलीव कर रही हैं, इसीलिए अलौकिका पंडिता की तरह जो पूरा किताब में लिखा हुआ है कि क्या क्या करना चाहिए एक भारतीय नारी को, उसका पूरा का पूरा पिक्चर सोनिया जी देती है। उनको दो काम करना है, बेटे को सेट करना है और दामाद को भेंट करना है।
अरे जिसका नाम ले रहा है वो बोले ना।
सर, हमारी मांग स्पष्ट थी कि देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आए, अपनी बात रखे, अपनी संवेदना प्रकट करे और उस पर सारे पार्टी समर्थन दे और मणिपुर को एक संदेश जाए कि इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा सदन मणिपुर के साथ है, हम मणिपुर में शांति चाहते हैं। ये हमारी अपेक्षा थी, लेकिन अफसोस की बात है कि ऐसा नहीं हुआ। प्रधानमंत्री महोदय ने एक मौन व्रत लिया कि सदन में ना लोकसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे ना राज्यसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे, और इसीलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय ये नौबत आनी पड़ी कि हम अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के द्वारा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का मौन व्रत हम तोड़ना चाहते हैं।
लोग कहते हैं प्रधानमंत्री मौन है, प्रधानमंत्री माफी नहीं मांगते, प्रधानमंत्री चीजें नहीं बोलते। मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि ये क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं, अभी भी कह रहे हैं, दो चीजें कर रहे हैं। मैं माफी नहीं मांगूंगा। क्यों माफी मांगे भाई? मोदी तो बहुत छोटा जात है, नीच जात है, ओबीसी है, ओबीसी से क्यों माफी मांगेंगे? बड़े आदमी हैं।
ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव मणिपुर के लिए हम लाए हैं। इंडिया अलायंस, इंडिया दैट इज अ यूनियन ऑफ स्टेट्स, वी विल प्रोटेक्ट एंड वी विल विन। जो 2024 में भारत जीतेगा, इंडिया जीतेगा।
इंडिया जो है आजादी के बाद से कांग्रेस ने नहीं किया होगा, 1947 के बाद से उतनी बार इंडिया का यहां नारा लगा।
मैं खुद उत्तर पूर्वांचल का हूं, मैं खुद जिम्मेवारी से कहता हूं कि हुए हैं, लेकिन पहली बार, अरे आप में से तो कोई गया भी नहीं, आप क्या जानेंगे? पहले जाओ और फिर हमें परामर्श दो, पहले आप लोग जाओ। सर हम गए और बहुत दुख हुआ।
गौरव गोगोई जब बोल रहे थे इस कांग्रेस पार्टी को शहादत के बारे में, लोगों का क्या बलिदान है इसके बारे में कुछ पता नहीं है। इन्होंने मणिपुर की बात की और पूरे देश को नहीं, पूरे संसद को जो है इन्होंने चैलेंज किया कि आप लोग में से बहुत लोग मणिपुर नहीं गए होंगे, मणिपुर नहीं देखा है आपने। मैं मणिपुर के इतिहास का भुक्तभोगी हूं। मेरे मामा NK तिवारी 73 में अपनी पैर जो है वो गंवा चुके मणिपुर में। वही NK तिवारी जब मणिपुर में IG बनकर गए तो आपकी सरकार ने उसी ओपीएम लॉबी के तहत उनको गिरफ्तार कर लिया और कोर्ट ने कहा कि ये आप कर सकते हैं। आप राष्ट्रवाद की बात करते हो, आप मणिपुर की बात करते हो। आपने अभी कहा कि असम में समझौता हुआ, आप तो असम के हैं, सांसद हैं। क्या 83 के चुनाव में कितने % लोगों ने असम में वोट दिया था?
के साथ विश्वासघात किया है। आज टमाटर 2050 kg में, पेट्रोल 102 लीटर का, LPG 1200 रुपए सिलेंडर का, मिल्क आज दूध के दाम पे। आपको इकोनॉमी की बात करते हैं, लार्जेस्ट फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी की बात करते हैं, जाइए ये भाषा उस आजाद मंडी के उस आदमी के सामने वो रखिए जिसके आंसू आज पूरे देश ने देखा है, जो कहता है रो रो के कि मेरे पास पैसा नहीं है। ये GDP और फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी की बातें उनको समझाइएगा।
इनका विरोध ये है कि गरीब के घर में जो चूल्हा जल रहा है, जो घर घर में पानी जा रहा है, जो नल जल की पहल चल रही है, जो गंगा से पानी देवघर आने की बात चल रही है, उसका ये विरोध है सर। इनका विरोध ये है कि बाइडेन ऑटोग्राफ क्यों लेता है। इनका विरोध यह है कि पापुआ न्यू गिनी का जो है प्रधानमंत्री उनका पांव क्यों छूता है। इनका विरोध यह है कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया का जो प्रधानमंत्री है वो उनको बॉस क्यों कहता है।
Parliament to Election Commission, Modi never comes to attend Parliament. He has not replied to a single question in Parliament. I have seen many other parliaments. I have never seen a man like him, who as Prime Minister does not reply to a single question.
He doesn't believe in parliamentary democracy.
He does not believe in parliamentary democracy.
I have always believed that the Congress party is adept at snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. They are also very adept at cutting their nose to spite their face. And I say this advisedly. They know every time the Prime Minister has got up to speak on the floor of this House, and I think his worst political adversaries will recognize the fact that he is a peerless orator.
सर हमारी मांग स्पष्ट थी कि देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आए, अपनी बात रखे और मणिपुर को एक संदेश जाए कि इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा सदन मणिपुर के साथ है, हम मणिपुर में शांति चाहते हैं। लेकिन अफसोस की बात है कि ऐसा नहीं हुआ। प्रधानमंत्री महोदय ने एक मौन व्रत लिया कि सदन में ना लोकसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे ना राज्यसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे।
आज आप लोग मणिपुर का नाम लेकर के
नॉर्थ ईस्ट का नाम लेकर के बार बार जो आप लोग बोल रहे हैं, काश आप लोग 2014 के पहले के परिस्थिति को याद करते तो आपको आज नॉर्थ ईस्ट का नाम अपने जुबान पर लेने के लिए भी आपको सोचना पड़ना था। लेकिन आप लोग भूतकाल में जाना नहीं चाहते हैं और ऐसे ही राजनीतिक बयानबाजी में देश को गुमराह करना चाहते हैं।
So those were some of the highlights of what played out on day one. It sets the stage for essentially this kind of a debate on the no confidence motion and much, much more clearly in the coming next 2 days as well. Let me take this across to Paulami Saha and Maushami Singh, both of whom are joining us on this broadcast. Paulami tracks very closely the BJP. Maushami, of course, gets us the updates on the Congress as well. Paulami, to you first, good evening. Has the BJP also been forced to kind of, change their strategy with how Congress at the very last minute decided that Rahul Gandhi is not going to speak today?
Good evening, Akshita. Of course, as the BJP is watching very closely what is the Congress's strategy as far as, which of the speakers they put forth first or last or in between as the discussion progresses. Obviously, there have been some murmurs about the fact that Rahul Gandhi pulled out at the last minute after having communicated to the Speaker's office. Gaurav Gogoi himself apparently communicated to the Speaker's office at 11:55 a.m. this morning that indeed Rahul Gandhi would be initiating the discussion on his behalf, though he was listed as the first speaker because he moved the motion against the central government. He was told it's all right as long as he, of course, raises it on the floor of the House, and that's when, of course, the switch can happen. But apparently he came back within 5 minutes and declared that it won't be Rahul Gandhi and he'd go ahead and do the speaking first. And that, of course, is being speculated that probably the Congress's strategy, of course, changed because the Prime Minister was not in the House. Now, it is customary for the Prime Minister to be in the House when, of course, the discussion on the no confidence motion is initiated, but it's not a rule. The Prime Minister is in the Parliament complex, but he's not in the House. It is not required for him to be in the House until, of course, he's slated to reply to this debate. So what we witnessed, Akshita, today was a bit of a cat and mouse game. Nishikant Dubey was very well prepared, if you heard from the start of his speech, to counter Rahul Gandhi. But unfortunately for him, Rahul Gandhi did not speak first. Then, of course, now the strategy is that let's prepare Smriti Irani to take on Rahul Gandhi when he speaks. So could Smriti Irani go after Rahul Gandhi? But then again, the question is, when will Rahul Gandhi speak? He's slated to visit Rajasthan tomorrow. Will he do it on the 10th of August when the Prime Minister is expected to close the debate by about 4 p.m. in the afternoon? When will Rahul Gandhi speak? Probably Maushami will know better about that.
Maushami, that question then for you. When is Rahul Gandhi going to speak? Paulami tells us he's in Rajasthan tomorrow. So that essentially makes it clear Rahul Gandhi is going to be speaking in all likelihood on 10th August. They're clearly creating a direct competition here, contest between Prime Minister Modi and Rahul Gandhi, much like what we saw in 2018. But what was with the last minute change? It was known all along that the Prime Minister would be speaking on August 10th. So why did the Congress first say Rahul will speak today and then in the very last second change things around?
Akshita, I really think that perhaps the Congress wasn't aware that the Prime Minister would not be in the House. And ideally, the Congress would want that when Rahul Gandhi is speaking, that the Prime Minister should be in the House, because Rahul Gandhi will be launching a very sharp attack on the Prime Minister. If you remember his speech during the President's Thanksgiving motion on President's speech on the budget, even at that time, Rahul Gandhi launched a very scathing attack on the Prime Minister. And that's why the Congress says it's our prerogative when Rahul Gandhi should speak. And the Congress is keeping the cards very close to its heart. As I said, that the Congress even said that we'll only tell you 3 hours before. But it's highly likely, that Rahul Gandhi would speak on just right before the Prime Minister. 16 hours have been allotted for discussion, and this time round when Rahul Gandhi speaks, of course the booster dose of India parties will echo in the House as well, because Rahul Gandhi would answer all those allegations that from Amit Shah to all the other BJP MPs have launched on the India alliance. So we'll have to wait and see for the fireworks, perhaps the best political debate saved for the last.
The grand finale is at the end, of course, it's going to be on August 10. Thanks very much, Paulami and Moshmi, for getting us all of those updates. I'm slipping into a very short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. On the other side, we're getting you all the reactions that have come in on all the late-night drama that played out in Parliament yesterday. Amid the Delhi Services Bill being passed in the Rajya Sabha, there was a controversy over AAP MP Raghav Chadda's motion, in which he had named several members of Parliament who claim they didn't give their consent.
Meet the men Monu Manesar and Bittu Bajrangi who inflamed Mewar, who triggered the fiery chain reaction.
आपके वीडियोस ने जो है वो उकसाने का काम करा है इस यात्रा में।
कोई उकसाने का कार्य नहीं किया, ना मैं उस यात्रा में गया।
The key faces of the new nightmare. Live streamed provocations and poison.
आधे घंटे की प्लानिंग नहीं है, ये कह रहे हैं कि बिट्टू ने बोल दिया, मैंने बोल दिया, वो इसको लोग तैयार बैठे थे वो बंदूक लेके।
Cops hunt them, but we find them. Listen as they paint the full scary picture. Only on India Today Television.
ये बात हमने सदन के प्रारंभ होने से भी पहले कहा था कि अगर प्रधानमंत्री पूरा मणिपुर को में एक ऑल पार्टी डेलीगेशन लेके जाएंगे तो हम सब उसमें शामिल होंगे। और हमारा तीसरा ये याचना है कि मणिपुर के विभिन्न समाज सेवक संगठनों को बुलाकर एक मीटिंग करिए, शांति का एक पहल रखिए। लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री क्या कर रहे हैं? प्रधानमंत्री आज इंडिया अलायंस को बदनाम करने में तुले। ये जो सवाल है सर, ये INDIA की बात करते हैं। मुझे तो, मैं सोनिया जी का बहुत सम्मान करता हूं, और ये जो INDIA बना है सर, ये INDIA, यहां जितने लोग सांसद बैठे हैं ना, उनको रैंडम यदि आप पूछ लीजिए अपोजिशन वाले से कि INDIA का क्या फुल फॉर्म है, शायद कुछ ही लोग होंगे जो बता पाएंगे। और ये इंडिया बात कर रहे हैं सर। मैं तो इस मणिपुर का जो है शुक्रगुजार हूं, मणिपुर का शुक्रगुजार हूं, जिसको अभी आपने डांटा सर, दानिश अली को, जिसको आपने डांटा, भारत माता की जय कहने पर भी उसको लगता है कि ये बीजेपी का नारा है। लेकिन मैं मणिपुर का शुक्रगुजार हूं कि जितना इंडिया जो है आजादी के बाद से कांग्रेस ने नहीं किया होगा, 1947 के बाद से उतनी बार इंडिया का यहां नारा लगा। मैं आपका शुक्रगुजार हूं।
Welcome back. There was a curious turn of events that played out in Parliament late last night. Amid the Delhi Services Bill, you had very, very serious allegations being levelled against AAP MP Raghav Chadda. He was there and had put forward a motion before the chair. And in that motion had signatures from several MPs, including BJP members of Parliament. Now, 4 MPs have accused the AAP MP of forgery, saying that they did not give their consent and that he has forged their signatures. AAP in response, Raghav Chadda in response has said that this kind of, in fact, a motion didn't need any signatures and that it was a mere formality where he gave their names alone. So there's no question of forgery or fraud. Now, if the signatures, quoting sources here, if the signatures of the 5 MPs on Raghav Chadda's proposal to send this bill to the Select Committee are found to be fake, then on the complaint of these 5 MPs, the chairman may actually recommend registering an FIR. It hasn't happened just yet, and as I said, while the MPs claim that their signatures have been forged, the Aam Aadmi Party maintains at this point that with regards to this particular proposal that he had sent forward to the Select Committee, it did not need any signatures. Amit Shah had also spoken about this, saying that this is a breach of privilege of the House. Shah said the matter should be referred to the Privilege Committee. He also attacked AAP alleging that the party was committing fraud in parliamentary proceedings. Let's get you some of those highlights and the reactions that have come in.
I will respond. My dear friend, no signature is needed. मुझे जब नोटिस आएगा मैं उसका खुल के जवाब दूंगा। थर्ड राउंड ऑफ जुडिशियल स्क्रूटनी बना है, इसकी संवैधानिक पीठ जो है, ये भी मेरा विश्वास है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के और लोकतंत्र के हक में फैसला देगी।
मान्यवर, ये पांचों सदस्यों का नाम आसन की ओर से उद्घोषित किया जाए या उनको बोलने की मंजूरी दी जाए और इसका रिकॉर्ड बनाकर, ये प्रिविलेज का मामला है मान्यवर, इसको प्रिविलेज कमेटी में भेजा जाए। हम तो यहाँ चर्चा कर रहे थे, फर्जीवाड़ा दिल्ली सरकार में चल रहा है, ये सदन की कार्यवाही में फर्जीवाड़ा है।
Yeah, I have given the privilege notice to the chairman to inquire that whoever misused my name, this is against privilege, therefore to take necessary action for misuse that kind of activity.
राघव चड्ढा ने सिलेक्ट कमेटी में मेरा नाम रखा, मेरी कोई उससे बात नहीं हुई है, मैंने कोई साइन नहीं की है, एक गलत किया है उसने और मैंने स्पीकर को भी बता दिया कि मेरा नाम उसने गलत रखा है। मैंने कोई सिलेक्ट कमेटी में उसको मंजूरी नहीं दी है और उस पर जरूरी एक्शन भी लेना चाहिए, वो भी हमने बता दिया है।
There are a number of members of parliament who are there whose names have featured in this resolution, but we had no inkling, neither any clue that our names have been included. There was no discussion with us in this regard, especially when all of these MPs that we've been supporting the bill. So there was no point of concern about in terms of going for a resolution, especially when we and our parties are supporting the bill. So therefore, I believe this is a clear case of a very shocking incident that has happened. Generally hasn't happened in the House. And the matter was also taken cognizance by the Honorable Home Minister who was there at that point of time. He has also pointed it out. And I'm sure the Honorable Chairman will take appropriate cognizance of the matter and do the needful.
गृह मंत्री जी ने वहाँ पे झूठ बोला है, जानकारी के अभाव के अंदर बोला है। ना तो दिल्ली विधानसभा के अंदर कभी ऐसा काम हुआ और ना ही संसद के अंदर ऐसा काम हुआ। फिर यही कहता हूँ कि राघव ने गुड फेथ के अंदर नाम दिए। ये ताकतवर लोग हैं, इन्होंने राघव की सदस्यता लेना चाहते हैं। जैसे राहुल गांधी की सदस्यता ले ली थी, ऐसे राघव की सदस्यता लेना चाहते हैं। ये ताकतवर लोग ले सकते हैं, फर्क नहीं पड़ता, राघव फिर चुन के आ जाएंगे, परंतु इनका झूठ बेनकाब होगा।
कोई भी सदस्य सेलेक्ट कमेटी के लिए किसी का भी नाम प्रस्तावित कर सकता है और सेलेक्ट कमेटी में नाम प्रस्तावित करने के लिए किसी के साइन की जरूरत नहीं होती, किसी के सिग्नेचर की जरूरत नहीं होती। झूठ और अफवाह मत फैलाइए। आपकी पार्टी का काम है झूठ फैलाना, लेकिन हर बात में झूठ फैलाते हैं आप लोग। सभी दलों के लोगों की सेलेक्ट कमेटी बनती है और राघव चड्ढा ने कुछ लोगों का नाम प्रस्तावित किया। अगर उन लोगों को अपना नाम मंजूर नहीं तो उनकी मर्जी है।
आज भारत कैसा देश बन गया है। हम पाकिस्तान को देखते थे कि वहां पे कोई लोकतंत्र नहीं है, वहां पे कोई संविधान नहीं है, किसी भी प्रकार के आदेश पास हो जाते हैं। आज भारत को पाकिस्तान जैसे देश से बदतर बना दिया है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने। लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में आज संविधान की धज्जियां उड़ रही हैं। लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में आज लोकतंत्र की धज्जियां उड़ रही हैं, संघीय ढांचे की धज्जियां उड़ रही हैं।
नहीं, अंडर द रूल्स ऐसा कोई जरूरी नहीं है। रूल बस यही कहता है कि मेंबरों का जो विलिंगनेस है उसको असरटेन कर लो। वो किसी भी तरह से हो सकता है, मतलब टेलीफोन पर बात हो सकती है, वैसे भी बात हो सकती है, लॉबी में हो सकता है। तो उसमें ज़रूरी नहीं कि लिखित रूप में ही इनका कंसेंट लो या विलिंगनेस लो। नहीं, फोर्स सिग्नेचर का सवाल तब उठता है जब लिखित रूप में देना होता है। अब लिखित रूप में देना ज़रूरी नहीं है तो उसमें फिर फोर्स सिग्नेचर वगैरह का सवाल तो मेरे ख्याल से उठता नहीं है।
So that's a constitutional expert for you there confirming that there's no question of forgery, but yes, this motion won't go through. Let's also tell you about what played out in the Rajya Sabha today, where once again the focus was on whether there will be a Manipur discussion or not. And amid that, you had a heated face-off between the Rajya Sabha chair Jagdeep Dhankar and TMC MP Derek O'Brien, similar to what we witnessed last night during the Delhi Services Bill. But this time around, Dhankar told Derek O'Brien to leave leading to speculation of whether he's been suspended. But that has been confirmed by, in fact, the chair and the government, that Derek O'Brien hasn't been suspended because he's been given the opportunity to express regret for his words, for his unparliamentary behavior, and for disrespecting the chair, as the government has put it. The TMC and Derek O'Brien, however, have made it crystal clear that there's no question of apologizing. This all happened while, in fact, Derek O'Brien was trying to ensure a discussion on the Manipur issue. Now, while there was back and forth, you saw, in fact, Derek O'Brien getting up and yelling at the chair, leading to Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar asking him to sit down and to immediately leave the Rajya Sabha House as well. This comes after a spat that took place in the Delhi Services Bill on Monday evening as well, where Dhankar accused Derek O'Brien of doing theatrics in the House to gain publicity during a heated debate on the Delhi Services Bill.
Are you raising point of order? Rule book. First the rule. Under which rule?
The rule is on page 92.
Yes, which rule?
The rule is 267. The leader of the opposition has been asking for a discussion on Bollywood. You allow the discussion on Bollywood. That's my point of order.
Honorable members, I name Mr. Derek O'Brien. He must leave the House. I name him. Leave the House. Yes.
I wish to move a motion for the suspension of Mr. Derek O'Brien for the remainder of this session for continuously and willfully disturbing the proceedings of the House, for disobeying the chair, and for continuously creating disturbance in the House. Respected sir, with your permission, I move for a motion that Shri Derek O'Brien be suspended from the services of the House for the remaining part of the current session for his unruly behavior, unbecoming of a member of Rajya Sabha. Today, the 8th of August 2023, shouting slogans from the well of the House, thereby disregarding the authority of the chair, and from his chair disregarding every instruction of the chair, and bringing disrepute and shame to this august House.
So those are all the highlights of what played out in Parliament today. In case you missed any of the political action, we've got you covered here on India Today. We'll continue getting you those highlights on the other side of a short break. We get you our follow-up to the China link to Indian media. More details have emerged of how NewsClick was in touch with billionaire Singham and how they got specific instructions on how to go about some of their propaganda pieces.
Very few couturiers in this country who do men's fashion with that much finesse. Two of the most impressive ones, to my mind, happen to be Kunal Rawal and Shantanu and Nikhil. Their showcases were a class above the rest as far as men couture is concerned. And what's interesting is gender was not about. What was stereotypically considered to be men's clothing was also something that you saw women wear and vice versa. Here's a look.
Showcase was extremely high on energy with Punjabi music grooving and Ranbir Kapoor show-stopping with a Kapoor swag. We saw women in outfits that have traditionally and conventionally been worn by men, and that is why we call it gender no bar. Impressive.
I really admire him as a designer. I have always, seen the kind of innovative design he does. His cuts always very masculine. He's always pushing the boundaries. He's really blended, something which is very close to our culture with something modern. And I think where he also takes his inspirations from is very truly Indian.
And that is something I'm hedging my bets. I put it on the biggest clothes horse. Now I'm hoping it works.
Shantanu and Nikhil's showcase interestingly had bridal silhouettes that explored exaggerated ornate veils paired with bejeweled capes and gloves, just like in the Gatsby era.
There is a lot of romance that I see in you, and this collection was all about that. It was about romance, it was sexy, it was subdued in terms of its glamour, and I feel both of them had to do justice, and both of them are so good looking.
Rajesh Pratap Singh stands out of the pack with the kind of rebellion we saw in his work.
Welcome back. Here on India Today, we gave you extensive details of the New York Times investigative report that blew the lid of how Chinese propaganda pieces had made their way into an Indian news website called NewsClick. Now we've got emails, which you see on your screens there, exchanged between billionaire Neville Singham, identified as someone who was getting funds directly from the Xi government just to spread propaganda, and the editor and founder of NewsClick. Also, interestingly, there are conversations between Singham as well as CPIM's Prakash Karat. All of this has led to talk once again of how Chinese pieces, Chinese propaganda from directly the Communist Party of China was being spread here in India. The details of these emails will shock you. Let's get you all of that.
India Today unravels Congress-China link. A day after the government lashed out at the Congress and news website NewsClick, email exchanges have now emerged showing how Chinese propagandists were in direct touch with media in India. This is billionaire Neville Roy Singham, who's been accused of Chinese propaganda, emailing NewsClick director Prabir Purkhayas and CPM leaders like Prakash Karat with a Praise China toolkit. Sources tell India Today these email exchanges occurred during significant periods, including the early days of the COVID outbreak, during farmer protests in India, and the persisting border tensions between India and China. The way these emails were structured, it clearly reveals a clear inclination towards promoting Chinese propaganda.
The email conversations recorded by the Enforcement Directorate during the searches not only talk about how to keep China in a good light as far as its pandemic handling is concerned, but it also talks about some of the sensitive issues like India-China border. But the most important part is the email conversation with CPIM leader Prakash Karat, and the Bharatiya Janata Party has not only targeted opposition over this, but they have also raised this matter before the parliament.
Not just that, in stunning revelation, emails also talk about collaborations of the Indian communists with the Chinese. Sources say Prakash Karat expressed his satisfaction with the Chinese peace, despite knowing anti-China sentiments.
यदि न्यूज क्लिक का नाम यदि डिलीट या रेस्टोर हो गया, कांग्रेस को क्या समस्या है सर? न्यूज क्लिक आपका कौन लगता है? पुरकास्ट का नाम यदि रेस्टोर हो गया, प्रकाश साहब का क्या लगता है? प्रकाश कारत साहब, उनका पूरा का पूरा मेल मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड आपको लाना चाहता हूं कि जो वो नेवेली राय सिंघम था उसके साथ उनके हजारों मेल हैं, और जब आप कहेंगे मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड उसको पेश कर दूंगा सर।
The government has now sharpened its attack on the Congress.
कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज़ क्लिक के साथ, कम्युनिस्ट बाकी दल ये भी उनका सहयोग करते रहे, लेकिन कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज़ क्लिक के साथ, न्यूज़ क्लिक के ऊपर चाइना का हाथ, तो किसका हाथ कहाँ कहाँ मिला है सबको समझ आता है।
कल जो है सर न्यूज़ क्लिक के ऊपर बड़ा हंगामा हुआ।
The Congress meanwhile has strongly objected to the comment made by the BJP leaders, calling them defamatory and demanding that the allegations made by Nishikant Dubey in Parliament must be expunged.
The mic of a particular BJP member, Mr. Dubey, was switched on and he proceeded to speak. And his sound was the only one coming through the translation headsets and through the record of the House, in which he levelled defamatory and libelous accusations against our party and by name two of its leaders. He cannot do so without giving notice in advance and getting the consent of the Speaker, which he had not done.
With more and more evidence emerging of the China NewsClick nexus to peddle Xi propaganda, the political fight is also heating up. With Munish Pandey in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
I want to bring in Aishwarya Paliwal also on this broadcast. Aishwarya, good evening. With all of these revelations now coming to the fore, we know, of course, that the Enforcement Directorate was already investigating NewsClick. But there are questions right now about whether the rot runs way deeper than what was first imagined. So are we going to be seeing a much deeper, more thorough investigation being launched by the government?
Well, definitely, Akshita, we did see how the top ministers from the government and the Minister of State for IT, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, no less, coming on record and speaking about the fact that the IT ministry has also, over the past many years, seen the kind of spike that has taken place with regards to anti-India things that have been circulated on various social media platforms. With regards to NewsClick, what the government at the moment believes is that there is a direct link between China, the Congress party and NewsClick. Also going ahead and saying that crores of rupees, funding of leading into thousands of crores of rupees has been given to NewsClick, and all this is being done at the behest of China and being facilitated by the Congress party and the Gandhis in particular, especially just to make sure that anti-India, things go on social media platforms. That's what the government believes at the moment.
It's been a debate that's been going on for quite some time now, Aishwarya. We'll see whether, with the government now also raking this up repeatedly, of course, for political reasons, also targeting the Congress, whether this will now become a more serious investigation also, not just on social media, but also on media platforms being misused. Thanks very much, Aishwarya, for joining us with that update. Let's cut across to breaking news that's coming in now. Amid a series of incidents that's put the state of Rajasthan to shame, with multiple incidents of rape, particularly minor rape cases being reported, the Govt government now has promised action in a crackdown that's been announced by the Chief Minister. Any person who is accused in a rape case, any person who is accused in a molestation case will not be given government jobs. Govt has promised that molesters and rape accused are now banned effectively from getting any government jobs in the state of Rajasthan. He's been under a lot of fire. He's been facing a lot of pressure from the opposition and otherwise for the rise in crime against women, against minors in his state. And now the solution that Govt has come up with is ensuring that there is no government job, no provision for any sort of help or aid to any of these accused. Dev Ankur is joining us with more details on this. All right, Jai Kishan is joining us with more details on this. Jai Kishan, tell us really what is the thought behind this, because there will be a lot of questions of how there are legislators with serious such criminal cases against them who continue without any problem because they claim they're not convicted. And here you have Govt promising that there is going to be a crackdown on all of this on government jobs.
Definitely this, after some instances which have popped up from Bhilwada in past, in Badmer, there have been few instances, including Jaipur also, that where government, aspiring government workers were accused of teasing and harassing women. So This move has, what the sources have been telling us, that the move has been come after many complaints had reached PM or Chief Minister's office. And after this, Ashok Gehlot has come with this. But the question is that the rules are yet to be notified, how they will classify it, because that, just like what Mr. Gehlot quotes, that there could be many instances where the cases are fake, the complaints are fact. So the rules are yet to be notified and their official statement is yet to come from the Bharatiya Janata Party. But what people have been telling us off the record is that how they will classify, whether somebody is accused, somebody is not. And the word manchala which they have used is yet to be defined. It's a very street word commonly used on streets. So there are both the sides to this decision taken by government, the Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot. The civil societies are appreciating this, that it will send a strong message to all the government workers. There have been instances in Ajmer recently where an IPS officer along with an IS officer was found guilty in trashing an hotelier.
Okay.
So, and in Bhilwara last year there was an instance where income tax state government department official was found guilty of teasing a woman.
Okay, so it's those instances, Jai Kishan, that you're listing for us that's prompted this step. But how much will it really act as a deterrent to ensure and control crime rates in Rajasthan remains to be seen. Important to highlight, of course, that this is coming in an election year in Rajasthan. So double the pressure really on the Gehlot government politically as well with regards to the rising rape cases in his state. That's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thanks very much for tuning in. On the other side is Mission 2024 with Preeti Chaudhary. She's putting the focus on the debate that played out in Parliament on the no confidence motion, the highlights, the back and forth coming your way in just a bit.
You saw the clothes, you saw the celebrities, you saw the jewelry. Time now for you to see footwear fashion and how to keep it dramatic this season. Here's a look.
When it comes to footwear, a lot of drama is now making way. For instance, Freddie Mercury makes a comeback with Theatre XYZ heels.
Harrison, Dark Horse, and this is the Theatre XYZ one. My favorite pick from their drama collection. It's got the boss-like appeal to it as well.
Even the Harrison Cloud9 from the collection is now gender fluid and mainstream. Not just that, boots for all weather are here and they look chic.
I'm a sucker for color this monsoon, and the monsoon footwear these days are coming in different colors and different patterns. I'm just loving every bit of it.
Right from bubblegum smelling sandals to jelly shoes in all shapes and sizes and colors, monsoon shoes are sure having a moment. And if you have the courage to wear something different, try out these jelly ones from Melissa that are available in every color for different moods. And if you are the classy, safe type, your footwear can still have a lot of drama. These picks from OCD, especially the tap dancing Rebeccas or the dramatic Julies, come in with elegance in its own dramatic twist.
It's a beautiful artisanal work of craftsmanship made by artisans of India. And just look at the kind of drama it is adding to my foot.
While this season is all about adding drama, remember, wearing a story on your feet is all the 2023 footwear fashion is all about. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
few people in the country have access to the Couture Week, and hence through our medium, we're going to get you what really happened at the Couture Week. Let's first begin with the opening showcase of Falguni and Shane Peacock. Let's bring you a roundup of the beautiful showcase by Tarun Tahiliani and a gorgeous one while added by JJ Vilaya as well. Here's a look.
Designer Tarun Tahiliani presented his latest masterpiece capsule, For Eternity, at India Couture Week. With For Eternity, Tarun paid homage to the timeless allure of traditional craftsmanship and art.
India's, as we've discussed before, a fashion tradition. This is a new Western interpretation where we are blending our craft with the Western idea of changing fashion and a modern fit and size-specific fit. It's taken me a long time to navigate myself back through a very organic but real process that would make me feel better, you know. I grew up, I thought Studio 54 was the last one.
Falguni and Shane Peacock's show had a strong social commentary. They shattered the glass ceiling with model Victor in a lehenga. So anyone now calling the lehenga bridal should now think twice, as inclusivity is the order of the day. Falguni and Shane Peacock opened the Couture Week and had Kiara Advani as the showstopper.
This year we wanted to do a lot of layering. If you noticed, we had a kurta and then we had a short jacket and we had a veil and we had dupattas. We just wanted to make it really dramatic and I think
also we wanted to reinvent the Indian bridal scene actually. The modern bride wants to wear a jacket, they want to wear short jackets, they want to look cool.
I guess inspiration that comes behind every garment, a lot of detailing, just makes it look so elegant and yet so glamorous.
The House of Vilaya by JJ Vilaya celebrated the couture season in its new collection, Baroda. It was a marriage of craft and opulence that unfolded through 3 signature interpretations.
It is based on various very interesting nuances from the past of Gujarat, which involve the Maratha Empire, the Mughal Empire, as well as the Portuguese. Lipan, the Kutch mirror work, everything put together to create a new sort of language and a new dialogue.
In New Delhi, with Riya Modi, Shaithi Narula for India Today.
Good evening, viewers. Let's take a look at the weather report across the major cities this evening. Thiruvananthapuram is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 38. Mumbai is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 66. Panji is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 68. Ahmedabad is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 69. Bhopal is at 28 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 24. Jaipur is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 75. Delhi is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 84. Srinagar is at 29 degrees Celsius with AQI being 69. Lucknow is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 101. Patna is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 57. Kolkata is at 30 degrees with an AQI of 60. Hyderabad is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 57. Bangalore is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 33. Chennai is at 36 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 44. This is all we have for you in this segment. Hope wherever you are, you find favorable weather around you. Keep watching India Today for all the weather updates with me, AI Sana, all through the day.
That music happens for a reason. I don't feel anymore. To be free. Feel that. There should be limitations with expressions that might harm others. As human beings, the bare minimum that we could do is be able to express freely.
Co-powered by Nippon India Mutual Fund. Wealth sets you free.
Good evening, you're watching Mission 2024 and a small look into that on either sides of the political divide was laid today in Parliament, where the discussion began on the no confidence motion. We're going to get you all that went down in Parliament. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. These are the headlines. No confidence motion debate against the Modi government that's rolling in Parliament. Fiery face-off in Lok Sabha with Congress's Govt leading the charge. Suspense over Rahul Gandhi's Lok Sabha speech. India Today accesses Congress strategy that reveals that Congress MP will speak only when the Prime Minister is in the House. After Parliament, now Rahul Gandhi all set to get his old government bungalow back and will return to his 12th Tuglak Lane residence. Rahul reacts as entire India is my home.
मेरा घर पूरा हिंदुस्तान है.
News click shutdown continues in Parliament. Piyush Goyal calls opposition netas traitors. India Today accesses email clincher of news click funding from China. United Opposition demands that Piyush Goyal apologize on the floor of the House for calling them traitors. Rajya Sabha Chairman Dhankar pulls up TMC MP Derek O'Brien for what he deemed was unruly behaviour. BJP says Derek O'Brien not suspended yet in hope that he will express regret. TMC says absolutely no regrets. Aam Aadmi Party's Raghav Chadda in a bit of a soup. 6 MPs say their names added without consent. ED heat on Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. Enforcement watchdog summons Soren on 14th August over land scam probe. Claims Soren kin also involved in money laundering. Now, a day after Congress MP Rahul Gandhi made a comeback to the floor of the Lok Sabha, his name struck through the list of party speakers. He was to begin the no confidence motion discussion. However, it was Govt who had mooted the no confidence motion who led the charge. The last minute change even bewildered the government benches. Why the last minute pullback? Well, sources reveal that it is a part of a Congress strategy.
Optics, perception and strategy.
महोदय, मैं निम्नलिखित प्रस्ताव पेश करता हूं कि ये सभा मंत्री परिषद में विश्वास का भाव व्यक्त करती है.
It's not Rahul Gandhi leading the no trust debate against the BJP government. A day after he made a comeback to the floor of the Lok Sabha, his name struck through the list of party speakers.
सर, हमारी मांग स्पष्ट थी कि देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आए, अपनी बात रखे, अपनी संवेदना प्रकट करे और उस पर सारे पार्टी समर्थन दे और मणिपुर को एक संदेश जाए कि इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा सदन मणिपुर के साथ है. हम मणिपुर में शांति चाहते हैं. मणिपुर के छात्र इंसाफ मांगते हैं.
Congress instead pitched its MP Govt to lead the charge on Tuesday. The last-minute change even bewildered the government benches.
क्या हुआ सर? हम तो राहुल गांधी जी के भाषण सुनने के लिए हम उत्सुक है सर. हम उत्सुक है राहुल गांधी का. राहुल क्या हो गया? ऐसा क्या?
The move is calculated. According to Congress sources, it's part of strategic game plan.
So many और कितने भी बड़ा और टेबल कर दूंगे सर.
The Gandhi science speech on the no trust motion reserved for the day when the Prime Minister would be physically present in the Lok Sabha. Prime Minister Modi is expected to reply to the motion on August 10. Rahul Gandhi held back from speaking till the Prime Minister is seen in the House on or before August 10. Congress appears to be meticulously crafting its narrative to showcase him as a formidable contender, ready to take on the Prime Minister head-on, and position him as the principal figure of the 26-party India alliance. Adding context to this political maneuvering, a Lok Niti CSDS survey in May showed Prime Minister Modi as the top choice for 43% of respondents if elections were held then. Nonetheless, Rahul Gandhi was seen narrowing the gap with 27% of votes in his favour, marking an increase of 4 percentage points since the 2019 survey and a significant 13-point rise since 2014. 15% of those respondents expressed their newfound appreciation for the Congress leader after his Bharat Jodo Yatra. Within the opposition ranks, Rahul Gandhi was seen garnering the maximum public support, far ahead of several other regional satraps from the non-BJP parties. As the political landscape continues to evolve with the convergence of over 24 opposition parties under one umbrella, the ongoing no-confidence debate is becoming a platform for making powerful political statements leading up to the 2024 electoral battle. Bureau Report, India Today.
So what's happened, viewers, is it's gotten down on day one of the no-confidence vote. The Lok Sabha got adjourned a little earlier than anticipated. Smriti Irani was supposed to be the last speaker. She did not quite speak. But even Rahul Gandhi did not. He was to begin the no-confidence motion. And today, Smriti Irani, who defeated Rahul Gandhi in Amethi, was to close day one. Both of the star speakers of either sides of the political divide did not speak. Gaurav Gogoi began, and then very tamely the House was adjourned till tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Lots went down. Let's break it down one by one. Joining me right now is Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, Rahul Srivastav, national affairs editor, in the studio with us, as well as Poulomi Saha and Moshmi, both of them joining us with the very latest coming in from Parliament. Rajdeep, first up, early this morning, so much speculation, anticipation, Rahul Gandhi back in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi kick-starting proceedings where the discussions on the no-confidence motion was concerned. Suddenly, there's a last-minute change and you have Gaurav Gogoi back in place. What went down? Why that last-minute change, Rajdeep?
The decision to not field Rahul Gandhi to start off the debate was taken after consultation this morning, where one of the suggestions made, among others, by the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge was that Rahul Gandhi should be seen to be, in a way, challenging Prime Minister Modi. And it was felt that this could only happen if Rahul Gandhi waited a bit and perhaps spoke either just before Prime Minister Modi on the third day of the debate, that's on the 10th, or certainly after a substantial number of speakers had already delivered their comments so that Rahul Gandhi in a way could respond to them, thereby getting the chance to counter some of the criticism that may come the Congress leaders' way. So I think it's a tactical, strategic decision taken by the Congress. There was also the belief that if you speak just before the Prime Minister, then it positions you as the principal opposition to him, and you can almost share equal space in a way, is what one Congress leader told me. But yes, there were others within the Congress itself who were taken by surprise because they had gone into Parliament this morning expecting Rahul Gandhi to speak first. Even some of the BJP treasury benches were caught by surprise because the reason why Nishikant Dubey led the BJP debate was because he's seen as one of the leaders who takes on the Gandhi family at every opportunity. So the idea that the BJP had was to immediately target Rahul Gandhi the moment he had spoken. But that doesn't seem to have quite worked off. So purely, I think, tactical and strategic to position Rahul Gandhi in a way that he would be there in Parliament perhaps and speak just before the Prime Minister does, while the Prime Minister is in all likelihood sitting in the Lok Sabha.
Well, Rajdeep, interesting, tactical to position him that he takes on the Prime Minister, but is it just limited to positioning, maybe shielding as well? Because what we've seen, especially on the floor of the House, have been traditional Rahul Gandhi beta, Smriti Irani, Nishikant Dubey, all of them couldn't really attack Rahul Gandhi. Now, Rahul Gandhi would have the opportunity to respond to all the charges that have been made in days to come. And somewhere down as well, maybe if he speaks right before the Prime Minister Modi, little elbow room for the Prime Minister's speech also to factor in what Rahul Gandhi said. Is it a smart move or a silly move by the Congress? We're going to cut across to Moshmi, but I want to bring in Poulomi Saha, my colleague, first, because Poulomi, in midst of all of this, Congress quite surprised because we were already getting in messages from various Congress handles, YouTube links. This is where Rahul Gandhi is going to speak. Not many in the Congress hierarchy even knew that Rahul Gandhi would not open the debate today. Having said that, did it take the Treasury benches also for surprise? We could see it in Parliament. Following him was Nishikant Dubey. First 10 minutes was pretty much on Rahul Gandhi, but Rahul Gandhi didn't quite speak. The sheer fact that Smriti Irani was to end today, what's the reason that she didn't speak as well?
Well, that's right. Nishikant Dubey, in fact, focused a lot on the Gandhi family, specifically, of course, addressing Sonia Gandhi as well, speaking about Rahul Gandhi, that he would have wanted Rahul Gandhi to speak. That's what he said at the start of his speech as well. That is because Nishikant Dubey was actually expecting Rahul Gandhi to open the debate on the no confidence motion, as had been reported in the press early in the morning. But he also was taken by surprise. He had come prepared to take on Rahul Gandhi specifically after his speech. He was, of course, decided already as the first speaker of the Bharatiya Janata Party. That was something that we broke yesterday. But today, of course, after they learned that Rahul Gandhi is to open the debate, Nishikant Dubey prepared for the same, but that did not happen. So there was, of course, some amount of disappointment. You heard Prahlad Joshi over there say, you know, what happened within those last 5 minutes, because what we know from sources within the Speaker's office is that indeed Gaurav Gogoi reached the Speaker's office at about 11:55 a.m. Making a petition saying that Rahul Gandhi will be speaking instead of him and initiating the debate. They said that's absolutely all right. Say that on the floor of the House and we can, take proceedings forward. That was agreed upon. 5 minutes later, he was back just before the session convened for, after the adjournment at 12 noon. And he said, well, no, I'm going to go ahead and initiate. So what changed? Prahlad Joshi was asking the same question as well. As far as Smriti Irani was concerned, yes, there was a lot of buzz that Smriti Irani probably will be the speaker at about 6 p.m. This evening. 6 p.m. is when Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla came to the House, sat for 5 minutes and adjourned soon as the last speaker was done. He adjourned for the day. Took many by surprise, but with Smriti Irani, what we'd been hearing already through the day, Preeti, is that they're probably saving her as a counter to Rahul Gandhi already. So Nishikant Dubey couldn't take on Rahul Gandhi. It's likely that Smriti Irani may go after Rahul Gandhi, but how much of a scope that leaves, because Rahul Gandhi is now expected to speak on the 10th of August. 10th of August, when they're already expecting the Prime Minister to make his reply by about 4 p.m. Between 12 and 4, you have 4 hours. So Rahul Gandhi and how many other speakers are to come before that, to come after that, before the Prime Minister makes his reply. It's a very small window. So it remains to be seen now how, both sides juggle their speakers, because what we've been seeing through the day, Preeti, is a cat and mouse game.
Well, it's all too interesting. So, Maushmi, before we cut across to Rahul Srivastava for a larger perspective, I want to bring you in what really happened. Because 11:55, Maushmi, you and I were standing outside Parliament and both of us received a message by the Congress handle saying, this is the YouTube link. This is what you want to listen into if you want to, catch Rahul Gandhi speaking in Parliament. Most of the top leadership of the Congress was also clueless. Was it strategy, Maushmi, to do this? Was it pre-planned to do it, very subtly and stealth? Or was it just a last-minute maneuver coming in from Mr. Kharge's office suggesting that Rahul Gandhi should speak last?
Preeti, even yesterday when I spoke to Gaurav Gogoi, he gave two answers. He said, I could be the first speaker, perhaps Rahul Gandhi could be the first speaker, either of us could be the first speaker. We haven't decided, perhaps we'll decide in the morning. And then there comes a message from one of the senior Congress leaders in the morning at about 9 o'clock saying that Rahul Gandhi is going to be the first speaker. And then as the breaking news runs, come 11 o'clock and by 12, the game has changed. So somewhere, there was a rethink in the strategy and it worked out well for the Congress party, they would say, because it took the steam out of the entire attack of the ruling party, and also, the pinpointed attacks at Rahul Gandhi when he had not even spoken by Nishikant Dubey and other BJP MPs were rendered not so effective. Importantly, when KC Venugopal actually walked out of gate number 1 with Rahul Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi didn't even answer whether he would speak tomorrow. So, and he kept his cards closed whether he would speak in the evening. So, this is a part of a well thought out strategy. Somewhere the Congress party feels that Rahul Gandhi, his comeback to the parliament should be pitched as Prime Minister versus Rahul Gandhi on the final day when the Prime Minister speaks. And that's one reason that tomorrow also we know that Revant Reddy and Hebe Edin would be the speakers from the Congress's side. Rahul Gandhi is heading to Rajasthan.
Well, it's very, very interesting, Moshmi. But, the list has been released of the opposition speaker, and one must think that there's some strategy in that as well. Because key speakers of the opposition in Lok Sabha are missing, Rahul. And I want to bring you in on this. There's no mention of Mahua Moitra. There's no mention of a Shashi Tharoor. Now, these are erudite speakers one would think would have spoken on the no confidence motion. Or do you think that could also change about?
See, I think these things can be changed. I agree with Polomi that the BJP must have had a rethink on Smriti Irani. If Rahul Gandhi speaks last for the opposition and Smriti Irani after that, it creates a counter for Rahul Gandhi, which can be more without gloves than what a Prime Minister can do. Also remember, if she speaks for half an hour, 40 minutes, it gives the backroom boys of the Prime Minister to create more content for the Prime Minister's rebuttal. So it does happen like that.
Is it possible? Because if Rahul Gandhi speaks last, it's about 18 hours of debate, then the Prime Minister has to come and answer, which doesn't factor into the 18 hours.
If he speaks last and there is, Smriti is exhausted, then Smriti Irani, then PM has to be speaking right after Rahul Gandhi. So it will seem like a direct one-to-one between Rahul Gandhi and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But if you throw in Smriti Irani in between, definitely does create that. I think these are a lot of... I heard an interesting remark by Mr. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary that it's a googly. Ye humne googly mara hai. Now, since we were there in the morning and we were discussing, you see, what is a googly without getting a wicket? It has to get a wicket if it is a googly. Now, there are two issues. One, the googly will misfire because eventually the government numbers are going to be around 360. Once you walk out of parliament on an issue with 360, remember, as I said, a big gun is brought out, and if you don't kill somebody, then there is no point. Second, and the template. The second, I had a rethink on what we were discussing in the morning. I think the Congress made a mistake. To me, it made a mistake. Prime Minister will reply to what the debate would be. For the 2 days, I am finding after the first day, barring Gaurav Gogoi's content on Manipur and Northeast, rest have spoken on everything else but really Manipur. Now, what does it mean? For 2 days, actually there is going to be no concerted attack on the central government on Manipur. But the debate was largely on Manipur to position yourself on Manipur, using it and position yourself across the country. What if Rahul Gandhi had spoken today and BJP had no replies for the next 2.5 days? Means what Rahul Gandhi would have said today would have been in play for the next 2.5 days. Questions would have been asked. Congress could have stood up and asked the BJP that you don't have reply to Rahul Gandhi's questions. I think sometimes this grand positioning, I think the Congress missed a trick. I think Rahul Gandhi should have been the first to speak. 2 days, nobody has an answer from the BJP. Nishikant Dubey had nothing to say on Manipur, nothing substantive. Now, if there were strong, potent questions from Rahul Gandhi, somebody who is the only leader who has been to Manipur in the last few days, I think the Congress would have been much better off.
But those questions were put forth by Gaurav Gogoi. I rarely disagree with you, Rahul, but I would say this time around I do disagree because it's not that Rahul Gandhi has always had the best of outings in Parliament. Maybe shield him better because even the opposition would have gone after him in any case.
The opposition would have gone after him in any case, Preeti. But remember, I don't think you will carry what Gaurav Gogoi said home tonight.
Oh, well, okay, well, I'm sure Gaurav Gogoi doesn't want to hear that.
Gaurav is a very good friend, but how many people will carry a Gaurav Gogoi comment home and social media and the websites and everywhere? Who gets more traction, Rahul Gandhi or Gaurav Gogoi?
But, well, sometimes one would think like Rahul Gandhi gets traction for all the wrong reasons, especially when he's in Parliament. But having said that, I just want to hold on to our band of editors, and I'm going to come right back to them. Let's listen into what went down in Parliament.
पहला, उनकी राज्य सरकार विफल थी। दूसरा, उनका गृह विभाग और राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सलाहकार विफल रहे। और तीसरा, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मौन रहने का कि वो अपनी भूल कबूल करना नहीं चाहते। जब हम बार-बार पूछते हैं, सर बड़ी आश्चर्य की बात है कि सर कि अभी तक मैंने प्रधानमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने मुख्यमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने गृह मंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक उनकी तरफ से विरोध नहीं आया। लेकिन जब एक विशेष कंपनी के मालिक का नाम लिया तो ये सारे मंत्री और सांसद खड़े हो गए। किसकी सरकार है सर? ये किसकी सरकार है?
सोनिया जी का मैं बड़ा सम्मान करता हूं सर। सोनिया जी, मुझे जो लगता है कि उनके पार्टी की उनकी दो मनस्थिति है। वो एक हिंदू सभ्यता संस्कृति में बिलीव कर रही हैं, इसीलिए अलौकिका पंडिता की तरह जो पूरा किताब में लिखा हुआ है कि क्या क्या करना चाहिए एक भारतीय नारी को, उसका पूरा का पूरा पिक्चर सोनिया जी देती है। उनको दो काम करना है, बेटे को सेट करना है और दामाद को भेंट करना है।
What is in 9 years the great achievements of this government? Is state governments toppled by the BJP? Is this fair democracy? Price rise, महंगाई बहुत हो गई, महंगाई की मार अब की बार शायद सबको याद होगा। LPG की प्राइस, कर्नाटक इलेक्शन ने दिखा दिया LPG का क्या होता है। फिर अच्छे दिन कहते थे आप, अच्छे दिन आएंगे। मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ, हेल्थ एंड सर्वे इंडेक्स, इंडिया has gone down, hunger index down.
All right, we're going to play some more of those reactions coming in on the speeches, the best of that in Parliament today. But let's go back to our editors. Rajdeep, ultimately, what's the game plan? Do you see the Congress, like you said, it's all about positioning Rahul Gandhi to try and pitch Rahul Gandhi against the Prime Minister? And do you think, it cuts both ways where Rahul Gandhi is concerned? That's a battle which the Congress has never won.
The section of the Congress, particularly dare I call them Team Rahul, believes that this is Rahul Gandhi's opportunity to once again position himself as the principal adversary to Prime Minister Modi. Remember, all the other potential top leaders of the India alliance are not there in the Lok Sabha. The Nitish Kumar, the Mamata Banerjees, the MK Stalins, they're chief ministers in their own state, so they're not in Parliament. The Congress is short, some would say, of talented, experienced speakers in Parliament. Rahul Gandhi has not spoken in Parliament since February when he raised the Adani issue during the motion of thanks. And this is an opportunity for Rahul Gandhi to set the narrative for the opposition ahead of the 2024 election. So yes, even though BJP leaders are saying, bring it on, we will expose Rahul Gandhi once he speaks in Parliament. The fact is, from a Congress perspective, this is an opportunity to show Rahul Gandhi as a first among equals at the very least, and thereby pit him against Prime Minister Modi. Since over the last 1 year, he's been the one raising the inconvenient questions, is what the Congress is claiming.
All right, we're running short of time, but one minute to each of our three editors. Maushmi, let me begin with you. What can we expect tomorrow and the day after? Understanding that the Congress has always been very, very secretive of what's really going on. Even the highest echelons don't quite know what's going to happen. Is Sonia Gandhi going to speak? Is Shashi Tharoor going to speak? Because both their names not there in the speaker's list till now.
I assume that question is to me, Preeti, because
Yes,
I lost
Maushami,
your
to you.
voice for a bit. But let me tell you clearly, that Shashi Tharoor's name or Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's name is not in the list because they've had their turns in the Delhi service bill. So they were the speakers there. So apparently that's a part of the strategy as well. But importantly, you know, there are many ifs and buts in this entire Rahul Gandhi versus Prime Minister Narendra Modi, because last time, you know, the opposition created a ruckus over Rahul Gandhi's entire speech being expunged. Big chunks of his speech were expunged from the entire proceedings of the House. So we will have to wait and see whether Rahul Gandhi faces the same consequences this time as well. But remember, this will be the time when he will get to speak in the Parliament after making a comeback. And I don't think that he is going to leave any stone unturned to make it a very scathing attack.
Polami, 1 minute, how does the BJP view this? Because this is a fabulous opportunity as well for the government somewhere down the line, if it is a battle of Rahul versus Modi.
Well, obviously, the BJP, of course, is looking forward to countering Rahul Gandhi. They do realize in fact, they were quite prepared to do so this morning as well, when news, of course, spread that Rahul Gandhi would be initiating the discussion on the no-confidence motion that had been moved against the central government. The BJP, of course, has got some big guns who will be coming out to defend the government already. Some of them have spoken today, including Union Minister Kiran Rijiju already. We're waiting, of course, for the Home Minister to speak tomorrow. The Home Minister will also take to the floor of the House as well. He's going to specifically, of course, focus on the Manipur issue as well, because he's been staying constantly, and the government stand has been very consistent about this, that we're ready to discuss Manipur, but the reply will only come from the Home Minister. So the Home Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Smriti Irani, still guns that will go off as, of course, 2 more days of this debate.
2 more days. And Rahul Srivastava, I'll bring you in once again. Just a minute, if you can encapsulate it. And it's difficult to do so. If it's a battle between Rahul Gandhi and Narendra Modi, it's advantage Modi.
I won't say that.
You won't say that?
I won't say that. How somebody positions. See, it will all depend on what the agenda of the debate emerges. In a battle of perception, if it is Manipur, that's the weak spot of the government. Because if it was a strong point, Prime Minister Modi would have spoken 10 times on it. Now, in a scenario, how well the opposition manages to keep the focus on Manipur, because it wants to, using Manipur, paint failed government on Modi's door, or a failed Prime Minister on Modi's door. But if they allow the debate to fritter away onto bread and butter issues, it will be a Xerox of what happened during the president's motion. The government will walk away with the numbers.
In 2018. And perception.
So it has to be kept local, not national.
All right, okay, local, not national. And when we say local here, it means Manipur. We're going to keep a keen eye on all developments. Our editor is going to get us the latest analysis and exactly what's gone down in the House. Thank you all for joining us. With that, a quick break to stay with us. On the other side, we're going to take the conversation further. We're going to talk about whether the move of the Congress to not field Rahul Gandhi first, was it smart, was it silly? And clearly what went down on day 1 of the no trust vote has set the narrative for the big one, 2024 elections. All of that coming up. Stay with us.
India today is at ground zero in Torbang, and the situation is so vulnerable. Simultaneously, there is accusation of using sophisticated weapons, but these young boys risking their lives and using these single barrel gun and double barrel gun.
We love our land and our village, that's why we sacrifice our life.
No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield. And I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
महोदय, मैं निम्नलिखित प्रस्ताव पेश करता हूं कि ये सभा मंत्रिपरिषद में विश्वास का भाव व्यक्त करती है। सर अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव मणिपुर के लिए हम लाए हैं, इंडिया अलायंस, क्योंकि मणिपुर आज इंसाफ मांगता है। मणिपुर का युवा इंसाफ मांगता है, मणिपुर की बेटी इंसाफ मांगती है, मणिपुर के किसान इंसाफ मांगते हैं, मणिपुर के छात्र इंसाफ मांगते हैं। और मार्टिन लूथर किंग ने कहा है कि अगर कहीं भी नाइंसाफी हो तो वो हर जगह के लिए इंसाफ का खतरा बन सकता है। इनजस्टिस एनीवेयर इज अ थ्रेट टू जस्टिस एवरीवेयर। तो ये जो घटनाएं मणिपुर में हो रही है, इसको ये हम ना समझे कि उत्तर पूर्वांचल के किसी कोने में हो रहा है, ये भारत में हो रहा है सर। अगर मणिपुर जल रहा है तो भारत जल रहा है, अगर मणिपुर में आग लगी है तो भारत में आग लगी है, अगर मणिपुर विभाजित हुआ है तो भारत विभाजित हुआ है। तो आज हम सिर्फ मणिपुर की बात नहीं कर रहे, हम भारत की बात कर रहे हैं।
सोनिया जी का मैं बड़ा सम्मान करता हूं सर। सोनिया जी, मुझे जो लगता है कि उनके पार्टी की उनकी दो मनस्थिति है। वो एक हिंदू सभ्यता संस्कृति में बिलीव कर रही हैं, इसीलिए अलौकिका पंडिता की तरह जो पूरा किताब में लिखा हुआ है कि क्या क्या करना चाहिए एक भारतीय नारी को, उसका पूरा का पूरा पिक्चर सोनिया जी देती है। उनको दो काम करना है, बेटे को सेट करना है और दामाद को भेंट करना है।
Co-powered by New Hero Zoom. Go big, go Zoom. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com. हर family होगी insured. Jeep, there's only one.
Good evening, you're with us on To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. A lot went down today and a lot did not go down today when it came down to the first day of the discussion on the no confidence motion in Parliament. A lot of suspense, a lot of speculation that Rahul Gandhi will open the no trust vote discussion. He didn't. It was expected that he would be the first speaker from the Congress, but it was Mr. Govt who had moved the no confidence motion in the first place. The Congress had even sent out YouTube links for Rahul Gandhi's speech, suggesting that the Wayanad MP was ready to lead the charge. However, what is now given to Congress strategy, Rahul Gandhi last minute, was replaced by Govt Gogoi, taking everybody by surprise, even the Treasury benches. This document, accessed by India Today, shows that Rahul Gandhi's name was right on top of the opposition speakers list and then struck away. Sources say Rahul Gandhi is unlikely to speak until the final day, which is the 10th, and that too poised to speak right before the Prime Minister Modi. So who spoke today? Govt Gogoi. Let's get you the highlights and we'll cut across to our panelists this evening.
क्या हुआ सर, हम तो राहुल गांधी जी के भाषण सुनने के लिए हम उत्सुक है सर, हम उत्सुक है राहुल गांधी का। राहुल क्या हो गया ऐसे, क्या एकदम क्या हो गया, थोड़ा हमको भी समझ में आए सर, यही हमारा रिक्वेस्ट, लेट मी अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट हैज हैपेंड सर।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपके दफ्तर में अगर क्या हो रहा है, क्या दरखास्त दी गई है, आप खुद ही, आप इस सदन के रक्षक हैं, आपके दफ्तर के अंदर क्या बातचीत हुई है? क्या हम बताएं कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने आपके दफ्तर के अंदर क्या क्या बातें की हैं? हम नहीं कहते।
पार्टी का शुक्रगुजार हूं कि उन्होंने मुझे अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पर जो है पहले वक्ता के तौर पर बोलने के लिए खड़ा किया। मैं ये सोच रहा था कि राहुल जी बोलेंगे, क्योंकि मीडिया में तरह तरह की खबरें आ रही थी, लेकिन लगता है कि शायद जी आज तैयार नहीं थे, देर से उठे होंगे तो नहीं बोल पाए। कोई बात नहीं है, गौरव गोगोई जी ने बोला, बहुत अच्छा बोला।
So the question that we are debating, not fielding Rahul Gandhi first in the no confidence motion discussion, was it smart strategy, clever strategy by the Congress, or silly, wasting time, opportunity? Let's take it to our panelists. Joining me, Dr. Syed Zafar Islam, National Spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party; Charan Singh Sapra, National Spokesperson, Congress; Rahul Srivastav, National Affairs Editor. Charan Singh Sapra, tell me truly, sir, with your hand on your heart, because most of your senior leadership itself had no idea that Rahul Gandhi will not speak today. We had YouTube links that had come out. Did you know that he's not going to speak today?
See, Preeti, let me tell you, whether Shri Rahul Gandhi, he speaks first or he speaks later, I feel he'll be the leader who will set the narrative for the opposition parties or the group of opposition parties, which is known as India. He will set the narrative. He will talk about Manipur. He will talk about the other major issues, which include inflation, unemployment, the issues, the precarious situation of the farmers of the country, the financial mismanagement by this government.
But Mr. Sapra, then what stopped him from beginning the conversation? You had 2 days of rallying point before the Prime Minister answered.
No, it can be the strategy of Congress Parliamentary Party. It is for the CPP chief or the Congress chief to decide that who will speak first and who will speak later. Maybe there might be something which I am not, allowed to know. Maybe they might have decided, and even if it is a strategy to field him later, I don't see any harm in it. He will go by setting the narrative for the opposition parties. He will talk on the issues of people, issues concerning the people of India, and he's going to fight for it.
Okay. I just want to bring in your counterpart here, BJP spokesperson, Mr. Syed Zafar Islam. Mr. Islam, you're smiling away, but the question is, he did catch you on the back foot. Why? Number one, you had Nishikant Dubey for the first 10 minutes who kept addressing Rahul Gandhi, but Rahul Gandhi never spoke in his speech. And then the concluding speech had to come from Ms. Smriti Irani, understandably going to be taking apart Rahul Gandhi. Suddenly, the House is adjourned even before Smriti Irani speaks.
See, Priti, it is their prerogative when do they speak. When does Rahul Gandhi speak? But having made the announcement, having given their name, and as opening that he would be opening the debate as far as the opposition bench is concerned, then the courtesy demands that he should have spoken. But he had decided not to speak. This is their discretion, and the parliament does permit to change the order or change the speaker at a short notice. So that's something which is they have taken the advantage of. That flexibility is available, and they have used that flexibility. I don't know whether to advantage or disadvantage. That is only time will tell. But as far as Bharatiya Janata Party or NDA is concerned, we will show them mirror. We will expose them. It is not for us to defend because they also know that the number is heavily in our favor. But what is important that all the lies they have spoken so far, all the information they have leaked and to mislead the nation is something they will be held accountable. Whether the Honorable Home Minister speaks, whether the Honorable Prime Minister speaks, they will speak and they will show the mirror. They will expose them. And Congress party will definitely, after this debate, will get...
But Mr. Islam, as I bring in Rahul Srivastava into this conversation, I want to ask you, you say you're going to expose them, you're going to show them the mirror. Rahul Gandhi didn't speak, but Govt Gogoi did. And Govt Gogoi very pointedly spoke about Manipur, pretty much which is the bulwark of the no-confidence motion that has been brought against your government. Now, multiple charges were laid by Govt Gogoi. Right after Mr. Gogoi, you had Nishikant Dubey, who took charge, was the first speaker from your party and your government. So he addressed Manipur all of once without giving any explanation, without saying anything on Manipur. His entire discussion, debate, speech, whatever you might call it, was focused around the Gandhis, be it Rahul Gandhi. It was focused upon the India alliance. It was focused on everything else but showing the mirror to the Congress on Manipur and a reality check on that. One would say the Congress showed you the mirror on Manipur today without any answers being gotten from your side.
Well, Preeti, the debate was today. It is also going to happen tomorrow. And the concluding remarks of the debate will be on 10th. There is ample time to speak on all the subjects. And it is not this, they have used this no confidence motion not to discuss Manipur, but they have invited no confidence motion, they have invoked it. So it is the opportunity for us to speak everything about our government in the last 9 years, the last 4 years.
So I'm going to give you the opportunity because we didn't hear it from anyone from the Bharatiya Janata Party today. Let's listen into what Govt Gogoi said, and we'll also play what Nishikant Dubey said. Nothing on Manipur, but let's listen into Govt Gogoi just for a minute. We're going to cut across to Rahul Srivastava and then we're going to get in what Nishikant Dubey said and go back to our panelists.
पहला, उनकी राज्य सरकार विफल थी. दूसरा, उनका गृह विभाग और राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सलाहकार विफल रहे. और तीसरा, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मौन रहने का कि वो अपनी भूल कबूल करना नहीं चाहते. अगर वो बोले तो कि उनकी चूक हुई है राज्य सरकार से, तो ये भूल वो कभी जनता के सामने कबूल नहीं करना चाहते, मौन रहना पसंद करते हैं. और ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ है. ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ है जब भारत के स्वर्ण पदक लाने वाले कुश्ती के महिला खिलाड़ी जब सड़क पे जब विरोध कर रहे थे तो प्रधानमंत्री मौन थे.
All right, okay. What I'm going to do is right now, let's play Nishikant Dubey. What was the answer to the issue raised on Manipur by Govt Gogoi? This. All right, okay. We're going to just play what Nishikant Dubey just said in just about 10 seconds from now. Okay, let's play. Let's listen in.
अलग अलग तरह की बातें करते हैं. कल राहुल जी आए, ऐसा हंगामा हुआ, पूरी दुनिया आ गई. राहुल जी गए कब थे? हम लोग भी यहाँ सारे सांसद बैठे हैं और उनको जानकारी होनी चाहिए कि हम जो है बजट सेशन में यहाँ आए थे, मार्च अप्रैल में यहाँ आए थे ना. राहुल जी थे बजट सेशन में कि नहीं थे ना. इसके बाद हम लोग मानसून सेशन में आए. राहुल जी हैं कि नहीं मानसून सेशन में? राहुल जी गए कहाँ थे? कहाँ गए थे? किस तरह की चर्चा है? और दूसरी बात यह है कि जिस सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट के आधार पर आए हैं उसने अभी जजमेंट नहीं दिया है, अभी स्टे ऑर्डर दिया है. और तो भी उन्होंने कहा है, लोग कहते हैं प्रधानमंत्री मौन है, प्रधानमंत्री माफी नहीं मांगते, प्रधानमंत्री चीजें नहीं बोलते. मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि ये क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं, या बीबी कह रहे हैं, दो चीजें कर रहे हैं. मैं माफी नहीं मांगूंगा. क्यों माफी मांगे भाई? मोदी तो बहुत छोटा जात है, नीच जात है, ओबीसी है. ओबीसी से क्यों माफी मांगेंगे? बड़े आदमी हैं. और दूसरी बात यह है कि सावरकर नहीं हूं मैं.
All right, okay, let's bring in Rahul Srivastava and we go back to a political panelist. Rahul, what was the bulwark of the no confidence motion where the opposition was concerned? It was Manipur. Yes, Rahul Gandhi did not speak, but Govt Gogoi did. Strangely, there were no answers right now, at least where the government comes into play.
There will not be much answers. That's what the problem here is, that Manipur's situation right now is such that somebody like a Home Minister, Amit Shah, is perhaps the most suited to reply on a complex situation. Remember, this is a conflict which is not new. It has got layers and layers of complexity. And somebody like a Home Minister is most capable to, you can't expect Nishikant Dubey to reply. Nishikant Dubey, interestingly, I'll tell you, it is not the first time that he is heading the debate for the BJP. On several occasions, on several financial issues and others, Nishikant Dubey has been fielded. One, he is good with data. He has got a corporate background. He is good with data and figures and research. Second, he is a Rahul Gandhi baiter. So you're right when you say that the idea was to take on Rahul Gandhi. But if we look at this debate, I know for certain that the BJP, as I said earlier also, the BJP will try to take the debate away from Manipur, most of the speakers. If there are going to be some answers, they're going to be coming from the Prime Minister.
Or the Home Minister, who speaks possibly tomorrow.
If he does, the Home Minister will be providing, the bulk of answers on Home Ministry will come from Amit Shah. Otherwise, you have Nirmala Sitharaman. Financial issues, what shall she talk about? How the economy has done very well. She doesn't have a great expertise as far as a state and complex situation in Manipur is concerned. And that is why I will say that 3 days, majority of the BJP's attempt would be to take the debate away from Manipur. To paint a picture, to back that this government has succeeded on so many things. And eventually, the House backs it with 360 odd. One question I wanted to ask Zafar, अब क्या expose करोगे opposition को? कितना expose कर चुके हो? He said he's going to expose.
I will take this question too, but I want to bring in Charan Singh Sapra back because Rahul, you've made a very strong point, and Charan Singh Sapra, that point could have been bolstered today if possibly Rahul Gandhi had begun the discussion with Manipur, something which Rahul had also said earlier, Rahul Srivastav in my show, that maybe it was a smart strategy to actually have him in the beginning, pose strong questions on Manipur and not get any answers on that.
No, I feel Gaurav Gogoi or the other Congress speakers like Manish Tiwari, they have also spoken on each and every subject. They have spoken in detail. But I agree with Rahul Srivastav, like he was saying that BJP will try to divert the attention, or they would not try to answer Manipur. They might play shoot and scoot politics. They might change goalposts in many ways. So this is going to happen tomorrow and day after also. I feel even when Prime Minister speaks, he will talk less on Manipur.
But Charan Singh Sapra, let's go through the list of opposition leaders other than Gaurav Gogoi.
Let me complete.
Who spoke about Manipur, Charan Singh Sapra? Your own leader Manish Tiwari spoke about China. Manipur was bought primarily only by Gaurav Gogoi.
Yeah. See, this is a no confidence motion, and when there's a no confidence motion for more than 48 hours, the opposition parties are going to take all the issues. We will talk on inflation. Why inflation is not an issue in this country? The unemployment is not an issue in this country. The fall of rupee is not an issue. The rise in petrol and diesel prices is not an issue in this country. Whatever are the issues of this country, that will be taken by the opposition party, and Prime Minister and his team is bound to answer that. Prime Minister has to answer that in Manipur, why he was keeping quiet for 75 days. And after that, when he spoke outside Parliament, he spoke only for 36 seconds. Why he did not sack the Chief Minister, who's an inefficient Chief Minister, who himself is saying that there are 100 more cases in which women were paraded, and that Chief Minister is still there. In the guidance of Chief Minister, the people have looted more than 6 lakh bullets and more than 5,000 guns, including AK-47. Where are they going to be used? It is a border state.
Said Zafar Islam, the fact is,
Assam Rifles and Manipur Police.
So
there are so many questions which Prime Minister has
questions
to answer.
were asked, points were made on Manipur. The response was to attack Parivarwad, attack the Gandhis, attack the India Alliance. Till now, we haven't heard a constructive argument or a response by the BJP and your other NDA partners where Manipur comes into question, sir.
Priti, is this discussion on Manipur? Was
Sir,
the no
that is what the
confidence-
bulwark of no
they-
confidence discussion is, yes.
Allow me to speak. Allow me
Yes,
to
sir,
complete.
go ahead.
So they have shown no confidence in the government. Obviously, it is an opportunity for the government to speak about the achievement, about what we have done in the last 9 years, and more particularly last 4.5 years. Now, it is important for you to understand, the Honorable Home Minister has repeatedly requested the opposition bench that let's discuss Manipur. On the floor of the parliament, he made a request to all the opposition leaders, let's have a discussion on Manipur, but they didn't accede to his request. Instead, they disrupted the parliament. He also sent a letter saying that forget about the rules 267, 176. Let's have it. There'll be no restriction on timing. Take as much time as you want, but let's discuss because he had shooted later.
But Saeed Zafar Islam, you had the opportunity today. Your opening batsman chose to bat on a very different pitch. Go ahead, sir.
You just have to interrupt unnecessarily. Coming to your point, where the question of interrupting, it was totally unwarranted. I'm telling you that the reason I'm actually coming to your question. So we wanted to discuss, they disrupted the parliament. Now, the Honorable Home Minister will give a befitting reply. They will be torn apart because there will be several instances we will highlight when your colleague was asking me what we will expose. We will expose that in 1993 when there was ethnic violence between Kukis and Nagas. Did they send the then Congress president or the Prime Minister? Did he go to Manipur? Did he visit? Did he send the Home Minister there? Did he send anyone, competent authority there? They had sent only a Minister of Home Affairs for 3.5 hours. Rajesh Pilot. He went to Manipur. 2 hours he spent at the airport meeting people, and 1.5 hours he had lunch with the then governor. And then he came back, he made a speech in the parliament. Neither Prime Minister spoke, nor the Home Minister at that time spoke. So there are many such instances. We will, as I said, we will expose them. Let the time come.
Constructive. All right.
Debate, once the debate is over on 10th.
So let me also tell you, Rahul Srivastava, who's sitting right beside me, who asked you the question, is nodding his head and says that it seems that you know what you're talking about. But
there has been a briefing.
That there has been a briefing of sorts.
Zafar has been briefed.
Okay, Charan Singh Sapra, you wanted to respond. The Home Minister will give you a befitting reply tomorrow, sir. The no confidence motion, so many of your own leaders spoke about other stuff than Manipur.
See, Preeti, number one, the BJP spokesperson is lying blatantly when he's saying that Home Minister wanted a long discussion. The BJP or the ruling party always wanted a short discussion. They never wanted a discussion under 267 or 176. That is point number one. That's why opposition went in for no confidence motion. Secondly, what he's talking about 1993, let me remind you, 2 wrongs don't make 1 right. Whatever, if BJP is asked a difficult question, they will go 9 years behind, or they will go 90 years behind to search a situation where Congress might have gone wrong. But you always said that we are giving government with a difference. Is this a government with a difference? Why the Prime Minister is not answering the people of Manipur? Why is he keeping mum on such a grave issue on the issue of Haryana?
Saeed Zafar Islam wants to come in, but I'm terribly short of time.
There are so many issues.
Okay, may I please, gentlemen, bow 10 seconds, Mr. Islam, because yes, go ahead.
All I can say as a concluding remarks that after 10th, they will have absolutely nowhere to hide their face because they will stand completely exposed. And
so
Rahul,
we know, okay, let's wait for the 10th and we know what goes down.
That there are many things where they can be exposed, and you will see on 10th.
All right. But one thing is very clear. When it comes down to the numbers, the BJP has it. Forget about the NDA, the BJP has it on its own strength. But who will win the war of perception? That's the big question mark. And possibly as by the 10th evening, once the Prime Minister has spoken, Rahul, we should have an in on that. With that, I want to go into a quick break. To stay with us, Rahul Srivastava and I will join you tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. in front of the Parliament, day 2 of the no confidence vote. Up next, Rahul Gaman.
employee addition has dropped a combined 135% at TCS, Wipro and HCL Tech. This means where the companies had added 31,000 employees this quarter last year, this year they've seen a fall of nearly 11,000 employees. This is in line with the muted financial numbers shared by these companies. Akanksha Chaturvedi gets us a deep dive into this trend. A closer look. Akanksha?
That is right, Abha. Hiring across major Indian IT companies has dampened in Q1 FY24 as compared to the year-ago quarter. If we take a close look at the numbers, we see that TCS only added around 500 people to the company in Q1 FY24, while this number was over 28 times bigger last year. TCS added over 14,000 employees in Q1 FY23. At Wipro, this trend seems to have worsened. In Q1 FY24, Wipro's headcount actually reduced by around 8,000 employees, while in Q1 FY23, they had added over 15,000 people to the organization. HCL Tech was also in line with this trend. The company's headcount went down by over 2,500 people in Q1 FY24, whereas they had added around 2,100 people in the year-ago quarter. This slowdown is in line with the broader slowdown in the industry, which is caused by the cutbacks in IT and discretionary spending across the world.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees.
It is never too late to chase your dream. Anil Kumar Mishra took to art late in his life, but what started as a hobby has become a passion over the years. The 70-year-old from Ramnagar in Jharkhand spends his time giving new life to waste wood.
मैं समझता हूँ कि ये कोई ईश्वरीय देन है, जो शक्ति है, जो मुझे प्रेरणा देता है और मैं इसको कार्य रूप में परिणत कर पाता हूँ.
Mishra's tryst with art started in 2007 when he was a school teacher.
गाछ है बहुत पुराना, हजारों साल पुराना गाछ है जिसमें बहुत सारे दीमक खाए हुए हैं, बहुत टिड्डा रहते हैं सर. और उसी गाछ का टुकड़ा से एक प्रेरणा जगी हमको और उसी गाछ के टुकड़ा से मैं एक बर्ड का भाव आया और मैं उसमें क्रिएशन का शुरुआत वहीं से हुई.
In the beginning, not everyone was his fan.
तो मुझे तो काफी बुरा लगता था, कभी कोई लड़ाई झगड़ा हो ही जाता था कि पुराना लकड़ी क्यों लेके आ रहे हैं. लकड़ी लाके जब इकट्ठा करना शुरू किए तो थोड़ा हो जाता था झगड़ा. जब बनाना शुरू किए तो जब पूरा बनने लगा तब बन के फिर बहुत अच्छा लगने लगा. अब तो खैर जान गए तो अब कोई बात नहीं.
Now his family and friends bring the raw materials for him.
सपोर्ट मुझे वो अगर गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से कुछ मिलता तो मैं और इसको आगे बढ़ा सकता हूँ.
Mishra has won many prizes for his art. He has created more than 1,000 sculptures. With Rajesh Verma in Ramgarh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Laminates by Manish Malhotra, fashion for your furniture. Co-presented by Macho Hind, बड़े आराम से. Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com, हर family होगी insured. Co-powered by Nippon India Mutual Fund. Wealth sets you free.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. Who won day one of the no confidence motion in Parliament? Was it the Treasury branches or was it the opposition? Who are the big guns who fight? What to expect tomorrow and the day after? All that and more on the biggest political story in India coming up on the news track tonight.
आजादपुर मंडी में राहुल जी का
72-hour no-trust war kicks off. Team India takes on Team Modi.
हमारी मजबूरी है
सर इनका लेटर है सर प्रेस में चल रहा है
Congress bowls Rahul Googly.
मजबूरी है कि हम सर ये हमारी अविश्वास प्रस्ताव हमारी मजबूरी है
Opener Rahul pulls back at last minute.
करना चाहते हैं कि सदन आपके दफ्तर में जो बात
Congress saving Rahul for final shot. Stage set for Rahul versus Modi showdown. Big focus on news track.
I was in Parliament all day long today, picked up lots of interesting snatches from being in the press gallery, speaking to a lot of the speakers and the members of Parliament. We'll try and bring all of that into our coverage. Let's get started. Here are the headlines I'm tracking tonight. Fireworks in Parliament on day one of the no confidence motion debate. Congress targets the Modi government over Manipur. BJP taunts Rahul and Sonia Gandhi over corruption. Heated exchange between Rajya Sabha chairperson Dhankar and Derek O'Brien in the House. TMC MP asked to leave Parliament but isn't suspended. Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadda faces FIR after his motion on Delhi Services Bill comes under scanner. 6 MPs say their names were added without consent. Rahul's Ghar Wapsi after being reinstated as Lok Sabha MP, he gets his 12 Tughlaq Lane bungalow back. Rahul says all of India is his home.
मेरा घर पूरा हिंदुस्तान है.
Showdown over news portal NewsClick escalates. BJP alleges left leader Prakash Karat's involvement in the scandal. Emails show the website was asked to defend China on COVID and peddle Beijing's propaganda during the border clashes. The 3-day no-trust war kicked off in Parliament today. It was expected that Rahul Gandhi would be the opening batsman for Team India. But the Congress made a last-minute change in their batting order and held Rahul back to do the pinch hitting, instead sending Govt Gogoi to open the innings. The Congress party sources are telling India today that the Congress would like to set up a Rahul versus Modi showdown. But the BJP doesn't want that to happen either. They've got one tail-ender batsman they want to squeeze in between Rahul Gandhi and the Prime Minister. So it doesn't seem like the Prime Minister is responding to Rahul Gandhi, but this one other BJP MP stroke minister will. So lots of games within games playing out in Parliament on this big story. Who won day one and why? We look at that. But first up, here is our lead story tonight.
Optics, perception and strategy.
महोदय मैं निम्नलिखित प्रस्ताव पेश करता हूं कि ये सभा मंत्री परिषद में विश्वास का भाव व्यक्त करती है.
It's not Rahul Gandhi leading the no-trust debate against the BJP government. A day after he made a comeback to the floor of the Lok Sabha, his name struck through the list of party speakers.
सर हमारी मांग स्पष्ट थी कि देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आए, अपनी बात रखे, अपनी संवेदना प्रकट करे और उस पर सारे पार्टी समर्थन दे और मणिपुर को एक संदेश जाए कि इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा सदन मणिपुर के साथ है। हम मणिपुर में शांति चाहते हैं, मणिपुर के छात्र इंसाफ मांगते हैं।
Congress instead pitched its MP Gaurav Gogoi to lead the charge on Tuesday. The last-minute change even bewildered the government benches.
क्या हुआ सर? हम तो राहुल गांधी जी के भाषण सुनने के लिए हम उत्सुक है सर, हम उत्सुक है राहुल गांधी का। राहुल क्या हो गया ऐसे क्या?
The move is calculated. According to Congress sources, it's part of strategic game plan.
So many और कितने भी बड़ा और टेबल कर दूंगी सर।
The Gandhi science speech on the no trust motion reserved for the day when the Prime Minister would be physically present in the Lok Sabha. Prime Minister Modi is expected to reply to the motion on August 10. Rahul Gandhi held back from speaking till the Prime Minister is seen in the House on or before August 10. Congress appears to be meticulously crafting its narrative to showcase him as a formidable contender, ready to take on the Prime Minister head-on, and position him as the principal figure of the 26-party India alliance. Adding context to this political maneuvering, a Lok Niti CSDS survey in May showed Prime Minister Modi as the top choice for 43% of respondents if elections were held then. Nonetheless, Rahul Gandhi was seen narrowing the gap with 27% of votes in his favour, marking an increase of 4 percentage points since the 2019 survey and a significant 13-point rise since 2014. 15% of those respondents expressed their newfound appreciation for the Congress leader after his Bharat Jodo Yatra. Within the opposition ranks, Rahul Gandhi was seen garnering the maximum public support, far ahead of several other regional satraps from the non-BJP parties. As the political landscape continues to evolve with the convergence of over 24 opposition parties under one umbrella, the ongoing no-confidence debate is becoming a platform for making powerful political statements leading up to the 2024 electoral battle. Bureau Report, India Today.
The BJP held back the likes of Smriti Irani, Nirmala Sitharaman, some of whom were slated to talk today. Rahul Gandhi held back at least till tomorrow, probably till day after. But there was still quite a fiery face-off in Lok Sabha as the opening batsmen of both the opposition and the centre went out and played their game and tried to set the match up for their teams. Here are some of the key highlights of the day's action in Parliament.
सर, हमारी मांग स्पष्ट थी कि देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आए, अपनी बात रखे, अपनी संवेदना प्रकट करे और उस पर सारे पार्टी समर्थन दे और मणिपुर को एक संदेश जाए कि इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा सदन मणिपुर के साथ है। हम मणिपुर में शांति चाहते हैं। ये हमारी अपेक्षा थी, लेकिन अफसोस की बात है कि ऐसा नहीं हुआ। प्रधानमंत्री महोदय ने एक मौन व्रत लिया कि सदन में ना लोकसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे, ना राज्यसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे, और इसीलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय ये नौबत आनी पड़ी कि हम अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के द्वारा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का मौन व्रत हम तोड़ना चाहते हैं। सर, साफ 3 सवाल है प्रधानमंत्री महोदय से। सवाल पहला कि आज तक वो मणिपुर क्यों नहीं गए? राहुल जी गए, इंडिया अलायंस के विभिन्न पार्टीज गए, गृह मंत्री जी गए, MOS होम गए, पर देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी क्यों नहीं गए? ये है सवाल पहला। सवाल दूसरा कि लगभग 80 दिन क्यों लगे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को मणिपुर पे कुछ बोलने के लिए, और जब बोले तो सिर्फ 30 सेकंड के लिए बोले, और उसके पश्चात आज तक भी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की तरफ से ना कोई संवेदना का शब्द, ना कोई शांति की याचना।
ये जो सवाल है सर, ये INDIA की बात करते हैं। मुझे तो, मैं सोनिया जी का बहुत सम्मान करता हूं और ये जो INDIA बना है सर, ये INDIA, यहाँ जितने लोग सांसद बैठे हैं ना, उनको रैंडम यदि आप पूछ लीजिए अपोजिशन वाले से कि INDIA का क्या फुल फॉर्म है, शायद कुछ ही लोग होंगे जो बता पाएंगे। और ये इंडिया बात कर रहे हैं सर। मैं तो इस मणिपुर का जो है शुक्रगुजार हूँ, मणिपुर का शुक्रगुजार हूँ, जिसको अभी आपने डांटा सर, दानिश अली को जिसको आपने डांटा, भारत माता की जय कहने पर भी उसको लगता है कि ये बीजेपी का नारा है। लेकिन मैं मणिपुर का शुक्रगुजार हूं कि जितना इंडिया जो है आजादी के बाद से कांग्रेस ने नहीं किया होगा, 1947 के बाद से उतनी बार इंडिया का यहां नारा लगा सर। मैं आपका शुक्रगुजार हूं।
Parliament to Election Commission. Modi never comes to attend Parliament. He has not replied to a single question in Parliament. I have seen many other parliaments. I have never seen a man like him who as Prime Minister does not reply to a single question.
He doesn't believe in parliamentary democracy.
He does not believe in parliamentary democracy.
मैं आपको याद दिलाना चाहता हूं और आपके माध्यम से सदन को भी और देश को भी कि अविश्वास प्रस्ताव कब लिया जाता है और किस परिस्थिति में लाया जाता है। अक्सर जब देश में कुछ ऐसा राजनीतिक हालत बन जाते हैं जहां लगता है कि सरकार का जो संख्या है उसमें कम हो जाते हैं या सरकार के पास वो ताकत नहीं रहते हैं देश को संचालित करने के लिए और नेतृत्व कमज़ोर हो जाते हैं, कई परिस्थिति होते हैं, तब अविश्वास का प्रस्ताव लाया जाता है। लेकिन आज का जो अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाए हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी, मैं ये मानता हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और विपक्ष के जो लोग हैं वो खुद ही बाद में पछताएंगे। I want to tell on record that the opposition party will regret that this no confidence motion is brought in a wrong timing and in a wrong.
So who won day one and why, and what to expect on day two and then the grand finale on day three? This is the biggest political story in the country at the moment, and no one quite tracks politics in the way that India today does. To get a sense of what the different camps think about the political action as it played out on day one, representing the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party, its spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla squaring off against him, Mohan Kumaramangalam from the Congress Party, Bishwajit Deb from the Trinamool Congress, and Rahul Srivastav, our National Affairs Editor. I want to go across to Mohan Kumaramangalam first, because you put out a letter essentially suggesting that Rahul Gandhi would be opening batsman. Then you changed your mind, Gaurav Gogoi padded up, came out to bat, and I heard the BJP MP say maybe he didn't wake up on time, which is why he didn't show up, which is why you had to send somebody else to bat. Why didn't you tell our viewers what happened? Why have you held Rahul Gandhi back?
Well, I'm not going to choose to comment on that snide remark by the BJP MP. But I'll say that I'm not privy to our floor strategy. If I were to wager a guess, I would say we're waiting for when the Prime Minister actually comes to the House. He was also expected to be in the House today, and he wasn't. So my guess is that would be the reason why Mr. Gandhi hasn't spoken yet. He wants to probably speak when the Prime Minister is actually in the House for a change.
Rahul Srivastav, the buzz that I picked up in Parliament was that they want Rahul Gandhi to speak just before the Prime Minister. But the BJP doesn't want to happen. They want to insert one person in so that whoever that person is, whether it's say Minister Smriti Irani, she's the one countering Rahul Gandhi rather than it becoming Rahul versus Modi. What are you picking up?
Yes, that seems to be the strategy. See, initially it was loaded in a way that Rahul Gandhi, the Congress had approached the Speaker, mentioning that Rahul Gandhi would like to speak first.
Why did they change their mind, you think?
I think it was strategy. Sudhir Adhiranjan Chaudhary says कि हमने Googly मारा है. Now Googly has to score a wicket. Googly has to, and in case of a no confidence motion, this is a Bofors which has been mounted to actually kill a fly. But still, if you're not bringing a government down, you have to emerge with numbers and with a perception agenda. I think perception they can have, because numbers, it is going to be close to 360. That's good. The majority, 34 of the YSRCP and the BJD with the government, and I think more likely the numbers is a different issue and the government will take that. Remember, the no confidence motion is agendaless.
Who won according to you on day one? Why?
See, day one, I have a theory, Rahul. Simple, I'll put it on the table first. I think they are trying to belittle Rahul Gandhi versus Narendra Modi. The Congress wants to make a grand show, and that's why they retracted.
No, but that's a bit like Musk versus
they wanted to do it.
Zuckerberg, but you don't. But the point is that in every battle that's happened between Rahul and Modi in the past, Modi's won each and every time. So is that even smart strategy?
Also, the advantage, a prime minister has no time-bound speech. Rahul Gandhi will have limited amount of time. Prime Minister replying to others can have endless time. So in time matters also, Prime Minister gets more space. I think the Congress made a mistake. In this debate, on specific Manipur issues, the BJP has to be a bit defensive. It will like to broad-base the debate on successes. That's why Nirmala Sitharaman is there. She will talk about the success of the economy. Nishikant's Dubey speech was very little about Manipur.
No, but let me put that question to Nishikant Dubey.
Just one more line. I think Rahul Gandhi should have spoken first, posed potent questions. BJP might not have had specific answers. For 2 days till Prime Minister Modi spoke, it would have got traction. I think they actually made a mistake. By speaking last, what will happen on that same day? First, Smriti Irani will be inserted and then Prime Minister will speak. In those three speeches, which one will you choose more?
Unless, of course, you think you've got Surya Kumar Yadav in your midst and he can hit everyone else out of the park. But remember, Rahul Gandhi is no Surya Kumar Yadav, or hasn't been so far. And therefore, just how much expectation can you have from him? Shehzad Poonawalla, if you listen to Nishikant Dubey, who was the opening batsman for the BJP, it seemed like he had a full speech prepared to counter Rahul Gandhi. Except the subject changed in the end because he wasn't countering Rahul Gandhi all of a sudden. He had to counter Gaurav Gogoi. How do you think day one went for you?
First of all, I think you should stop calling glorified night watchman as opening batsman. So I think Rahul Gandhi is nothing more.
Whoever opens the match, for good or for bad, he's an opening batsman.
No, I think that what you were perceiving as an opening batsman, even the Congress has accepted that. First of all, forget no confidence against government. They have no confidence in Rahul. Because I think Rahul Srivastava is also right in another way. What he has not said, but I have understood, is that ये पहले ही दिन पर self goal कर देगा Rahul Baba. नॉट राहुल कंवल और राहुल श्रीवास्तव, तो फिर 3 दिन यही साफ करते रहेंगे. और देखो राहुल श्रीवास्तव की मुस्कुराहट, मंद मंद मुस्कुराहट ही बहुत कुछ बोल जा रही है. तो आई थिंक दिस इज अ फर्स्ट एविडेंस दैट नो कॉन्फिडेंस इज अगेंस्ट राहुल. सेकेंडली, TR Balu spoke, Supriya Sule spoke, Dimple Yadav spoke. Apart from that, some other people spoke. Did they speak about Manipur? They were not at all serious about Manipur. Look at the extensive manner in which Kiran Rijiju has given the statement. He's a minister of the government. And look at the kind of statements that were being made by Supriya Sule. I am sorry that I had to even be subjected to that. She's a member of parliament, but the manner in which she spoke, or Dimple Yadav spoke, I think it is disservice, and it also shows that lack of seriousness about the issue they were raising. And frankly, yesterday was the semi-final, no, Mr. Rahul? Yesterday was the semi-final. Today the final was taking place. The
this is a test match. This is a test match.
No, Mr. Kejriwal called it a semi-final. Now nobody in the BJP is foolish to make these events as final, semi-final. Mr. Kejriwal called it semi-final. Final के दिन पे opening batsman ही नहीं आया. But I have a larger question to ask. First of all, what is this no confidence motion? This is the first no confidence motion in the history of Rahul Srivastava and Rahul Kanwal that is not being brought against the government. ये एक दूसरे के बीच का no confidence है ना. आम आदमी पार्टी versus Congress,
so that's the point.
TMC versus left. There no confidence is being done. And lastly, it is an exercise to build confidence in Rahul's leadership. This is the exercise that is being done in the name of Manipur.
From a Trinamool perspective, even the right idea, as you know, we look at day one, build up to day 2, then day 3. The Congress very clearly wants to make this Rahul versus Modi. Would Mamta Di want the same, or do you think that could be a disaster? Because most Modi versus Rahul fights have ended just one way. You kind of already know who the winner is. At least so far that's been the case.
Well, let me make it clear that irrespective of the outcome, in a parliamentary system of democracy, this is the instrument to compel the Prime Minister to make his speech inside the House of the Parliament. We must hear the Prime Minister. We are not there to listen to the Home Minister. The Prime Minister has to address the nation on the issue of Manipur. It's a very serious issue where hundreds of people have lost their lives.
He will on Thursday. You aren't answering my question.
Arms are being brought from abroad please let me finish. Arms are being brought from abroad. Arms are being brought from abroad. AK-47 is being used. The Manipur government has failed miserably. The union government has failed miserably. The entire state is in a mess, and there is every probability that this fire will spread to the other states of the Northeast. And we are very surprised that the Prime Minister has got no time either to visit Manipur or to make a statement inside the house. It's a shame.
Bishwajit, it's almost like you didn't hear my question, so let me ask you again.
Prime Minister of India
Okay, let me ask you again. You know, like a lawyer, you're reading off from your prepared text. My question to you was, how did day one go? The Congress wants to make this Rahul versus Modi. Does Mamta Di think that's a good idea? Respond to my question, Dada.
First of all, you must understand that it's an alliance. It's an India alliance. And we are all together. We need to fight out this particular autocratic government. If we need to save the country, if we need to save our motherland, if we need to save our constitution, we have to be together, and we need to remove this particular government with the blessings of the people of India. Now, coming to Manipur, this is a very core issue which the government is trying to avoid. The government is repeatedly trying to avoid. The Prime Minister has got time since 3rd of May.
Okay, you're repeating what you said but not answering my question. My question, sir, was, can you hear me, Bishwajit Da? Can you hear me, sir? My question is, how was day one? Congress wants to make this Rahul versus Modi. Does Mamta Banerjee think that's a good idea? You're not answering my question, Dada. I can't ask the same question again and again.
You are trying to twist the entire matter. You must understand that the Parliament now has moved a no confidence motion. The opposition has moved a no confidence motion against the government, and the government has to reply. And it is the Prime Minister whom the nation.
I've understood what you're saying. So Bishwajit Dev is a good lawyer. He's come with a script. He said, doesn't matter what the moderator says, I will go off on my talking points. But I want to go across to Mohan Kumar Mangalam, because there is an inherent risk in upping the ante and seeking to turn this into a Modi versus Rahul gladiatorial contest, because each and every time Rahul Gandhi and Prime Minister Modi have gone head on head, this battle has ended just one way. Why then does the Congress want, you saw how Bishwajit Dev, thrice I asked the same question, didn't even respond to it. They don't want to make this Rahul versus Modi, even if they don't say it, that this much rather be Team India versus Prime Minister Modi and his government. You're looking to up the ante on Rahul. You think he's changed post the Bharat Jodo Yatra, but every battle Modi versus Rahul ended just one way so far.
Rahul Srivastava ji made that excellent point where the Prime Minister often speaks last and has the maximum amount of time to speak. I still don't think he's won every battle. He has always managed to evade the questions placed to him. But thankfully, when they're placed by Mr. Rahul Gandhi, those questions go on record and become part of mainstream media. That in itself is a victory, I would say. You could argue who wins what debate. And what Shehzad Baba is not talking about is why the Prime Minister is running away from the debate till the very last day. It's been over 90 days and he refuses to talk about Manipur in the House. And Manipur has very much been the main reason why this has been brought. I think Gaurav Gogai's speech was excellent. It covered a whole range of issues about what's going on with Manipur. And even though Mr. Kiran Rijiju maybe spoke after 4 or 5 speakers, after and Gaurav Gogoi opened the speeches, he wasn't able to respond to anything that Gaurav Gogoi said in his speech.
Shehzad Kumar Mangalam is asking, as are many other opposition leaders, why doesn't the Prime Minister sit in the House and listen to what's being discussed?
This is what you are asking, what Kumar Mangalam asked and what Mr.
No, but respond to my question.
I'm responding to your question, but I'll also respond to the opposition's question. Mr. Dev and he both said that why isn't the Prime Minister speaking? In no confidence motion, can Prime Minister speak first?
No, that's not the question.
The point is the lack of knowledge about the proceedings of Parliament.
Sit in Parliament and listen to what's being said.
I'll come to that also. I'll come to that also. No, I did not interrupt Mr. I can't answer 3 people at one time. I can answer one person one time. Let me answer in the way I decide. Secondly, if they were so interested in a charcha on Manipur, Rahul Kanwal and Rahul Srivastava, both of whom look at Parliament very seriously, how come 9 days the stand was Prime Minister must speak on Manipur, else no allowing of any business in house, and then Delhi Services Bill they changed the stand? What is special about Delhi Services Bill vis-a-vis the other bills that were passed in Parliament that they changed the stand that Manipur par Pradhan Mantri pehle bole, that was their consistent stand? How come that changed only at the time of Delhi Services Bill, that means their intention was never about Manipur. It was always about saving this so-called alliance, where Mr. Deb can't even say that whether Rahul Gandhi is their projected leader in this alliance, at least in Parliament, at least for this event of no confidence motion. And finally, as far as Prime Minister's presence is concerned, the Prime Minister has to respond in the end to all. So he is taking note and cognizance of everything that is being said in the House. But I want to ask that why is it that Rahul Gandhi was not put forward as was being said by Congress leaders that he's going to be the opening batsman? Is it because they are shy that Rahul Gandhi would have made such a big gaffe that because of that gaffe, then 3 days they would have to only cover up for the gaffe? Or secondly, please tell me now the other speakers, Saugata Roy, T.R. Balu, Supriya Sule, Dimple Yadav, how much of their time was devoted on Manipur? Please tell me. You are telling me Prime Minister should speak on Manipur. Please tell me how much time the honorable leaders of opposition were devoting to Manipur. And thirdly, I am asking a very direct question. Kiran Rijiju has asked on record, and maybe the Congress spokesperson can answer. We have 5 sitting ministers from the Northeast. You tell me how many ministers you made between 2004 to 14. Let's talk about the incidents that used to take place. The incidents of insurgency have come down by 80%. The civilian deaths have come down by 90%. The number of railways, airports have doubled in the last 9 years. Yes, there are many things that need to be sorted out in Manipur. It is not a one-day affair. It is a legacy issue we are dealing with. But you tell me, if you are serious about it, why did you not allow Parliament to function for 9 days and then change your stand for Delhi Services Bill? How committed are you to the cause of Manipur? You are not committed. You said 267 mein charcha karo.
Vishwajit Dev wants to come in. Vishwajit Dev wants to respond to Shehzad Poonawala. Go ahead, Vishwajit.
Yes. I want to ask Mr. Poonawala that why in Rajya Sabha the chairman is not allowing a debate under Rule 267. Why Manipur is not being discussed for a long duration? Because this is a very serious issue. Why the government is shying out? Why the government is trying to avoid a discussion on Manipur? Why the Prime Minister is not coming inside the House? He has made a statement for only 30 seconds and that too outside the House. He doesn't have any time for Manipur. Why is that?
Let me ask that question to Rahul Srivastava.
Only 2 Lok Sabha seats. Only two Lok Sabha seats. Whereas in Bengal, he has time to come several times because Bengal has 42 Lok Sabha seats. This is the difference. This is the difference because they don't consider Manipur to be a part of India.
Okay, very quickly.
Very quickly, if their intention was Manipur is the only important issue that needs to be discussed, please tell me that a no confidence motion is a motion against the entire government on which a whole range of issues can be discussed, technically, constitutionally speaking. Why did they go for that? And why did they change their stand on Delhi Services Bill?
Okay, Rahul
why are they
Srivastava,
answering that question?
What is the best response that you've picked up about why the Prime Minister is not in the House listening to the debate? Because the argument I heard from the BJP in Parliament is even if he's there and if the opposition leader is just going to heckle and abuse him, then there's no point in him sitting there. They say that he's sitting in his cabin, listening very carefully and taking notes and will respond when his turn comes.
See, what I have noticed that times when you're in Parliament, that we are told that Prime Minister is listening to a debate. That's one thing is very clear.
But not inside the House.
That he listens, not inside the... See, most of the major debates he's there, but I have not seen a Prime Minister sit through the entire debates. It doesn't happen.
It never happened in the past.
Not really. It doesn't happen.
So that's an unfair expectation.
No, I think what is happening is that there's definitely, given the kind of issues where the opposition feels that the Prime Minister should speak, Modi is... Say, I have done a write-up on this, that Manmohan Singh spoke on several occasions. I think it's a tendency now that a Prime Minister who has lesser authority or lesser numbers is more inclined to speak in Parliament. Somebody who has a majority has got speaking directly to the public doesn't feel very inclined to speak
Which is a strange thing because what comes out from the data, Shehzad, is that Prime Minister Modi has actually spoken on fewer occasions in Parliament than Manmohan Singh.
30 versus 70.
In the years that they've been in power, who would have thought that Prime Minister Modi would be speaking lesser than Manmohan Singh?
I think that comparison that you have made, first of all, you need to see who was more effective and who was speaking for himself. So let us also understand that Manmohan Singh was hardly speaking for himself. Nonsense. And most of the times the speaking was being done or ordinances were being torn outside by people who are not even in government. So who had the authority when they were speaking in Parliament? Secondly, what is the question today? The question is that if they wanted a serious debate on Manipur, I have asked the two gentlemen...
Let me put that question to
why is it that they compromise their stand on Delhi services issue?
Why is it that such little time, if this is so much about Manipur, why is it that such little time is spent by the likes of Saugata Roy, Dimple Yadav, Supriya Sule in their speech actually talking about Manipur.
So I'll say that I saw pretty much the entire day's proceedings. I think Supriya Sule ji was very conscious, and even though she doesn't belong to my party, and I'm not speaking for her, but as an observer, I would say she was fairly conscious about not repeating many of the points that were made by speakers before her. And when you're putting the government on the mat in a no confidence motion, yes, one of the primary issues we're here to discuss is Manipur, but there is a whole range of reasons why we believe this government has lost confidence of the people. And therefore, it was important for her, and she did put forth very, very good arguments on inflation, on the erosion of many of the institutions, and I think she made a good speech. And if you look at some of the other speakers, like Mr. Gaurav Gogoi, who opened, he spoke almost exclusively about Manipur. He covered a huge range of issues, right from the increase in the number of acres of poppy fields to someone in their own government in Manipur actually going ahead and allowing the release of one of the drug peddlers who was caught there. He was related to one of the ministers in the Manipur government. He talked about how 5,000 arms have been stolen from the armories, and these are arms that you would go to war with, like light machine guns or big rifles, grenades. So he covered a huge range of issues in Manipur. I think a majority of the speech.
Rahul Srivastava, what should viewers expect tomorrow? We know that there's Home Minister Amit Shah speaking. A lot of his focus will be on Manipur. He's been itching for an opportunity to speak in Parliament and explain to the people of India what he's done, what the government has done. Is that the big highlight?
Yes,
what else?
Amit Shah is going to be a big one because I believe the opposition wasted one day of debate. If Manipur was the focus on which they wanted to paint at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's door, failed Prime Minister. That's what the idea is. Rahul, be very clear, that's the only idea. The opposition has been itching. It was itching in 2018. Chaukidar Chor Hai emerged from the debate, that hug and wink emerged from that debate to set the perception agenda, failed. Again, the idea is this. Definitely, the Congress is upbeat. Rahul Gandhi is doing better. The idea is again to write on Prime Minister Modi's door, failed. But you have wasted one day. If you want to build a narrative, where is Manipur today? Am I going back home with several questions on Manipur that the government failed? The opposition has not done it. Tomorrow, Amit Shah will come and give a huge, strong explanation. I'm not saying we agree with it, but he will give his side of the story.
No, and there's a lot that can be said. For example, in 1993, in 1995, each time on Kumaramangalam there was a riot. In the past, that will be part of the Home Minister's speech. Many more people died than currently, and in Parliament there were short discussions. And the response at that time was from the Minister of State for Home Affairs, Rajesh Pilot. Here, the Home Minister has spoken in the no confidence motion, the Prime Minister will speak. So there are points that the Home Minister will attack the past performance of the Congress governments by.
Let's hear him out. I'm looking forward to seeing what he has to say. I want to make one point, Rahul, not in response to what you're asking me, but what in response to Shahzad said in the beginning, which is that this was actually nothing more than a test of the opposition's alliance. And I have to say, we already tested the opposition alliance with the Delhi Ordinance Act. So there was no need to bring this about. The other question he's asked repeatedly is why did it actually allow for there to be a debate on the Delhi Ordinance Act? Well, frankly, the no confidence motion had already been called. And while even talking about the Delhi Ordinance Act, and there were a couple of other bills that passed without debate, there was no way we were going to let this pass without debate. And even while talking about it, we said that it is unprecedented that any government is allowing for debate or passing of bills while a no confidence motion has been scheduled. Normally, this never happens in Parliament. But then,
so let's spend a moment talking about the grand finale. Day 3, Prime Minister Modi's response in conclusion to this debate, and before that Rahul Gandhi. Now whether he's the speaker just before or a little before that because the BJP may want to bring somebody in, how does that get decided? Let's assume that Rahul Gandhi speaks. Can the Congress try and set up the order in a way that he's the penultimate speaker before the Prime Minister, or does the BJP have the prerogative to choose the order and insert someone like Smriti Irani?
See, this is open. This is not necessary.
Who decides this?
The treasury benches can decide who is going to end the debate and who is going to speak after whom. The opposition does not. A list has to be submitted. Now, eventually on that day list, if there is Rahul Gandhi's name, the BJP can always insert a name. the opposition cannot choose that Rahul Gandhi will speak the last after the treasury benches, because that choice also has to be made. So the government can insert.
Why Shashi Tharoor not on that list? He's arguably
See,
the
I
best
have a feeling that since Congress has only 51 members of parliament, it has a certain 2-hour time. And if they give too many Congress speakers, there will be little time
but they
for
have
Rahul
a list
Gandhi.
of many more than those who've spoken.
Yeah.
So surely, on merit, Mohan Kumaramangalam, someone like a Shashi Tharoor should have been on that list, unless, of course, Congress is still holding a grudge against him for standing for the Congress president's election.
Dr. Tharoor made a very eloquent speech on the Delhi Ordnance Act debate. He was leading the debate for the party.
No, but he should have spoken on the no confidence motion.
Well, that would be your opinion. I assume the party made a decision after it gave him the debate to lead the debate on Delhi Ordnance Act that he wouldn't speak in this debate. They're probably giving some other people a chance.
Rahul, may I now just come in very quickly? Look, it is clear and evident as daylight that their intention wasn't to have a full fleshed out debate on Manipur. Their entire agenda is how to project Rahul Gandhi as the best leader in the pack of this so-called opposition alliance that has been built. And therefore they are looking at timing. 1 second,
No.
I did not interrupt.
No, how
Rahul,
is that? How is that? No, come on. You
Rahul,
cannot
I
keep
should at
talking
least get
without
my
making any
opportunity to
sense.
speak. He's interrupting.
Mohan, let's be fair. Let him
I have
speak.
not
I'll
interrupted,
come back
not
to you for a
spoken in the
counter.
middle. Let me
All
make
right,
my
okay, come
point.
back to
How
you
is it
for a
affecting
counter.
you? I'm
Go
getting
ahead.
an opportunity only in 3 rounds once, and there also you are interrupting me. So let me speak my mind. The fact of the matter is that if they were concerned about Manipur, today they would have devoted maximum amount of time on Manipur. They did not. They would have said what have they done in the past. They used to lay statements, not even have a short discussion. The MOS laid a statement at the time when there was the largest amount of killings in Manipur and when there was the largest bandh in Manipur. Also, apart from that, the fact of the matter is that when should Rahul Gandhi speak so that he gets maximum mileage? And now politically that might be all right, but the fact is that this is not about principles at all. They were saying no, on principle issue we want Narendra Modi to be held accountable for this, and therefore we are holding this no confidence motion. We don't have the numbers. So what happened about that? And as far as your opposition unity is concerned, you got 102. We got 131 in what you were describing as the semi-final. So I think, and after that, Mr. Sandeep Dixit and a whole range of Congress leaders have attacked Arvind Kejriwal. So let us not get into the opposition unity bit. The fact is that this is a confidence building exercise for Rahul Gandhi, and his capabilities are very short, and therefore the Congress party is embarrassed to post him forward before the set
voters
time.
will decide, because that's most important.
No.
Yes, Mohan, very quickly.
I just have to say I love the fact that this entire debate has been made by Shehzad about Rahul Gandhi attacking him from the get-go. It just shows how terrified they are of his growing image.
No, Rahul Kaval made it about that. I have better things to discuss.
Actually, no, 1 second.
Rahul
Mohan
Kaval sets the
Kumaramangalam,
debate. I don't.
you read this wrong. No, can I say you read this wrong? Because it is actually in the BJP's estimate to their advantage. The more this becomes Modi versus Rahul, the more they think they benefit. The more it is Modi versus Team
I don't
India.
think I'm reading it wrong, Rahul. All I'm seeing is him trying to attack Rahul Gandhi without talking, about the merits of anyone else's arguments, and him coming up with some sort of trumped-up charge that we're trying to make this debate entirely about Rahul Gandhi, which isn't the case at all.
I want to walk across and show you some, data sets compiled by the India Today Data Intelligence Unit, which are viraling across social media to give you a sense of some of the context in what we are seeing in Parliament. So I'll start by showing you where the two alliances stand at this moment and how things have moved. So basically, we're expecting that in the 335 is the starting point of the NDA alliance. You can add to this the BJD and the YSRCP MPs, and 144 is where India stands at this moment. Let's just move to the next one. It will show you how vote percentages have moved. If you add up all the NDA alliance partners and the UPA alliance partners, you see that the UPA is at 27, the NDA at 37. So there's a 10% gap still. Let's take a look at the parties that are involved and their vote share. So 18 parties in the NDA, 26 in the UPA, and a lot of smaller parties joining the NDA as well. So taking the number up. So the NDA may have a more number of parties in terms of the sheer number of parties that are part of the NDA, but actual parties on the ground with a strong performance there, the UPA seems to score higher. Let's take a look at the close contest. The battles from the 2019 elections which were won by a margin of less than 5% of the votes. The BJP won 41 of those, the Congress 19, others 37. And this map gives you a visual representation of where most of those battles are. If you see, in the west, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, most of the battles were clear, decisive victories for the BJP. A lot of the closer battles are battles in states like Bihar, in states like West Bengal, in states like Orissa, in states like Andhra Pradesh. That is where some of the closer battles have taken place. Those are the seats. Why we've looked at seats less than 5% gap between the winner and losers, because those are the seats where the battle is likely to be most fierce, most closely contested. Let's take a look at how long trust votes have typically gone on for. So if you see, the longest trust vote was in 1964, which went on for 6 days. The discussion went on for 6 days. The first one in 1963, when Pandit Nehru was Prime Minister, went on for 4 days. Typically, it's been about 2.5 days. That's the typical duration of the discussion. But some interesting trivia in this timeline representation of how long each of these trust votes went on for. How will we decide, Rahul, who won and to what extent? As far as the numbers are concerned, the numbers very clearly and very strongly with the BJP. What will Mohan Kumaramangalam and the Congress try and take away? How will they try and prove that this no confidence motion actually served some purpose?
See, given the indication with Rahul Gandhi likely to speak on the last day, it seems that all the eggs have been put into Rahul Gandhi basket. It's totally up to Rahul Gandhi. So Shehzad may be right in a way that they are only trying to fix a battle, corner Prime Minister Narendra Modi and fix a summit battle between the two.
Is that a good idea?
I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea primarily because that not only, I will not comment on whether it is good vis-a-vis Modi versus Rahul, who wins. I think it is problematic vis-a-vis India also, because the high-hanging fruit in the India coalition is the fact they don't want to agree on a prime ministerial face. Anybody becoming the big brother or the big leader in the coalition will create jitters, and it is something that they have been trying to postpone, Rahul. 2 meetings, they have not even decided a convener. They may not fight elections together in most of the states. There might be no seat sharing. In a coalition where one-upmanship can be a problem, if Rahul Gandhi, to revive the Congress, sets up a battle, becomes the big brother in the coalition, there can be problems. So I think it can be a good thing for Congress, but for the coalition which they're trying to represent today, it can become a problem.
No, and the fact that the Congress has attempted so often, Mohan Kumaramangalam, to reinvent Rahul Gandhi and failed each time. They seem to think now, because of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, because he's just been reinstated as a member of parliament, that this time will be different. But if you look at the eloquence, the public speaking skills of both these contenders, Rahul Gandhi, very likely on day 3, has a very uphill task against him. I mean, I don't know, judge one way or the other, but he really does have a very uphill task against him. Do you want to put him under so much pressure?
I think he'll rise to the occasion as he always has in the past. And I also will say that you think he's failed, but your numbers say otherwise. If I go by the numbers you're quoting from your Lok Niti CSDS survey, which shows that after Bharat
There's still a big gap. He was losing with a massive margin. Now he's losing with a slightly less massive margin, but a massive margin nonetheless.
If you let me finish, Rahul. What I'm saying is that we are about 10 months away from Parliament. Every day things matter. So trajectory is what matters more than anything else. Yes, there is a gap. I'm not denying it. But I'm telling you that in terms of trajectory, he's making strides every day.
Shehzad, Surya Kumar Yadav was dismissed as a failed batsman. The Congress thinks Rahul Gandhi can do a Surya Kumar Yadav, come back from the dead and show that he's King Kong.
Whether Rahul Gandhi turns out to be Surya Kumar Yadav or he turns out to be a night watchman, it's not our issue. Our issue is that we have a star batsman in the form of Narendra Modi. Now please ask Mr. Dev whether he agrees with Mr. Mohan Kumaraswamy, whether that Rahul Gandhi is the rising star of the alliance.
My name
is it acceptable to Mr. Dev that it's not Mamta Banerjee, it is not Akhilesh Yadav, it is not anybody else, but it is only Rahul Gandhi.
Because
are not answering my question about has with his statements confirmed that no other leader can match up. Only Rahul.
Yes.
Yes, Vishwajit.
Sir, I feel sorry for you.
We have categorically explained this. We have categorically explained this, that this is an issue to be decided after the elections are over, after we defeat Mr. Narendra Modi and his NDA, then the 26 parties of the India Alliance will sit together.
But
and
you
decide
tell that to Congress,
about
why
the
are you telling
leadership.
me?
That has been made very clear.
Tell Congress.
Say
you tell Congress, why are you telling me? I am not involved in your alliance matters.
That the House was not being allowed to function by the opposition, that's not a fact. It is the government, it is the ruling party which did not allow the House to function.
Can I ask a question?
Okay, I'm out of time. I'm out of time.
One small question.
10 seconds. I'm out of time.
Mr. Dev,
could not raise their voices.
Mr. Dev, just on administrative experience, does Mamata Banerjee have more experience than Rahul?
The bulldozing.
Does
They
Mamata
have been
Banerjee,
bulldozing.
just on administrative experience, have more experience than
Of
Rahul?
course she does.
So scared
The
of the India
opposition
Alliance
parties.
and its unity.
The opposition
He can't even
parties.
answer for Mamata Didi.
Okay, I'm out of time.
This party will take
So
action
we
on
will
this.
have a day 2 and we will have a day 3.
You can't
You
have
have not allowed. You have not allowed
Tomorrow?
the opposition to raise their voices.
So you have 2 days to raise your voice and say what you will, and let the people of India judge what they think of what the government is saying, what they think of what the opposition is saying. We will track this political debate as best as we can. I want to thank our guests for joining us. The Congress thinks that Rahul Gandhi is more credible than he has been since 2014. And post the Bharat Jodo Yatra and post his reinstatement, they think he has more political chops than he has so far. But remember, he's up against the most dominating politician of this generation. Can he punch hard enough to land blows, or will Prime Minister Modi just decimate everything in his wake once he comes and bats last? We will track that very closely. I'm slipping into a break. Coming up on the other side, showdown over news portal NewsClick escalates. BJP alleges left leader Prakash Karat's involvement in the scandal. Details on the other side.
Communal flashpoint at Delhi's doorstep. Amidst the flames and rioting, India Today reporters fearless on the ground.
Stone pelting was so aggressive from the both sides.
Entire market in the area has been shut right now. Attacked the cyber police station of Noor.
Facts, questions,
What resulted in the communal clashes?
and first-hand reports.
एकदम ही पत्थर आए हैं ऊपर से छतों पे से गोली तक चली है पीछे वाला शीशा टूट लिया
100% accuracy amidst the blaze. We track the face of every story. India Today. India United.
The showdown over news portal NewsClick has escalated after claiming that the Congress had a China link. The BJP is now alleging that left leader Prakash Karat is involved in the scandal. Emails accessed by India Today reporters show the website NewsClick was asked to defend China on COVID and push Beijing's propaganda during the border clashes. Munish Pandey with these details.
In India Today unravels Congress-China link. A day after the government lashed out at the Congress and news website NewsClick, email exchanges have now emerged showing how Chinese propagandists were in direct touch with media in India. This is billionaire Neville Roy Singham, who's been accused of Chinese propaganda, emailing NewsClick director Prabir Purkhayas and CPM leaders like Prakash Karat with a Praise China toolkit. Sources tell India Today these email exchanges occurred during significant periods, including the early days of the COVID outbreak, during farmer protests in India, and the persisting border tensions between India and China. The way these emails were structured, it clearly reveals a clear inclination towards promoting Chinese propaganda.
The email conversations recorded by the Enforcement Directorate during the searches not only talk about how to keep China in a good light as far as its pandemic handling is concerned, but it also talks about some of the sensitive issues like India-China border. But the most important part is the email conversation with CPIM leader Prakash Karat, and the Bharatiya Janata Party has not only targeted opposition over this, but they have also raised this matter before the parliament.
Not just that, in stunning revelation, emails also talk about collaborations of the Indian communists with the Chinese. Sources say Prakash Karat expressed his satisfaction with the Chinese peace, despite knowing anti-China sentiments.
यदि न्यूज क्लिक का नाम यदि डिलीट या रेस्टोर हो गया, कांग्रेस को क्या समस्या है सर? न्यूज क्लिक आपका कौन लगता है? पुरकास्ट का नाम यदि रेस्टोर हो गया, पुरकास्ट आपका क्या लगता है? प्रकाश कारत साहब, उनका पूरा का पूरा मेल मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड आपको लाना चाहता हूं कि जो वो नेवेली राय सिंघम था उसके साथ उनके हजारों मेल हैं, और जब आप कहेंगे मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड उसको पेश कर दूंगा सर.
The government has now sharpened its attack on the Congress.
कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज़ क्लिक के साथ, कम्युनिस्ट बाकी दल ये भी उनका सहयोग करते रहे, लेकिन कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज़ क्लिक के साथ, न्यूज़ क्लिक के ऊपर चाइना का हाथ. तो किसका हाथ कहाँ कहाँ मिला है सबको समझ आता है.
कल जो है सर न्यूज क्लिक के ऊपर बड़ा हंगामा हुआ.
The Congress meanwhile has strongly objected to the comment made by the BJP leaders, calling them defamatory and demanding that the allegations made by Nishikant Dubey in Parliament must be expunged.
The mic of a particular BJP member, Mr. Dubey, was switched on and he proceeded to speak. And his sound was the only one coming through the translation headsets and through the record of the House, in which he levelled defamatory and libelous accusations against our party and by name two of its leaders. He cannot do so without giving notice in advance and getting the consent of the Speaker, which he had not done.
With more and more evidence emerging of the China NewsClick nexus to peddle Xi propaganda, the political fight is also heating up. With Munish Pandey in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. We'll track day 2 of what happens in Parliament all through the day, live across the India Today network. I look forward to seeing you at 8 p.m. tomorrow. Goodbye. Good night.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 26 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 26 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees.
Have a more livable earth that we are right now occupying. Truth is truth, however you say it. So music has that power. Difficult to say, can be expressed through music. Check 1, 2, 2, 2. How one can feel free expressing oneself. In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV when numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal only on India Today.
Music happens for a reason. I don't feel anymore. To be free. Feel that. There should be limitations with expressions that might harm others. As human beings, the bare minimum that we could do is be able to express freely.
So sorry.
नमस्ते टमाटर प्रेमियों, 104.8 इश्क एफएम पर आपको चखाना चाहता हूँ आजकल का टमाटरी गीत। ये हो ग्रेवी, बिरयानी, हो चटनी, पाव भाजी, सदमे में अम्मी और अब्बा, 1 किलो टमाटर, 200 का था बिल, बजट हिला मेरा रब्बा। टमाटर कैसे लोगे, 200 के किलो हो गए टमाटर। टमाटर कैसे लोगे, 200 के किलो हो गए टमाटर। किलो में ना निकले एक भी ढंग का, मम्मी का दिमाग था सन का। टमाटर जो ना मैं छांट के लाया, मम्मी लगा देगी लंका। टमाटर वाला एक नहीं आ रहा, ऑनलाइन भी चेक कर चुका मैं। मोहल्ले की सारी रेडी पूछ पूछ के मर चुका मैं। नहीं जरूरत बर्गर में टमाटर की, सलाद बन रही खीरा प्याज और गाजर की। एक टमाटर से पूरा दिन तुम चलाओ, 1 हो गई सिस्टर और अम्मा। टमाटर कैसे लोगे, 200 के किलो हो गए टमाटर।
Good evening, viewers. Let's take a look at the weather report across the major cities this evening. Thiruvananthapuram is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 38. Mumbai is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 66. Panji is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 68. Ahmedabad is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 69. Bhopal is at 28 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 24. Jaipur is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 75. Delhi is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 84. Srinagar is at 29 degrees Celsius with AQI being 69. Lucknow is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 101. Patna is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 57. Kolkata is at 30 degrees with an AQI of 60. Hyderabad is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 57. Bangalore is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 33. Chennai is at 36 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 44. This is all we have for you in this segment. Hope wherever you are, you find favorable weather around you. Keep watching India Today for all the weather updates with me AI Sana all through the day.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series, stay wild at heart. Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com, हर family होगी insured.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points, the big talking point. No confidence motion in Parliament. Who won day one, round one? That's the big question we're going to raise. Also, has the countdown to 2024 begun with that motion? And we'll also raise the other big question. Bulldozer Raj in new instant justice or illegal and unconstitutional? We're going to talk tough, and also talking tough with us will be Derek O'Brien, who's making the headlines. Was he suspended, not suspended from the Rajya Sabha? That story also coming up. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. Day one of a fiery no-confidence motion in Parliament. The Congress targets Modi government over Manipur violence. BJP taunts Rahul and Sonia Gandhi on corruption and dynastic politics. Heated war of words between Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar and Derek O'Brien in the House. The TMC MP asked to leave Parliament but isn't suspended. Did the government backtrack? AAP MP Raghav Chadda now faces a privilege motion over alleged forged signatures for a proposed select committee on the Delhi Services Bill. 6 MPs say names were added without consent. Rahul Gandhi's Ghar Wapsi day after being reinstated as Lok Sabha MP gets his 12th Tughlaq Lane bungalow back. Rahul says entire India is his home. Showdown over news portal NewsClick escalates. BJP alleges left leader Prakash Karat linked to American billionaire Neville Roy Singham, who funds outlets for China propaganda. Left denies the charges. Manipur police lodge FIR against Assam Rifles personnel for obstructing police during violence breakout at Kwakta district on August 5th. Claim Assam Rifles allowed Kuki militants to escape. Muslim body Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind approaches top court against bulldozer action in Haryana's new senior lawyer Kapil Sibal also moved Supreme Court against Gurugram Mahapanchayat, says calls to boycott Muslims has been made. Amidst rising crimes against women in Rajasthan, Gehlot government cracks down on all rape accused, issues ban on government jobs for all molestation and rape history sheeters. ED heat on Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. Enforcement watchdog summoned Soren on 14th August over land scam probe. But first to a major controversy that's happened in Parliament today. Heated exchange between the Rajya Sabha chairman and Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar and TMC MP Derek O'Brien. There's a controversy now over Derek O'Brien's outburst in the Rajya Sabha. The move to suspend the TMC MP has now been dropped. Derek O'Brien was asked to leave the Parliament, has returned 35 minutes later. The big question, of course, is will Derek O'Brien apologize for his remarks as demanded by the chairman and the vice president of the country, Jagdeep Dhankar? Let's just play some of those fiery scenes for you. What happened in the Rajya Sabha, and then go to Derek O'Brien. Listening to that fiery exchange between the Trinamool Congress MP and the chairman of the Rajya Sabha, the vice president, Jagdeep Dhankar. Take a look.
Are you raising point of order? Rule book. First the rule. Under which rule?
The rule is on page 92.
Yes, which rule?
The rule is 267. The leader of the opposition has been asking for a discussion on Bollywood. You allowed the discussion on Bollywood. That's my point of order.
Honorable members, I name Mr. Derek O'Brien. He must leave the house. I name him. Move it over. Yes.
I wish to move a motion for the suspension of Mr. Derek O'Brien for the remainder of this session for continuously and willfully disturbing the proceedings of the House, for disobeying the chair, and for continuously creating disturbance in the House. Respected sir, with your permission, I move for a motion that Shri Derek O'Brien be suspended from the services of the House for the remaining part of the current session for his unruly behavior unbecoming of a member of Rajya Sabha. Today, the 8th of August 2023, shouting slogans from the well of the House, thereby disregarding the authority of the chair, and from his chair disregarding every instruction of the chair, bringing disrepute and shame to this august House.
Derek O'Brien initially asked to leave the House, a resolution being passed by Piyush Goyal, the leader of the government in the Rajya Sabha, that Derek O'Brien should be suspended, and then he wasn't suspended. So what really happened? Derek O'Brien, Trinamool Congress MP joining us, suspended or not, Derek O'Brien, what has happened? You are, the chairman of the Rajya Sabha says you were engaging in unruly behavior. What really happened? Are you suspended or not?
You see, I'm not the person who can answer that question. All I know is the rules of the Rajya Sabha clearly state that if a motion has to be brought, a motion has to be voted upon, and after that motion is voted upon, then the member can be suspended. No motion has been voted upon today, so perhaps you should have also listened, Mr. Sardesai, to the 2 p.m. what the chairman have to say. The issue is that, okay, the issue is not whether Derek O'Brien is suspended or not suspended. The issue is much, much bigger. By the way, there's no suspension. The motion hasn't been moved. The issue is a much bigger issue. And let's not, with all this, get distracted from that big issue. What is that big issue? The India alliance. Congress, Trinamool, DMK, AAP, JDU, RJDs, SP, Shiv Sena, CPM, CPI, NCP, JMM, plus, of course, the Alliance plus BRS, all these parties together are making one appeal to the Prime Minister of India. Honorable Prime Minister, sir, you've never answered any questions ever in Parliament. You haven't come here for 19 days to speak on Manipur. You've come here in 2021 in the whole year for 4 hours. You campaign in 1 day in 4 hours. You pass bills in Parliament. 1/3 of those bills are anti-federal. Mr. Prime Minister, what can be so important that you don't want to come to Parliament? These are all members of Parliament. Mr. Prime Minister, you're the first Prime Minister of India to be born in independent India. Come to Parliament. Talk to us about Manipur. Even if you don't talk to us first, then listen, then talk. Mr. Prime Minister of India, you're a child of federalism. You were the Chief Minister of Gujarat. So Manipur is a state.
No, did you explode? Are you telling me you exploded because of the Prime Minister still continuing not to speak on Manipur in Parliament? He will speak, of course, in the Lok Sabha on the no confidence motion on Thursday. But what sparked off this sudden heated round between you and Jagdeep Dhankar? Derek O'Brien ko gussa kyun aaya?
This is not, don't make it a matchup between the chairman of the Rajya Sabha and the parliamentary party leader of the Trinamool Congress in the Rajya Sabha. This is an issue which is going on from the 20th of July. The India Alliance parties have been trying to work out any way possible to get the Prime Minister to come. Please give me 1 minute to explain this. First, we've been asking every day for an emergency rule 267 discussion. Government is saying no to that. Prime Minister, come. Government has come up with a rule saying 176, which is a light discussion. My colleagues, actually, from the Congress, Jairam Ramesh, myself, Mr. Ram Gopal Yadav, Mr. Siva, 3-4 of us sat down in the CPM with the leader of the House and the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, and we said, listen, this was over tea. We want 267. You want 176. Here's an idea to discuss Manipur. People of India are not interested in your rules and the number of the rule. People of India want a discussion on Manipur. So we've given them a solution 4 days ago to come have a discussion.
No, you are insisting that the Prime Minister be part of that discussion. That's where the breakdown has taken place.
Absolutely. Mr. Sardesai, if the Prime Minister has the time to go for photo opportunities to release cheetah cubs, 9 of them which sadly die. In the last 10 days or last 1 month, the Prime Minister has been to 7 countries around the world in 30 days. If the Prime Minister of India can go and address the officers of the Indian Forest Service, by all means, if the Prime Minister can go to Maharashtra and get an award, congratulations to him. He can do all this. We're very humbly, very calmly asking the Prime Minister to come to Parliament. This is the same Prime Minister, mind you, who genuflected and did pranam on the footsteps of Parliament. But the Prime Minister has to come to Parliament. Which MP, doesn't matter which party you belong to, even if you're not part of the India Alliance, would not want his Prime Minister or her Prime Minister to come to Parliament. Now, if you want us to sit down there like students in the class, whose teacher hasn't come for 19 days to class and every day we'll go into school, or better still, you know what? You know that para, you love cricket, even I like cricket. This is like that when we used to play para cricket in Calcutta, the locality cricket. If you were losing, you take the bat away, you take the ball away, and that's how none of us could play cricket. We want Parliament to function.
No, you want Parliament to function, but you also want the Prime Minister to speak on Manipur. That's not happening in the Rajya Sabha, as a result of which the Rajya Sabha will not debate Manipur. What have you gained out of this?
No, what do you want us to? Please, you give us a suggestion, Mr. Sardesai. You're a senior pro. We've even come off 267. We want the Prime Minister of India, if the Council of States wants the Prime Minister of India from the 20th of July now to the 8th of August and 11th of August to come to Parliament. Is it too much? Is it too much of a demand?
Can I?
Is it too much of a demand? Okay, we can try some. If something is making uncomfortable, maybe the Prime Minister feels, no, I don't want to be facetious. This is a very serious issue. They have not, BJP have not even sent a delegation to Manipur. We've sent let the Prime Minister not only come there, let the Prime Minister lead us. Lead opposition MPs, all MPs, India Alliance MPs, BJP MPs. Come on. Have a discussion here, and on the weekend or on Monday, let's all go to Manipur.
Can I ask you a simple question at the end? Is there a complete breakdown in trust between you and the chairman of the Rajya Sabha, between you and Piyush Goyal, the leader of the government in the Rajya Sabha, between the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition? There's no dialogue. I mean, we are, all of you on taxpayers' money, session after session, complete mistrust, every session virtually ending in a logjam.
Mr. Sardesai, thank you for giving me time on your platform today to express the views which my colleagues also from the India Alliance are expressing. If you think we are asking for too much, asking for the Prime Minister to come and participate in a debate in both houses, if that is too much and you think we are being cussed, how can you think that? I will still use your platform to appeal again to the Prime Minister. That is not about ego, this is not about arrogance. Please come, sir. Come, not for our sake. You don't like India Alliance, you have lots of things to say about us, keep saying that. But for the sake of the people of Manipur, for the sake of the people of India, please, sir, you please come to Parliament. Please come. We will listen to you. We are not jumping into the well. Mr. Amit Shah spoke in Rajya Sabha. Nobody jumped into the well. His body language to us was very different, very aggressive. But okay, we heard him out. Asking the Prime Minister of India, why does he suffer from parliamentophobia? Parliamentophobia must be a new word which expresses.
He says you all suffer from Modi phobia. He says you all suffer from Modi phobia. You say he suffers from parliamentary phobia.
I'll tell you.
Yes.
Mr. Satisai,
30 seconds.
Mr. Satisai, let me end by telling you, I've given you facts. No questions answered in Parliament. 4 hours spent in 2021. Not come for Manipur for the last 20 days. These are the facts.
Okay.
The young people of India especially are listening. India jeetega Bharat. That's what the change will take place.
Okay, we'll wait and see whether any change takes place in 2024. But for now, Derek O'Brien, you're not suspended apparently after being asked to leave the house. Either way, you're here on TV being heard. Appreciate your joining us. Derek O'Brien, there at the top of the news. From there, let's turn to what was the meat of what happened in Parliament. The debate on the no confidence motion in the Lok Sabha that was moved by the opposition began in the Lok Sabha. This is the second face-off between the NDA and opposition alliance India in Parliament after yesterday's vote in the Rajya Sabha on the Delhi Services Bill. It was a fiery debate with both sides training their guns on each other. The battle for 2024 has begun. Listen in.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मौन रहने का कि वो अपनी भूल कबूल करना नहीं चाहते। अगर वो बोले तो कि उनकी चूक हुई है राज्य सरकार से, तो ये भूल वो कभी जनता के सामने कबूल नहीं करना चाहते, मौन रहना पसंद करते हैं। और ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ है, ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ है जब भारत के स्वर्ण पदक लाने वाले कुश्ती के महिला खिलाड़ी जब सड़क पे जब विरोध कर रहे थे तो प्रधानमंत्री मौन थे। जब अडानी पर इसी सदन में राहुल गांधी जी ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से सवाल किया कि कितने बार अडानी जी एक विशेष कंपनी को प्रधानमंत्री के साथ जाने पर उनको सुविधा हुआ, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन थे।
वर्षों से आपका नेग्लिजेंस, वर्षों से जो आपने नॉर्थ ईस्ट को अपने पे मरने के लिए छोड़ दिया, हैंड होल्डिंग करने के लिए आप सोचा नहीं है, उसी का नतीजा है। 2014 के बाद मोदी जी इस देश का जब प्रधानमंत्री के कुर्सी पर बैठे, उसके बाद एक भी पूरे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में नया कोई मिलिटेंसी गुट खड़ा नहीं हुआ। उस समय का तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी तो खुद राज्यसभा, तो लोकसभा से नहीं आए थे, असम के सीट से, असम के कोटा से राज्यसभा के सदस्य बने, 2 बार प्रधानमंत्री बने। कभी भी विकास के नाम पर नॉर्थ ईस्ट का दौरा नहीं किया। पहले ही बैठक में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक ग्रुप बनाया और कहा कि हर एक 15 दिन में 5 कैबिनेट मंत्री और 7 राज्य मंत्री हर एक 15 दिन में नॉर्थ ईस्ट का दौरा करना है, और अभी भी चल रहा है। अभी यहाँ जितना मंत्री बैठे हैं सब ने लगातार गए हैं, वो भी वहाँ प्रदेश का, वहाँ राजधानी सिर्फ सीमित नहीं, दूर दराज गांव तक दौरा होता है और लोगों के साथ वार्तालाप करते हैं। यही
सोनिया जी का मैं बड़ा सम्मान करता हूं सर। सोनिया जी, मुझे जो लगता है कि उनके पार्टी की, उनकी 2 मनस्थिति है। वो एक हिंदू सभ्यता संस्कृति में बिलीव कर रही हैं, इसीलिए अलौकिका पंडिता की तरह जो पूरा किताब में लिखा हुआ है कि क्या क्या करना चाहिए एक भारतीय नारी को, उसका पूरा का पूरा पिक्चर सोनिया जी देती है। उनको 2 काम करना है, बेटे को सेट करना है और दामाद को भेंट करना है।
अरे जिसका निर्णय है वो बोले ना।
हम ये पूछना चाहते हैं कि 18 राउंड मिलिट्री टू मिलिट्री बातचीत हुई है चीन के साथ, और 18 राउंड में क्या निष्कर्ष निकला है? क्या ये बात सही है कि जितने बफर जोन बने हैं वो सारे बफर जोन भारत की सरजमीन में बने हैं? जितने बफर जोन बने हैं मिलिट्री टू मिलिट्री टॉक्स के बावजूद, वो बनस्पत वो भारत की सरजमीन में बने हैं। हम ये पूछना चाहते हैं कि जो विदेश मंत्रालय के स्तर पे बातचीत चल रही है चीन के साथ, उसका क्या निष्कर्ष निकला? ये सारे गंभीर सवाल हैं जिनका जवाब आप सरकार को देना पड़ेगा।
Okay, so the opposition's talking points, let's summarize them. Manipur ethnic clashes, the Prime Minister has been silent. Price rise, the government hasn't done enough in recent months to check it. The Chinese intrusion, complete non-transparency, misuse of institutions, governments being toppled, and communal strife being increased. This is the opposition charge. What are the government's talking points on day 1 of the no confidence vote? Northeast, the government says, has not been neglected in Prime Minister Modi's time. Rahul Gandhi symbolizes dynasty politics. The Congress is a corrupt party. Modi is a world leader. The Prime Minister is being victimized over his OBC status, and the so-called India coalition is a coalition of compulsion. These are the big talking points both sides have made. The big questions though, who won round 1, day 1 of that no confidence vote? Is the Congress setting the stage for Rahul versus Modi? Rahul Gandhi not speaking today, likely now only to speak on Thursday as the countdown to 2024 begun. Joining me on our face-off, Govt Bhatia, the BJP spokesperson, JB Mathur, the Congress MP. Appreciate both of you joining us. Govt Bhatia, the Prime Minister under attack for silence on Manipur. He's likely to speak, of course, on Thursday. But how do you respond to that? That according to the opposition, speaker after speaker said Prime Minister doesn't want to speak on any uncomfortable issues, be it China, be it Manipur.
So Rajdeep, I'll come to each of the issues you just discussed. But I must say that you call a member of parliament, Mr. Derek O'Brien, who's not famous for his conduct inside the parliament. He makes allegations against the government and he's given a clean floor. I don't know why. You should either have a face-off or you should also invite a Bharatiya Janata Party
I had
leader
invited him to
who
find
can
out
answer
why.
and also
I had
ask
invited him
Mr.
to explain
Derek
his
O'Brien.
behavior in parliament.
Okay, it didn't sound like that. Okay. Because if I was the anchor, I would have asked him about the jungle raj that prevails in West Bengal. I would have asked him, why is it that 50 citizens of India lost their lives after the Panchayat election? I would have asked him, the Calcutta High Court reprimanded Mamta Banerjee and Mamta Banerjee has not spoken about it. I would have asked him that how is it that Congress workers are killed and there are allegations of corruption leveled by Rahul Gandhi against Mamta Banerjee and they are yet together. Having said that, now I'll come to today's topic. Today, this alliance, that is the Thug alliance, people.
Mr. Prime Minister, in whom the entire country has immense confidence.
Has immense confidence, and the reason is very simple. Narendra Modi ji is a leader whose stature is recognized world over world. Today, let's start by what the media was reporting, even your channel was reporting. It was being said Rahul Gandhi will open the speech. The Congressy chamchas were saying Tiger will be roaring. And it came out to be a damn quib. There wasn't any statement or speech by Rahul Gandhi, and he was hit wicket even before he entered the pitch of Parliament. Second, we must remember, this no confidence motion has been moved by the opposition party when they lack the numbers. So they will be given a tight slap on the tent.
They moved it because they say the Prime Minister, that's the only way to get the Prime Minister to speak in Parliament. The only way to get Prime Minister Modi to speak in Parliament was to have a no confidence motion. Otherwise he doesn't speak.
Rajdeep, last time I remember in 2018 also there was a no confidence motion that was brought in, and Congress party and other opposition parties suffered a very humiliating defeat. If you want to talk about Manipur, let me make it very clear that Amit Shah ji on the floor of the House even yesterday said that I invite the opposition parties to have a discussion on Manipur alone. That would be a discussion in both houses. Unlike the no confidence motion, that would be a discussion only in the Lok Sabha. Second, Amit Shah ji very categorically said this also, that there would be no time limit. I asked myself, if they were concerned about Manipur, why is it that today the Congress leaders, the Samajwadi Party leader, they discussed China, they discussed inflation, they discussed ED CBI, they discussed petrol diesel prices, they discussed employment and unemployment numbers, farmers and institutions being destroyed. That itself shows the hypocrisy of the opposition, that if Manipur was such an important issue for them, then I think they should have stuck to Manipur to discuss every aspect of it threadbare.
Gaurav Gogoi focused on Manipur. I mean, a no confidence motion can be on a variety of issues.
Okay, so let me now answer. Now, Manipur incident, a ghastly incident where two of our sisters were paraded naked. I think it puts us to shame. But I want to ask, that dignity of a woman, irrespective of the state where she comes from, is a very vital issue. I want to ask Gaurav Gogoi or Rahul Gandhi or Sonia Gandhi, how many times has Sonia Gandhi ever commented on a rape happening in Rajasthan or Chhattisgarh? 6,337 rapes according to the NCRB data of 2021. Rajdeep, would you not agree? Those women are also entitled to the same dignity when we discuss the women of Manipur. Second, the Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot says that 50% of the complaints lodged by women are fake. The minister says ये मर्दों का प्रदेश है तो इसलिए रेप ज्यादा होते हैं. छत्तीसगढ़ मिनिस्टर सेज छोटा रेप हो गया छत्तीसगढ़ में. दिव्या मदेरना, who's an MLA of the Congress party in Rajasthan, says, I'm not safe. How would the woman be safe? And I would say one thing, if it's a law and order issue, how many times has the delegation of this Thakbandan visited West Bengal? I just cited an example, 50 lives lost. Has this Thakbandan cared to go there? How many times have you done a show asking Gandhi Parivar, either Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Vadra Gandhi or Sonia Gandhi, about the 6,337 rapes that have happened in Rajasthan? Six times the number of Uttar Pradesh.
Place in Rajasthan, Bengal, Chhattisgarh, Manipur, we speak out. We have done stories on all, but
how many debates?
No, 1 minute.
Give me one debate.
Give me one debate. Okay,
Rajiv, just one debate.
We have done
Can
several.
you give me any date?
I will show you the debates. I will put it out.
That happened in Rajasthan pertains to dignity of a woman. How many debates and which date? Can you tell me? I'm asking you. You're a very seasoned journalist. Please tell me.
I have told you we have done a series of stories on it, but JB Mathur must respond. JB Mathur, the
No,
allegation,
you.
I am
9
not,
o'clock.
sir, let the
one
Congress
debate.
Okay,
Give me
we
the
will,
date by the end of this discussion.
Okay, JB Mathur, can you tell us from the Congress perspective that this no confidence motion, according to the BJP, is actually not going to work in terms of numbers, and the Congress party is flailing in the winds, according to him. One moment talking about China, one about Manipur, one about the price of tomatoes. What is your focus?
Rajdeep, from July 20th, we have been asking both in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha that we should have a discussion on Manipur. Now, I want to say that we can bring a horse to the water, but we cannot make it drink. Now, what has happened is we have brought the parliament to a discussion on Manipur, and Congress party and Team India Alliance has very categorically, I mean, how can anybody say that we have not spoken about Manipur? India has seen it. India has seen it what Gaurav Gogoiji has spoken. Now, ideally, what is the situation? When Gaurav Gogoiji has laid down the situation in Manipur, asked questions to Prime Minister, whatever the atrocities that are happening, what is promised, what has not been delivered, not steps being taken, what are the reactions happening there, everything is laid down by Gaurav Gogoi. And Nishikant Dubeji, ideally, what should have been done? He should have spoken about Manipur. I am not saying about everyone, but at least due to time constraint, we cannot say about everyone. But the first speaker of BJP or NDA, did he say anything about Manipur other than making jibes at Rahul Gandhi or Sonia Gandhi? Did he say what are the steps taken by government in Manipur did he say what the Chief Minister has done there? Did he say anything, any mention about Manipur? I want to say that normally we say never judge a book by its cover. Now we should rephrase it as never judge BJP MP speech by the heading it says. Because heading is Manipur and they talk about everything else other than Manipur. Now, this is not the way it should have happened.
No, is the debate, JB Mathur, is the Congress saying, no, ma'am, but is the Congress saying this no confidence motion is about Manipur, or is it about a variety of issues where you believe the Modi government has to give answers? Is it simply to get Prime Minister Modi to answer on Manipur? Is that your sole aim?
No, it is not simply, you cannot take it, you cannot make it look like a light thing that to make Prime Minister speak on Manipur. It is the most crucial thing as far as India Alliance is concerned, as far as Congress party is concerned. We have been asking both in Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha that Prime Minister should come and speak, and he doesn't speak. That's why I said we have managed to get the horse to the water. Now, whether the Prime Minister, when he comes on 10th, whether he will speak on Manipur, from whatever we have seen of NDA MPs, they are not speaking on Manipur. They are speaking about different things. Now, Gaurav Gogoi's speech, is he not Indian National Congress? Is he not India Alliance? Did he not mention, did he not clarify, did he not explain the situation in Manipur? Did he not ask the Prime Minister why a few questions to Prime Minister? Did anybody touch upon those issues? And also not just NDA MPs, BJP spokesperson, whether it is BJP MPs or NDA spokesperson in a channel debate, they want to talk about everything else other than Manipur. That's what we witness now also. The BJP spokesperson don't want to talk about the debate or no confidence motion that took place in the Lok Sabha today. He is still wanting to talk about Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, not on Manipur.
No, but JB Mathur, there's another question which Gaurav Gogoi said. He said Rahul Gandhi was supposed to roar like a tiger on day one. He seems to have pushed his speech to last day. Is that strategic? Does he want to make it Rahul Gandhi versus Mr. Modi?
See, the BJP ministers, whether it's Birla Joshi or MP Nishikant Dubeji, they all saying this, why Rahul Gandhi didn't come. What are they asking? From July 20th, we are demanding Prime Minister should come. He has not stepped into the parliament. Rahul Gandhi was disqualified. and after reinstating, he reached Parliament within 1 hour. He was in Parliament, sitting in the Parliament, being part of the Parliament proceedings, and this no confidence motion, while it's happening, also Rahul Gandhi is part of the discussion, part of the discussion, witnessing everything. And you are talking about, oh, why Rahul Gandhi is not speaking, when Prime Minister has not even had the courtesy to step into the Parliament, whether it's Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha.
JB, you made the point. You made the point.
Day one of the session, where is he? Where is he? Why is he not coming
missing?
to Parliament?
Prime Minister is missing, according to the Congress, Govt Bhatia. Even today, he was not there when the no confidence motion opened. He has barely attended Parliament. He has hardly spoken in this session. Entire Lok Sabha, he's hardly spoken. The Congress says, Prime Minister missing in action. Your quick final response.
Radhim, first of all, let me remind the Congress party about the 1993 situation in Manipur. And Congress was in power. Do you know, for 6 months, they could not even control the situation. Hundreds of lives were lost. And do you know who responded on the floor of the House? Not even the Home Minister. It was the Minister of State Home, Rajesh Pilot, at that time who responded. When Amit Shah ji wanted to respond and speak, and without any time limit, they said, "Inki haisiyat kya hai?" Is this the kind of decency we will see from the Congress party? Second, I just want to say that strategic. What is so strategic about Rahul Gandhi not speaking? I think he got up late. He didn't prepare his speech well. He didn't understand the issue. He must have gone to Sonia Gandhi. Sonia Gandhi would have told him that please wait for a day or two, prepare yourself, because stakes are very high. As it is, you lost from Amethi. Was losing from Amethi and moving to Wayanad strategic? Was apologizing to the Supreme Court after casting aspersions on the judiciary and attributing a statement to them, Chaukidar chor hai, Supreme Court ne kaha hai, strategic? What is the strategic business? Can't we see that this NDA is nothing but a Bahatak Bandhan? There are so many contradictions. Just yesterday, Sandeep Dikshit and their earlier state president, Mr. Agarwal, Jayaprakash Agarwal, I think, he had said that supporting the Delhi Services Bill is not right for the party. So this is nothing but this is a comedy of errors, and these people are going to lose.
Okay.
And no confidence motion. If you discuss everything, wait for the response of the Prime Minister. It would be a hard-hitting, fact-oriented and reflecting the mood of the nation when he responds.
Okay, I will wait for the Prime Minister. Just to say, since you wanted to know, when have you discussed Rajasthan? July 27th. We had a full debate on
debate.
Yes, full debate, D-E-B-A-T, July 27th.
Yes. Tell me the date, I'll check. Sometimes it's difficult to trust you, that's why. I'll do a fact check on you.
Okay, you're welcome to do a fact check, July 27th. Meanwhile, JB Mathur, very quickly, Rahul Gandhi will speak on the last day now. He will speak, right?
Rahul Gandhi has been continuously voicing for all the concerns. Now, why is everybody behind why Rahul Gandhi is not speaking? I don't understand. Like, Rahul Gandhi was disqualified. Rahul Gandhi is there in the parliament witnessing everything, and Prime Minister is missing. The lives are lost in Manipur. People are displaced. Women are getting raped. Manipur is burning, and Prime Minister is not even in the house for a single day or single hour. Rahul Gandhi has been voicing both outside, inside, and you will see it.
Okay, we'll wait and see. Rahul Gandhi and Narendra Modi, both slated most probably to speak on Thursday. Watch out for that. For now, Govt Bhatia, JB Mathur, for joining me on round one of Vote of Confidence. Thank you very much. Let's turn from there to our other big focus. The Haryana bulldozer action in Nuh has now reached the Supreme Court. Senior counsel today, Kapil Sibal, moved to the top court not just against the bulldozer action, but also against the Gurugram Mahapanchayat, which called for an economic boycott of Muslims. The Mahapanchayat, which was called to oppose the police crackdown on village youths, urged people to stop renting out houses and shops to Muslims. Kapil Sibal raised the issue before Justice Chandrachud and said that this was clearly unconstitutional. Let's take a look at what's been happening on the ground in Nuh when it comes to bulldozers that seem to be taking on one community. Take a look.
The bulldozers came to grinding halt in Haryana's Nuh district. The Punjab and Haryana court on Monday came down heavily on the Manohar Lal Khattar government over the demolition drive. The court, taking suo motu notice in a scathing order, said that the law and order problem in Nuh is being used as a ruse to carry out the demolition drive. The court said the issue is whether buildings belonging to a particular community are being brought down and whether ethnic cleansing is being conducted by the state. Scores of buildings were demolished before the High Court stepped in. Liaquat Ali's tile shop on the Nuh Alwar Road is one of them. Ali claims he had given shelter to a few Bajrang Dal workers who were trapped by the rioters but still was targeted.
फिर वो जब झगड़ा हो के नहीं आए इधर वो बजरंग दल वाले 4-5 बंदे जो घेर लिए वो झगड़ा करने वालों ने तो वो इधर आए भाग के नहीं तो शटर खोली शटर के अंदर वो ले लिए फिर शटर लगा के नहीं अंदर से ताला लगा दिया हमको। अच्छा। वो हमारे पास 5-6 घंटा रहे हैं। ठीक है। उनके ना जैसे हमारे पे हुई चाय पानी भी उनके करी हमने और उनको जब थोड़ा शांति होगी तो उनको गाड़ी में बिठा के नहीं फिर थाने में उनको छोड़ के नहीं आए।
Ali rejects allegations of any role in the violence.
नहीं पत्थरबाजी कोई सबूत दिखाओ कोई पत्थरबाजी का कोई कुछ नहीं दिखा। हाँ कोई कुछ नहीं दिखाए मांगा हमने कि सबूत दिखाओ कोई। हाँ वो जो आरएसएस वाले उनकी जब गाड़ी जल रही थी वही कि भाई हम गाड़ी देख सकें मगर भाई देख लो वही चढ़े थे ऊपर भी बताया उन्हें पीछे बेचारे जब गिरा दिए तो उन्होंने कही कि भाई हमारी तो इन्हें जान बचाई तुम इन्हीं के मकान क्यों गिरा रहे हो इन्हें तो हमारी जान बचाई उन्हें फ़ोन किया है उन्हें।
People at the receiving end allege the bulldozer action is targeted at one community.
ये असल में जी ये जो दुकान है ये सब मुसलमानों की है लेकिन हाँ हिंदू इनमें रहते हैं किराए पे लेकर और दुकान ये मुसलमानों की है। अब जाहिर सी बात है भाई ये पूरी मुसलमानों की मार्केट है दुकान है वो किराए पे रहते थे लेकिन एक कार्रवाई तो भाई यही है कि भाई मुसलमानों को ही गिराया जा रहा है।
Residents in the area claim no notices were issued to the owners before bulldozers were unleashed.
जो गरीब आदमी भी है उनके पेट पे लात मारी जा रही है। जैसे हर किसी बंदे का एक जरिया होता है कमाने का तो किसी के भाई रोड पे दुकान है तो वो कैसे कैसे गुजारा कर रहा है वहाँ रह के तो उनकी जो फूट टूट हो रही है वो गलत हो रही है बिल्कुल। यहाँ वो
जो भी जैसे बुलडोजर चला रहे हैं सर जो अवैध कब्जा है सर उसको हटाएं उसके लिए भी नोटिस देना चाहिए पहले वो अपने कम से कम मकान में से सामान को निकाल लें। वो जो अचानक आज ही नोटिस दिए आज ही मकान फूटे तो नुकसान तो होएगा ना।
तो सबको नोटिस दें हिंदू भाई को भी मुसलमान को भी कम से कम और जो अवैध कब्जा बस हटाएं। ये तो गलत है अचानक से जा करके बिल्डोजर चला दिया ये तो बेतुक।
From Uttar Pradesh to Madhya Pradesh to Haryana, bulldozers have become a favored mode of crackdown in BJP-ruled states. But how legal are these tools of providing so-called instant justice? The courts are yet to give a clear view on this. With Sushant Mehra and Himanshu Mishra, Bureau Report, India Today.
So are the bulldozers being targeted at one community as was alleged in the courts? Is this instant justice or is this an illegal crackdown? Colin Gonsalves, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court is with us. Siddharth Yadav is BJP spokesperson from Haryana is with us. Appreciate both of you joining us. Colin Gonsalves, is this instant justice if these are the areas from where stones were thrown according to the police in Haryana? Why should the government of Haryana or the local authorities not act against the residents there who are involved in illegal activities is the charge being made?
I think, Rajdeep, the way you put the question itself has the answer. Let us suppose people standing on a building throw stones. Does it mean that a government-sponsored bulldozer action is permissible to destroy building after building after building? In law, there's a principle called proportionateness. You throw stones and therefore you break buildings of people one after the other. And I tell you, Rajdeep, this is only happening because our judiciary has failed us in these kind of cases. And our judiciary has become very insensitive when it comes to housing for poor people.
No, the Punjab and
If we had
Haryana High
stopped
Court
it-
moved yesterday and put a stay on all these demolitions.
No, you're right. It's so surprising and so fresh. I was so stunned when the Punjab and Haryana High Court said this is ethnic cleansing. It's sharp language, strong language. This is how the judiciary should be. But this is only happening in Haryana because when it happened in UP, our judges remained totally unconcerned with the plight of people and their housing situation and so on. So the Punjab and Haryana has done something extraordinary, and I applaud those judges, not only for stopping the demolition boldly, they did it suo motu without anybody approaching them, and they used the word ethnic cleansing. This bulldozing is directed against a community, a minority community, and it's only because the minority community exists and the politics of the ruling party is against the minority community that the bulldozers are set out. I applaud the Punjab and Haryana High Court for their incredible stand, even in the face of the Supreme Court generally showing very little interest in matters relating to demolitions in UP. UP got away with it completely.
Can I just stop you for a moment? Siddharth Yadav respond. These are words that were used by the Punjab and Haryana High Court saying you cannot just go in and bulldoze houses without adequate notice. It's not enough to say that this is where the riots took place. We are bulldozing houses. That's not the law of the country. Is there a recognition that what happened in Haryana, the demolition, was illegal, or is it simply to widen the divide, to show to the Hindu voters, देखो मैंने मुसलमानों के घर demolish कर दिए, उन्होंने वहाँ आतंक फैला दिया? Is that the reason? Is this to stir some kind of a Hindu-Muslim divide on the ground? Where is the rule of law?
Absolutely not, Rajdeep. And whatever is happening according to the rule of law. The governments are responsible that no illegal occupation happens. There's no encroachment of government land by any, be it by mafias or by any individual of the country. And the government is taking action on the same. The High Court has observed on something on the procedural issues, and we have respected the High Court's observations, and we have stayed the demolitions for now. But we are very committed that we will take back every piece of land which is illegally encroached.
No, but did it require a riot to wake up to this? Let's assume that there were illegal encroachments that need to be removed. Did it require a riot for that to happen? Even if there's an illegal encroachment, there needs to be some kind of a process that is followed. You can't go overnight and just remove houses. The point is, there must be a process. India, as of now, follows a due process of law, and governments must also follow it, Siddharth.
Yes, absolutely. India always follows the process of law.
No, it doesn't.
And it is for the courts. It is for the courts to decide, Rajdeep, not for you and me, not on a television.
No, the courts decided yesterday. The courts suo motu decided that the law was not being followed.
It did not. Rajdeep, it did not. It did not. Court has observed. The next hearing is on 11th. Court has observed for now. The matter is going to go on. We have seen earlier cases also. The UP bulldozer case also came up in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court observed that we cannot put an omnibus ban on demolitions. The Supreme Court said this. Our High Court has an opinion. The case will go on. In this also, there's a due process of law. So we can't just be jumping the gun. But when it comes down to the question that you asked me, that is it only against, is it, you meant to ask that, is it a vendetta by the government? It's absolutely not. Okay. You must understand, I'll reverse your question. If the government gets to know there are illegal occupations there, should the government keep quiet? Should the government not move ahead? Removing encroachment on government land?
Yeah, but the point is that did it require a terrible riot in Nuh for that to happen? And the other question, Siddharth, therefore, is that now we've got a Gurugram. The reason I asked is now we've got a Mahapanchayat in Gurugram which is calling for an economic and social boycott of Muslims. Today, Kapil Sibal has raised this before the Chief Justice. He's going to look at it. But what is effectively, it seems Haryana is going to the polls next year. The BJP wants to feed on a Hindu-Muslim divide. Should politicians accept a Mahapanchayat calling for a social boycott, economic boycott of Muslims? Do you approve of it?
Rajdeep, these are two very different issues. Government's action is very different. Mahapanchayat discussing something is very different. We must not mix them. What the government is doing is absolutely as per the law. If there is any encroachment on government land, on public roads or any place, it is the duty, the government is duty bound to remove any such occupation. And we have been doing so in all the states. thousands of crores of our property is illegally occupied, illegally encroached by mafias. Should the government not be taking action on that? The same is happening in
But
Haryana.
this has been happening in Nuh. The illegal encroachments in Nuh have existed for years. That time the administration didn't do anything. It wakes up only when there is a riot.
Same thing
happened in Uttar Pradesh.
No, you are free to say this, but this is not the case. Regular demolition drives happen everywhere. Especially after a riot, if the government is inquiring into something, because this is not just a chain, it did not begin from a riot. The link that you are trying to draw, that after riot such thing has happened, I think the link should be drawn that after the investigation by Haryana police over cyber crimes in Mewat happened, more than 5,000 policemen went there, nabbed a lot of people involved in cyber crimes. After that, the riots have happened. We have seen a lot of people accused in those cases also rioting there. And the demolitions are following. So if the government gets to know that there are certain entities, certain places where such criminal activities are going on, and the government is taking action upon those, it's absolutely by the law. And the government is duty bound to do it.
Can I give Colin Gonsalves a final word? Colin Gonsalves, there'll be a perception out there. Viewers also watching. Look, they saw the riots. They will believe that these are people, according to authorities, there are Rohingyas who are illegal immigrants who are living in Nuh. Their houses have to go. What's wrong if the government believes illegal encroachments have to go?
Because Rajdeep, this whole thing of Rohingyas, let's take that for first of all. We must know that the Rohingyas are protected under Article 21, the right to life, which protects not only Indians, it protects everyone within the territory. And these are asylum seekers. These are refugees. They have the UNHCR, United Nations High Commission for Refugees.
If they are involved in illegal activities?
Now, very good question. This was raised by the earlier Law Minister Rijuju repeatedly on television. And in that television debate, I reminded him that there is not a single case in the country reported of Rohingyas engaging in serious crimes. A small fight here and a small fight there. And I can remind you when Rijuju said about Jammu and Kashmir that there are anti-national Rohingyas who are engaging in anti-national activities, the Director General Police of Jammu and Kashmir made a statement on television that we have checked all the areas where the Rohingyas stay, and there is not a single Rohingya terrorist in the country. And then Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee made a statement that we can confirm that the DGP statement is correct. There is not a single Rohingya terrorist in the country.
So what you're saying...
It's all empty talk.
Okay, you're saying this is empty talk. This is designed to discriminate and target a particular community. I wish, Siddharth, we had longer time on it. We'll keep this debate going. We are going to look at what the Supreme Court does. This is a critical issue. Can you use a bulldozer as justice, as instant justice, or must you follow the rule of law? To my mind, it seems very simple. Follow the rule of law. Think about it. If you're in a middle-class colony and a home was to be destroyed, you'd be up and about. When it happens in Nuh, you don't seem to be as concerned. That's my big beef at the moment. But I appreciate both my guests joining me on the news today. Let's take a break. When we return, we're going to tell you the other side of the story. We had reported about Kalu Mia, who had lost his shop in the attack on Gurugram that followed Nuh. Well, guess what? People have come together and given him a home and shop. The news today. News without the noise. Back in a moment.
Meet the men Monu Manesar and Bittu Bajrangi who inflamed Mewat, who triggered the fiery chain reaction.
आपके वीडियोस ने जो है वो उकसाने का काम करा है इस यात्रा में।
कोई उकसाने का कार्य नहीं किया, ना मैं उस यात्रा में गया।
The key faces of the Nuh nightmare, live streamed provocations and poison.
आधे घंटे की प्लानिंग नहीं है, ये कह रहे हैं कि बिट्टू ने बोल दिया, मैंने बोल दिया, वो इसको लोग तैयार बैठे थे वो बंदूक लेके।
Cops hunt them, but we find them. Listen as they paint the full scary picture. Only on India Today Television.
during the riots that have taken place not just in Nuh but across this country over the years. Hindus and Muslims have both suffered over the years. India Today had reported on the plight of Kallu Mian, whose shop in Gurugram was set on fire during the violence that followed Nuh. Kallu had nothing to do with what had happened. Nuh, he was totally innocent. Today we have some good news. After we showcased that story, a few activists in Gurugram came together and have helped Kallu Mian set up his shop again. It's our good news today story. This is a story which is across all religions. It shows that the future of this great country lies in tolerance, in reaching out to each other, in building bridges, not constructing walls. Whether it's Hindu or Muslim, anyone who suffers, anyone who's a victim deserves our support. Think about it. I leave you with that story. Jai Hind, Namaskar, good night, Shubhratri.
Kallu Mian's mattress shop was targeted in the retaliatory attacks in Gurugram after riots broke out in Nuh. The video of Kallu Mian trying to douse the fire had gone viral then.
सारा सामान मेरे कपड़े लत्ते सारे कुछ सब कुछ जल गया मेरा। कितने रुपए का सामान होगा? अरे बहुत रुपए का सामान था। मैं तो रात दिन यहीं रहता था। मेरे तो घर भी कुछ ना, मेरा तो इसमें ही जो कुछ था। अरे इसमें तो 3 लाख का नुकसान है। क्या करूं बताओ? चलो चलो जी, नारियल फोड़ो।
Now help has reached Kallu Mian. A few social activists led by Yogita Bhayana have raised funds to help the senior citizen get back on his feet. Kallu and his son have set up a new shop just 20 meters away from the old one in Gurugram's Sector 67.
कल्लू जी का सामान फिर से, कल्लू जी की जिंदगी वापस। जब आग लगी थी दुकान में तो मतलब कहाँ से खाने को आएगा और कहाँ से मतलब कमाई होएगी, तो इसलिए दिक्कत हो रही थी बहुत ज़्यादा। तो इसलिए योगिता मैम आई, कल उन्होंने हमारी दुकान को ओपनिंग कराई और कुछ मदद भी करी थी। और जब से मैं यहाँ पे बैठा हूँ माशाल्लाह, जब से सब कुछ बढ़िया है।
Kallu Mian's family are from Amroha in Uttar Pradesh. Gurugram is where they earn their livelihood and they plan to stay here.
This family was in tension. Kallu Mian was left with no job, no work that to make his income, to run his family, to provide food to his family. But people from civil society like Yogita Bhayana came up here. She helped the family, and now you can see again the family has got a reason to smile. With cameraman Mridul Mohan and Molnath Bali from Gurugram.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 26 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Good evening, viewers. Let's take a look at the weather report across the major cities this evening. Thiruvananthapuram is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 38. Mumbai is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 66. Panji is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 68. Ahmedabad is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 69. Bhopal is at 28 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 24. Jaipur is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 75. Delhi is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 84. Srinagar is at 29 degrees Celsius with AQI being 69. Lucknow is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 101. Patna is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 57. Kolkata is at 30 degrees with an AQI of 60. Hyderabad is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 57. Bangalore is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 33. Chennai is at 36 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 44. This is all we have for you in this segment. Hope wherever you are, you find favorable weather around you. Keep watching India Today for all the weather updates with me AI Sana all through the day.
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com, हर family होगी insured. Extra safe, Polycab Green Wire.
The biggest Indian media scandal in 2023. बीजेपी alleges कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज क्लिक के साथ।
कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज क्लिक के साथ, न्यूज क्लिक के ऊपर चाइना का हाथ। तो किसका हाथ कहां मिला है सबको समझ आता है।
The Congress hits back, calls the BJP's charges absurd.
In any of our political parties can be considered to be anti-Indian. We have a different view of how India should progress.
Exclusive email of NewsClick, funding accessed by India Today. Journalism or Ji Hazuri of Xi Jinping. Chinese paisa to Indian news site. Has China infiltrated Indian politics and media? That's our top focus on India First.
India Today has accessed emails that show China tried to control the narrative, not just on border clashes with India, but even on farmer protests through Chinese propaganda disguised as independent content. Media entities and individuals are now under investigation for allegedly receiving money from China through shell companies and entities to carry out an anti-India propaganda drive and peddle Chinese narrative, not just on COVID-19 handling, but also on border clashes and farm protests. There is now a raging battle, with some accusing those taking Chinese money to target India, from Rafale to border clashes to COVID, as treason. Will the Narendra Modi government probe and punish those guilty? Or is this, as some argue, absurd and a witch hunt? I'm Gaurav Sawant. We get you all sides of the debate and the story. But first, as always, the headlines on India First. Day one of the fiery no-confidence debate in Parliament. Congress targets the Narendra Modi government on Manipur violence. BJP hits back, taunts Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi on corruption and dynasty politics. Aam Aadmi Party Member of Parliament Raghav Chadha faces a privilege motion over alleged forged signatures for proposed Select Committee on Delhi Services Bill. 6 members of Parliament say their names were added without their consent. Rahul Gandhi's Ghar Wapsi day after being reinstated as Lok Sabha MP gets his 12 Tughlaq Lane bungalow back. Rahul Gandhi says entire India is his home. Manipur police lodge an FIR against Assam Rifles personnel for reportedly obstructing police during violence breakout in a district on the 5th of August. Claims Assam Rifles allowed Kuki militants to escape. Amidst rising crimes against women in Rajasthan, Ashok Gehlot government cracks down on rape accused, issues a ban on government job for all molestation and rape history sheeters. We begin India first with a big India Today expose. After the New York Times investigation bombshell, India Today has accessed emails that reveal how a news portal in India, NewsClick, was allegedly involved in promoting pro-China agenda. Along with the Congress connection, in a stunning revelation, Prakash Karat, left leader, left leader Prakash Karat's name has also emerged in these emails accessed by India Today. And sources say this email exchange, it occurred during very significant period of situations in our country. India Today's Munish Pandey brings you our top story.
India Today unravels Congress-China link. A day after the government lashed out at the Congress and news website NewsClick, email exchanges have now emerged showing how Chinese propagandists were in direct touch with media in India. This is billionaire Neville Roy Singham, who's been accused of Chinese propaganda, emailing NewsClick director Prabir Purkhayas and CPM leaders like Prakash Karat with a Praise China toolkit. Sources tell India Today these email exchanges occurred during significant periods, including the early days of the COVID outbreak, during farmer protests in India, and the persisting border tensions between India and China. The way these emails were structured, it clearly reveals a clear inclination towards promoting Chinese propaganda.
The email conversations recorded by the Enforcement Directorate during the searches not only talk about how to keep China in a good light as far as its pandemic handling is concerned, but it also talks about some of the sensitive issues like India-China border. But the most important part is the email conversation with CPIM leader Prakash Karat, and the Bharatiya Janata Party has not only targeted opposition over this, but they have also raised this matter before the parliament.
Not just that, in stunning revelation, emails also talk about collaborations of the Indian communists with the Chinese. Sources say Prakash Karat expressed his satisfaction with the Chinese peace, despite knowing anti-China sentiments.
यदि न्यूज क्लिक का नाम यदि डिलीट या रेस्टोर हो गया, कांग्रेस को क्या समस्या है सर? न्यूज क्लिक आपका कौन लगता है? पुरकास्ट का नाम यदि रेस्टोर हो गया, पुरकास्ट आपका क्या लगता है? प्रकाश कारत साहब, उनका पूरा का पूरा मेल मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड आपको लाना चाहता हूं कि जो वो नेवेली राय सिंघम था उसके साथ उनके हजारों मेल हैं, और जब आप कहेंगे मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड उसको पेश कर दूंगा सर.
The government has now sharpened its attack on the Congress.
कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज़ क्लिक के साथ, कम्युनिस्ट बाकी दल ये भी उनका सहयोग करते रहे, लेकिन कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज़ क्लिक के साथ, न्यूज़ क्लिक के ऊपर चाइना का हाथ. तो किसका हाथ कहां कहां मिला है सबको समझ आता है.
कल जो है सर न्यूज क्लिक के ऊपर बड़ा हंगामा हुआ.
The Congress meanwhile has strongly objected to the comment made by the BJP leaders, calling them defamatory and demanding that the allegations made by Nishikant Dubey in Parliament must be expunged.
the mic of a particular BJP member, Mr. Dubey, was switched on and he proceeded to speak. And his sound was the only one coming through the translation headsets and through the record of the House, in which he levelled defamatory and libelous accusations against our party and by name two of its leaders. He cannot do so without giving notice in advance and getting the consent of the Speaker, which he had not done.
With more and more evidence emerging of the China NewsClick nexus to peddle Xi propaganda, the political fight is also heating up. With Munish Pandey in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
And India Today's Munish Pandey, he's accessed these emails from Neville Singham to several individuals in India, and their names are a matter of investigation. So they are actually being coached and guided on what to say, what to write. How does this nexus work, this email clincher of NewsClick? India Today has accessed information on funding. China is alleged to have used this news portal in India to meddle in India's internal affairs. Email trail, Enforcement Directorate has accessed these email trails that actually expose this conspiracy. Chinese mail to left leaders in India, and Prakash Karat's name has emerged in public domain. The timing of these emails praise China and China's handling of COVID. Remember what was happening in India, how a certain section was targeting India on COVID, or the border standoff with China. Also, the Rafale fighter deal, and we'll talk about that in greater detail. There are emails to political leaders, there are emails to journalists. Was this a dictation from Beijing to peddle Chinese agenda, from COVID to farm protest to border standoff with China? Chinese propaganda disguised as independent content, as claimed by the New York Times. Joining me on India First is Aparajita Sarangi, BJP MP. Dr. Shama Mohammed represents the Congress Party on the broadcast. And I also have with me Sushant Sareen, Senior Fellow at the Observer Research Foundation, someone who's tracking this very closely. But I want to begin by asking you, Dr. Shama Mohammed, are these emails proof of China dictating a certain narrative? Union Information and Broadcasting Minister Anurag Thakur says NewsClick, Congress and China are linked through an anti-India umbilical cord, ma'am.
See, Anurag Thakur is basically a joke. He's the man who said, no, goli maro salo ko. So I'm not going to listen to him. Now, first and foremost, who broke the story? The New York Times. Now, the New York Times is New York Times, The Guardian, Washington Post, Economic Times, according to the Bharatiya Janata Party, are anti-nationals, because when the New York Times spoke about during the COVID time against Mr. Narendra Modi and what he did not do, when the New York Times says there is no democracy in India, when the New York Times says that the Muslims are hunted down in India, at that point of time, the BJP says, we do not listen to New York Times, they are anti-national. Now, I want to know, why did Anurag Thakur take a story from New York Times and is believing that such a story? You can't have double standards, number one. Number two, I want to ask Mr. Anurag Thakur, you said something just now, Gaurav Samant, you said, peddle Chinese narrative. That was what you just now said. Who peddled Chinese narrative? Mr. Narendra Modi. Na koi gussa hai, na koi gusega. When after 20 of our soldiers were martyred, Narendra Modi said nobody entered into Indian territory and no military post was taken. Exactly what the Chinese said. Wait, I'm not finished. Let me finish my point. And at that point, we also know that they banned a couple of apps, and those were TikTok, there was something called Me Community and various others. After that, COVID happened. And what did Mr. Narendra Modi do? He started something called the PM Cares and says it's a private fund, but where he solicited money.
You haven't answered my question. I asked you a question. You haven't answered. No, ma'am, I will not let you digress from the debate that I have asked you. But the questions you've raised, I will get Aparajita Sarangi of the BJP to respond. Hold on, ma'am, it cannot be a long monologue. You've made a point. Let me get Aparajita Sarangi to respond.
Just give me half a second.
Ma'am, hold on. I'm coming back to you. No point wasting time on this. Aparajita Sarangi, Congress has called all these claims absurd. If investigations have actually been carried out since 2021, what action has been taken post these investigations? And The Congress asks, you believe the New York Times today? You didn't believe them during COVID times when they raised all the issues that Dr. Shama Mohammed talks about. Aprajita Sarangi.
See, whatever has been spoken in the Lok Sabha and thereafter by the Minister of Information and Technology, Mr. Anurag Thakur, are nothing but the truth. And I think the Congress should have the courage to accept what has come out in the New York Times. See, there is a report from Heidelberg and they actually create a ruckus in the Lok Sabha talking about Adani and within quotes its misdeeds. So they cannot have double standards. Just before the start of a parliament session, they bring that report from a particular foreign organization and they talk about Adani and the organization's misdeeds, I reiterate, within quote. But at the same time, when New York Times on 5th of August 2023 brings out a report saying that one Neville Roy Singham got funding to the tune of 38 crore from China, and in turn he made this entire funding to NewsClick, and then in fact everything was traced to the love of Congress for China and the love of the Communist Party for China. I think this is something which smacks of arrogance, and this also speaks of double standards. So I think this is a very serious matter, and I must say security of our country is of utmost concern, and this China Congress and NewsClick are indeed part of a sinister design to destabilize the country and
bring in Sushant
kind
Sareen.
of, weaken Prime Minister Modi's government through rumors. Yeah.
Let me bring in Sushant Sareen for more on this. Sushant Sareen, the emails, the New York Times report, the money trail, does it indicate a very dangerous cocktail, even on issues of national security, peddling the Chinese agenda, for example, on border clashes or on Rafale? Sushant Sareen.
So, Gaurav, a couple of things. The first, and I'm sure Dr. Shama Mohammed will take it in the right spirit, because this is her question which I'm throwing back at her. There are people like me who still don't take the New York Times seriously, and I'll explain it to her why. But if she takes the New York Times very seriously on all the other reportage of the New York Times on India, then why does she not take this particular report of the New York Times seriously enough? Number one. Number two, the fact of the matter remains that, the New York Times actually quotes from the ED investigation.
Absolutely.
So, in fact, I also got it wrong. Then I read both of those things clearly and very, it was very clear. It came that it was the ED investigation which actually brings out this entire nexus. The ED should have taken it to the next level. Perhaps if we were everything that the New York Times accuses India of being and of this government of being, then the NewsClick, the guys would have been in jail for espionage, for spying, for working as foreign agents, like some other people have already gone to prison. And I think that in itself tells you a lot about the kind of propaganda which the New York Times carries out, because it does not serve its ideological predilections, this particular government. But having said that, Gaurav, I think this is, number one, a very old problem. In the old days, in the 70s, for example, the Americans used to bring out a magazine called Imprint, which was really very slickly produced. And
Yes.
it was, again, very subtle propaganda.
But
So
this is not subtle
nonsense has been
propaganda.
going on for years on end.
Yes, this
right?
is not
So
subtle
one is
at all.
that.
These are instructions. These emails show instructions to Indian media entities. It is not subtle. It's almost like an order to them.
Exactly. So what I'm trying to tell you is that, look, number one, these kind of influence operations, the Russians used to do it, the KGB used to do it. And of course, the communists in India, being useful idiots, were always ready and to offer themselves and for nothing more than crumbs very often. In this case, of course, fat lots of money have been given to these guys. I don't know what the communists, because Mr. Karat and company pretend that they are, they don't really need any money, but clearly the amount of monies which have been given to this particular organization, and apparently one of the guys who named is one of their nephews.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the quid pro quo out there is, but
what is the quid pro quo? Target India. Dr. Shama Mohammed. look at this email. Do not circulate any of these materials outside this group. So-and-so must have content and control over this. It's an instruction that's coming to Indians from people who are getting money from China. Dr. Shama Mohammed, the foreign media investigation also says hundreds of millions of dollars were pumped to entities linked to this, to Neville Singham, to peddle Chinese government talking points. The emails show those talking points were sent to Indian media and to Indian politicians. There are some analysts who say this amounts to treason, madam, treason.
Yeah, treason, I'll tell you what is treason. Now, let me explain to you what is treason. Before that, to Mr. Sareen, like he mentioned, why is Shama not believing whatever is written?
My point is, ma'am, please respond to my questions. Your first answer wasn't a response to my question. My request to you is please respond to my question.
I'm answering you. So I'm telling him that even the BJP has to, they can't have double standards. I don't have double standards. Now, he's saying you're talking, Gaurav, of an investigation. Now, let me tell you what happened in PM Cares. Why did the Prime Minister...
My question is not on PM Cares today. I am sorry. My question is very direct. Madam, we will have another debate if you want on PM Cares on another day. No, madam. My debate is on these emails today. My request is, Dr. Shama Mohammed, please respond to the questions I'm asking you, ma'am.
I will respond. So I'm answering that question. Now, Gaurav, if you're too excited and you want to support the Prime Minister...
I do not want to support. I want to support my country and I expect every Indian to do so.
I'm answering your question. You cannot come and bulldoze me like this, yeah? This is not done, Gaurav. Behave. Behave as an anchor.
I'm sorry, Aparajita Sarangi. Who are these individuals and entities who are in violation? Madam, my debate is not on PM Cares today. Let's be very clear. My debate is on these emails, please. Who are these individuals and entities? And if this is a violation of the law of the land, what has the Narendra Modi government done since 2021 if the ED carried out its investigation in 2021?
See, in 2021, ED had carried out the investigations, and I think we are all aware of the fact that these people, Congress and the left leaders, were extremely uncomfortable with the behavior of the investigating agencies. So I fail to understand why should they squirm. Couple of things, let me just put certain things before you. Number one, there are questions which I think the Congress needs to answer. What was Rahul Gandhi doing? He was with Chinese diplomats when Doklam happened, number one. Number two, Rajiv Gandhi Foundation has received funds from China.
Yes, ma'am, but my question is, ma'am, my question is on these emails.
Then what?
If these emails were with the Narendra Modi government and the ED since 2021, what action has been taken? This is now 2023 August.
Look, this is a very serious matter and the investigation is on. We are on the job. So right now on the TV channel, I cannot say what's happening to that, but I'm sure the government has taken the entire thing very seriously. Now, I must put before you the linkage between Congress and China. Congress's love for China. China, which at this moment is an enemy of India. And then I think in Cambridge, please recall the way Rahul praised China. I think we cannot forget that. And in 2008, Congress party has signed an agreement, an MOU with CPC, with the Communist Party of China for the enhancement of Chinese interests. Don't forget that. And I reiterate in 2021, when the investigating agencies had raided NewsClick, at that point of time, these people had become very uncomfortable. And then now here are the mails that you are talking of.
Dr. Shama Mohammed.
Prakash Karat and the people who have been mentioned. So I think this is definitely a sinister design and the government is well aware of it and the government is acting on it.
Sushant Sareen, the Additional Solicitor General, Devang Vyas, appeared for the NIA in Bombay High Court. He argued urban Naxals were complementary part of rural armed struggle and urban Naxals arranged logistics and manpower and funds. Sir, this was said while opposing bail to a certain Gautam Navlakha. He is alleged to have received these Chinese funds and we are showing that money trail as claimed by the Enforcement Directorate, sir. So if serious, if true, this is very, very serious, very, very dangerous, Sushant Sareen.
Look, Gaurav, quite clearly, if you look at the ED report, it's a slam dunk. But what is surprising is, and I think the ED got after these guys on the basis of that Bhima Koregaon case. If somebody has any other information, please correct me. Now, unfortunately, I think what the ED has focused on, and I believe there is a case underway right now against these guys, NewsClick fellows, but that's on charges of money laundering.
Yes.
What about charges of acting as influence agents of a hostile foreign country, acting on behalf of a hostile foreign country, planting news on behalf of a hostile foreign country? Is there or is there not a law against something like that in this country? If there is not, then there should be a law. After all, the government, and I think that is something good that this government has been doing, it's been pilloried for it, but I think in retrospect, especially after this particular incident, it's something very good which this government has done by cracking down on sources of foreign funding to news organizations, to think tanks. I work in a think tank, and I can tell you it is with so much of care that every single account is maintained, for example, in the ORF and in many of the other think tanks. So there is a massive kind of a scrutiny on foreign funds which are coming in for NGOs, for missionaries, for you name the thing, right? Why is a Chinese organization funding a news organization which is not making money in India? What is the reason for investment? Now, and this is not just this Singham fellow who's working for the Chinese. Let's talk, now you bring in the entire George Soros network in this. It's been floated as a conspiracy theory, but quite clearly it's not a conspiracy theory. We very often see journalists attached to the George Soros Foundation, George Soros organizations and his money asking questions in the US State Department, which again target India. We've seen this across the board.
Okay.
Now, so these are operations which are going on. The government is cracking down on it. But in this particular case, why they haven't slapped on charges of espionage against these fellows?
And that is something, Aparajita Sarangi, this cannot just be a political point or a press conference. If these charges are true, then an FIR needs to be filed, legal action taken to a logical conclusion, madam. Because Congress MP Shashi Tharoor, he says charges leveled by the BJP are absurd. The Congress says they are taking on the BJP for not being tough on China after Galwan, for peddling, as Dr. Shama Mohammed was just saying, for saying na koi ghusa hai, na koi ghusaya hai. How is the Congress peddling Chinese agenda is the question they ask. Aparajita Sarangi.
See, I have mentioned earlier that the security of the I have mentioned earlier that the security of the country is our utmost priority and there cannot be any kind of compromise. You mentioned, I mentioned, in fact, in 2021, ED was on the job, ED is on the job, and in fact, we have taken it very seriously. The work is on, and in fact, what I am trying to hint at is there is an anti-India design. There is a Break India initiative by all these people who have been rightly pointed out as, who are all part of one umbilical cord. So I think the Home Ministry of Home Affairs is seized of the matter and all the investigating agencies are on the job. We have taken it very seriously.
Okay. It remains to be seen whether this is taken to its logical conclusion and whether there's a time frame. Sushant Sareen, the peddling of Chinese agenda hasn't just been restricted to border clashes. The same individual wrote in the same news portal, even on the Rafale fighter jet deal, the same fighters that the Indian Air Force has so strongly backed. China would not want India to have these latest fighter jets. And were so many within our country, Sushant Sareen, trying to stall that process and that procurement?
Yeah, and that is the unfortunate part, it pains me to say this because the Congress party has traditionally been the standard bearer of Indian nationalism in this country, right?
Yes.
It was the party of national interest. It was the party of governance in this country. And to see the kind of decline in the Congress party, the kind of agendas they have started backing, agendas which are clearly anti-India, the kind of rhetoric they indulge in, it pains somebody like me who was at least at one point of time a very strong Congress supporter, right? And a lot of people have moved away from the Congress party precisely because of this reason, that they seem to be pushing dubious agendas. And quite clearly, when the Congress party made a big deal out of the Rafale's issue, which was essentially a government-to-government sale. Now, either you are saying that, the Indian government was paying the French president of that time a certain bribe to get these aircraft, which was utter nonsense, of course. It was very clear that this was a deal whose time had come, in fact, whose time had come many, many years back. For 20 years, we had been going around the bush to try and get these aircraft, and we were flying those flying coffins called MiG-21s. I think it's shameful for a country like India to be flying those damn aircraft, and then we saw what happened, later on.
They were excellent at one point of time. You're absolutely right, MiG-21s, but right now, the Rafales...
These people these aircraft have spooked the Pakistanis, they've spooked the Chinese. So obviously the Chinese would want to, muddy the waters every time there is some new equipment going to come in. And who better to use than these useful idiots in the Indian media who will push a certain agenda, either knowingly or unknowingly. In this case, it seems
either knowingly or unknowingly, or was it all this money that's being talked about? If crores and crores were being paid, then there would be a money trail, and let's see if legal action backed by evidence follows, or are these just political charges that are leveled in the run-up to 2024 elections. Aparajita Sarangi, we would be tracking the story very, very closely. Dr. Shama Mohammed, Aparajita Sarangi and Sushant Sareen for joining me here on India First. Many thanks. Coming up next is Business Today with Nabila Jamal.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal, only on India Today.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome to Business Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. I'm going to take you through the top business news of the day. Let me start with more than 85% of tax filers are still opting for the old tax regime. Deductions and exemptions still the mainstay of the middle class. Business Today TV in a special conversation with tax expert Wade Jain. We get you an exclusive conversation with top investor Samir Arora. He tells us why investors are disillusioned with China and headed now to India, and also why the best is yet to come for Dalal Street. Markets end with minor losses, even as the interest rate deciding the panel of RBI starts its three-day huddle. PSU banks shine while metals drag to take Sensex down by 107 points, while the Nifty closes 26 points in red. More signs of weaknesses in Chinese economy. Exports in July fall the highest in 3 years. World worries now that China's sneeze could have the global economy catching a cold. Pepperfry co-founder Amrish Murthy passes away during a trip for an off-site meet in Leh. The avid adventurer suffered a heart attack, passed away last night. Now, taxpayers are still relying on the old tax regime to file their returns. Figures released by the Central Board of Direct Taxes show that 85% of filers had chosen the old ways with deductions and exemptions. However, as Business Today TV managing editor Siddharth Zarabi discovered in a conversation with noted tax expert Ved Jain, the trend could really change in the coming years.
I believe by and large, people who are opting for the new regime are the new taxpayers. And the old taxpayer, see long-term saving having made commitment and there being statutory requirement, it becomes difficult to switch over to the new model. So now take the case of the people who are employed. Now under the PF Act, employee contribution is mandatory. So you have to contribute as an EPF and then you are entitled to claim a deduction under Section 80C. So you feel preferred better to continue with the old regime. Similarly, if you have taken an insurance policy on your life and you have already made a commitment of a particular premium every year, now you're duty bound to pay that premium every year. And if you are paying that, you would obviously like to claim exemption and you will like to take the benefit of that deduction also. Same is the case with the other savings at such scheme which your people have. Public Provident Fund is continues to be quite attractive because the interest income is also exempt and what you contribute, that is also exempt, and what you get back later on, that is also exempt. So that is the model which I believe is, I think people are still preferring, but it will taper down over a period. Because as the time passes on, your commitment to contribute to the LIC or life insurance premium, public provident fund, or repayment of the housing loan, etc., these will taper down, and obviously more and more people will like to prefer to the switch over to the new scheme because it gives you more money in your hand. You are more comfortable because you are free to do whatever you want to do on that part. But another aspect, there may be some people, I think there can be a class of taxpayers which believe for social security in the life later on the future in retirement, they need to continue with the investment. They need to have, if the family composition, there is only one bread earner, so he will like to prefer to have an insurance policy, and in case premium is being paid and is eligible for deduction, he will like to continue. Similarly, you would like to have something, a scheme like NPS, etc., where you get some annuity or payment of the pension or retirement. So it will continue, but over a period, definitely the way the finance minister has announced the new regime and which ultimately appears to be beneficial overall for the individual taxpayer, except when you are looking for a social security or when you have made already commitment. So probably over a period, I will see down the line, maybe 3 to 5 years, it will taper down and you will have the higher number of the units. The Indian tax rates so far personal taxation is concerned are the reasonable, and there is no, in my thought process, a view, there is no reason to reduce it further. So 30% tax rate with a particular surcharge beyond a particular income, I believe, when we look at across the world, you will find that Indian tax rates are reasonable on that part. See, we must try to appreciate one thing, that government needs revenue for its infrastructures, for development, for economic growth, social welfare scheme, everything. Now, those who have capacity or those who are ability to pay, they must contribute. Now, with a 30% rate and a surcharge because you will know that under the new regime, the surcharge is maximum 15% now. If that be the case, then 30% plus 15% plus 4% education cess somewhere takes me down to the 36%. 1/3 of your income, but beyond a particular limit, I think is a reasonably good rate. But there can be some